At dawn, several border cities in our country were suddenly attacked by a beast wave, and 3 of these cities were in a critical state, about to fall. The daughter of the Tianjin Alliance leader, Li Tang, killed a demon dragon with 1 sword. PS. Includes high-definition video. Unbelievable. The triplets Ji Buchan, Ji Budwan, and Ji Bachu all awakened the same would attribute combat profession. Tianhua City, Yunhai High School. The classroom was bright, and the students listened attentively to the homeroom teacher speaking at the front of the class, while Lu Yuan, sitting in the last row, was focused on his phone. Traveled through? Lu Yuan felt dazed. He only remembered that he was eating hot dry noodles on the street when a runaway truck crashed into him. The next second, he was here. This was a world full of demons and monsters, where everyone lived in fear. 1,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, demons invaded, and savage beasts rose up. In order to survive and protect their homes, people awakened various professions to fight against the demons, preventing the complete annihilation of humankind. After learning about Blue Star through the news, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a killing intent, and raised his hand to grab a piece of chalk. Amazing, I can even catch this. His deskmate, Kai Shukuan, gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yuan, didn't you hear me speaking? Teacher Zhou Wenbin was furious. Do you understand that even if you awaken a combat profession, without a solid theoretical foundation, it's still useless? Auxiliary professions and life professions are the same. Caught daydreaming, Lu Yuan stood up, listening to the teacher's classic speech. In Blue Star, everyone awakens at the age of 18, and the awakened professions are diverse, generally categorized into the 3 types mentioned by teacher Zhou Wenbin. Combat professions are the most popular, as they allow one to gain powers that ordinary people can't understand. Next are auxiliary and life professions. Today was the awakening day. Over 50 students in the classroom stared at Lu Yuan, clearly eager to watch the show. Lu Yuan is in big trouble this time. It's bad enough that he doesn't listen to the lessons, but he had to mess up when teacher Zhou was talking about the important things about the awakening ceremony. I guess he's just given up. He fails every mock exam. Teacher Zhou, what's there to say to someone like this who always ranks last and drags down our class's average score? Whether Lu Yuan can awaken successfully is a question. Sitting in the front row, dressed in brand-name clothes, Qin Shuxing sneered. Even teacher Zhou Wenbin felt this went too far upon hearing this. Quiet down, everyone, pay attention. Teacher Zhou Wenbin knocked on the desk to draw their attention. Lu Yuan sat back down, looking at Qin Shuxing sitting in the front row. This person had some conflicts with the original owner of Lu Yuan's body. It was just that the goddess he secretly admired had become the original owner's girlfriend, so he often troubled him. The bell for the end of class rang, and as soon as teacher Zhou Wenbin left, the classroom instantly became lively. I'm so nervous, the awakening is coming soon. What kind of profession do you all want to awaken? Someone asked. Of course, a combat profession, preferably something strong like lightning. I think auxiliary professions are pretty good. You all fight in the front, and I'll take care of healing you from the back. How do you plan to heal? You're so annoying. Most people wanted to awaken combat or auxiliary professions, and no one brought up life professions. The classroom was noisy as the discussion on awakening professions continued, while Qin Shuxing looked at Lu Yuan with a mischievous smile. Lu Yuan, I heard that Lin Shuang awakened a space attribute combat profession. I guess she's going to break up with you. Qin Shuxing said gleefully. Lin Shuang was the goddess he secretly admired. The awakening day was divided into morning and afternoon sessions. They were scheduled for the afternoon, while Lin Shuang's class, Class 2, had the morning session. Common combat profession attributes were the 5 elements, while space attributes were hidden. Lin Shuang was the only person in the entire school who awakened a space attribute combat profession. The classroom instantly quieted down. Lin Shuang was the school's recognized beauty. It was well known in the class that Qin Shuxing liked Lin Shuang. I think Qin Shuxing is right. Lin Shuang is very likely to break up with Lu Yuan. Sigh, they are no longer in the same world. Lin Shuang, who awakened her spatial abilities, didn't even need to take the martial arts exam. She was directly admitted to a top-tier university. As for Lu Yuan, whether or not he could awaken a combat profession was still uncertain. If you ask me, Lu Yuan might as well initiate a breakup. That way, at least he would save some face. The classmates chattered, some feeling a bit sorry for Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan was quite popular in class, handsome too. It was a shame he had to face something like this. You're so happy about me breaking up with Lin Shuang? Lu Yuan looked at the smug Qin Shuxing. If you two break up, I can logically pursue Shuang. First, I'll give her 990 roses, then I'll spend all the pocket money my dad gives me to buy her demon crystals. Qin Shuxing couldn't help but laugh as he spoke, even imagining names for the children he would have with Lin Shuang. Nice idea, but I'll give you 2 words. Thinking of what Lin Shuang had done to the original owner, a typical case of wanting it both ways, nearly draining his living expenses yet pretending to act like it was his own choice and had nothing to do with her. Lu Yuan felt a bit unjust for the original owner. Bless us? Qin Shouxing thought Lu Yuan had resigned himself completely. You think that road is a one-way street, but actually, there are 3 paths you can take. Lu Yuan immediately said the second sentence. The place you like seems fertile, but you don't know it's the result of my hard work fertilizing it. Qin Shouxing? Classmates? Someone laughed out loud after understanding Lu Yuan's words, and the entire classroom was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, except for Qin Shouxing. Lu Yuan, you. Qin Shouxing, shaking with anger, pointed at Lu Yuan. The forest path you long for is actually covered in white frost every morning and evening. Lu Yuan took another jab. For Lu Yuan, breaking up with Lin Shuang was no big deal, the next one would be better. Compared to breaking up, he cared more about which profession he would awaken to later. The 3 sentences left Qin Shouxing completely red-faced, but before he could approach Lu Yuan, the broadcast suddenly rang out. Students from Class 6 to Class 15 of Grade 3, please gather at the playground. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Students from Class 6 to Class 15 of Grade 3, please gather at the playground. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Repeated several times. It's finally starting. Lu Yuan felt excited inside as he walked briskly towards the playground with the crowd. The sun shone brightly, and on the playground, 1,000 students had complicated expressions, either nervous or excited. But without exception, all their gazes were fixed on the stage ahead. Principal Zhang Zhenghong had been waiting for a long time. When he saw that the students had gathered, he cleared his throat. 1,000 years ago, the demon race invaded, and ferocious beasts lurked, with many Blue Star nations being wiped out by the demon and monster tribes. Only China stood strong. Zhang Zhenghong's voice was loud and powerful, and in an instant, the wind on the playground roared, further emphasizing his imposing presence. Today is the awakening day, and the professions you awaken to will determine your future life. Those awakening combat and support professions should not be proud, for you bear a heavy burden as the main force to fight against the demon and monster tribes in the future. Those awakening to life professions should not be discouraged. You are equally important. The logistics will be the key to winning this war that concerns the survival of our race. Zhang Zhenghong swept his gaze over the crowd, saying the 8 words he always said on every awakening day. The human race will win. China will win. After saying these 8 words, the students on the playground were stirred up and raised their right arms. The human race will win. China will win. The human race will win. China will win. The shouting was deafening, and the momentum was overwhelming. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached its peak, Zhang Zhenghong pulled away the black cloth from the center of the stage, revealing a stone glowing with purple light in front of everyone. This was the awakening stone, the only means of awakening a profession. I declare the awakening ceremony officially begins. Student Zhu Yichun from Class 5, please come to the stage to awaken. Zhang Zhenghong looked at the first name on the list. Countless gazes converged on Zhu Yichun, and Lu Yuan felt curious, wanting to see the specific process of awakening a profession. Don't be nervous, just place your hand on the awakening stone's indented handprint. Zhang Zhenghong patiently instructed. Soon, the awakening stone emitted a faint glow. A basketball appeared above Zhu Yichun's head. A lifestyle profession, C-grade talent. Zhang Zhenghong felt the situation was off to a bad start, as the first student to awaken had a lifestyle profession. Talent is graded as SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, and E. SSS is the highest, and E is the lowest. A profession sets the lower limit, and talent sets the upper limit. Those with higher talent cultivate faster, which is the most fundamental difference. Principal, what use is this basketball? Zhu Yichun asked with a face full of sorrow. You'll naturally be better at basketball than others. Put in some effort and see if you can join the city basketball team. Zhang Zhenghong said, looking at the second name on the list. Class 5, Shiz Hengxiang, please come to the stage to awaken. As each student successfully awakened, Zhang Zhenghong's frown deepened. Over 30 students had awakened, all with auxiliary and lifestyle professions, and not a single combat profession. Luckily, a student named Mei Liangxin awakened a soil-based combat profession. Though his talent was only C grade, it was still a good start. Time passed, and Zhang Zhenghong opened the second list. Next up, Class 6. Lu Yuan perked up. Class 6 was the class he was in. Fire attribute combat profession, A-grade talent. Upon seeing the awakening stone emit a strong red light, Zhang Zhenghong examined the student named Qin Shouxing. The words A-grade talent appeared, and the students on the playground burst into excited exclamations. Qin Shouxing was the first student to awaken a combat profession with A-grade talent that afternoon. Not bad, not bad. Fire Master Destruction, the power of spiritual skills in combat professions is also top-notch. I hope you can bring honor to the school and perform well in the martial arts exam. Zhang Zhenghong placed great expectations on Qin Shoxing. A-grade talent was already extremely rare. This year, there were only 3 people in the entire Tianhua city with combat professions and A-grade or higher talent. One of them came from this school, named Lin Shuang, who awakened a space attribute S-grade talent. Principal, don't worry, I won't let you down, Qin Shoxing grinned and said. He felt little pressure regarding the awakened profession, since he was a second-generation rich kid. He hadn't expected his talent to be so high. Very good. Prepare for the martial arts exam, train hard these days, and feel free to call me if you have any questions, the homeroom teacher said to Qin Shoxing as he stepped down from the stage. In Class 6, Qin Shoxing was likely the student with the best profession and the highest talent. Next, Lu Yuan. Zhang Zhenghong said in a deep voice. Upon hearing that the next awakening was Lu Yuan, Qin Shoxing's smile became even wider. I'm curious to see what profession you awaken. It's probably some useless lifestyle profession. Qin Shoxing looked at Lu Yuan with a sneer, mixed with ridicule and disdain. Idiot. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond to him and walked up to the stage. More and more people gathered outside the playground to watch. Some were students who had awakened in the morning, and others were parents of students. Among the onlookers, a woman attracted a lot of attention. She was tall, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching. At 175 centimeters, even in the oversized, bulky school uniform, her good figure was still noticeable. The reason she drew so much attention wasn't just because of her beauty, but because she was the only one at Yunhai High who had awakened an S-grade combat profession. Lu Yuan. Lin Shuang looked at Lu Yuan as he stepped onto the stage, her expression unchanged. She had already decided to break up with Lu Yuan and couldn't even be bothered to say it to his face, instead sending him a text message saying just the words break up. You're not qualified to be with me anymore. Lin Shuang shook her head. Just now, she had received invitation letters from several top universities in China for special recruitment, a privilege granted by her S-grade talent and hidden attributes. In contrast, no matter how hard Lu Yuan tried, he could never catch up to her. As Lin Shuang's thoughts ran wild, she suddenly looked up at the sky. At that very moment, Lu Yuan placed his right hand on the awakened stone's indentation. It was getting dark. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Why has the sky turned dark? Holy crap, what's that sound? It's so creepy. The playground descended into chaos. The pitch-black night, where not even a finger could be seen, threw the students into a state of panic. The night not only robbed them of their vision but even their senses. Fortunately, the darkness quickly faded away, and in its place, a blood-red moon hung in the sky, illuminating the terrified faces of the students, as well as the thousands of human-shaped eerie puppets above Lu Yuan's head. Creak creak. Thousands of finely crafted human-shaped eerie puppets, their joints adorned with decaying scarlet threads, coldly stared at every student on the field. They danced, fluttering with the flickering blood moon, their movements elegant to the extreme, as if celebrating something. But this scene was too bizarre, and standing in front of the puppets, Lu Yuan's pupils turned blood-red, as if with a single command, the puppets would not hesitate to slaughter every person on the field. The principal, Zhang Zhenghong, who witnessed the entire scene, twitched at the corners of his mouth and couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the glaring red light of the awakening stone. SSS-level talent. Light tore through the darkness, and sunlight reappeared on the earth. The SSS-level talent struck the field like a thunderclap, and all the teachers and students stared dumbfounded at Lu Yuan standing on the stage. Did I hear that right? The principal said Lu Yuan has an SSS-level talent? Such a talent really exists? I always thought it was just a legend. Since the founding of our Tianlu Academy, no one has had a talent higher than S-level. It looks like it's still a combat profession. Damn, SSS-level combat profession, isn't Lu Yuan invincible now? Huh? Qin Shoxing? His eyes widened, and for a moment, he stood frozen, unable to organize his thoughts. He didn't expect Lu Yuan to awaken such a terrifying talent. Qin Shoxing? Realized he had opened the champagne too early and regretted what he had done to Lu Yuan in the classroom. Outside the field, Lin Shuang's mind was still echoing the strange scene she had just witnessed. Hearing the principal's words, she took out her phone from her pocket, and the 2 words breakup that she sent to Lu Yuan were especially glaring. Now, it was too late to take them back. Brush brush brush. The class teacher, Zhou Wenbin, the head of education, and several other school leaders surrounded Lu Yuan. Principal, what profession did Lu Yuan awaken? Zhou Wenbin asked excitedly. Qin Shoxing? Had already been a big surprise, and now Lu Yuan was an even bigger bombshell. The gap between an A-level talent and an SSS-level talent is not just a little bit. As long as enough demon crystals or magic cores are provided, Lu Yuan would be able to lead the entire nation of China, far ahead of 99% of those who had just awakened their professions. But what puzzled Zhou Wenbin was that he did not sense any obvious professional traits from Lu Yuan. Zhang Zhenghong, over 50 years old, with graying hair, frowned deeply. Thinking back to the strange puppets above Lu Yuan's head, his tone was uncertain. Puppet master? Is there a puppet master among the three major profession categories? Zhou Wenbin wondered. Lu Yuan looked at the principal. He had never heard of this profession. Puppet master is a special profession, not in the three major categories. This profession is so rare that, according to records, only 2 people have ever awakened it. Zhang Zhenghong said seriously. So amazing? Lu Yuan's heartbeat quickened. With an SSS-level talent and a special profession, he was destined to be the chosen one from the start. But soon, Zhang Zhenghong threw a bucket of cold water on him. It's precisely because only 2 people have ever awakened it that, across all of China, and even all the Blue Star nations, there is no corresponding spiritual skill for you to cultivate. Zhang Zhenghong stroked the awakening stone, which still emitted a fiery red glow. The 2 people who awakened the puppet master profession were named Xiao Xingyao, who had an A-level talent, and Xin Jun, who had a B-level talent. Xiao Xingyao gave up becoming a professional and lived as an ordinary person until he passed away at the age of 88, while Xin Jun tragically exploded and died while attempting to create his own puppet master spiritual skill. Creating your own spiritual skills isn't so simple. Like all combat profession spiritual skills, they are passed down through countless trials and even deaths from the research of predecessors. But Lu Yuan has an SSS-level talent. Zhou Wenbin couldn't help but say. Such a talent was rare even among the profession awakeners in China this year. Could it be that he would have to give up such a great talent and become an ordinary person like Xiao Xingyao? Zhang Zhenghong did not speak, his helpless gaze proved everything. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Lu Yuan used his spiritual power, and a string puppet appeared in his palm, dancing in midair in various poses with the movement of his fingers. But other than that, it had no other use. You're kidding me, man. I awakened a top-tier SSS-level talent, yet end up with a special class with no spiritual skill inheritance? Lu Yuan was speechless. Then what's the point of this reincarnation? Might as well go back to being a corporate slave and slack off. The principle means that unless Lu Yuan risks his life to create his own puppet master skills, his class is nothing? Qin Shouxing, who had been listening at the edge of the stage for a long time, asked. Zhang Zhenghong nodded. Put. So this class is useless? It's just a pretty vase, all looks and no use. Qin Shouxing laughed out loud. He thought Lu Yuan's awakened class was supposed to be impressive. Puppet master? These 3 words quickly spread across the playground, and the students who learned about Lu Yuan's awakened class looked strangely at him. They had no personal grudge against Lu Yuan, so they didn't mock him, but some felt pity, while others found it amusing. Lin Shuang silently took out her phone, thought for a moment, and blacklisted Lu Yuan's number before turning and leaving. Zhang Zhenghong wanted to say something, but then sighed and waved his hand. What a shame. Even if he had awakened a combat class from one of the 5 elements, it would have been better. A light breeze blew, and after experiencing great joy and sorrow, Lu Yuan walked off the stage. Ka-cha, ka-cha. His fingers manipulated the string puppet to perform a series of backflips and difficult poses like Iron Mountain back, but other than that, it was useless. Am I going to have to perform puppet shows for a living from now on? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Surely, I can't use a puppet show to fight a vicious beast and kill it with laughter, right? Where's my promised golden finger for transmigrators? Golden finger, help me out. Ding, the God-level evolution system has been bound. Congratulations, host, you have received the new player gift pack. Do you want to open it now? Hearing the cold, mechanical voice in his ear, Lu Yuan's heart surged with joy. Open it. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received the SSS-level Blood Calamity Blood Slaughter string puppet. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received the 9 Great Puppet Legions, Bloodslaughter Legion, Heavenly Punishment Legion, Skysplit Legion, 10,000 Bones Legion, Golden Spear Legion, Star-Devouring Legion, Eternal Drowning Legion, World Burning Legion, and Silent Desolation Legion. Just as Lu Yuan was still processing the rewards from the new player gift pack, another prompt sounded in his ear. There's more? Chapter 3, Bloodslaughter, your master awaits. Congratulations, host, you have received the Puppet Master exclusive skills, Curse Puppet, Thousand Eyes Puppet, Lamentation Puppet. Exclusive skills for the Puppet Master? Lu Yuan recalled what the principal had said. Until now, there had been only 3 Puppet Masters awakened on Blue Star, including him. The first 2 gave up becoming professionals and naturally aged and died, while one tried to create his own skills and exploded to death. So, the Puppet Master class had no skill inheritance. Now, the system's new player gift pack not only gave him the exclusive skills for Puppet Masters, but it gave him 3 at once. Curse Puppet causes the toucher to fall into 3 heart demon illusions of greed, anger, and ignorance until their mind breaks down. Lu Yuan activated his spiritual power and condensed a puppet with an eerie smile, covered in dense runes. This skill is quite nice. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the curse puppet's effect. Looking at the other two Puppet Master exclusive skills, Lu Yuan realized his perspective was too narrow. The Thousand Eyes Puppet and the Lamentation Puppet were far more powerful than the Curse Puppet. Thousand Eyes Puppet projects 1,000 floating magical eyes, and the target of the gaze will have all their spiritual skills reversed. Reverse attack, what does that mean? It means that the skills cast by others will prioritize attacking their teammates, and if there are no teammates, they will attack in the opposite direction. It will never hurt the caster. As for the Lamentation Puppet, it was an attack skill. The Lamentation Puppet surrounds the target from different directions, causing the target within range to explode and take high damage. First, I'll control the Disaster and the Puppet Legions to fight, then use the skills in combination. Lu Yuan's thoughts were clear as he figured out the battle mode of the Puppet Master class. The awakening ceremony was still going on, and Lu Yuan decided to leave for home. Since he had already awakened his profession, staying here didn't make much sense anymore. Seeing Lu Yuan's departing back, the teachers and students on the playground felt a bit emotional. SSS-level talent, huh? This year, there are less than 5 SSS-level talent combat professions awakened in China. Lu Yuan has the chance to become a powerful figure guarding a region, but he awakened this kind of profession. It can only be said that fate is in the hands of the person, it's all about luck. He deserves it. I already guessed it, someone like Lu Yuan is destined to not achieve much. These words were said by Qin Shouxing. The students from Class 6 didn't refute him, as Qin Shouxing, who had awakened a fire attribute combat profession with A-level talent, had clearly become a star figure at the school. They wouldn't be foolish enough to help Lu Yuan, only to offend Qin Shouxing. The streets were bustling with traffic, people coming and going. Just as Lu Yuan unlocked the door with his key, he smelled a faint fragrance coming at him. Lu Yuan, I'm hungry. The person speaking had a soft, tender voice, starting to act coquettishly as soon as they met. If you're hungry, go eat instant noodles, Lu Yuan said impatiently, looking at the woman in front of him wearing a purple bathrobe. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a delicate face, especially her pair of watery eyes that seemed to be able to pull a person's soul out. This woman was top-notch in both figure and temperament. Any man who saw her beauty and heard her coquettish tone would find it hard to resist. But Lu Yuan could handle it. No other reason, just because this woman was his older sister, Lu Yeli. Heartless thing, I raised you since you were little, and now you can't even cook a meal? Lu Yeli said with a look of grievance, casually grabbing a sofa pillow and throwing it at Lu Yuan. A faint fragrance filled the air as Lu Yuan skillfully dodged the pillow attack. Is it possible that I was the one who raised you? Lu Yuan asked back. His parents had been overseas running a business ever since he could remember. Other than sending money regularly each month, they rarely even called. Lu Yeli was hopeless in daily life. The kitchen sounded like a battlefield with the clattering of pans, so Lu Yuan had no choice but to take on the responsibility of cooking. What kind of profession did you awaken? Seeing she couldn't win the argument, Lu Yeli changed the subject. She had originally planned to go to the school to cheer for Lu Yuan, but unfortunately, she overslept. A puppet master. Lu Yuan said. A lifestyle profession? Show me a puppet show and make me happy, I'll give you a tip. Upon hearing puppet master, Lu Yeli instinctively thought it was a lifestyle profession. It's a combat profession. Lu Yuan corrected her, though he had originally thought the same when he first heard the name, thinking it was a lifestyle profession. Never heard of it, Lu Yeli shook her head, lazily lying on the sofa, watching soap operas as usual. The sunlight streamed through the living room, casting a golden, beautiful glow. After hearing that Lu Yuan's puppet master was a combat profession, Lu Yeli wore a space ring on her left index finger, which flashed with light, and 3 demon crystals that emitted a greenish glow appeared. Since it's a combat profession, you should decide to participate in the martial exam. I have 3 Xian Gang level demon crystals here. If you shout good. Before Lu Yeli could finish her sentence. Give them to me. Lu Yuan quickly snatched the 3 demon crystals from Lu Yeli's hand. Demon crystals were the most important tool for practitioners to enhance their strength. In ancient times, before China was unified, demon crystals were exclusive to the wealthy and nobility. Even if lower-class citizens awakened combat professions, they couldn't cultivate. Now that everyone awakened, anyone could buy demon crystals through official channels to cultivate, and the price was cheap. The demon crystals in Lu Yeli's hand were high-grade, each worth 100,000 Chinese yuan. I'll make you some fried eggs. Lu Yuan put the demon crystals into his pocket and, as a reward for the demon crystals, promised to make Lu Yeli a few fried eggs. No rabbits, no hawks. Lu Yeli pouted. I say, you're a top student from the Imperial Capital University, and you just sit around waiting for everything to be done for you? Lu Yuan said while busy in the kitchen. Imperial Capital University, one of the top universities in China. 3 years ago, Lu Yeli awakened a time-attribute combat profession. Lu Yeli, with an S-class talent, was directly admitted to the capital's university and had now cultivated to the 7th star of the Divine Power Realm. The ranks of professional cultivators on Blue Star are Body Tempering Realm, Qi Refining Realm, Xiangang Realm, Divine Power Realm, Law Realm, Transcendent Realm, Domain Realm, Saint Entry Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, and Immortal Realm. Lu Yeli, with her 7th star in the Divine Power Realm, is one of the top powerhouses even in Tianhua City. Lu Yeli said naturally. Impressive. Lu Yuan helplessly commented. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lu Yuan ignored his sister Lu Yeli, who was lounging at home during summer vacation, and skillfully locked the door behind him as he sat on the floor. Right now, for him, improving his strength with demon crystals was important, but even more crucial was crafting the system reward, the Blood Calamity Bloodslaughter. A large number of dark red strange automaton parts appeared on the floor. From head to toe, everything was complete. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, gathered his energy, and focused his mind. The image of the Bloodslaughter appeared in his mind as he began to craft using the strange automaton parts. Creak, creak. A heavy sound filled the room, and the smell of blood slowly began to spread outwards. Lu Yuan, what are you doing in your room in broad daylight? You even locked the door. That kind of thing should be done at night. Hearing the knocking in Lu Yeli's words, Lu Yuan's head was full of black lines. His sister was at it again, but the sound did indeed resemble a bed shaking. Go watch your silly idle drama. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond to Lu Yeli and focused on his crafting. Creak, creak. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan admired his creation. The air was thick with the scent of blood. A 2-meter-tall creature, with the head of a wolf and the body of a human, stood before Lu Yuan. It held a serrated chain blade, its pupils blood red, muscles bulging, sharp fangs emitting a faint cold light. Seeing the blood slaughter that Lu Yuan had created, the creature instinctively kneeled on one knee. If betrayal is the wind, then I am the mountain, if slander is the waves, then I am the shore. My heart will only bear the weight of one master. Bloodslaughter salutes the master. The Blood Calamity Bloodslaughter automaton could speak? Lu Yuan looked at the grotesque, wolf-headed, human-bodied brute, his spiritual power condensing as he directed a blood-red line into the Bloodslaughter's body. Up and down, left and right, forward and backward. Lu Yuan easily controlled the Bloodslaughter to perform various movements and poses, but the Bloodslaughter did not speak like when it was first created. Not thinking too much about it, Lu Yuan checked the abilities of the Bloodslaughter. Blood Calamity, Bloodslaughter. SSS Class Automaton. Realm, Body Tempering Realm 1 star. Spiritual skills, Taste of Blood, Bloodstorm, Blood Fog Confusion, Blood Armor. Notes, the soul of an ancient barbarian city-slaying general has been revived by calamity, thirsting for slaughter, and endless desire to kill. Automatons have the same realm as professional cultivators, which did not surprise Lu Yuan. What surprised Lu Yuan was that the Bloodslaughter could also use spiritual skills, and each skill was incredibly powerful. One of the skills, Taste of Blood, could even enhance strength by killing fierce beasts, demons, and humans. Currently, the most common method for cultivators to increase their strength was through absorbing demon crystals, but skills like those of Bloodslaughter were unheard of. Does that mean I can increase my strength by killing fierce beasts in the future? Lu Yuan thought eagerly. This was much simpler and more straightforward than boring, hard cultivation. After successfully crafting the Bloodslaughter, Lu Yuan shifted his focus to the 9 automaton legions he had obtained. Each of the 9 automaton legions had its own unique traits, with different abilities, but they required materials to craft. Fortunately, the materials weren't too expensive. Crafting a single automaton soldier would cost about 1,000 Huaxia dollars. I need to make more automaton soldiers during this time. It would be best to create a full legion of automatons for my use. Lu Yuan thought to himself, then opened the door and went to the living room. All done? Lu Yeli asked. What do you mean, all done? I didn't do anything. Lu Yuan suddenly realized. You're hiding it from me again. I can tell by your yawn that you're about to fart. Even though you're young, Lu Yuan, you need to control yourself. Too much of that is bad for your health. Lu Yeli had a meaningful expression as she earnestly advised him. Go away, go away. Lu Yuan had long been used to Lu Yeli, who would often drive out to buy materials for making strange puppet soldiers. As for the money, it came from his savings over the years, totaling more than 40,000. 7 days after the awakening ceremony was the martial arts exam, and getting into a top university would bring many benefits. Both social welfare and access to cultivation resources were beyond imagination. Take Lu Yeli, for example. Her annual subsidy alone was as much as 500,000. In just 2 years at the Imperial Capital University, she had made a leap from the body refining stage to the divine ability stage, and wherever she went, she was respected as a professional. In the following days, Lu Yuan's life became dull and monotonous. During the day, he cultivated using demon crystals, and at night, he made strange puppet soldiers, repeating the same cycle again and again. Body refining stage, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. In the bedroom, Lu Yuan looked at the demon crystal from the Xuanguang realm, which had absorbed half of its energy. He swung his fist, creating a sharp sound of air being torn apart. Body refining stage, 8 stars. With his SSS-grade terrifying talent for absorption, combined with the demon crystals Lu Yeli had given him, Lu Yuan crossed 7 small realms in just 6 days, directly breaking through to the 8-star body refining stage. The tall and burly Blood Calamity, Bloodslaughter, stood beside Lu Yuan, surrounded by hundreds of mini blood soldiers. They wore dark red armor, holding long knives and shields, quietly waiting for Lu Yuan to command them. Another breakthrough? Night fell. Looking at Lu Yuan, who had broken through 1 or even multiple small realms in a day, Lu Yeli found it unbelievable. When she was in the body refining stage, her breakthrough speed was nowhere near as fast as Lu Yuan's. It could only be said that SSS-grade talent was just too amazing. It's nothing special, Lu Yuan said, but he didn't tell Lu Yeli that he was only 1 step away from the 9-star body refining stage. Tomorrow is the martial arts exam. Do you have confidence? Lu Yeli asked. Though they were playing and joking, she was still very worried about her brother. 10 out of 10, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. 10 out of 10 confidence to get into a first-tier university? No, a top university. Lu Yuan corrected her. You're just bragging. Pay attention to your safety during the exam, Lu Yeli said, initially unbelieving, then she became serious. This night was especially long, as countless students who had just awakened their careers and their parents were in a dilemma. In China, the college entrance examination is divided into a literature exam and a martial arts exam, and they are held together. Choosing which exam to take became a tough decision for them, especially for students with awakened combat careers but low talent. The next morning, Lu Yuan walked alone on his way to Yunhai High School. As for Lu Yeli, who had promised to go with him to school, she had stayed up late watching dramas last night and was now fast asleep at home. The playground was already filled with students, and many parents stood outside the railings, advising their children. If you don't score at least 300 points to reach the second-tier university scoreline, don't come back. Old Yuan, can you stop scaring the child? Kid, don't listen to your dad, how many points you score isn't important, safety is the most important. Lu Yuan sat on the steps, waiting for the martial arts exam to begin. There were many people on the playground, but compared to the awakening day, it was much less crowded. Those brave enough to take the martial arts exam were either awakened combat professions or support professions. Their talent was generally above grade C. Lu Yuan glanced roughly and saw about 400 to 500 people. Quiet. At exactly 8 in the morning, the principal Zhang Zhenghong appeared in the center of the stage. This year, there are even more students taking the martial arts exam than I had expected, and I am quite pleased. Zhang Zhenghong scanned the crowd, and then his tone changed. The martial arts exam is different from the literature exam. There is a life-threatening risk involved. While I explain the exam contents, you still have a chance to back out. Life-threatening, these 4 words hung like a sharp sword over the students' heads on the playground. Many students hesitated, wondering whether they should take the martial arts exam or not. Lu Yuan remained calm, thinking to himself, becoming a strong person is not easy. If he backs down now, he would only live an ordinary life. At the front of the stage stood several students who were awakened combat professionals with A-level or higher talent from Tianhai High School. Lin Shuang stood at the front, Qin Shouxing was also among them. 6 stars in body refinement realm. Lu Yuan looked at Lin Shuang, who had S-level talent. Among the students, she had the highest cultivation. But compared to his own 8 stars in body refinement realm, it was much too low. This year's martial arts exam will be held in Tian City, a city that was once destroyed by beasts. It was later reclaimed by the military, but Tian City is still full of danger, with all kinds of beasts lurking. Zhang Zhenghong's voice was loud and strong as he explained the rules of this year's martial arts exam. You will have to survive for 7 days in Tian City. Each of you will be given enough water and compressed food, so don't worry about that. The key point is the protective device. Zhang Zhenghong took out a blue wristband and put it on his wrist. If you encounter an undefeatable beast, you can press the raised button on the wristband to activate the barrier, which will protect you from the beast's attacks. But this also means you will give up your qualification for the martial arts exam. Lu Yuan looked at the blue wristband in his palm, which displayed the number 91, indicating he was assigned to exam site 91. Although the wristband could protect against beast attacks, every year during the martial arts exam, some students were still bitten to death by beasts. It wasn't absolutely safe. Not all candidates had strong mental fortitude, and before the blue wristband was introduced, the death rate during the martial arts exam had been as high as 6%. Lastly, let me remind everyone, there are many paths in life, but the first is to value life. I hope everyone can achieve good results. Zhang Zhenghong said, nodding at the middle-aged official beside him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The middle-aged man waved his large hand. In an instant, hundreds of black lights shot up into the sky, and the teleportation array leading to Tian City was activated. Chapter 5, A Small Test. On the Yunhai High School sports field, the students taking the martial arts exam walked into the corresponding teleportation arrays based on their numbers. The teleportation arrays all led to Tian City, but to different locations, in order to prevent candidates from recognizing each other and teaming up or cheating. Based on his wristband number, Lu Yuan walked into the number 91 teleportation array. After a dizzying spin, Lu Yuan opened his eyes to find himself at the edge of a devastated city. The pungent smell of blood and the stench of rotting bodies, long exposed to the sun, mixed together, making people instinctively cover their noses or gag. Tian City, once a small but famous tourist city in China, had been completely ruined by the beasts. Tall buildings had collapsed, and white bones were scattered everywhere. Some were beasts, but more were innocent civilians killed by the beasts. Ugh, we have to survive here for 7 days? I can't stand the smell. This is nothing. Surviving is not the key, only killing the beasts can earn points. Damn, is that a beast's roar? It sounds so scary. Before Lu Yuan, many candidates from other cities arrived at the number 91 exam site. They stood outside the red line, hesitating to step forward. A girl with double ponytails frowned repeatedly, complaining about the air in the beast-destroyed city. Even though the exam official had reminded them that the exam had started and candidates could leave for the city, no one moved. Anyone want to team up? I'm a Wood Element Warrior, Body Refinement Realm, 3 stars. Are there any support-type professionals? We need someone to help restore spirit power and heal injuries. The minimum requirement is Body Refinement Realm, 2 stars. Before long, the exam site became lively. Although everyone was unfamiliar with each other, they all chose to team up for a better chance at good results. The double ponytail girl who had been complaining about the air looked at Lu Yuan, but before she could invite him to team up, she saw him step out of the red line alone. So brave, he dares to hunt beasts alone? The 100 or so candidates at the exam site all looked at Lu Yuan, watching him disappear into the ruins. A scorching heat wave rushed toward him, and the air shimmered with visible ripples. Soon, Lu Yuan encountered the first beast of the martial arts exam. Hiss. In the ruins on either side of the street, a 2-meter-long, half-meter-high giant lizard blocked Lu Yuan's way. Its back was covered in iron spikes, and its fangs were thick and sharp. The amber eyes exuded a fierce light as they caught the scent of the human race. Ironback lizard can reach up to Body Refining Realm 8 stars. As for its weaknesses, Lu Yuan shook his head, watching the ironback lizard twist its limbs, opening its bloody maw to charge at him. Humans enhance their power through the demon crystals inside ferocious beasts, while the beasts evolve and grow stronger by devouring human flesh and blood. So, when the ironback lizard saw Lu Yuan, it became so excited. Spirit power wove a red long thread and threw it out, summoning a tall and powerful bloodthirsty soldier holding a long sword and shield in front of Lu Yuan. Bang! 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 The shield struck heavily on the ironback lizard's head, making a dull sound. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The ironback lizard's eyes swirled with gold stars, completely powerless under the absolute strength. This scene was brutal and bloody, and soon the ironback lizard was dismembered and torn apart. Circling in the air, the vulture was eager to try, but Lu Yuan stopped controlling the bloodthirsty soldier and picked up the light blue demon crystal from the ground. He didn't need to know the weaknesses of the ironback lizard. With this level of strength, even without using the Blood Calamity, Blood Butcher, an ordinary bloodthirsty soldier would suffice. The bracelet displayed the number 60, proving that this ironback lizard was at Body Refining Realm 6 stars. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 20 bloodthirsty soldiers appeared. With Lu Yuan's current spirit power reserves, he could control up to 80 bloodthirsty soldiers at once. Each bloodthirsty soldier was at Body Refining Realm 8 stars, equipped with full armor and weapons, and the Blood Calamity, Blood Butcher, would also use spirit techniques, making them more than capable of dealing with ferocious beasts at the Qi Refining Realm. Looking towards the city, which had been overrun by ferocious beasts and reduced to ruins, Lu Yuan controlled the bloodthirsty soldiers, marching forward with great momentum. Noon, the sun was blinding. Rolling black smoke rose, and on the outskirts of the desolate urban area, several examinees were besieging a multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Push harder, it's almost done for. The examinee, who had an excited expression, shouted while throwing basketball-sized fireballs at the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. His name was Yi Jiwei, awakened with the fire attribute combat profession, and had reached Body Refining Realm 5 stars. This temporary team consisted of 7 people, with Yi Jiwei being the strongest, and the lowest realm being Body Refining Realm 3 stars. 5 of them were combat professions, and 2 were support professions. Under the combined efforts of everyone, the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion's steps were faltering, its claws weakly waving.
If we kill it, will we get 80 points? A female examinee with an awakened support profession asked.
Yes, this is a multi-tailed human-faced scorpion at Body Refining Realm 8 stars.
Yi Jiwei answered.
The multi-tailed human-faced scorpion had a hard shell like steel and a tail that contained deadly poison. It was easy to tell the strength of a multi-tailed human-faced scorpion by counting the number of tails.
This one had exactly 8 tails. Wei Go is the strongest and contributes the most. You finish it off and get the kill points. A fellow examinee suggested.
I think so too. Hopefully, by the end of the martial exam, all 7 of us can at least get into a second-tier university. Hearing this, Yi Jiwei was a little moved, as the decision of who would kill the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion for points was made in a few words. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and everyone was easily fending off the attacks of the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, preparing to wear it down. Whoosh! 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 The sound of piercing air came, followed by a few screams. Yi Jiwei turned his head abruptly after seeing 2 of his teammates hit by poisonous stingers in the back, their lips visibly turning black, and the poison gradually spreading to their faces and skin. He swallowed hard and quickly turned his head.
A larger multi-tailed human-faced scorpion with 9 tails appeared behind them. It has a companion?
The team members panicked. 9 tails meant this multi-tailed human-faced scorpion was a Body Refining Realm 9 stars ferocious beast. Yi Jiwei's face twitched as he realized that things had gone terribly wrong. It was very likely that a group of multi-tailed human-faced scorpions lived nearby, and not to mention that they were already struggling to kill an 8-star multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, now a 9-star one had arrived. Whoosh! 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 9 tails, filled with deadly poison, swayed in the air. The powerful and precise strike aimed directly at the candidates in the field. The strongest among them, Yi Jiwei, struggled to resist, his realm at Body Refining stage 2 stars, while his teammates at 3 stars were frequently hit, black blood spilling from their wounds as they collapsed to the ground, weak and powerless.
Help, help me!
A girl, poisoned and unable to move, stammered, her pupils widening as the scorpion tail of the creature neared her neck, ready to strike.
Ding!
The scorpion tail struck the armor, making a sound like iron clashing. The girl stood frozen, staring at the creature that had just saved her from the fatal blow.
A monster?
2 meters tall, with the head of a wolf and the body of a man, draped in broken bone armor, tightly gripping a serrated chain blade.
What kind of monster is this?
Yi Jiwei was also confused, then he heard a squealing scream. He didn't know when, but several other monsters, wearing dark red armor, had appeared. They raised their long knives, slashing down to deal with the 8-star Body Refining stage, multi-tailed, human-faced scorpion. In the distance, Yuan focused on controlling Blood Butcher and Bloodslaughter soldiers. Looking at the 9-star Body Refining stage multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, a smile appeared on Yuan's face.
SSS class weird puppet, let's see how strong you really are.
With that, he commanded Blood Butcher to charge at the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Chapter 6, The Heavens Punishment Legion. Yi Jiwei wiped the sweat from his forehead, his spirit stretched to its limits, his energy nearly depleted, and examined the group of monsters that had suddenly appeared.
Are they enemies or allies?
Yi Jiwei was unsure, so he stood still, not daring to move. When he saw the wolf-headed, human-bodied Blood Butcher charging at the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, Yi Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly began tending to his teammates' wounds. Brother Wei, are these monsters summoned by dark attribute combat professions? One teammate asked. Among all the combat professions, only the dark attribute can summon monsters.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yi Jiwei shook his head. Dark attributes summon monsters are usually skeleton soldiers, but these creatures, in terms of both strength and appearance, were far superior to skeleton soldiers.
Indeed, watching Blood Butcher battle the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but curse. What the hell, so strong? Boom! Boom! Boom!
Under Yuan's control, the SSS-class weird puppet, Blood Disaster Blood Butcher, collided head-on with the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Blood condensed into armor, which was worn by Blood Butcher. Using the spiritual technique, Blood Armor, Blood Butcher took large steps forward, ignoring the attacks of the scorpion tail and claws from the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion.
Seeing this, Yi Jiwei and his teammates twitched their mouths.
The scorpion tail of the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion not only carried deadly poison, but a strike could unleash a 1,000-pound force. Yet, all of this posed no pressure for Blood Butcher wearing the blood armor.
Instant kill.
The poisoned blood was squeezed out, and the teammate who had been bandaged stood up, watching as Blood Butcher systematically severed the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion tails and punched, smashing its limbs.
Not only did the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion squeal in pain, but even they watching it were in agony. It was the very definition of bloody violence. Brother Wei, this monster killed the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Do you think it will kill us too?
Hearing his teammates' words, Yi Jiwei smiled wryly.
Then let's just obediently stick out our necks and let it kill us, Yi Jiwei said.
The wolf-headed, human-bodied monster was at the 8-star body refining stage, along with 20 Blood Butcher soldiers wearing dark red armor, all of whom were also at the 8-star body refining stage. The strength disparity was too great. If they fought, they would only be killed in an instant.
9-star body refining stage. Lu Yuan felt the breakthrough in his realm.
In less than 8 days since awakening, he had gone from 1-star to 9-star in body refining. While others need to absorb monster crystals, wasting time and effort, he could increase his power through the Blood Butcher's spiritual technique, Blood's Taste.
9-star body refining stage monster crystals.
2 multi-tailed human-faced scorpions were definitely dead, and looking at the 2 body refining stage 8-star and 9-star monster crystals, the candidates teamed up with Yi Jiwei licked their lips. These 2 monster crystals were worth nearly $20,000, and absorbing them could quickly help professionals recover their spiritual energy. Thinking of this, one candidate reached out for the monster crystals. A bloodthirsty soldier raised his long sword and pointed it ahead.
Li Yuxing, don't be stupid, Yi Jiwei quickly warned.
The exam candidate named Li Yuxing quickly raised both hands, fearing that the bloodthirsty soldier would end his life with a single strike.
Sha 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 sha.
Footsteps approached, and Yi Jiwei fixed his gaze on the boy in white school uniform, with the words Yunhai printed on his chest. The bloodthirsty soldier knelt on one knee, holding out the spoils of war, 2 demon crystals, one with 8 stars and the other with 9 stars in body refinement.
Thank you, my friend, for your help. Yi Jiwei confirmed that the boy was the one who saved them. Lu Yuan glanced at Yi Jiwei, controlling the bloodthirsty soldier and the other soldiers to leave. Brother Wei, he's so strong, why don't we invite him to join our team? Li Yuxing said. If Lu Yuan joined them, maybe everyone could get into a top university. It's not that easy.
The fact that he helped us means we're very lucky. A candidate at his level targets top-tier universities. If we really teamed up, we'd be a burden to him. Yi Jiwei shook his head, almost saying that we don't deserve it. What puzzled him was what kind of profession Lu Yuan had awakened, as he had never heard of it. The team fell silent, searching for nearby herbs to cure the poison of the multi-tailed man-faced scorpion.
540 points.
In the abandoned building, Lu Yuan sat in the shade, taking out water and compressed food from his backpack to replenish his energy. After killing another body refinement realm 8-star and 9-star fierce beast, his score had reached 540 points. This score was enough to meet the admission line for a top university, and the martial exam had only passed half a day.
Heaven's Punishment Legion.
Lu Yuan's mind flashed with the materials needed to create the Heaven's Punishment Legion's eerie dolls. When he was in Tianhua City, he originally wanted to make some eerie dolls for the 9 major legions, since they would be useful sooner or later. The higher the level, the more eerie dolls he could control at once. However, aside from the Bloodthirsty Legion, other legions were lacking materials to some degree. After arriving in Tian City, Lu Yuan had gathered quite a few good materials, including the key ones that were previously missing for creating the Heaven's Punishment Legion. Looking at the materials placed on the ground, Lu Yuan began crafting the eerie dolls for the Heaven's Punishment Legion.
Zila Zila. A faint electric current filled the entire abandoned building, and a soldier in deep blue armor, holding a spear, was about to take shape.
Night fell, and Tian City returned to its quiet state.
Hunting fierce beasts at night was extremely risky.
The fierce beasts living in Tian City were very familiar with the surrounding environment and had sharp senses. For exam candidates, they would rather hunt more fierce beasts during the day to earn points than wander around at night.
Brother Wei, we're having good luck today.
Everyone's score has reached 150 points. Li Yuxing, with his horse-like face and awakened wind attribute combat profession, said with a smile.
Good luck, indeed.
If that person hadn't acted in time this afternoon, we would have been dead by the multi-tailed man-faced scorpion's hands. Yi Jiwei sighed in relief, then stopped in front of an abandoned building.
Everyone stay close to me, let's check the building to see if there are any fierce beasts. If there are none, we'll rest here tonight.
Yi Jiwei carefully climbed the stairs. Fierce beasts could appear anywhere in Tian City, and a slight mistake could lead to an ambush and death on the spot. They had observed this abandoned building for quite some time, and hadn't seen any signs of fierce beasts, but Yi Jiwei still took a cautious approach.
Nothing on the first floor. Nothing on the second floor, either. After checking each floor and finding nothing unusual, Yi Jiwei and his team looked up towards the third floor.
This abandoned building originally had 7 floors, but now only 3 floors remained after being destroyed. Dark clouds covered the moon, and in the pitch-black night, Yi Jiwei held his breath, focusing. He was a fire attribute practitioner, but he didn't dare to gather flames to light the way, as it would attract the attention of fierce beasts.
If the third floor is safe, we'll be fine, Yi Jiwei said, reminding his teammates to stay ready for battle at any moment.
Sha 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 sha. The footsteps grew denser. They reached the only closed door in the corridor.
Yi Jiwei mustered up the courage to open it.
Upon seeing the situation in the room, Yi Jiwei and his teammates were completely stunned. The bloodthirsty monster with a wolf's head and a human's body coldly stared at them, along with dozens of bloodthirsty soldiers. Not only that, but there was a group of monsters clad in deep blue armor, holding long spears. The monsters emitted a crackling electrical sound, and as Lu Yuan opened his eyes, they all raised their spears, gathering lightning strikes, poised and ready. Yi Jiwei's legs went weak, as he realized that Lu Yuan had broken through from the 8-star body refinement stage to the 9-star, and all the monsters in the room were the same, all 9-star body refinement stage. The monsters holding the spears were even more terrifying than the ones in dark red armor.
They could actually use spiritual techniques, even exclusive lightning techniques for lightning attribute professionals. Thunder Cut. Chapter 7, The Crisis of Tianhua City. It's you again? With a flash of lightning, Lu Yuan looked towards Yi Jiwei and the others. Upon confirming that it was the exam candidates and not fierce beasts breaking into the room, Lu Yuan ordered the Thunder Punishment soldiers to stop gathering the Thunder Cut. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and Yi Jiwei rubbed his nose. He hadn't expected to encounter Lu Yuan again. Looking at the room, filled to the brim with eerie puppet soldiers, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but feel envious. These were 9-star body refinement stage monsters, and there were so many of them each one could easily defeat their 7 members. Sorry for the disturbance, we'll leave right away, Yi Jiwei said with understanding.
He could tell that Lu Yuan didn't want to interact with them too much, so he immediately decided to leave the abandoned building.
Brother Wei.
One of his teammates hesitated to speak, since they had finally found a safe place to rest. Being outside at night, they could easily encounter fierce beasts and be ambushed.
Go to the room next door. Before Yi Jiwei could speak, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice.
As long as they didn't disturb his rest, everything could be discussed, and besides, he wasn't a cold-hearted person.
Thank you, Yi Jiwei said, overjoyed, and quietly led his teammates to the next room.
With Lu Yuan there, they would be able to sleep soundly that night. Moonlight refracted through the window, and Lu Yuan gazed at the Thunder Punishment Legion he had just created. Unlike the Bloodthirsty Legion, which held long knives and shields, the Thunder Punishment Legion tightly gripped spiral long spears. They had a terrifying appearance, with 2 sets of eyes on their abdomens, and they exuded a strong lightning attribute aura. The Thunder Punishment soldiers not only used Thunder Cut, but could also use multiple exclusive lightning attribute professional skills. This was something Lu Yuan was pleased with.
Among all combat professions, fire and lightning were recognized as the most destructive attributes. Tomorrow, I can focus on hunting fierce beasts, Lu Yuan said confidently.
Now, he had 100 Bloodthirsty Legion soldiers and 20 Thunder Punishment soldiers. With the Bloodthirsty Destruction Blood Butcher added in, even encountering a Chi refining stage fierce beast wouldn't stop him from killing it. Taking a 9-star body refinement stage demon crystal from his backpack, Lu Yuan entered a cultivation state. The martial exam was like a narrow bridge with thousands of soldiers crossing. Every minute and second couldn't be wasted. Today was the day the martial exam began, a grand event that caught the attention of the entire nation of China. Douyin, Weibo, and other major social media platforms were buzzing with heated discussions about this year's martial exam. Hot Search first place, son of Thunder Alliance leader Chu Wuxia revealed his awakening of a 4-attribute combat profession, with known attributes of lightning, earth, wind, and the last attribute still a mystery.
Hot Search second place, Zhang Tianxia from Magic Capital awakened the golden attribute, with SSS-level talent for combat profession. Hot Search third place, various universities released their exam scorelines, with a 30-point increase compared to last year's average. The top 20 hot searches were all about the martial exam, and the most discussed were Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianxia. One was the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, the other was the current head's daughter from a prominent family in Magic Capital. The reason they attracted such high discussion wasn't just because of their noble status. It was because of their awakened professions and talents. After hitting the hot search, the comments section quickly exploded to tens of thousands of posts. Hard practice, self-sufficient, 4 professions? Chu Wuxia is a bit overpowered. This year's martial exam champion is probably going to be him. Even the coldest man has a warm side. Zhang Tianxia isn't bad either. Metal SSS level talent, just the talent alone crushes 99.9% of the candidates in the martial arts exam. Press your return key. Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianxia are fine in reality, but online, they're just average, not even a single hair compared to me, Xin Jingbing. The discussion about the martial arts exam continues, dominating the hot search list and major social media platforms. The next morning, in the top floor conference room of the Tianhua City Government Building,
A heavy atmosphere spread in the air as Zhou Wenbin sat in his chair chatting casually with his colleagues.
Why does everyone look so worried? Zhou Wenbin wondered.
Today is the second day of the martial arts exam, and all senior class teachers in Tianhua City gathered at the education hall to check the scores of the students from their classes who participated in the exam. What confused Zhou Wenbin was that the leaders sitting in the front row, including the director of education and the vice principal, were all sighing deeply.
The scores haven't been released yet, right? His colleagues looked confused, unsure of what was going on.
The door to the conference room opened, and a middle-aged man in his early 50s, with gray hair at the temples, walked in.
Seeing this man, everyone in the conference room stood up. The person who entered was none other than Yun Weihua, the mayor of Tianhua City. Behind Yun Weihua followed the principals of the 3 high schools in Tianhua City.
Their expressions were serious, heads lowered as if deep in thought.
Teachers, I have some bad news to tell you. This year may very well be the last martial arts exam held under the name of Tianhua City. Yun Weihua's voice was hoarse, and his eyes full of unwillingness. The entire conference room was in an uproar, as everyone did not understand what the mayor meant.
In the past 2 years, the overall martial arts exam results in Tianhua City have been unsatisfactory. After careful consideration by the provincial government, it has been decided to cancel Tianhua City and transfer the 3 districts to be managed by nearby cities. Yun Weihua's words were shocking, causing the teachers present to tremble in shock.
Tianhua City is going to disappear?
No wonder the mayor and the 3 principals had such expressions. The martial arts exam results are the most important criteria for evaluating each city, even surpassing GDP. In the past 2 years, the overall martial arts exam results in Tianhua City have been disastrous. Although Yun Weihua claimed that the 3 original high schools in Tianhua City would be retained, everyone knew the truth. Once Tianhua City is abolished and they join other cities, they will inevitably receive fewer educational resources. After all, other cities also have key high schools, and no one will give their educational resources to newly joined schools.
Cherish this last martial arts exam, in the name of Tianhua City, Yun Weihua said, and the big screen behind him lit up.
First place, Li Jinxue, 2,000 points, Tianhua City Tianhua High School. Second place, Jiang Wangchuan, 1,400 points, Tianhua City Xinghui High School. Third place, Lin Shuang, 1,200 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. The scores were listed from high to low, and upon seeing Li Jinxue in first place, far ahead of the others, Luo Jingxue, the principal of Tianhua High School, showed a smile. Li Jinxue is a key student at Tianhua High School, with first place in all subjects such as basic and theoretical courses.
And Li Jinxue lived up to expectations, awakening the time attribute combat profession with SS-level talent.
Currently, she ranks first in the entire city in the martial arts exam, greatly boosting the school's reputation.
Mayor, if Li Jinxue gets into a top university, does Tianhua City have a chance to remain? Luo Jingxue asked.
It's difficult, but if it remains, Tianhua High School's educational resources will double next year.
Yun Weihua promised.
If Tianhua City disappears, Yun Weihua, as the mayor, will naturally no longer have a reason to exist. Whether it's him or the 3 principals present, everyone hopes that Tianhua City will remain. Hearing this, Luo Jingxue was pleased, but the principals of Xinghui High School and Zhang Zhenghong's expressions changed. Lin Shuang, try your best, thought Zhang Zhenghong. In previous years, Yunhai High School was always at the bottom of the rankings in the martial arts exam. This year, among the awakened students, only Lin Shuang, with a spatial combat attribute and S-level talent, has the potential to surpass the students from the other 2 schools. Most of the students in the top 10 were from Tianhua High School, followed by Xinghui High School. Yunhai had only a pitiful 2 students. This made Zhang Zhenghong feel a strong sense of crisis, hoping that his students in the top 20 could work harder.
Can we make it to the top 10?
Old Joe, is that student from your class? The mayor of Tian City was talking to 3 principals while the homeroom teachers of various high schools whispered among themselves, carefully looking for their own students. Seeing their students among the top 100, the teachers smiled happily. Whether Tianhua City can be preserved is something significant people need to consider. They care more about how much their monthly salary is. Schools will award homeroom teachers corresponding bonuses based on the students' rankings. For instance, from 90 to 100th place, each student earns a reward of 5,000 yuan.
5,000 yuan is already considered a high amount in such a small city like Tianhua. Don't joke, I didn't see Qin Shoxing's name.
Zhou Wenbin said gloomily. He knew that his class had a chance to break into the top 100 students, mainly because of the fire attribute awakened A-grade talent Qin Shoxing.
Isn't Lu Yuan from your class, said the homeroom teacher of class 9, who had a good relationship with Zhou Wenbin.
Who?
Zhou Wenbin looked towards the lower ranking positions.
88th place, Lu Yuan, 600 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. Zhou Wenbin was surprised. He remembered that despite Lu Yuan's extremely high talent, being SSS level, his awakened profession was a puppet master.
This profession has only had 2 awakenings in Blue Star's history, thus there are no matching spiritual skills. Unlike combat professions, students can learn appropriate spiritual skills below the mysterious level of their own attributes for free.
Thus, the martial arts examination held 7 days after awakening is meant to give candidates time to learn spiritual skills and train.
So how does he fight? Zhou Wenbin stared at Lu Yuan in the 88th position, curious about how Lu Yuan scored so high and what means he used to hunt ferocious beasts. Chapter 8, Blackfire and Queen.
As the sun rose, everything woke up. In Tian City, at the outskirts of an abandoned chemical city, a 9-star Iron Lion beast was enjoying its breakfast. A 4-star blood-tooth pig. Only the weak are preyed upon by the strong. This is an eternal truth, equally applicable to ferocious beasts. With sharp claws, the lion quickly gutted the blood-tooth pig. Blood soaked the ground, and suddenly, the Iron Lion beast, feasting, smelled something, letting out a deafening roar. It detected the scent of human beings. Compared to its own kind, the Iron Lion beast preferred to consume human flesh, as it tasted better and made it stronger. Spiritual energy converged and wove a red line that flew around. Seeing the Iron Lion beast roaring repeatedly, Lu Yuan controlled the puppet soldiers to strike first. The bloodshed soldier raised its shield while 20 heavenly punishment soldiers aimed their spears at the Iron Lion beast. Zzz. Before the Iron Lion beast could charge, the lightning strike gathered blue light and blew it apart. Too weak. Lu Yuan shook his head. Such a strong beast was now far from being his opponent. He picked up the monster crystal on the ground and continued exploring. Killing ferocious beasts, enhancing strength through the Bloodslaughter spiritual skill taste of blood. Then repeating the process, over and over again. Lu Yuan tirelessly continued the same work, clearly becoming a merciless meat grinder for hunting ferocious beasts. After a morning of effort, his score jumped from 3 digits to 4 digits, reaching 1,100 points. He broke 1,000. In the Tianhua city government, Zhou Wenbin exclaimed uncontrollably. In an instant, everyone's gaze in the conference room shifted to him, and Zhou Wenbin scratched his head upon seeing this. Compared to other homeroom teachers from the same school chatting and laughing, Zhou Wenbin felt immensely dull. Mainly because none of his students ranked in the top 100, making him unable to join in the conversation. This was quite awkward. What Zhou Wenbin did not expect was that it was not Qin Shoshing breaking into the top 100, but Lu Yuan, whom he had no hope for. Upon learning that Lu Yuan participated in the martial arts examination, Zhou Wenbin was even momentarily stunned. This teacher is referring to Lu Yuan, who is ranked 35th. Mayor Yun Weihua said while chatting with the 3 principals. He was also keeping an eye on the big screen's rankings and their movements. Lu Yuan frequently caught his attention. This candidate from Yunhai High School. Scores soared from 600 to 1100 points. Students ranked in the top 100 of the city generally saw their scores rise very slowly, sometimes not changing for over 10 minutes. Only Lu Yuan's score fluctuated frequently, skyrocketing from 88th to 35th in less than 2.5 hours. Hearing Yun Weihua's words, Zhou Wenbin, the homeroom teacher of Lu Yuan, nodded. 35th place is quite good. Yun Weihua praised, not paying attention to the top 10 students in his mind. They were the hope for Tianhua City to maintain its reputation. Especially Li Jinxue, who scored exceptionally well. If she could get into a top university with excellent results, provincial leaders might change their minds. Lu Yuan. Seeing this name, Zhang Zhenghong, the principal of Yunhai High School, frowned and exchanged a glance with Zhou Wenbin. Both perceived mutual confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Though Zhang Zhenghong didn't say anything, he frequently glanced at the big screen displaying Lu Yuan in 35th place. In Tian City, a 9-star steel rock rhinoceros heavily crashed to the ground. Its tough skin was riddled with holes, and its proud, 1,000-pound horn was easily severed and cast aside. Heaven's punishment soldiers were on the left, Bloodslaughter soldiers on the right. Lu Yuan extracted the demon crystal from the steel rock rhinoceros with bare hands. Looking at the thorny protective net enclosed by iron bars and the many scattered wooden signs stuck in the ground, Lu Yuan realized he had unknowingly arrived at the center of Tian City. Danger, you have entered a beast-infested area. The wooden sign depicted 5 skulls, with this sentence written in blood-red letters. Beast-infested area, proving that the lowest-level beasts ahead started at the 8-star body refining stage, and Qi refining beasts could be seen everywhere. The sign served to remind examinees to proceed cautiously to avoid being torn apart by unbeatable beasts. Risk is proportional to reward. Hunting Qi refining beasts earns higher scores, with 1 star yielding as much as 200 points. 200 points required hunting 21-star body refining beasts. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan walked into the beast-infested area through a pre-reserved iron net opening. Under the shining sun, Bloodslaughter soldiers and Heaven's punishment soldiers began a new wave of slaughter. While hunting the beasts, Lu Yuan encountered several examinees. Some were solitary like himself, while others formed temporary teams, with each examinee having a cultivation level of at least 5-star body refining. Wow, this is so exhilarating, the score is skyrocketing. Leave some for me, I only have 500 points and still need quite a bit more to get to a top university.
Dream on. You need points, but I don't. Whoever kills the beast gets the points. So lively? Seeing 20 to 30 examinees gathered ahead, occasionally bursting into laughter and chatting, Yuan walked over. The temperature around rose steadily. A dark, damp cave was continuously crawled out of by fist-sized black-red ants. Yuan immediately recognized what kind of beast this was. Black fire ants, a beast that loves magma, can cultivate to the peak of chi refining. There were about 300 to 400 black fire ants on the ground, but their strength ranged only from 5-star to 6-star body refining. Damn, I told you not to laugh so loudly, here comes another one competing for points. Upon seeing Yuan approach, an examinee awakened to an Earth-type combat profession cursed. Yuan understood why they were so happy. Killing a black fire ant could earn 60 points, although it wasn't high, the abundant numbers made it worthwhile. These black fire ants weren't strong, making it like free points. Anyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Feeling the surrounding examinees' vigilance, Yuan merely felt curious. Wasn't it said that the beasts in the infested area were at least 8-star body refining? Where did these black fire ants come from? Awesome, so awesome. The examinee who had previously complained about the loud laughter waved his fists wrapped in yellow mud, hitting one black fire ant after another. In less than 2 minutes, he killed 5 or 6, increasing his score by over 300 points. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That examinee suddenly looked up. A giant black fire ant appeared above him, as large as an elephant, with its mouth oozing a foul-smelling liquid. It swallowed him whole in one bite, without him even letting out a scream. The Black Fire Ant Queen. Yuan looked at this terrifyingly large black fire ant, and it was actually a 3-star fierce beast in the chi refining realm. Squeaking sounds intensified, and discovering heavy casualties among its kin, the Black Fire Ant Queen was consumed with rage, crawling out with 20 to 30 peak body refinement black fire ants. Run! Some candidates responded and fled in panic. The situation turned upside down in an instant. Hunters became prey, and some candidates let out horrifying screams as their legs were bitten off by black fire ants. Seeing such a bloody scene, some candidates turned pale, trembling as they pressed their wristbands protection devices, just to avoid becoming food for the black fire ants. The cost of this was giving up their martial exam. Bang bang bang. Yuan focused on controlling Blood Butcher against the Black Fire Ant Queen. This group of black fire ants was the strongest, and once he dealt with it, everything else would be easy. Wearing bloody armor, Blood Butcher swung the serrated chain blade and accurately pierced the leg of the Black Fire Ant Queen. Squelch. A leg as thick as an arm, mixed with green blood, flew off. The Black Fire Ant Queen let out a painful squeal, spraying black flames towards Blood Butcher, but it was all easily blocked. Ah, who is this fierce guy? The candidates, who had lost their qualifications for the martial exam, awaited rescue with a variety of expressions. They could tell that, luckily, Yuan stopped the Black Fire Ant Queen just in time, otherwise, they wouldn't even have had time to activate their shields and would have become the Queen's meal. They thought Yuan would activate his shield as well. After all, he was facing a 3-star fierce beast in the chi refining realm. Who would have thought Yuan would be this fierce, controlling a wolf-headed monster to fight the Black Fire Ant Queen back and forth, even injuring the Black Fire Ant Queen? Squeak squeak squeak. Seeing that Blood Butcher was not to be defeated, the Black Fire Ant Queen changed strategies, calling upon her subordinates to try to surround Blood Butcher. The peak body refinement black fire ants that were chasing the candidates turned back to surround Yuan from different directions. Now he has to activate the defense shield, right? Nearby candidates thought. 1 against 1, he could win, but against so many, Yuan definitely doesn't have a chance. More than 20 peak body refinement black fire ants are no joke, just their flames alone would be enough to take him down. Are there more than people? Yuan glanced at the black fire ant swarm surrounding him, fingers twitching to summon eerie soldiers. 50 blood soldiers banged their swords on their shields, filled with fighting spirit. 20 heavenly punishment soldiers aimed their spears at the Black Fire Ant Queen, their pupils glowing with bloodthirst. Then let's see who has more people. Yuan declared loudly, and in a breath, eerie soldiers stood all around him. Chapter 9, once again facing the 3 great calamities. What kind of monster is that? Candidates inside the shield widened their eyes as they watched Yuan control numerous eerie soldiers, charging fearlessly towards the Black Fire Ant swarm. They thought it was strong enough for Yuan to control one monster, but who knew he could control 70 or 80? Blood Butcher led the charge. The serrated chainblade produced a screeching sound like a cat's claws on a wall, unleashing the blood attribute mystery-level spirit skill, Blood Mist Confusion. Within a 5-mile radius, blood mist spread, causing the Black Fire Ant Queen and the swarm to lose all senses, like headless flies charging around wildly. What's happening? I don't know, I can't see anything, my vision is completely blocked by the blood mist. Damn, luckily we have the shield, this scene is really frightening. Candidates' faces turned pale, especially as the dense screeching made their scalps tingle, unable to tell whether the black fire ants were screaming in pain or squealing in excitement. After a while, the blood mist gradually dissipated. Seeing the scene before them, the candidates were stunned.
A breeze blew, and Lu Yuan stood straight at the original spot. Not far away, Blood Butcher held the Black Fire Ant Queen high, forcefully tearing the 2-star Black Fire Ant Queen in half with sheer strength. Green blood splattered into the air, the foul and bloody odor spread all around. More than 20 peak body refinement Black Fire Ants died in a gruesome manner. Some were cut down by bloodthirsty soldiers wielding long knives, their ant legs severed, their bodies writhing as they yearned to return to their nests. Some were punctured by judgmental soldiers, leaving their bodies riddled with holes, heads rolling about everywhere. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the successfully escaped examinees or those who helplessly activated the shield, their expressions were filled with disbelief.
Did they kill them all? A peak body refining realm beating down a 2-star gaseous beast? This is just too exaggerated.
Amazing, I thought he would give up on the martial test and activate the shield, but he ended up killing them all.
The examinees stared unblinkingly at Lu Yuan.
The blood flowing on the ground was completely absorbed by the Blood Butcher, and Lu Yuan successfully broke through to the gaseous realm. Before long, a black war chariot rushed over, the car door opened, and 4 fully armed combat professionals stepped out. They were patrollers dispatched by the authorities, responsible for protecting the safety of those who activated the shield and gave up on the martial test. Each patrol team comprised combat professionals from the Profound Realm, easily capable of dealing with all the beasts in Tian City. "Looks like you encountered some trouble," said a patroller wearing sunglasses with a smile, but he surveyed the surroundings and found no beasts present.
Gaseous Realm.
The patrol team captain, Hu Jiqian, looked at Lu Yuan and the severed remains of the black fire ant swarm on the ground.
"Did an examinee break through to the gaseous realm?" said the patroller in sunglasses, his tone surprised.
They were responsible for a 30-mile radius, and once an examinee activated the shield, they would rapidly come to the rescue. However, so far, the strongest examinee they had encountered was only a peak 8-star body refining realm. Lu Yuan had already crossed from the body refining realm to become a gaseous realm professional. Awesome, single-handedly taking down a 2-star Black Fire Ant Queen, plus so many Black Fire Ant warriors. The patroller gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up, then began to deactivate the examinees' shields, distributing bread and water to them. "Your martial test ends here. Shortly, you will be sent to the designated teleportation points in the respective cities." Hearing this, the examinees clenched their fists, expressions filled with frustration or despair. The end of the martial test meant they couldn't even make it into an unranked university, putting an early end to their careers as professionals. "What profession did you awaken?" The patrol team captain, Hu Jiqian, looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was not only the first examinee he encountered to break through to the gaseous realm, but also the first examinee whose profession he couldn't identify.
"Eerie Puppet Master," Lu Yuan said.
"Eerie Puppet Master?"
Hu Jiqian raised an eyebrow.
"Captain, what kind of profession is this?" one team member asked with a confused expression. It seemed there was no such attribute in combat professions.
Hu Jiqian fell silent. "Could it be that the captain doesn't know either?" another teammate said. How could I not know? "Eerie Puppet Master, that's just it." Hu Jiqian waved his hand.
"Stop talking nonsense, quickly take this group of examinees away, don't disrupt their martial test." The Black War Chariot arrived quickly and left just as fast, leading the group of examinees who activated the shield away. Their mission had been completed, and they would not provide any help to examinees who hadn't activated the shield and were undergoing a normal martial test. Watching the patrol team leave, Lu Yuan picked up the scattered monster crystals on the ground, and a system prompt sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the gaseous realm. Rewards: Wood Calamity Decay Disaster, Water Calamity Tsong Ming, Earth Calamity Zhang Sha."
3 calamity puppets rewarded at once? Lu Yuan suppressed his excitement.
The strength of the Blood Butcher was evident. A body-refining realm individual taking on gaseous realm beasts fiercely suppressed them. If he could control 4 SSS-grade puppets at once, it wouldn't matter if the Black Fire Ant Queen or her mother came. Yet the surprise was not over. Just after rewarding the 3 calamity puppets, the system prompt sounded again. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered the A-level hidden quest, Braver with Every Battle. Braver with Every Battle, hunt 20 gaseous realm beasts within 48 hours, and increase mental energy reserve by 50 times.
50 times?
Lu Yuan felt as if struck by lightning. He was currently in a situation where there were too many puppet soldiers, causing a lack of energy reserve. While a gaseous realm individual could control 100 puppet soldiers at once, they could not control the SSS-grade puppet Blood Butcher. If this A-level task is completed, no matter how many strange soldiers are created in the future, he can control them all at the same time.
"First, let's assemble the 3 disaster dolls," Lu Yuan said clearly.
With 4 disaster dolls in hand, who cares about 20 ferocious beasts in the Qi refining realm, or even double that?
Tianhua City Government, top floor conference room. 3,000 points.
The voice was deafening, startling everyone present. This statement did not come from Zhou Wenbin, but from the vice principal of Tianhua High School, Hua Jijian.
"What's the big deal?" 3,000 points for Li Jinxue is quite normal, said the principal of Tianhua High School, Luo Jingrui. Principal, no. It's not Li Jinxue, it's Lu Yuan from Tianhai High School. Guo Zhijian stammered as he pointed to the ranking board. Who is Lu Yuan? Luo Jingrui frowned. It seemed there was no name like that among the top 10 students. First, Li Jinxue, 3,500 points, Tianhua City Tianhua High School. Second, Lu Yuan, 3,000 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Third, Zhang Wangchuan, 2,200 points, Tianhua City Xinghui High School. Fourth, Lin Shuang, 1,800 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Where did he come from? The three principals, vice principals, and class teachers in the conference room looked at each other in confusion. Mayor Yun Weihua stood in front of the ranking board. He remembered Lu Yuan. He was previously in 35th place, and his score had risen very quickly. But that was all. After all, as the mayor, Yun Weihua focused on the top 10 students' scores. This Lu Yuan's score started at over 1,000 and soared to 3,000 points in less than 30 seconds. Guo Zhijian explained why he was shocked. Other students had scores that increased by 70 or 80, but Lu Yuan had jumped by 2,000 at once. Anyone would find it incredible. Principal Zhang, Lu Yuan is your student, right? Yun Weihua stared intently at the second-place Lu Yuan. At this moment, only Li Jinxue and Lu Yuan in Tianhua City had scores far ahead, with Lu Yuan leading the third-ranking Zhang Wangchuan by a full 800 points. Exactly, Zhang Zhenghong nodded, still in a daze. What profession does this student awaken, and what is the level of his talent? At this moment, Yun Weihua was very interested in Lu Yuan. Doll Master, SSS-level talent. Zhang Zhenghong stated. Upon hearing SSS-level talent, Yun Weihua and the other two principals swallowed hard, while the leaders and class teachers from both high schools widened their eyes. Since the establishment of Huaxia, there had never been an SSS-level talent in Tianhua City, whether in combat, support, or life professions. Bang! Yun Weihua slammed the table hard. Why didn't you tell me about such a high talent awakening? Do you know that Tianhua City is in a precarious situation and desperately needs a student to shine in the martial arts exam? Yun Weihua was both excited and angry. Wait, Doll Master? Yun Weihua noticed a problem. He had never heard of this profession. Ah, Doll Master? Tianhua High School principal Luo Jingrui twitched his lips, finally understanding why Zhang Zhenghong was now bitterly smiling. This profession was so rare that, until now, only 2 Doll Masters had awakened in Blue Star, and with Lu Yuan, there were 3. After hearing Zhang Zhenghong's explanation, Yun Weihua rubbed his temples. Since Doll Masters do not learn spiritual techniques, how did Lu Yuan get such a high score? Yun Weihua focused on the key point. I don't know either. Zhang Zhenghong was at a loss. He also wanted to ask the mayor. On the day of the awakening ceremony, Lu Yuan's SSS-level talent was so eye-catching that even the teachers at Tianhua High School remembered him. No matter how you say it, this is a good thing. If both Li Jinxue and Lu Yuan enter top-notch universities, then it's highly probable that provincial leaders will abandon the plan for Tianhua City's dissolution. Yun Weihua said. Hearing this, everyone felt invigorated, as nobody wanted to join a strange city. The second day of the martial arts exam allows for the entry of student numbers to check scores, while the third day allows for real-time viewing of students' specific situations through their numbers. This means that to find out the reason for Lu Yuan's soaring scores, one would have to wait until tomorrow. Third place. Zhou Wenbin was so excited he almost choked while sporting a silly grin. If Lu Yuan maintains this ranking, even if he falls to the top 10, he also has a bonus of 100,000 yuan to take. Old Zhou, congratulations. This year's bonus is probably going to make you rich, a colleague said enviously. With a guaranteed 100,000 yuan, it would be a lie to say I'm not envious. Actually, I didn't teach Lu Yuan much. Zhou Wenbin scratched his head and said honestly, preparing for the martial exam during this time he had been focused on teaching Qin Shouxing. In the top 100, there is no Qin Shouxing, but Lu Yuan instead rushed into the top 3. You're being modest. You must treat us tonight. I'm going to make sure you fork out a lot. Eating 200 or 300 is not too much, right? A colleague teased, thinking Zhou Wenbin was just showing off. It is estimated that Zhou Wenbin stayed at Lu Yuan's house for 7 days preparing for the martial exam, teaching Lu Yuan one-on-one. Eating 500 or 600 is not too much. Zhou Wenbin generously said it was no problem. Why hasn't Lu Yuan's score changed? Someone said. Unknowingly, 7 or 8 minutes had passed. It was noon, not evening, which was the prime time for hunting fierce beasts. He might be resting, a colleague speculated, suggesting that it was normal to take a break after a fierce battle. Half an hour passed. Lu Yuan's score stuck at 3,000 points with no movement. This shouldn't be. Zhou Wenbin began to panic. Every second counts in the martial exam. Lu Yuan can't be resting for an hour, right? Is it possible that he? The person speaking didn't dare to continue. Though the officials considered everything carefully, placing candidates' safety first, the martial exam is not absolutely safe. Many candidates have died in the martial exam, and the fact that Lu Yuan hasn't moved greatly increases the chance that he has died at the hands of a fierce beast. In the meeting room, you could hear a pin drop. Mayor Yun Weihua's face was dark, and the three principals frowned tightly. They had just imagined Lu Yuan and Li Jinxue both entering top universities, becoming heroes to stop the disintegration of Tianhua City, but soon after, Lu Yuan died in the martial exam? Chapter 10, Storm Tiger Pack. In the center of Tian City, in a certain residential area. The community had long collapsed into ruins, but the underground parking garage remained intact. Cars were covered in thick dust. After solving the nearby fierce beasts, Lu Yuan decided to assemble the three great disaster puppets here. With experience in assembling Bloodslaughter, this time Lu Yuan was much faster, finishing the entire assembly in just 2 hours. A tall, slender monster, wrapped in vines, was the first to be born. As this monster appeared, the entire parking garage was quickly wrapped and rooted by vines, resembling a forest. This monster was the wood disaster puppet, Corruption. Heavy rain began to pour from the sky. A monster with blue and white skin, holding a trident, stood in front of Lu Yuan. The water disaster puppet, Sangming, was born. Bang, bang, bang. Muscled, nearly 3 meters tall, composed of rocks, the earth disaster puppet, Zhangsha, let out a deep, angry roar. The three great disasters stood opposite Lu Yuan, kneeling on one knee in unison. Blood can rust blades, bones can turn to ashes, the oath carved on the spine is more eternal than the throne. Corruption greets the master. Sangming greets the master. Zhangsha greets the master. Again? Lu Yuan looked at the three great disasters that spoke. The Bloodslaughter had also sworn loyalty to him when it was first created. Crimson spiritual threads fused into the bodies of the three great disasters as Lu Yuan checked their abilities. Wood disaster puppet, Corruption. SSS-level puppet. Realm, Chi refinement stage 1 star. Spiritual skills, Vine Bind, Flying Leaf Storm, Forest Protection, Poison Vine Dance. Seeing Corruption's spiritual skills, plus the title of the wood disaster puppet, Lu Yuan realized his guess was correct. Corruption is a control-type combat profession, with spiritual skills mainly focused on harassment and control. The water disaster puppet, Sangming, and the earth disaster puppet, Zhangsha, are both combat professions, one with powerful skills and the other with tough defenses, heavy on power and defense. I have obtained the 4 great disasters. Lu Yuan looked up at the sunny sky and again took control of 20 heavenly punishment soldiers. The 4 great disasters in front, 20 heavenly punishment soldiers following closely behind. A unique puppet team of Chi refinement stage belonging to Lu Yuan left the parking garage, starting a new round of hunting fierce beasts. It moved. Lu Yuan's score moved. In the hall of the Tianhua city government, those who guessed Lu Yuan had died in the martial exam wore worried expressions. For a full 2 hours, Lu Yuan's score showed no change, like a pool of stagnant water. Zhou Wenbin, not ready to accept defeat, stared intently at the ranking board. Although he often said to his class, "You are the worst group of students I have ever taught." After 3 years of being together day and night, Zhou Wenbin knew each student's name and personality clearly. For him, he would rather give up his bonus than see his students return safely from the martial exam. Suddenly, Lu Yuan, ranked second with 3,000 points, jumped to 3,300 points, and Zhou Wenbin exclaimed with joy. It moved again. At these words, Mayor Yun Weihua and everyone in the conference room turned their heads in unison. 3,500 points. Zhang Zhenghong pointed at the ranking board. Rank 1, Li Jinxue, 4,200 points, Tianhua City Tianhua High School. Rank 2, Lu Yuan, 3,500 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Rank 3, Zhang Wangchuan, 2,500 points, Tianhua City Xinghui High School. Zhou Wenbin's and the principal of Yunhai High School's faces turned red. He's not dead. The score moving proves that Lu Yuan did not die at the hands of the beast. He is still continuing the martial exam. Good job. Does Lu Yuan have a chance to surpass Li Jinxue and become the number 1 in Tianhua City? The principal, Zhang Zhenghong, asked eagerly. Since the establishment of Tianhai High School, the best score in the martial exam was only 4th place in Tianhua City. They had never even touched the top 3. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already broken history and was even hopeful of becoming number 1 in Tianhua City. There's a great chance. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Yuan jumped from 3,300 to 3,500 points, proving he killed a Chi refinement beast, and it was a one-hit kill, the vice principal analyzed. When Lu Yuan moves, he directly explodes the whole venue. What does it mean to one-hit kill a Chi refinement beast? It proves that Lu Yuan has already broken through to Chi refinement and that the damage of the spiritual technique he unleashed is astonishing. Even a Chi refinement beast can only be one-hit killed. Principal Zhang, if Lu Yuan gets into a top-tier university, next year Yunhai High School's education funds should also increase. Yun Weihua said.
The top-tier universities he refers to are those like Imperial Capital University, Magic City University, and Pengcheng University. Only such high-level universities can make provincial leaders change their minds, and the higher the score, the better. Zhang Zhenghong and the leaders of Yunhai High School were overjoyed, as the education funds were linked to their salaries. If Lu Yuan really achieves this, it would be equivalent to having them as half-bosses. The conference room became lively. Tianhua High School's principal, Luo Jingrui, was a bit nervous, fearing Lu Yuan would surpass Li Jinshui and take the title of number 1 in the city. The principal of Xinghui High School was quite upset. Even though his student Zhang Wangchuan ranked 3rd, the score gap with the top 2 was too big, making a comeback impossible. This year's martial exam has too many geniuses in the city, the principal of Xinghui High School said. According to past years, Zhang Wangchuan's 2,500 points would firmly secure the number 1 seat in Tianhua City, but Li Jinshui and Lu Yuan both emerged as monsters. Rise, give me a strong rise. Zhou Wenbin said, watching Lu Yuan's score jump quickly with a big smile. Soon, a huge question arose in everyone's minds. How did Lu Yuan, who cannot learn the spiritual techniques of the return to the master, manage to one-hit kill a chi refinement beast? We can only wait until tomorrow for the answer, Yun Weihua said, lifting his teacup and applying force, boiling the cold goji berry tea. After drinking some goji berry tea, Yun Weihua felt energized, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the names of Li Jinshui and Lu Yuan. As the sun set, the last rays of the sun fell on this city under siege by beasts. On the yellowed soccer field, 2 groups of examinees met, and a multi-headed, jagged-toothed chi refinement storm tiger let out a low growl. They were all injured to varying degrees. One storm tiger had lost its breath, charred by lightning. Are you shameless? The storm tiger was discovered by us and injured by us. Why should you enjoy the fruits of victory? This was a temporary team of 10. Every examinee had a cultivation level of at least chi refinement 7 stars. Awakened as wind attribute combat professions. Luo Huichuan, at the 8th star of the body refinement realm, was filled with fury. He was a core member of this small team, consisting of 7 combat professions and 3 support professions, all with at least the 7th star of body refinement strength. This configuration could be said to be quite perfect. At noon, Luo Huichuan discovered a group of 3-star storm tigers in the chi refinement realm. The 3-star ferocious beasts in the chi refinement realm awarded a considerable score, and Luo Huichuan promptly decided to strike. The battle lasted until evening, and they were finally about to hunt down a storm tiger. A bolt of heavenly lightning appeared out of nowhere and snatched the score away from Luo Huichuan's hands. If you're not as skilled as we are, then scram or try to steal from us, provided you can do it. 6 candidates awakened with lightning attributes, at the peak of the body refinement realm, were channeling their thunder slash. The leader, dressed in a black uniform with the words clear skies on his chest, spoke with sarcasm. His name was Chen Zhixing, and he was the captain of this small team. Although they were fewer in number than Luo Huichuan's team, the 6 peak body refinement candidates with awakened lightning attribute combat abilities were truly imposing in the area infested with ferocious beasts. Hearing Chen Zhixing's words, Luo Huichuan and his team members turned pale, filled with a sense of helplessness. Steal? What could they use to compete with the lightning attribute combat professionals for the right to kill the storm tigers? The lightning attribute spirit skills had the strongest single target burst among all attributes. Are we just going to stand by and watch them kill the storm tigers? A teammate asked, veins bulging. Luo Huichuan's expression was helpless. The rules of the martial exam were numerous. For example, it strictly prohibited candidates from attacking each other. Once discovered, it would immediately disqualify them from the exam and might even lead to imprisonment. But the rules did not say anything about stealing ferocious beasts. Whoever dealt the final blow to a ferocious beast would earn the score. This was a moral issue, but it did not touch the red line. We can't compete with them. Luo Huichuan sighed, deeply understanding the words survival of the fittest. His teammates clenched their fists. They had spent most of the day surrounding the Storm Tiger group and returned empty-handed. 7 days of the martial exam equated to a day of having done nothing. Lightning attribute Earth level lower grade spirit skill, Thunder Festival. Unlike Luo Huichuan and others who lamented, Chen Zhixing unleashed his spirit skill at the Storm Tiger, as if he could already see himself gaining 300 to 400 points more. Bang! The Thunder Festival did not strike the Storm Tiger but hit a monster clad in bone armor. Who? Chen Zhixing looked around, discovering a young man standing not far away, controlling a large number of humanoid monsters rushing into the battlefield. The Blood Butcher, who endured the Thunder Festival, patted the bone armor as if nothing happened and began to punch the Storm Tiger fiercely. Vines entangled, the disaster of wood gathered and trapped every Storm Tiger in the area with a vine cage. Crash! Heavy rain started falling from the sky, and the rain turned to icicles striking hard at the ferocious beasts in the center of the stadium. Bang bang bang! The ground shook. Each step of the disaster of Earth caused violent tremors, with fists the size of sandbags smashing a Storm Tiger into pulp. Chen Zhixing's face twitched, as 5 lightning attribute peak body refinement teammates looked grim. Do you dare to steal our ferocious beasts?
Qian Zhixing glared at Lu Yuan, knowing that this group of monsters was being controlled by him. If you're not as skilled as me, then scram, or try to steal from me, provided you can do it. Lu Yuan replied expressionlessly, returning Qian Zhixing's words. As the four great disasters slaughtered the Storm Tiger group, the score on Lu Yuan's wristband skyrocketed. Chapter 11, The Lucky Dog Turned Out to Be Myself. The Storm Tiger group let out mournful cries as they fell into the bloodied ground one after another. Seeing this scene, Luo Huichuan and other candidates who could not compete with Qian Zhixing were visibly excited. Well done. Haha, evil people will always get their comeuppance. We may not be able to compete with you, but you can't compete with him. What a handsome monster. Is he a dark attribute professional? Luo Huichuan's teammates gazed at the four great disasters, their hearts filled with gratitude towards Lu Yuan for helping them take out their frustrations. They would rather let the Storm Tiger group be hunted and scored by Lu Yuan than allow Qian Zhixing to achieve that. Lu Yuan's words were soft, yet they clearly reached the ears of Qian Zhixing and the other 6 peak body refinement candidates. The awakened candidates of the lightning attribute combat profession heard. What to do? A buck-toothed candidate asked. They had always taken others' fierce beasts, but today they were robbed. Damn it, I don't believe he can handle so many storm tigers alone. Qian Zhixing cursed. There were 7 or 8 3-star storm tigers on the football field. No matter how powerful this person was, he couldn't take down all the storm tigers. As he watched, Qian Zhixing panicked. He underestimated Lu Yuan's strength. The 4 great disasters faced the Storm Tigers as if it were a one-sided beatdown. Blood Butcher fought 3 without losing ground, and with the cooperation of Corrupti, Song Ming, and Zhang Sha seemed like they were in a no-man's land. One used a water attribute spirit technique. Ice spikes fiercely pierced the Storm Tiger, and another engaged in close combat with the Storm Tiger, each punch creating a visual impact that left them terrified. A wailing sound echoed through the sky. Lu Yuan controlled the spear of the Heavenly Punishment Legion, pointing it straight at Qian Zhixing, walking onto the football field to reap the fruits of victory. Although the martial exam strictly prohibited candidates from taking action against each other, one could never be too careful. Who knew if Qian Zhixing and the others would push him to the edge? There were a total of 10 3-star spirit crystals. Lu Yuan's score soared from 3,500 to 6,700. Awesome, dude, fierce. Lu Huichuan said excitedly from the sidelines. Seeing Lu Yuan rob the fierce beast from Qian Zhixing made him happier than if he had killed the fierce beast himself. Teammates also gave thumbs up, sharing the same attitude as Qian Zhixing. Lu Yuan glanced at Qian Zhixing, put the spirit crystals into his backpack, and then took out a crystal to restore his power. Long ago, he noticed the commotion on the football field and discovered candidates hunting the Storm Tigers, but Lu Yuan didn't think much of it. As Lu Huichuan said, relying on strength to rob another's fierce beast is a moral issue. Robbing someone else's fierce beast was not something Lu Yuan could do. But now it was different. Qian Zhixing took action first, and Lu Yuan felt no burden in robbing him. You have guts, let's wait and see. Qian Zhixing declared fiercely. He would not be foolish enough to take action against Lu Yuan. Before the martial exam began, countless cameras were installed in Tian City. Every move of the candidates was under the watchful eyes of the officials. Anyone who dared to make a move against a candidate would instantly be disqualified from the martial exam. Qian Zhixing and his group left. Lu Yuan controlled the Heavenly Punishment soldiers to come to his side. The Storm Tiger group was dead. Night was about to arrive. Lu Huichuan thanked Lu Yuan, then did not linger, leading his teammates to a temporary shelter. The second day of the martial exam was about to pass. Lu Yuan, casually finding a rundown house as a shelter, counted his spoils. Just hunt 5 more 3-star fierce beasts to complete the task, Lu Yuan thought. Once he completed the task, with his power reserves increased by 50 times, he could control all the deception soldiers. In addition, he obtained a large number of 3-star spirit crystals. 1-star spirit crystals of the body refinement realm were worth 1,000, while 1-star of the chi refinement realm started at 10,000. If these spirit crystals were sold, they would be worth at least 200,000 to 300,000. Spirit crystals are an important means to enhance strength. Lu Yuan did not intend to sell them, hoping to use the night to see if he could break through to the 2-star chi refinement realm. The second day of the martial exam was declared over, and discussions in Huaxia continued to rise. Topics about the martial exam were everywhere. Hot search number 1, Chu Wuxia secured first place in Huaxia's martial exam with 80,000 points. Can he reach over 150,000 tomorrow? Hot search number 2, Zhang Tianxia's score is expected to surpass Chu Wuxia. The title of Huaxia's top scorer remains a question mark. Hot search number 3, the martial exam live broadcast has not started, but the live stream rooms of Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianxia have already surpassed 1 million viewers. Every toe of hers is my favorite lollipop. Wow, 80,000 points, is Chu Wuxia that monstrous? I remember 600 points can get into a first-tier university. Come to the shooting range to watch me shoot targets. How can an ordinary person compare to a genius? Monsters like Chu Wuxia are destined for top-tier universities. Most candidates are already doing great to score 500 or 600. I married him not just because you like excitement. When will the live stream start? I want to see Chu Wuxia slay ferocious beasts, it must be thrilling. The next morning at 8 o'clock, a deep blue barrier appeared over Tian City. Countless cameras extended from the sky, clearly observing every move of the candidates. Netizens could enter the candidate numbers to precisely check their encounters in the martial arts exam. The livestream had the highest number of viewers for the top 10 candidates in Huaxia, with Chu Wuxia's stream attracting over 10 million viewers. Next were the candidates who ranked highly in various provinces and cities. Zhang Zhengyu's score is so high, starting the third day with 5,500 points. No wonder he is the number one in Zuilan City. Are you kidding? He awakened a dark attribute fighting profession, with SS-level talent. This skeleton warrior is really cool. 1-star Chi refining stage, just his level is ahead of 99% of the candidates in the martial arts exam. The live stream chat for Zuilan City's top candidate, Zhang Zhengyu, was bustling. Zuilan City, known in Huaxia as the city of fragrant wine, sells enough wine each year to circle Blue Star 2.5 times. At this moment, the number of online viewers in Zhang Zhengyu's livestream reached 700,000, not only because he was currently the top candidate in Zuilan City but also because Zhang Zhengyu awakened a dark attribute profession. The dark attribute fighting profession could summon a skeleton army to battle, a rarity on par with time and space. The uniqueness of the profession made Zhang Zhengyu the center of attention, as most people dream of summoning an army for battle. In the livestream, Zhang Zhengyu was hunting a 5-star ferocious beast at the Chi refining stage, while a boy in a blue school uniform stood beside him. Roar! The 5-star golden lion at the Chi refining stage let out a fierce roar, shaking its flowing golden mane, claws ready to attack. There were 2 golden lions, and Zhang Zhengyu turned to Lu Yuan with a friendly smile. Hey, how about we take one each? Zhang Zhengyu suggested. He knew that Lu Yuan was a 2-star Chi refining stage practitioner, just as daring as him to venture into a ferocious beast-infested area. Sure. Lu Yuan nodded. With Zhang Zhengyu's friendly attitude, Lu Yuan had no objection to teaming up with him, even though he could handle both golden lions alone. Alright, you hold one back, and I'll come help you in a bit, Zhang Zhengyu said. Although Lu Yuan was a 2-star Chi refining stage practitioner, Zhang Zhengyu, who awakened the dark attribute, showed no hesitation. Dark attributes are among the best in all combat attributes, on par only with thunder, time, and space. Swish! Zhang Zhengyu gathered hundreds of skeleton warriors, surrounding the golden lion. His strategy was simple: use sheer numbers to wear down the golden lion, then help Lu Yuan. Seeing Zhang Zhengyu's skeleton warriors, the live stream audience was ecstatic. A 1-star Chi refining stage hunting a 5-star golden lion, only a dark attribute fighting profession could do this. No wonder dark attribute fighters are amazing, that golden lion has become Zhang Zhengyu's prey. Who is the candidate next to Zhang Zhengyu? Who cares? As long as this guy covers him, he has met a valuable person in Zhang Zhengyu. The battle began, some of Zhang Zhengyu's skeleton warriors perished, but he continued to summon more to charge at the golden lion. Effortlessly, Zhang Zhengyu kept an eye on Lu Yuan's situation. Hey, are you? Zhang Zhengyu craned his neck. He saw Lu Yuan standing still like him, fingers dancing nimbly, with hundreds of Bloodslaughter soldiers surrounding the golden lion, hacking away. The Bloodslaughter soldiers maneuvered skillfully under Lu Yuan's control, dodging the golden lion's claw attacks. Splat splat. Gore flew everywhere. Blood dripped from the long knife. Even though the golden lion was already dead, the Bloodslaughter soldiers kept hacking until the monster crystal was cut out. This could be used as dumpling filling. Zhang Zhengyu's mouth twitched, then he gazed at Lu Yuan's Bloodslaughter soldiers, and then at his own skeleton warriors that charged forward after losing a wave. Why is there such a huge gap even though it's the same summon? Are you also a dark attribute combat profession? Zhang Zhengyu asked. I guess so. Lu Yuan was too lazy to explain, as the Bloodslaughter Legion charged towards another golden lion. Looking at the barely breathing golden lion, Lu Yuan nodded at Zhang Zhengyu. Kill it. Zhang Zhengyu. The one lying down winning is actually me. Chapter 12, if you don't take action, I'll take action. I thought I could lie down and win with the 2-star Chi refining student in front of me, but the one lying down winning is actually me? Zhang Zhengyu was stunned. Awakening a dark attribute combat profession was his pride, but seeing Lu Yuan's eerie puppet army, Zhang Zhengyu suddenly felt that dark attributes were nothing special. If you don't kill it, the points will be mine. Lu Yuan reminded. The golden lion was about to lose its breath. Oh, thanks, buddy. Zhang Zhengyu hurriedly controlled the skeleton warrior to kill the golden lion. How do you control the skeleton warrior? Lu Yuan asked. With my mind. Zhang Zhengyu said naturally while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Lu Yuan shrugged. There was a difference between puppet masters and dark attribute combat professions. He knew that he could not only control the puppet soldiers but also had special skills exclusive to puppet masters that he hadn't displayed yet. Demon crystal for you. Zhang Zhengyu handed the Golden Lion's demon crystal to Lu Yuan, feeling quite embarrassed for getting 600 or 700 points for free. The demon crystal should belong to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't refuse and parted ways with Zhang Zhengyu to search for fierce beasts. He was deep in Tian City, almost encountering no exam candidates, and the ones he did meet were either peak body refining realm or 1-star chi refining realm candidates. Only such strength dared to venture deep to hunt fierce beasts. Still need 4 more. Lu Yuan kept the system task in mind. Viewers in Zhang Zhengyu's livestream were stunned to see Lu Yuan control the eerie puppet army. That candidate easily took down 2 5-star golden lions from the chi refining realm and even shared one with Zhang Zhengyu? He's also a dark attribute combat profession, but it doesn't seem like it. Zhang Zhengyu summoned a skeleton warrior, but the monsters he summoned are 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than skeleton warriors. The monster in red armor looks so cool, and the one in deep blue armor that hasn't attacked yet is even cooler. Compared to them, skeleton warriors are far inferior in both appearance and strength. Lu Yuan, that candidate is named Lu Yuan, first place in Tianhua City. Some viewers found Lu Yuan's livestream, and the audience surged from just 30 or 40,000 to 70,000, 100,000, 200,000. In less than 10 minutes, it broke 1 million. The Tianhua City government conference room was equally shocked by Lu Yuan's fighting style. Multiple liquid crystal screens on the wall were playing the live footage of the candidates. The central screen displayed the city rankings. First place, Lu Yuan, 7,400 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. Second place, Li Jinxue, 6,000 points, Tianhua High School, Tianhua City. Third place, Zhang Wangchuan, 3,000 points, Xinghui High School, Tianhua City. He's taken the lead. Lu Yuan is ahead of Li Jinxue by 1,400 points. Zhang Zhenghong, principal of Yunhai High School, wildly slapped his thigh and laughed loudly, ignoring his image. So refreshing. After so many years, Yunhai High School finally came out on top, with a student who ranked first in the martial arts exam citywide. Thinking back to previous years when they always had lower scores, always being scolded by the mayor, Zhang Zhenghong's smile became even more pronounced. Principal Luo Jingrui of Tianhua High School looked grim as he lost the city's first place. Tianhua High School was called Tianhua High School because it had maintained the top teaching level among the 3 high schools for years, being the pride of Tianhua City. Now this title had to temporarily be given to Yunhai High School. The 2 principals competed openly and covertly, while the principal of Xinghui High School found it boring. For no other reason, Zhang Wangchuan had long lost his qualifications to compete with the top 2. Where did Lu Yuan learn the puppet master skills? His fighting style is somewhat similar to dark attribute professionals, Mayor Yun Weihua said, watching Lu Yuan's live footage. Seeing Lu Yuan break through to the 2-star chi refining realm, Yun Weihua felt surprised. Is this the SSS class talent? So far, there have been fewer than 100 candidates who have broken through to the chi refining realm in the martial arts exam. The 2nd star of the chi refining realm is rare. Lu Yuan's control over the puppet soldier's combat style felt very innovative to him. Although it was the first time hearing about the puppet master profession, the divine ability realm Yun Weihua knew that Lu Yuan's puppet soldiers were not made of spiritual energy but were real entities. Did he create it himself? The official spirit techniques provided to schools don't have anything exclusive to puppet masters. I can confirm this 100%. Zhang Zhenghong said with certainty. The spiritual techniques can be divided into 4 categories: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The official offerings to schools are techniques below the mysterious level, while earth level techniques require money to buy or joining a faction to obtain. Maybe, I hope Lu Yuan continues to push forward. Yun Weihua said earnestly. Tianhua City belongs to Hailan Province, and there are a total of 15 cities like this. Before Yun Weihua became the mayor of Tianhua City, it ranked last in economic performance among the 15 cities. Now it is 3rd from the bottom. And the martial arts exam results are similar to the economic level. Although there has been some improvement, it is not much. Clearly, the provincial leaders are not satisfied with Tianhua City's slow progress, which is why they decided to dismantle this city, reducing the number of cities from 15 to 14. If either the economic level or martial arts exam performance saw a significant leap, it would change the provincial leaders' minds. Lu Yuan just ran into Li Jinxue. A homeroom teacher said. Hearing this, everyone's attention shifted to the live broadcast of the 2. Li Jinxue had previously always been ranked first in Tianhua City until today when Lu Yuan surpassed her. Compared to Lu Yuan, Li Jinxue was no less impressive, having awakened battle attributes during her awakening, and she has an SS-level talent. In the dilapidated sports arena at the city center, a giant bear over 10 meters in size, broad-shouldered and round-waisted, patrolled its territory. The giant bear's fur was golden, and its paws were like fans, with 5 or 6 prey laid out on the ground. These prey had died gruesomely, all having ventured into the giant bear's territory, only to be slapped to death and become lunch, dinner, and nighttime snacks. In a position not easily noticed, a group of candidates peered through a gap to observe the giant bear.
Among them was Jiang Jiangyu, who had just parted ways with Lu Yuan.
Seeing Lu Yuan, Jiang Jiangyu's expression lit up. What a coincidence, bro. We meet again. Jiang Jiangyu whispered, waving his hand and then gestured for silence. What are you doing here? Lu Yuan walked over. He had a decent impression of Jiang Jiangyu, who had willingly let him take on a 5-star fierce beast from the Qi refining realm without knowing his strength. Although the outcome was him giving it to Jiang Jiangyu. There's an 8-star iron bear from the Qi refining realm here. Jiang Jiangyu said. An 8-star iron bear from the Qi refining realm?
Lu Yuan became interested. Any fierce beast related to bears was not a good character. The iron bear can cultivate to the peak of the Qi refining realm, and its combat and defense abilities are extremely strong.
Killing this iron bear could earn 1,000 high points. Qi refining realm 2-star, what profession?
Seeing Lu Yuan called over by Jiang Jiangyu, a buzzcut candidate asked. There were a total of 12 candidates here, all of whom were Qi refining realm 1-star practitioners. They were discussing how to cooperate to kill the iron bear and earn those 1,000 high points. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Jiang Jiangyu excitedly began to introduce him.
This guy single-handedly took down 2 5-star golden lions from the Qi refining realm, isn't that impressive?
He is a dark attribute practitioner, and the monster he summons equals 1 against 10, no, 1 against 100 skeleton warriors.
Jiang Jiangyu declared. So amazing?
The candidates in attendance scrutinized Lu Yuan. Jiang Jiangyu was among the top rankers in their group, yet he couldn't take on 2 5-star fierce beasts alone, nor could any of them. Hearing Jiang Jiangyu's words, Lu Yuan remained expressionless, glancing at a girl in a white school uniform with Tianhua printed on her chest. Li Jinxue, the school beauty of Tianhua High, with both looks and academic results ranked first.
I can't believe I ran into her here.
Lu Yuan looked at the fair-skinned, tall girl with a ponytail, named Li Jinxue.
Yunhai High? Li Jinxue also noticed Lu Yuan. Yunhai High School is affiliated with Tianhua City.
However, she had never heard of Lu Yuan. What she knew was only about Lin Shuang, who had awakened the spatial attribute combat profession and possessed S-grade talent. The two exchanged glances, silently aware that this was the martial arts exam, not another place, though from the same city, they were still competitors. Let's discuss how to hunt the diamond bear. With so many of us here, we might not be its opponents. The buzzcut candidate seemed particularly enthusiastic. Cooperating to take down the diamond bear presents a great opportunity. What we fear is that someone may have ill intentions, secretly hiding their strength, and at the critical moment, take down the diamond bear to claim the score solely for themselves.
Someone said. The candidates fell into silence.
Yes, only 1 out of the 13 of them could obtain the points from the diamond bear. No one wanted to hand over the 1,000 points to another. Everyone should go all out. Whoever takes down the diamond bear first gets the points, Jiang Jiangyu suggested. The buzzcut candidate scoffed.
Sounds easy.
The scene fell into a deadlock. Everyone distrusted each other and were on guard, unwilling to do the hard work for nothing. Lu Yuan stood up, gazing directly at the diamond bear in the gymnasium.
You guys don't want to act? Then I will.
With that, he gathered his spiritual energy and threw a screaming puppet at the diamond bear. Puppet Master's mystical technique Wailing Puppet. In an instant, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the gymnasium, leaving the listeners' scalps tingling.
Seeing Lu Yuan draw the diamond bear's attention and expose their hiding positions, the buzzcut candidate burned with anger. Are you crazy? Chapter 13, All-Out Attack. Roar.
The roar of the bear shook the heavens, terrifying the low-level fierce beasts nearby into trembling. The diamond bear was the ruler of a 10-mile radius, invincible with its 8-star strength at the Qi refining realm. Watching Lu Yuan anger the diamond bear, the candidates who had failed to reach a consensus suddenly looked pale, and the buzzcut candidate fumed.
Are you crazy? If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag us into it. The buzzcut candidate said.
His name was Huang Jinhua, and he had been so proactive in discussing earlier because he awakened the spatial attribute combat profession.
This attribute could easily exploit the element of surprise to deliver the final blow to the diamond bear and earn the points.
But now, it was too late. Without a clear strategy, they could not handle the enraged diamond bear. 12 Qi refining realm 1-star candidates, 10 quickly fled, fearing they might be affected.
Buddy, what are you doing?
Jiang Jiangyu exclaimed, dumbfounded.
You just attack without reason? Don't you see what level of fierce beast the diamond bear is? A single slap could turn Lu Yuan into pulp. Run.
I'll cover you. Jiang Jiangyu decisively summoned hundreds of skeleton warriors and 10 skeletal heavy warriors. He remembered the golden lion score Lu Yuan had given him and decided to cover Lu Yuan's retreat. Li Jinxue hesitated for a moment upon seeing this, then turned to the furious diamond bear and cast a time attribute spiritual technique. The bear's hair stood up like steel needles, and the furious diamond bear pounded its chest as if time froze, standing still on the spot.
5 seconds, Li Jinxue said, then left. She did not know Lu Yuan well, but they were from the same city. Delaying for 5 seconds was her limit. Meanwhile, viewers in the live streaming room flooded the screen with question marks. What is Lu Yuan doing? Why is he provoking the Diamond Bear out of nowhere? Does he really think he can defeat an 8-star fierce beast at the Qi refining realm? It's over. It was hard to become the first in Tianhua City with a score of 7,400, and now he pressed the protection barrier to forfeit the martial arts exam. Serves him right for being so arrogant. Now he's in trouble. The 13 candidates, each ranking high in their respective cities, had millions of viewers in the livestream. Even if they couldn't hear their conversations through the stream, the viewers could tell. These candidates wanted to collaborate in hunting the Diamond Bear, but for some reason, they failed to reach an agreement, likely about who would get the points from the hunt. When the audience thought they had parted ways unhappily, Lu Yuan's actions drew the attention of the Diamond Bear. A 2-star Qi refining realm against an 8-star fierce beast? Is this a joke? Still not leaving? Jiang Zhengyu, sweating anxiously, watched as Lu Yuan walked straight towards the Diamond Bear, his heart stopping in fear. This guy is really crazy. Jiang Zhengyu, be careful, you might not make it either. Huang Jin, over 100 meters away, said sarcastically, harboring resentment towards Lu Yuan for ruining his plans. Jiang Zhengyu had no choice but to leave. He didn't want his hard-earned points to go to waste. Buddy, I can only help you up to this point. The eerie screams continued. Lu Yuan took one step after another towards the Diamond Bear, whose pupils were crimson and completely insane. With each step, an eerie puppet appeared beside him. Blood Disaster, Blood Slayer, Wood Disaster, Corruption Face, Water Disaster, Song Ming, Earth Disaster, Mountain Break. A dark attribute battle profession? Li Jinxue thought as she reached a safe place. A loud explosion echoed. Lu Yuan unleashed his advanced puppet master skill, Weeping Puppet, emitting screams while splitting into 7 identical puppets surrounding the Diamond Bear. Bang! The already dilapidated gymnasium took another hard hit. What the heck, is the power this strong? Jiang Zhengyu was startled. No, a dark attribute battle profession does not have this kind of skill. Jiang Zhengyu blinked, unsure where Lu Yuan had learned this skill. Dust filled the air as the enraged bear roared, the weeping puppets exploding around it causing immense pain, forcing the Diamond Bear to run on all fours, wanting nothing more than to devour Lu Yuan alive. Be careful! Jiang Zhengyu instinctively warned. The Diamond Bear had top-notch strength, defense, and speed among ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan was left with 2 choices, wait to die or actively activate a protective shield. But Lu Yuan chose a third option, again condensing a puppet to float in the air. Puppet Master Advanced Skill, Cursed Puppet. The moment the cursed puppet appeared, the Diamond Bear stood still, its expression dazed, almost human-like, squatting down and banging its head. It was in great pain. Memories flowed into its mind, images at least wanted to recall from its bare life. It's your turn. After quickly casting 2 skills, Lu Yuan decided to end this swiftly, controlling the 4 great disasters to surround the Diamond Bear. The Blood Slayer's serrated chain blade pierced the Diamond Bear's chest, spinning non-stop, the immense agony pulling the bear out from its memories. Earth Disaster, Mountain Break sat atop the Diamond Bear, raining down true sandbag fists. Corruption Face and Song Ming gave their all, joining Blood Slayer and Mountain Break in the attack on the Diamond Bear. The bear's roars grew weaker, while candidates watching from a distance scratched their heads in confusion. Is he really a 2-star Qi refining profession? He can't be hiding his strength, maybe he's actually a 5-star or even 7-star Qi refining professional. What are you talking about? Even Chu Wuxing couldn't break through to 5-star Qi refining in such a short time, 4 stars is about right. Oh my god, is he not human but a monster? One candidate babbled, pointing at Lu Yuan as if seeing a ghost. So strong. Li Jinxue finally understood why Lu Yuan dared to provoke the Diamond Bear. It was not seeking death, but he had the strength to solo it. Thinking about how she and Lu Yuan were both from Tianhua City, Li Jinxue glanced at her score, beginning to realize her ranking. The livestream audience's question marks never stopped, but the meaning of the first and second was completely different. Puff. Blood Slayer crushed the Diamond Bear's heart with his bare hands, retrieving the demon crystal, kneeling on one knee with both hands offered. Lu Yuan took the demon crystal and placed it in his backpack, his score rising from 7,400 to 8,400. Hey buddy, you could have mentioned earlier that you were this powerful, you scared me. Jiang Zhengyu bounced over to Lu Yuan's side. Haven't you seen it before? Lu Yuan replied. Jiang Zhengyu chuckled shyly. The Golden Lion can't compare to the Diamond Bear, big brother, I'm Jiang Zhengyu, just the one. Jiang Zhengyu introduced himself, grinning shyly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? Straight male. Lu Yuan remarked. No, big brother, can you teach me the skill you just used? Don't worry, I'll make sure the reward satisfies you. Jiang Tianxia knows, she's my cousin. Jiang Zhengyu mentioned Jiang Tianxia, promising Lu Yuan a rewarding payment after the martial arts exam. You can't learn. Lu Yuan shook his head. He had heard of Zhang Tianxia, who awakened a gold element combat profession, with SSS-level talent just like himself. He was a special profession, a puppet master, while Zhang Zhangyu was a dark element combat profession. How could he teach Zhang Zhangyu the exclusive spirit skills of the puppet master? Big brother, real brother, I beg you. Zhang Zhangyu pouted. He had a baby face, looking not even 18 but more like 13 or 14. You really can't learn. I am a puppet master, we are not the same profession. Lu Yuan said. Don't talk nonsense, I am a top student. If there were puppet masters on Blue Star, I would wash my hair upside down. Zhang Zhangyu thought Lu Yuan didn't want to teach. A vine quietly wrapped around Zhang Zhangyu's neck, followed by a gentle caress on his back, as the wood calamity's rotten smile bloomed like a flower. Big brother, I was wrong. Zhang Zhangyu surrendered. This thing still works well. Lu Yuan thought. The massive corpse of the diamond bear lay at the center of the gym, and candidates hiding in the distance walked up to check it out. Huang Jin and another candidate's throats moved as they looked at Lu Yuan with more respect. No one expected Lu Yuan's combat strength to be so fierce. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yuan, absorbing the diamond bear's blood, broke through to the third level of chi refinement, and the system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the A-level task Brave as a Warrior, reward, spirit power reserve increased by 50 times. Feeling his spirit power expand from a small river to an ocean, Lu Yuan looked at the puppet soldiers in his backpack. Before, his spirit power was too little to control all the puppet soldiers. Now, on the contrary, he had too few puppet soldiers but ample spirit power. Controlling Blood Butcher to collect useful materials from the diamond bear's body, Lu Yuan glanced around and walked straight ahead. Time waits for no one. Today was the third day of the martial arts exam, and he aimed to break the score into 5 digits before dark. Lu Yuan Li Jinshu silently remembered this name. Third level of chi refinement, plus endless strange techniques, she suspected Lu Yuan's score far surpassed her own. Leaving the crowd, Lu Yuan again entered a cycle of endless slaughter. Seeing fierce beasts, controlling the 4 disasters to eliminate them with thunderous force, seeing more fierce beasts, and then killing them in an instant. By the end, Lu Yuan's expression was numb, only feeling his backpack growing heavier. 9,000 points, 10,000 points, 20,000 points. The sun set and the moonlight illuminated the earth as Lu Yuan found an abandoned mall to take temporary refuge, raising his wrist to check the score, which had unknowingly reached 30,000. Chapter 14, Beast Tide? Puppet Army. Under the night sky, roars of beasts echoed in Tian City, with large wings flashing in the sky as packs of flying beasts searched for prey. Occasional screams of terror broke out. Those were the cries of candidates discovered and ambushed by the beasts. In such situations, candidates had little chance of survival. They didn't have time to activate their protection barriers before the beasts mercilessly bit into their vital areas, causing them to quickly suffocate and die. The temporary refuge was not absolutely safe, especially in Tian City. The ferocious beasts were everywhere. Today was the end of the third day of the martial arts exam, and nearly half of it had passed. The candidates in the refuge were tense, always paying attention to the sounds outside, lifting their wrists to check their scores. 320 points, considering full scores, there are still 4 days left. If I can score 500 points, I'll be satisfied. Hee, I have 450 points, I have hoped to get into a first-tier university. Sigh, I don't have such high aspirations, a decent second-tier university will do. Some were filled with excitement about the upcoming 4 days, while others were worried. The martial arts exam was one of the few opportunities for them to change their lives. Graduating from a first-tier university versus a second-tier university meant a difference in salaries of at least 3 to 4 times, not to mention various benefits and social status. 30,000 points. Lu Yuan looked at the score displayed on his wristband, unsure how high that score actually was. But he could be sure that he could apply to all top universities in Huaxia. As for whether he would receive special training, that was another question. His sister once mentioned that the top schools had strict divisions for student training. Imperial Capital University, in particular, conducted rigorous tests on students every 3 months. In order to reasonably allocate teaching resources. Teaching resources include many things, not just money, but also things like demon crystals, spiritual skills, and even spiritual tools. Lu Yuan asked Lu Yeli what level of candidate she was, and Lu Yeli smiled without saying a word, simply calling out the name of the president of the Imperial Capital University, shouting Old Deng, repeatedly. Golden Spear Legion, Devouring Star Legion, Eternal Drowning Legion, Burning World Legion, Heavy Silence Legion. Lu Yuan scanned the various materials scattered on the ground. His spiritual power had expanded 50 times, and he urgently needed a large number of bizarre soldiers. Tonight was the day these 5 major legions would emerge into the world. The martial arts exam live broadcast started at 8 in the morning and closed precisely at 10 in the evening. Viewers were not satisfied after watching the live broadcast. After all, this was a 360-degree view of killing fierce beasts, much more exciting than a movie. Movies are acted out, but candidates kill fierce beasts in Tian City from reality. Every year the martial arts exam is a grand event, with scores checked the next day and a full live broadcast on the third day, excitement rising wave after wave. In reality and online, everyone was discussing this year's martial arts exam. Trending first Chu Wuxian surpasses expectations with a score-breaking 150,000 points, still yet to reveal his fourth combat attribute. Trending second Jiang Tianxia closely follows Chu Wuxian's pace, hunting a multi-headed Qi Refinement Realm 7-star Fierce Beast, scoring 130,000 points. Trending third 4 days left in the martial arts exam, who will become this year's outstanding dark horse? Trending 10th Lu Yuan's live video download from Tianhua City hits, extremely intense and bloody, no entry for minors. Apart from netizens routinely discussing Chu Wuxian and Jiang Tianxia, as well as the currently top 10 ranked candidates, trending 10th featured Lu Yuan's presence. Clicking on the trending topic revealed Lu Yuan's live broadcast video of hunting fierce beasts. In the footage, Lu Yuan simultaneously controlled 4 great calamities, hundreds of bloodthirsty soldiers, and 20 heavenly punishment soldiers, swiftly annihilating all fierce beasts encountered. These fierce beasts were some at Qi Refinement Realm 2-star, some at 5-star, and without exception, all were dismembered. Normally, after taking down a fierce beast, one would use a dagger to extract the demon crystal from within its body. But Lu Yuan's method was to control the bizarre soldiers to chop wildly at the fierce beasts until he found the demon crystal. Although trending 10th, the number of comments exceeded trending 3rd, reaching 100,000. Madam, if it goes on like this, the gentleman will lose his job. It was so enjoyable. I spent the entire day in Lu Yuan's live room. He is simply a god of war. Why is my lunchbox over her feet? 30,000 points. Lu Yuan went from 7,500 points to 30,000 points in one afternoon killing fierce beasts. This person is terrifying. At Qi Refinement Realm 3-star, he is the only one in the martial arts exam alongside Chu Wuxian and Jiang Tianxia who broke through to Qi Refinement Realm 3-star. I make my own moves. Who commands my horse into the ground? My son is about to be born. Please help me come up with a name. Surname Kai. I beg everyone. Netizens who watched Lu Yuan's live broadcast in full exclaimed it was thrilling. Although the footage was indeed bloody, Lu Yuan was hunting fierce beasts. For netizens, fierce beasts had destroyed the homes they depended on for survival. They could not wait for Lu Yuan to kill a few more. With the trending topic gaining attention, the number of viewers in Lu Yuan's not yet open live broadcast room reached 3 million, eagerly discussing how many points Lu Yuan would achieve tomorrow. As the sun rose, the abandoned mall was filled with bizarre soldiers, a grand total of over 700. The master of the bizarre soldiers stood at the highest point, overlooking his bizarre army. With bloodshot eyes and having not slept all night, Lu Yuan was exhilarated. Although his realm had not improved, he had gained 500 more bizarre soldiers. Shining with golden light, wearing golden armor filled with a murderous aura, the Golden Spear Legion stood straight. The Burning World Legion, covered in fiery red armor, stood on the left, their bare hands making the already hot abandoned mall unbearable. Then there was the Eternal Drowning Legion, Heavy Silence Legion, and when Lu Yuan saw the Devouring Star Legion, he frowned. The first 4 kinds of bizarre soldiers were tall and big, so why were you all lagging behind here? Hundreds of Star-Eating Legion soldiers stood blankly, their armor green, less than 1 meter tall, with a cute and harmless appearance. Lu Yuan? Collecting materials just happened to allow the creation of 5 strange puppet legions. If I had known the Star-Eating Legion was like this, I might as well collect some more materials for the Heavenly Punishment Legion instead of the Star-Eating Legion. Alright, you guys can cheer as mascots during the battle, Lu Yuan said. At this moment, the beasts in his area were all at least 5 stars in Qi Refining Realm, and the examinees were divided into 2 kinds. One type teamed up, with squad members generally at the peak of body refining realm, using encirclement tactics to hunt beasts. The other type was individual fighters at 1 or even 2 stars in Qi Refining Realm. Both approaches had pros and cons. Today was the 4th day of the martial arts exam, and the danger for examinees was increasing tremendously. Puff. A 5-star Qi Refining Realm beast was killed by being surrounded. Come on, brothers, let's aim for everyone to gain 800 points today, don't let us down. Zhang Haoming cheered for his teammates. Their squad had 8 members, having become more skilled in battle after 3 days of training, with each member being a 1-star combat practitioner in Qi Refining Realm. 8 people, hunting 8 6-star Qi Refining Realm beasts in 1 day just met their goal. Let's go, and all get into good universities and rise to success, a teammate echoed. Bang bang bang. The ground trembled, and Zhang Haoming's squad and nearby examinees were stunned. Earthquake? What met their eyes was a massive army of monsters, about 700 or 800 strong, with hideous appearances that swiftly killed beasts like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Each monster was 3 stars in Qi Refining Realm, and the first 4 emitted an aura that made it hard for them to breathe. Zhang Haoming's legs trembled as he shouted hoarsely. Run, the beast tide is coming. Hearing this, the nearby examinees' hearts stopped, swallowing hard as they took off running. Beast tide, a method where beasts spontaneously organized to counterattack humans. Tian City was turned into ruins by a beast tide. Damn, didn't the teacher say there would be a warning before the beast tide arrived? There's nothing. Stop whining, just run. Whoever's last is doomed. Dude, what are you dawdling for? Do you want to be trampled into meat paste by the beasts?
Jiang Haoming yelled at Lu Yuan, who was at the back of the beast tide, thinking Lu Yuan had disguised himself as a beast to blend in with the tide.
What are you running for? Lu Yuan countered.
Beast tide, open your eyes and see how many beasts are in front of you.
Jiang Haoming said. Lu Yuan. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Lu Yuan shook his head.
Jiang Haoming thought the beast tide referred to Lu Yuan's 7 strange puppet legions but mistook them for a beast tide due to their overwhelming numbers.
Beasts don't kill humans, buddy. Have you ever seen a dog that doesn't eat shit?
Jiang Haoming laughed in anger, but upon closer observation, he found that as Lu Yuan said, this group of 700 or 800 monsters were disciplined, only killing beasts while ignoring the examinees.
What's going on?
Jiang Haoming scratched his head. While Lu Yuan controlled the strange puppet legion to slaughter beasts, a 165 centimeters tall girl in a white school uniform approached. With a cold expression, she held a 2-meter-long black giant sword in her hand. While others ran at the sound of the beast tide, she was excited to hear it.
3 stars in Chi refining realm.
Lu Yuan looked at the girl. The first time in 4 days of the martial arts exam he encountered a practitioner of the same realm.
Chapter 15 Top 20 in the province. At 8 o'clock, the martial arts exam live broadcast began.
Seeing Lu Yuan's strange puppet army being mistaken for a beast tide, the nearby examinees fled in panic, leaving the audience both crying and laughing.
4 million, 6 million, 8 million.
Not long after starting, Lu Yuan's live broadcast audience reached 10 million.
This is too hilarious. I'm laughing so hard in bed my stomach hurts. The key is that this momentum and sense of oppression are too similar to a beast tide. Anyone would be shivering in fear. Let's just be thankful it's Lu Yuan and not an actual beast tide, otherwise, the examinees within a 10-mile radius would be doomed. Oh, isn't that Jiang Tianxia, ranked 2nd in the country? She's meeting Lu Yuan.
Jiang Tianxia, ranked 2nd in the nationwide martial arts exam, scored a whopping 140,000 points.
3-star Chi refinement realm.
Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia exchanged glances, both surprised by each other's realm.
Just like me, an SSS-level talent. Jiang Tianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled as she quickly guessed Lu Yuan's talent.
As for the profession, she hadn't noticed it for the time being. Looking at the pretty girl, whose face was like a delicate porcelain doll but wielding a 2-meter black giant sword, Lu Yuan's expression was strange.
The contrast was too strong.
Jiang Tianxia awakened a gold-type combat profession, SSS-level talent. The martial arts examination allowed candidates to carry weapons, but there were many regulations regarding weapons.
Beast tide.
The two stared at each other, and before anyone could speak, a muscular candidate, his fists covered in rock, charged at Blood Butcher. Yu Gaochen, in the 2-star Chi refinement realm, was confident that he could defeat Blood Butcher with his earth-type defense and strength. But the next moment, Yu Gaochen felt regret. As he threw a punch, Blood Butcher's pupils enlarged, and he reached out to tightly grip Yu Gaochen's neck.
Cough cough. Yu Gaochen's face turned red as he realized he couldn't break free from Blood Butcher's claws. Seeking death.
Lu Yuan said coldly, controlling Blood Butcher to fling Yu Gaochen away.
Yu Gaochen coughed violently, unable to believe he had to raise his head. Get lost.
Lu Yuan said, it was Yu Gaochen who first attacked his puppet, so it was self-defense.
Yu
Gaochen looked first at Lu Yuan, and then at Blood Butcher, suddenly realizing something. These monsters were the summoning creatures of the candidate in front of him.
I'm leaving right now.
Yu Gaochen gasped for breath, praying he wouldn't be disqualified from the martial arts examination.
Not a beast tide. Jiang Tianxia looked disappointed. Unlike Yu Gaochen, she quickly noticed something was wrong, so she didn't rashly make a move. Just as she expected, how could the beast tide not attack candidates but only kill fierce beasts?
Just as Jiang Tianxia was about to leave, she heard a familiar voice.
Cousin, I finally ran into you. Oh, Lu Gu is here too.
Zhang Zhengyu rushed over, first greeting Jiang Tianxia and then waving at Lu Yuan. Seeing this pair of cousins, Lu Yuan felt they resembled each other too much. Zhang Zhengyu looked like a young boy, while Jiang Tianxia looked like a porcelain doll, but the latter had a somewhat cold temperament and seemed not good at communication.
Do you know each other? Jiang Tianxia asked. Of course, this is my Lu Gu. Zhang Zhengyu said, staring wide-eyed at Lu Yuan's army of puppets.
Lu Gu, you can summon so many monsters at the 3-star Chi refinement realm. I, at the 2-star Chi refinement realm, can summon at most 200 skeleton soldiers.
Zhang Zhengyu said enviously.
I'm a puppet master, Lu Yuan corrected. The nearby fierce beasts were quickly cleared by the puppet core, and blood flowed through the soil. The pungent smell of blood and the colorful corpses of fierce beasts made one retch. Cousin, Lu Gu just loves to deceive people. There's no such profession as a puppet master.
Jiang Zhengyu said. Who told you there isn't?
Jiang Tianxia said coldly.
Jiang Zhengyu? there really is. Zhang Zhengyu scratched his head, realizing Lu Yuan wasn't deceiving him. So far, there have been 2 puppet masters awakened in Blue Star, he is the third and the only living puppet master. Zhang Tianxia clarified Lu Yuan's awakened profession. Stay safe, I'm going to hunt fierce beasts now. Zhang Tianxia reminded Zhang Zhengyu a couple of times, hoisting the black giant sword and disappearing from sight. In the martial arts examination, her only competitor was the son of the leader of the Thunder Alliance, Zhu Wuxia. She didn't look down on anyone else. After clearing the fierce beasts in this area, Lu Yuan's gains were plentiful. First, his realm was about to break through to 4-star Qi refinement, and second, a large number of demon crystals above 5-star Qi refinement. His martial arts examination score also reached 60,000 points, doubling again. Just as Lu Yuan moved to the next area, he suddenly felt the strong desire of the swallowing star core. This desire came from instinct. Over 100 swallowing star soldiers stared intently at the corpses of fierce beasts on the ground without blinking. Do you want to devour the fierce beast corpses? Lu Yuan muttered to himself. During the slaughter of fierce beasts, the swallowing star soldiers acted as spectators while the other 6 puppet corps frantically attacked. The star-eating soldiers looked weak in battle, and with enough trick soldiers, Lu Yuan chose not to control them to fight. What Lu Yuan didn't expect was that the star-eating soldiers actually yearned to consume the corpses of ferocious beasts. Hundreds of star-eating soldiers rushed forward, enjoying the delicious feast, their bodies rapidly expanding. Their originally cute appearances turned terrifying and fierce, exuding a crushing pressure that overwhelmed the other 6 trick soldiers. I see. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. It turned out that the Star-Eating Legion was a growth-type legion, capable of evolving through consumption. In other words, they were the strongest soldiers among the 9 trick legions. Of course, the prerequisite was having enough ferocious beast corpses to consume. Continue. Lu Yuan shifted to the next area. He now had abundant spiritual power and could fight from day to night without tiring. Top 30 in Hailan Province. The loud voice startled the government staff in Tianhua City. Mayor Yun Weihua excitedly crushed his cup, looking at Lu Yuan on the live broadcast screen. On the screen, Lu Yuan manipulated the Trick Legion to start a new round of slaughter, with the score increasing every 30 seconds. The people in the meeting room were equally excited, their eyes glued to the LCD screen. The top 30 in the province. It's the first time we've seen Tianhua City's name in the top 30. The top 30 is far from Lu Yuan's limit. There are still 3 days until the martial arts exam. The top 20, even the top 10, are his goals. Top 10? Can Lu Yuan achieve that? Zhang Zhenghong, the principal of Yunhai High School, rubbed his face vigorously, his expression ecstatic as he stared at the ranking list. First in Hailan Province, Fu Zhiqiu, 120,000 points, Hailan City, Hailan High School. Second in Hailan Province, Li Feiping, 110,000 points, Hailan City, Hailan High School. 30 in Hailan Province, Lu Yuan, 80,000 points, Tianhua City, Yunhai High School. Hailan City is the capital of Hailan Province, and the top ranks mostly come from Hailan High School. In Tianhua City, 2 people made it into the top 100 in the province, Lu Yuan at 30 and Li Jinxue at 99. That's already great. Of course, it would be even better if Lu Yuan keeps pushing forward. Mayor Yun Weihua used his spiritual power to levitate the glass shards from the floor and toss them into the trash can. He was so excited that he smashed quite a few cups. China has 36 provinces, and Hailan Province ranks in the middle to lower tier in overall martial arts exam results, around 24th or 25th place. The top 100 nationwide is too far, and Yun Weihua felt it was important to stay grounded. However, as Zhang Zhenghong said, Lu Yuan's score visibly skyrocketed. Being in the top 30 was far from where he should be. The top 20, even the top 10, were the ultimate goals. Calm down, everyone, calm down. As he spoke, Yun Weihua crushed another cup. Mayor, if Lu Yuan ranks in the top 10 in the province, will Tianhua City still be dissolved? Asked Luo Jingrui, principal of Yunhai High School. Li Jingshue's score could no longer catch up with Lu Yuan. This year, Yunhai High School had the best martial arts exam results in the city, and now he cared more about this issue. Not just him, all the principals, academic leaders, and class teachers present looked at Yun Weihua. If Lu Yuan ranks in the top 10 in the province, it will be the nearby cities that will dissolve, their districts will be allocated to Tianhua City. Yun Weihua said firmly. Among 35 cities, only the capital, Hailan City, held the top 10 in the province. After all, the title of provincial capital brought with it teaching resources that no other city could dare to dream of. If a city student breaks into the top 10, that city will be prioritized for provincial support, receiving a large amount of educational resources. It's now at 20. Luo Jingrui pointed at Lu Yuan's ranking. At that moment, Lu Yuan surged from 30 in Hailan Province to the 20th position. His score reached 100,000 points. The clock on the wall stopped at 5, it was getting late, and time was running out for Lu Yuan to hunt ferocious beasts. Looking at Lu Yuan on the live broadcast and then at the clock on the wall, everyone had the same thought in their minds. Can Lu Yuan's ranking go even higher? Chapter 16, Why are you provoking him? 120,000 points. Lu Yuan ended today's slaughter and casually found a neighborhood as a refuge. After eating and drinking enough, Lu Yuan took out an 8-star beast crystal of the Qi refining realm and began to cultivate, hoping to break through to the 4-star of the Qi refining realm tonight. All the examinees in Tian City had no idea what level their scores were at. Every year the university admission scores are different, and they are announced on the first day of the martial arts exam. This leads to a sense of uncertainty among the examinees. What if they fall short by 2 or 3 points and miss out on a top university? They would regret it for a lifetime. This is the exact scene the officials want to see, except for that small group of top candidates. 600 points, is that enough to surpass the admission line of a top university? One examinee thought wildly. With 3 days left in the martial arts exam, many examinees began to calculate their scores. Monsters surged in Tian City, with giant bugs at 2 stars of Qi refining, blood mantises at 3 stars, and ironwing beasts at 7 stars. Having witnessed too many of their kind die before their eyes, this group of monsters instinctively gathered together, their pupils filled with ferocity. Every animal fears death, and the threat of death drives them to unite and work together against foreign races. A true beast tide is about to break out. At 9 a.m., the weather was clear and the sun was shining. Today was a perfect day for sightseeing, but the examinees participating in the martial arts exam in Tian City did not think so. With 3 days left in the martial arts exam, they had little time left. Boom! Thick white smoke rose, the ground trembled violently, and buildings collapsed one after another. Where are the beasts? There are usually a lot of them here, why are there none today? Scattered examinees appeared in the city center, refreshed after a night of rest, ready to start today's plan of hunting beasts. What puzzled the examinees was the lack of any beast sightings within miles. Boom! Feeling the ground shake violently and hearing the sound of giant objects hitting the ground, one examinee slowly turned around. Monsters! At least 300 to 400 beasts were stomping toward him. The weakest among these beasts were 5 stars of Qi refining, with some even at the peak of Qi refining, and they had a clear target. An indiscriminate attack on all living things in the city. Before the examinee could activate his protective barrier, a steel rock rhinoceros charged forward, piercing through his heart, crushing him into meat paste under countless beasts. Under the indiscriminate trampling of the beast tide, the situation began to shift from defense to offense. Examinees ran for their lives, while the beast tide chased them with all its might. Some examinees, exhausted, activated their defensive barriers in an attempt to survive, but the barriers could withstand 1 stomp, 2, 3. On the 20th stomp, the defensive barrier was completely shattered, followed by a brief scream. The beasts were willing to charge headfirst, getting injured, just to trample the examinees who activated barriers to death. The beast tide has really come. Viewers watching the livestream felt a chill. Watching one examinee after another die in the beast tide was heartbreaking. The examinees killed too many beasts, forcing the beasts in Tian City to gather in counterattack. What should we do? Viewers were incredibly anxious. These examinees were just coming of age, yet they were dying at the hands of beasts. Normally their lives had just begun. Bang! Sword energy was sharp. Zhang Tianxia lifted her giant sword and sliced down a 4-star fire horn bull of the Qi refining realm. Metal-type mysterious technique, battle intense surge. Zhang Tianxia, who had rushed in after hearing the news, raised her giant sword high and then smashed it down onto the ground, creating a massive pit. The irrational beast tide fell into the pit, and the beasts were willing to step over their companions' bodies to rush toward Zhang Tianxia. The second-ranked Zhang Tianxia is here. The third-ranked Gu Yanping, the fourth-ranked Wan Zichen, they have all arrived. Viewers were excited, looking at the top 100 candidates nationwide actively resisting the beast tide. The situation gradually began to be controlled. For most examinees in the city center, the beast tide was a disaster, a nightmare that even barriers could not withstand. For those ranked in the top 100 nationwide, with a cultivation level of 2 or even 3 stars, the beast tide is an opportunity. Today I can score a lot. Zhang Tianxia was in a good mood. She was the strongest among this group of candidates and killed the fierce beasts the fastest. But what made Zhang Tianxia curious was, where had Chu Wuxia gone? So far, she had not encountered Chu Wuxia in the city center. After taking down a 5-star fierce beast in the Qi refining realm, before Zhang Tianxia could catch her breath, she saw a familiar monster. Swish, swish, swish. 20 long spears accurately stabbed towards the beast tide, easily piercing into the chest of the steel rock rhinoceros. Its skin is hard as steel. The spears pierced through its body, and dozens of steel rock rhinoceroses fell dead in an instant. Flames filled the sky as 100 members of the Burning World Legion threw fireballs the size of soccer balls towards the beast tide, a smell of burning flesh spreading outwards. The Heavy Silence Legion charged at the front, with the Bloodslaughter Legion and the Golden Spear Legion flanking left and right, relentlessly attacking the beast tide. He's here.
Jiang Tianxia looked towards the boy controlling the strange puppet army. The boy wore a blue school uniform, his fingers deftly dancing, skillfully controlling various types of puppets for attack and defense.
Whose summon is this? The candidates surrounding the beast tide were taken aback. They simply couldn't compete with this group of monsters. Why are you stealing my fierce beast?
A candidate with condensed thunder slash in the Qi refining realm, 2 stars, pointed angrily at Lu Yuan. His name was Yin Ziho, ranked 88th nationwide, awakened to a thunder attribute combat profession.
Steal your fierce beast? Lu Yuan looked at the nonsense remark from Yin Ziho.
In the martial arts exam, there has never been a concept of stealing fierce beasts, especially in such an extremely dangerous beast tide. One misstep could lead to being trampled to death.
Isn't it true that thunder attribute fighters always act like this, casually accusing others of stealing your fierce beasts? Lu Yuan's fingers danced.
Moreover, so what if I steal your fierce beast? As he spoke, Bloodslaughter arrived beside Yin Ziho, not attacking him, only ensuring that Yin Ziho couldn't kill a single fierce beast. Every time Yin Ziho finally managed to severely injure a fierce beast, Bloodslaughter would always be quicker to finish it off. The other candidates were fighting normally. Lu Yuan did not interfere with them, even stepping in to block lethal blows when their lives were at stake.
Thank you.
The rescued candidate looked at him with gratitude. Without Lu Yuan, he only had 2 choices.
Death or give up on the martial arts exam.
Seeing Yin Ziho, the candidate shook his head, his face seemingly printed with 8 words.
Why provoke him?
Yin Ziho's face twitched, regretting what he said to Lu Yuan. Among so many top 100 candidates, he was the only one who hadn't killed a fierce beast. You have guts, let's see how this plays out.
Yin Ziho left with harsh words. Lu Yuan found this very familiar. With so many fierce beasts, Lu Yuan has killed over half. Jiang Tianxia felt a sense of crisis.
Yesterday she discovered that Lu Yuan was a 3-star in the Qi refining realm and thought nothing of it, while she was about to break into the 4-star Qi refining realm. But today, meeting again, she realized Lu Yuan had also broken through. The puppet master profession was special, capable of controlling puppet legions for battle, killing fierce beasts much faster than she could.
Damn, who exactly is the beast tide?
The number of fierce beasts doesn't even match the number of monsters controlled by Lu Yuan. I feel like even without Jiang Tianxia and those top 100 candidates, Lu Yuan could handle the beast tide on his own. Laughing so hard, I estimate Yin Ziho said something to anger Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan specifically let a monster follow him. Yin Ziho hasn't killed a single fierce beast, and his name can't be seen in the top 100. 10 million, 12 million, 15 million. Lu Yuan's live stream viewership reached 18 million, second only to the first-ranked Chu Wuxia, even higher than Jiang Tianxia. Successfully resolving the crisis, the candidates who had experienced intense battles sat down to rest. Immaculately dressed and clean, Lu Yuan arrived at the area filled with the corpses of fierce beasts, first using Bloodslaughter to perform the taste of blood to enhance his strength, then controlling the Star-Eating Legion to devour the beast corpses. The Star-Eating Legion, after numerous devourings, has grown to a height of dozens of meters, standing still like a small mountain. Jiang Tianxia wiped her dark giant sword, hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Lu Yuan.
Exchange score information? Jiang Tianxia took the initiative to speak. She wanted to know Lu Yuan's score.
In the martial arts exam, candidates didn't know their rankings, so they could only estimate based on past scores.
Asking about scores is an impolite act, especially for top candidates like them. Sure. Lu Yuan nodded.
Jiang Tianxia had awakened the metal-type combat profession, and her SSS-level talent had frequently trended on social media. With her strength, she was definitely in the top 10 in the country. To show sincerity, Jiang Tianxia raised her wrist, letting Lu Yuan see her score.
It was an astonishing 280,000 points. Lu Yuan didn't speak, but signaled for Jiang Tianxia to look at his score. 220,000 points.
Jiang Tianxia sighed in relief, feeling it shouldn't be like this. Lu Yuan's score seemed a bit low. After all, he had just killed so many fierce beasts.
What had he been doing before the martial exam?
There's still a chance,
Jiang Tianxia said, referring to the next 2 days where Lu Yuan wouldn't surpass her score.
Looking at the Star-Eating Legion, which was growing larger and more oppressive, Jiang Tianxia began to doubt.
Did she really have a chance to keep her score from being surpassed by Lu Yuan? Chapter 17, Top 20 in the country. 280,000 points, with that score, you should be in the top 3 in the country.
After exchanging scores with Jiang Tianxia, Lu Yuan marveled at the terrifying power of the metal-type combat profession.
Especially since Jiang Tianxia had an SSS-level talent.
Hard to say, my ultimate goal is to fight for first place or at least secure second.
Jiang Tianxia spoke.
You're strong, but Chu Wuxia is even stronger. He's aiming for the top spot in this year's martial exam.
Perhaps because exchanging scores had established initial trust, Jiang Tianxia became more talkative. Hearing the name Chu Wuxia, Lu Yuan nodded. Chu Wuxia, son of the current leader of the Thunder League, awakened a 4-attribute combat profession. It is known that he has the attributes of thunder, earth, and wind, but the last attribute has not been revealed. Keep working hard to improve your score, and let me secretly tell you a secret: the rewards for the top 3 in this year's martial exam are extremely generous. Zhang Tianxia said, having said all she wanted to. By the 5th day of the martial exam, she had already reached 280,000 points, a score that would guarantee her priority placement in any top university. The reason Zhang Tianxia was so eager for points was because of the rewards from the martial exam. Every year, the top 100 students in the national ranking receive varying degrees of rewards, such as storage rings, spirit weapons, and spiritual treasures. The top 3 are in one category, the top 10, the top 20, and so on. The higher the rank, the better the reward. Maybe going to that place can stop Lu Yuan from surpassing my score. Zhang Tianxia made up her mind. She discovered over 100 8-star dual-headed earth wolves in the Qi refining realm. Because there were too many of them, she had originally thought of teaming up with Lu Yuan, but now it seemed better to go hunting alone, though it would take more time. Top 3 in the country? Lu Yuan seemed to be thinking deeply. In reality, he didn't care much about his own score, but everyone hoped for a higher score, even higher. Controlling the Puppet Legion, Lu Yuan continued searching for fierce beasts. There were far more fierce beasts in Taiyan City than he had expected. This had once been a city of tens of millions of people. At this moment, Lu Yuan was extremely eager to hunt fierce beasts. First, it would quickly increase his strength. Second, the Star-Eating Legion could devour the beasts' corpses to grow stronger. As he got closer to the center of Taiyan City, the strength of the beasts reached at least 8-star Qi refining realm, with some even being at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Facing beasts of this level, Lu Yuan found it somewhat tricky. Of course, it was only somewhat tricky. On the top floor of the Tianhua City government building, in the conference room. The door to the conference room opened frequently as several middle-aged people, about 40 or 50 years old, walked in. Each one of them exuded a profound, unfathomable aura, making the principals and school leaders present dare not even breathe loudly. Old Yuan, what's going on with Lu Yuan in Tianhua City? Last night, Lu Yuan still had 100,000 points, ranking 30th in the province. This morning, he surged to first place in the province. National ranking number 20. The mayor of Pingwan City, Yu Dexing, said. Pingwan City is adjacent to Tianhua City and is one of the 35 cities in Hailan Province. Yu Dexing arrived, and the mayors of the 3 neighboring cities also came. They had a good relationship with Yun Weihua and often chatted at provincial meetings. Oh, everyone is here. Yun Weihua said with a smile. Lu Yuan is doing great, and of course, it has to do with our Tianhua City being full of heroes since ancient times. Yun Weihua spoke with pride. Hearing this, Zhang Zhenghong, Principal Luo Jingrui of Tianhua High School, and many others couldn't hold back. Before the 4 mayors arrived, Lu Yuan was facing a beast tide, and the mayor of their city, Yun Weihua, was tense, crushing one water cup after another while chanting. Lu Yuan, be careful. Don't just focus on controlling the monsters, check your surroundings for any fierce beasts ambushing. Great, that's how to fight. Good job, Lu Yuan. You've been fighting for so long, you must be tired. Find a safe place to rest and replenish your energy. Yun Weihua completely immersed himself in Lu Yuan, but the key was that Lu Yuan couldn't hear him at all. At times laughing, at times acting as Lu Yuan, making them think Yun Weihua had split personality. On the LCD screen ranking list, Lu Yuan's ranking was particularly eye-catching. Hailan Province Number 1, Lu Yuan, 250,000 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Hailan Province Number 2, Fu Zhiqiu, 200,000 points, Hailan City Hailan High School. Hailan Province Number 3, Li Feiping, 160,000 points, Hailan City Hailan High School. In the top 10 of the province, except for Lu Yuan, all the candidates came from the provincial capital city's Hailan High School. The first in the province, Lu Yuan, is currently ranked 20th nationwide, like a wild horse running freely. Old Yun, this year, your Tianhua City is doing great, with a first in the province and a 20th nationally. Yu Dexing looked at Lu Yuan's live broadcast screen. I heard from a little bird that the provincial governor is very pleased with Tianhua City's performance in the martial arts exam this year, especially Lu Yuan. The secretary said he laughed for 3 or 4 minutes in his office. Yu Dexing whispered. That's good. Yun Weihua knew Tianhua City was stable, and Hailan Province would still have 35 cities going forward. They talked about Lu Yuan for more than half an hour, and the mayors arriving via space formation looked at the live broadcast of the number 1 in the country, Chu Wuxia. In the video, Chu Wuxia was in the center of Taiyan City, continuously unleashing lightning, wind, and earth battle attribute skills. And judging the power of his skills, each skill started at least at the Shen level. Chu Wuxia has been there for a full 5 days. He not only hunts fierce beasts during the day but does not rest at night either. Yun Weihua sighed in amazement.
Hunting fierce beasts at night is too risky, so when the martial arts exam began, the homeroom teachers first emphasized that leaving the shelter at night was prohibited.
Only Chu Wuxia is an exception.
6-star Qi Refining Realm, 420,000 points.
Is this the son of the Thunder Alliance leader? He's simply a monster, one of the accompanying mayors said.
Awakened with 4 battle attributes, Chu Wuxia had opened up a gap from second-place Jiang Tianxia, currently 10,000 points ahead. Chu Wuxia is a monster, but it has nothing to do with me. I just hope Lu Yuan can maintain the national 20th rank, or at least move up 2 or 3 more places and I'll be satisfied.
Yun Weihua expressed his thoughts.
Chu Wuxia came from the Imperial Capital, a place where monsters gather like the Imperial Capital and Magic Capital, often occupying the top 20 of martial arts exams. So when Lu Yuan's score reached the national 20th, the provincial governor was very excited.
I say, old Yun, did you have some kind of blessing on your mouth? What do you mean? Lu Yuan is now ranked 18th nationwide.
Yu Dexing pointed at the LCD screen. On the left was the live broadcast screen, and on the right was the national ranking list. Lu Yuan was diving deeper into Tian City and encountered multiple-headed 8-star lightning pattern lions, and after defeating that group, his score skyrocketed to 270,000 points.
Cough, I'm not asking for much, just if Lu Yuan can reach 17th, I'd be completely satisfied. Yun Weihua stared at the LCD screen.
2.5 minutes later, Lu Yuan, killing 2 peak-level ferocious beasts, rushed to the 17th place. Second place, as long as Lu Yuan can reach second place, I will be satisfied. Yun Weihua's veins bulged, his voice ringing loud like a bell.
Everyone present? Are you making a wish? Jumping from 17th directly to second place, right?
Yu Diheng was speechless, but even if wishing, Yun Weihua never thought Lu Yuan would become the number 1 in the country.
There's no way, Chu Wuxia's performance was simply extraordinary. Just fantasizing a bit.
Yun Weihua chuckled awkwardly.
To be honest, old Yun, you're quite smooth with your mouth. There's a kid in our city named Wei Weiqi, he's now 68th in the province, make a wish for him to jump to 60, okay? The best kid in our city is 70, named Duan Yufei, make a wish for him to jump to 65. A few mayors surrounded Yun Weihua, chattering away.
Seeing this scene, everyone could only cry and laugh, starting to mess around with metaphysics, right?
Get lost, if there's a wish to make, it should be for Lu Yuan to jump to the national top 15.
Yun Weihua said. Every time Lu Yuan hunted a ferocious beast, Yun Weihua quickly calculated the score, his eyes darting between Lu Yuan and the student ahead of him.
280,000, 290,000 points, 300,000 points.
Lu Yuan's score continued to rise quickly, although his ranking did not rise, it was far faster than the student ranked 16th.
Chapter 18 Countdown 12 hours. Roar.
A bear roar echoed through the sky. At the peak level of Qi refining, the 5-meter-tall silver earth bear's eyes widened, pounding its chest with a dull sound. Standing 20 meters tall in front of the silver earth bear, the Star-Devourer soldier spread its palms.
Bang!
With a single slap, it sent the silver earth bear into the ground, unable to move. Bleeding all over, the silver earth bear raised its paw high above its head and let out another roar, yet it was merely a bluff, trying to scare away the Star-Devourer soldier. As Lu Yuan, controlling the Star-Devourer soldier, prepared to slay the silver earth bear, a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the A-grade hidden mission, surpass yourself. Surpass yourself, kill a peak-level ferocious beast to receive 2 Earth-rank spirit techniques of the puppeteer.
Lu Yuan?
So simple? He could kill peak-level ferocious beasts back when he was at the 3-star Qi refining stage. In the previous second he triggered the hidden mission, in the next second, Lu Yuan controlled the Star-Devourer soldier with a single slap, killing the silver earth bear.
The system fell silent for dozens of seconds.
Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the A-grade hidden mission, surpass yourself. Rewards, Earth-rank Spirit Technique, Suppress Puppet and Earth-rank Spirit Technique, Stand-in Puppet.
That's it completed?
Lu Yuan was astonished, but he guessed the system didn't expect his realm to break through so fast, and he had nearly 800 puppet soldiers in less than half a month. Spirit techniques in Blue Star are divided into Heaven and Earth. The previous system's rewards were for mysterious ranks, and this time it's for Earth ranks. Earth-rank spirit techniques are invaluable and cannot be measured in money. To obtain them, one must join certain major forces or top academies.
After checking the effects of the 2 newly obtained Earth-ranked spirit techniques, Lu Yuan instantly became interested.
Suppress Puppet suppresses 1 to 2 small realms of the target. Target quantity and suppressed realms depend on the user's strength, currently selectable for 2. Stand-in Puppet can help the user block a single full-force attack from a professional below the divine power realm.
Suppress realm?
Lu Yuan focused on the Earth-rank spirit technique. Suppress Puppet. Stand-in Puppet is also good for saving his life at critical moments.
Lu Yuan is still killing ferocious beasts. Oh my eyes are getting tired watching him.
The martial arts exam ends in 2 days, he must be trying his best to boost his score before it gets dark. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to sleep, I'll watch Lu Yuan's livestream in the morning. The user who posted this comment, Lu Yali, yawned continuously, falling asleep in a daze on her bed. Lu Yuan participated in the martial arts exam, and Lu Yali was home alone, living a boring summer vacation. All day, except for sleeping and eating, Lu Yali watched Lu Yuan's performance in the martial arts exam. Before sleeping, Lu Yali glanced at Lu Yuan's score and ranking. National 14th, Lu Yuan, 350,000 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City, Hailan Province. Waking up at dawn, Lu Yali stretched her body as the clock struck 8. Lu Yuan's livestream began. Seeing Lu Yuan's ranking, Lu Yali instantly felt awake. National 4th, Lu Yuan, 450,000 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City, Hailan Province. National 4th. First, Lu Yali confirmed that she wasn't dreaming, then quickly guessed that Lu Yuan had been hunting ferocious beasts last night. He really doesn't fear being ambushed by ferocious beasts at night, he doesn't worry about his safety, and I worry. Lu Yali complained, feeling that Lu Yuan was too dedicated. In the center of Tian City, Lu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, surrounded by countless corpses of ferocious beasts. 8-star Giant Shield Beast at Chi Refinement Realm, 8-star Diamond Bear at Chi Refinement Realm, Peak Crimson Blood Leopard at Chi Refinement Realm. 450,000 points. After battling for a day and night, Lu Yuan was not tired at all, instead, he was particularly excited, especially seeing his score jump from 350,000 to 450,000. And his realm once again broke through to 5 stars at Chi Refinement Realm. The cold wind blew, morning dew slid down the leaves. This was a famous tech park in the center of Tian City, now a devastated area. The tech park should have been built in the suburbs, but for various reasons, it was located at the very center of Tian City. With ferocious beast corpses everywhere, Lu Yuan looked at the young man who had fought with him fiercely last night. He wore a black and gold school uniform with the words Thunder Alliance printed on his chest, exuding 3 different elemental auras, thunder, earth, and wind. Chu Wuxia. Lu Yuan recognized the identity of his peer. It was indeed Chu Wuxia, who had the highest call of being the national first before the martial arts exam, awakening a 4-element combat profession. Both looking at each other, Chu Wuxia did not communicate with Lu Yuan but merely glanced at the 30-meter-tall Star-Devourer soldier behind Lu Yuan. Looks like Zhang Tianxia has met her match, he might be the second in the nation. Chu Wuxia thought. He had originally thought the second place to reach the tech park would be Zhang Tianxia, but unexpectedly, it was a strange peer. Before leaving, Chu Wuxia suddenly stopped. There are still many ferocious beasts in the park, let's divide the territory by the central building. You go south, I go north, and we won't interfere with each other. Chu Wuxia said before disappearing. He didn't care who was second in the nation, being first was enough for him. Lu Yuan shrugged. No matter how noble Chu Wuxia's status was, it had nothing to do with him, sharing the ferocious beasts in the park was just fine, avoiding any awkward situations of fighting over them. Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia have met, it seems both have stayed up all night. The meeting of the national first and fourth is interesting, unfortunately, they didn't interact much, but they moved in opposite directions to hunt ferocious beasts. If Lu Yuan had scored more in the first 2 days of the martial arts exam, he might have had the chance to break into the top 3. The total audience in both of their live streams reached over 40 million, sending a massive barrage of comments that caused significant lag in the stream, but thankfully, it returned to normal shortly after. The audience was full of sympathy for Lu Yuan. Now, he was 50,000 points behind the national third, Gu Yanping, and time for Lu Yuan to surpass Gu Yanping was running short. So many peak ferocious beasts at Chi Refinement Realm? Lu Yuan scanned ahead, every building had at least 7 or 8 peak ferocious beasts of Chi Refinement Realm, not realizing he seemed to have poked a nest of ferocious beasts. No wonder Chu Wuxia had never appeared near the city center, he found a treasure land. For great disasters, Bloodshed Core, Heavenly Punishment Core, Star-Devourer Core. 7 great oddity core acted together. Standing on the shoulder of the strongest Star-Devourer Core, Lu Yuan looked down at the ferocious beasts, gathering his spiritual power, weaving spiritual threads that flew in the air, accurately merging into all oddity core members. Start killing. Blood Butcher led the charge, followed closely by Rotten Flesh, Ocean Dark, and Mountain Shadow. Blood Mist, Ice Spires, Vines, and Meteorites enveloped a 5-mile radius, and an orderly slaughter of the ferocious beasts began. Today is the 6th day of the martial arts exam, with only 1 day left until it officially ends. The rare trending topic is not Chu Wuxia, but has turned into Lu Yuan. Trending number 1, is the dark horse of the martial arts exam born? Lu Yuan once again overtakes, with 520,000 points surpassing Gu Yanping to become third in the country. Every day must win first, not kidding, can you really go from the top 20 in the country to third in just 2 days? You can't do this, it's too exaggerated. Lu Yuan's speed in hunting fierce beasts is ridiculous, completely making up for the low scores from the first 2 days. Enjoying the reverse threads, just luck, found a place with lots of fierce beasts, I can do it too, PS, I'm just joking. Your web names are too ridiculous. Currently ranked second, Zhang Tianxia has 600,000 points, Lu Yuan is 80,000 points behind her. Could it be? The 7th day of the martial arts exam will end at noon, with a total of 26 hours left. As the martial arts exam enters a heated stage, the principals, vice principals, and mentors of the 5 top universities in the 5 super first-tier cities of China gather around a liquid crystal screen, holding detailed information on the top 100 candidates and engaging in intense discussions. The top 3 candidates, Chu Wuxia, Zhang Tianxia, and Lu Yuan, become the focal points of the discussion. In the capital, headquarters of the 7 alliances and 1 hall. In a magnificent palace, 8 empty chairs are placed in the center, and as the doors open, 8 resolute alliance leaders, hall masters, enter. They are the highest authorities in China and also the strongest professionals in China. Chu Wuxia, 4 attribute combat profession, SSS-level talent, 6-star Qi refining realm. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire looks at the top 3 candidates in China while sitting on a pure white chair. Zhang Tianxia, metal attribute combat profession, SSS-level talent, 5-star Qi refining realm. Lu Yuan, a puppet master? The middle-aged man's eyes narrow slightly. Lu Yuan, puppet master, SSS-level talent, 6-star Qi refining realm. This year's candidates have good qualifications. In previous years, the highest realm on the last day of the martial arts exam was only 3 stars in the Qi refining realm, but this year, 2 have broken through to 6 stars, the middle-aged man said. There's no doubt that the national first place will surely belong to Chu Wuxia. The competition for second and third place between Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia is still uncertain. The leader of the Red Flame Alliance, sitting in a fiery red chair, said in a deep voice. The martial arts exam is not over yet, do not jump to conclusions. The man sitting in the golden chair at the center, his face obscured, spoke calmly. Hearing this, the 6 alliance leaders and hall masters nodded, thinking that the supreme leader was referring to the battle for second and third place between Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia. Outside the martial arts exam, discussions are heated, while the candidates in Taiyan City remain silent. What is my ranking? Yuan Zichen, who ranked 5th in the nation, wears a conflicted expression. With less than 12 hours left until the end of the martial arts exam, Yuan Zichen stares intently at his score. His goal is to be in the top 3 nationwide. Forget it, I'll risk it and go for it. Yuan Zichen grits his teeth and leaves the safe haven, disappearing into the night. Damn, I'm going for it. Gu Yanping, who ranks 4th in the nation, kicks open a wobbling wooden door. Instead of overthinking, he decides to take the risk and hunt fierce beasts at night. With his strength, he just needs to be a little cautious. At worst, he can use his wind attribute spirit technique to escape. Zhang Tianxia is a step ahead of both of them and has already taken out her dark giant sword, walking out of the safe haven. The 3 gradually approach the Taiyan City Science Park from 3 different directions, where Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia have already battled for 2 days and nights. Chapter 19, Fierce Beasts of the Xiangang Realm. Time ticks by, and this night is destined to keep many people awake. At the government office of Tianhua City, Mayor Yun Weihua sits straight in his chair, along with leaders of the city government, 3 principals. About 30 to 40 people sit upright. In the top 10 nationwide, 5 candidates have taken the risk of leaving the safe haven to hunt fierce beasts. Yun Weihua's voice is hoarse. It's currently 2 in the morning, with 10 hours left until the martial arts exam ends. Tonight, the martial arts exam live broadcast is fully opened, lasting until midnight. National ranking first, Chu Wuxia, 900,000 points, Capital Thunder Alliance. National ranking second, Zhang Tianxia, 600,000 points, Shanghai University affiliated First High School. National ranking third, Lu Yuan, 520,000 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City, Hailan Province. National ranking fourth, Gu Yanping, 460,000 points, Daido Life Home Alliance. Seeing Chu Wuxia's score, Yun Weihua felt breathless. 900,000 points. This year's minimum admission score for first-tier universities is 650 points, which means that Chu Wuxia alone could allow 1,400 people to apply for a first-tier university. Lu Yuan's speed in hunting ferocious beasts is much faster than Zhang Tianxia's. Is there a chance to surpass? Zhang Zhenghong was more concerned about this. Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia were both outstanding in the martial arts exam, but Lu Yuan only started exerting himself on the 3rd day, with his score and ranking changing every day. The metal-type combat profession Zhang Tianxia possesses a group-range spirit skill. The ferocious beasts she hunted, though not very powerful, were all pack beasts, and her score increased astonishingly fast. I can only say there is a chance, but don't hold too high hopes. Yun Weihua stood up to stretch. He hadn't stayed up late for a long time. Around 5 in the afternoon, the governor called him. The governor first praised Tianhua City's excellent performance in this martial arts exam, then stated he would personally attend the welcoming ceremony for Lu Yuan. Yun Weihua knew. At this moment, not only were they staying up late, but also the governor, the 5 top universities, various forces in Huaxia, even the 7 alliance leaders and the master of the judgment hall were closely watching this year's martial arts exam livestream. The martial arts exam was too important, especially for the top 10 candidates. According to statistics, since the establishment of Huaxia, those who ranked high in martial arts exams, provided they did not die prematurely, all became local overlords. Either they established their own forces or served as elders in the 7 alliances, or even as alliance leaders. Xinjiang, one of Huaxia's 5 super first-tier cities. This city is home not only to the top university Xinjiang University but also to Huaxia's largest business association, the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce. The Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce has branches in various countries and cities across the Blue Star.
Who is the strongest professional in the Blue Star is still uncertain, but the wealthiest person in the Blue Star is undoubtedly the owner of the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce.
In front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, a middle-aged man in a suit and graying hair smoked a cigarette, overlooking the night view of Xinjiang. Boss, here are the profiles of the top 100 candidates without backgrounds, 5 in total: Lu Yuan, Fan Jinshu, Yu Yanang.
The secretary opened the folder and detailed the identities, backgrounds, and rankings of these 5 people.
After the martial arts exam ends, you personally go to Tianhua City to ask if Lu Yuan needs our investment. Gao Hongchang extinguished the red cigarette butt, watching the martial arts exam ranking through the glass. He is the owner of the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce and also the richest person on the Blue Star. Gao Hongchang mentioned that investment comes with no return. The Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce will provide Lu Yuan, including everything needed for those ranked in the top 100 without backgrounds, free of charge. Money, high-level monster crystals, spirit skills, everything will be provided without charge. Gao Hongchang only hopes that these candidates achieve success and remember that the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce helped them. This scene appeared not only at the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce but also at the headquarters of major forces across Huaxia. The martial arts exam was approaching its end, with over 100 million people staying up to watch the livestream. At 6 in the morning, dawn was breaking. Jiang Tianxia's consciousness gradually became fuzzy. She was too tired and desperately needed a rest to recover her strength. When she walked into the tech park, looking at the bones scattered everywhere, Jiang Tianxia's expression was horrified.
Jianan City actually had such places?
A huge shadow loomed overhead. Jiang Tianxia suddenly looked up at the boy standing on the shoulder of a 50-meter-tall, hideously shaped monster. After multiple devourings, the star-eating soldier was now completely beyond cute, resembling an immovable mountain.
Lu Yuan.
Jiang Tianxia gazed at Lu Yuan, who was at the 7-star Qi refining stage.
With the same SSS-level talent, she was only at the 6-star Qi refining stage. What's your score now?
I'm at 650,000 points. Jiang Tianxia impatiently asked, feeling a bad premonition in her heart.
720,000 points.
Lu Yuan crossed his arms, once again sharing their scores with Jiang Tianxia.
As 720,000 points were spoken.
Holding the dark giant sword, Jiang Tianxia's heart was dead gray. Impressive. Jiang Tianxia, whose appearance was worlds apart from his weapon style, had a bitter smile on his lips. He was overtaken, and on the last day, his score was surpassed by Lu Yuan.
Did you kill all these fierce beasts?
Jiang Tianxia asked.
Chu Wuxia is here too, we share it half and half.
Lu Yuan turned his head, standing high, gazing at Chu Wuxia dressed in a black gold uniform. He had also broken through to the Qi refining 7th star. But in terms of killing fierce beasts, he was nowhere near as fast as himself.
How could one person compare to his thousands of strange puppets? I was wondering why I hadn't encountered Chu Wuxia.
Jiang Tianxia suddenly realized. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the 7 alliances. In the splendid palace, the 7 alliance leaders and the head of the judgment hall sat in chairs. They hadn't gathered together for a long time. Usually only 3 or 4 alliance leaders would attend the martial arts examination, but this year was special, and they all came to the Heavenly Sword Alliance headquarters. The final suspense has been revealed. Lu Yuan is 2nd, Jiang Tianxia is 3rd, said the leader of the Red Flame Alliance, dressed in luxurious red attire. Chu Wuxia, the 1st place, scored 920,000 points, while Lu Yuan had 720,000 points, a difference of 200,000 points. With 4 hours left in the martial arts examination, it was impossible for Lu Yuan to surpass Chu Wuxia's score. Even though Chu Wuxia relaxed his guard and stopped hunting fierce beasts to rest in the shelter. What a pity, Lu Yuan had a chance. He controlled a monster that could continually evolve, already reaching the strength to kill peak Qi refining fierce beasts in an instant, said the gentle-looking leader of the Wood Alliance. If the martial arts examination were delayed for a day or half a day, the outcome would be unpredictable. No ifs, Chu Wuxia fought for 6 days and nights without closing his eyes. Though it's due to his blood attribute combat profession, it's also related to his strong willpower, Yin Fenyue countered. People didn't know what attribute Chu Wuxia finally awakened, they knew it was the hidden blood attribute. The blood attribute had 2 characteristics: to enhance strength and replenish stamina by absorbing blood. This was also the reason why Chu Wuxia could fight for so long with such energy, able to quickly increase his realm without absorbing demon crystals. The Red Flame Alliance has some matters I need to handle. Yin Fenyue stood up, preparing to leave. Just as he got up, he heard the voice of the middle-aged man sitting in the golden chair in the center. That Moon Extreme Bear has broken through.
Ha!
Yan Fenyue turned his head. On the LCD screen, Lu Yuan was battling a peak chi refining Moon Extreme Bear. Since the main alliance leader said it had broken through, it meant this Moon Extreme Bear's strength had reached the Xian Gang realm. In previous martial arts examinations, a Xian Gang fierce beast had never appeared. After all, such a fierce beast could not be called a fierce beast, it was a demon clan with awareness and thinking ability.
Chapter 20, First in the Nation. At dawn, with 2 hours left in the martial arts examination,
the examinees in Tian City simultaneously stopped hunting fierce beasts. After intense battles and being constantly on edge, they were already physically and mentally exhausted. Drinking the last remaining water and compressed rations, the examinees slumped in their makeshift shelters, raising their wrists to check their scores. Some were joyful, some were sorrowful, but they were all waiting for the martial arts examination to end.
Nationally ranked second. Over 3 million residents of Tianhua City focused intently, sitting at home watching Lu Yuan's live broadcast. Everyone stopped their actions, eyes glued to the screen.
In the streets, alleys, gardens, and squares, people could be seen quietly looking down at their phones. National First, Chu Wuxia, 920,000 points, Imperial Capital Thunder Alliance.
National Second, Lu Yuan, 780,000 points, Hailan Province Tianhua City Yunhai High School.
National Third, Zhang Tianxia, 650,000 points, Magic Capital Magic University Affiliated High School. Lu Yuan constantly attracted the attention of Tianhua City's residents. Most residents didn't know him well, but now Lu Yuan represented Tianhua City in the martial arts examination.
That's enough, being second in the nation is already great, Mayor Yun Weihua said with a smile. However, the next second, the smile froze. Xiangang Realm Monster. In the live broadcast, the Yueji bear, fighting against Lu Yuan, suddenly surged in power and slapped dead many bloodthirsty soldiers attacking it. Why is there a Xiangang Realm Monster in the martial arts exam? Yun Weihua shouted, his veins bulging with anger. Doesn't this want Lu Yuan's life?
Mayor, calm down, that Yueji bear just coincidentally broke through, it was originally at the peak of the chi refining realm. Zhang Zhenghong looked at the furious Yun Weihua.
The entire conference room was unbearably hot, and everyone was sweating profusely. How can you expect me to stay calm?
Lu Yuan, a chi refining realm 7-star, is simply no match for a Xiangang realm monster.
Bang bang bang. Yun Weihua angrily pounded the table.
In an instant, many thoughts raced through his mind, such as contacting the patrol team, but he and everyone present knew. By the time the patrol team arrives, it would all be too late.
Run, Lu Yuan, hurry and run. Yun Weihua was anxious and sweating profusely. He would rather Lu Yuan give up his second-place nationwide ranking than see Lu Yuan walk out of Tian City alive. Faced with a Xiangang realm monster, the barriers given to the candidates by the wristbands were completely useless. This kind of powerful monster shouldn't appear in the martial arts exam, it was far beyond the candidates' capabilities. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, and Yun Weihua slumped in his chair, looking ashen. It's over, all over. It broke through?
Lu Yuan looked at the raging Yueji bear in front of him, not expecting to encounter such a low-probability event. This technology park had many chi-refining realm monsters, but only this Yueji bear had broken through. Reincarnation is a skill, and so is being a monster. It is very likely that the Yueji bear has a trace of a high-level demon bloodline left inside it, allowing it to break into the Xiangang realm in a desperate situation, otherwise, it would have remained in the chi-refining realm for its entire life. You seek death. The all-white Yueji bear, with sharp fangs, spoke human language, wanting to tear Lu Yuan into pieces. A monster could speak, this sounded extremely bizarre. Lu Yuan remembered what his homeroom teacher, Zhou Wenbin, had said in class. Monsters and demons have essential differences. Monsters below Xiangang realm only have killing instincts and are born with animosity towards humans. Monsters above Xiangang realm are called demons. At this level, demons are in a semi-intelligent state. Spirit realm demons are fully intelligent, with intelligence similar to ours. Note that breeds like wolf demons and fox demons, which are naturally clever, have very high IQs even at the Xiangang realm, so beware when fighting them. Clearly, the Yueji bear before him was already in an intelligent state, hence it could talk, albeit with some stuttering. Die. The Yueji bear shot out a white beam at Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan died, these strange puppets would lose their activity. Clever, no wonder it's a demon, Lu Yuan said, looking at the white beam shooting toward him, and decisively launched his spirit technique in response. Puppet Master, Xian-level spirit technique, Thousand Eyes Puppet. Countless eyes sprouted densely all over, with an eerie smile, and the puppet floated in the air. The Yueji bear's pupils widened, and the white beam of light it shot twisted around Lu Yuan, crashing into the nearby tech building. Why? The Yueji bear's speech had become much smoother, not understanding why it missed Lu Yuan. The question it asked was also what those watching the live broadcast wanted to know. Spirit technique? The leader of the Red Flame Alliance, Yan Fenyue, frowned, guessing that Lu Yuan had used a spirit technique. The Yueji bear, having broken through to semi-intelligent Xiangang realm, was not a fool, on the contrary, it was very clever and knew that killing Lu Yuan's puppets would lead to losing control.
Since it did not hit Lu Yuan, it was proof that Lu Yuan had employed a spirit technique.
Puppet masters are too rare, even as the leader, he didn't know the specific effects of this spirit technique. Not answering the Yueji bear, Lu Yuan quickly unleashed multiple special spirit techniques for puppet masters. Xian-level spirit technique, Grief Puppet. Xian-level spirit technique, Curse Puppet. Earth-level spirit technique, Suppression Puppet. Watching Lu Yuan fight back and forth with the Yueji bear, hope ignited in Yun Wei's heart. Lu Yuan, Qi Refining Realm 7-star, is evenly matched with a Shingang Realm 1-star Yueji bear.
Even an advantage? There is a chance. Don't forget that Lu Yuan hasn't controlled those monsters yet.
The principal of Xinghui High School said excitedly.
Go for it, Lu Yuan.
Outside the city government hall, residents watching the live broadcast raised their arms and shouted loudly.
Go for it, Lu Yuan.
The shouts were deafening, making the glass of the city government hall buzz.
The eerie puppet descended.
Suppressing the eerie puppet dancing in the air, the Moon Extreme Bear's eyes glowed red, dropping from 1 star of the Shingang realm to 8 stars of the Qi Refinement realm. It transformed back into a mindless, bloodthirsty beast. The cursed eerie puppet let out a sharp, strange laugh, while the Moon Extreme Bear's expression was in agony, hugging its head with its paws, caught in the 3 heart demons of greed, anger, and ignorance, nearly breaking down.
Bang bang bang.
Explosions rang out as the weeping eerie puppets, split into 7, trapped the Moon Extreme Bear from different directions and self-destructed.
Just like that. Lu Yuan shook his head. The 4 great disasters and the eerie Puppet Legion didn't put in any effort, he simply used his spiritual skill to take down the Shingang Realm Moon Extreme Bear. The Moon Extreme Bear crashed to the ground, bleeding from multiple wounds and losing its breath. Lu Yuan's wrist bracelet scanned the Moon Extreme Bear, but the score hadn't appeared for a long time. The bracelet showed the hunting of a peak Qi Refinement Realm beast, then indicated 8 stars of the Qi Refinement Realm, before finally confirming it was a Shingang Realm beast. 900,000 points. Lu Yuan couldn't believe that the Shingang Realm beast scored so high, directly giving him 120,000 points. Powerful auras descended as 6 fully armed practitioners of the Divine Ability Realm arrived at the Science Park. Where is that Shingang Realm beast?
Xing Chongyi asked. He was the captain of this patrol team. Upon hearing that a beast had broken through to the Shingang Realm, they hurried to rescue the examinee, taking less than 2 minutes from departure to arrival at the Science Park. Lu Yuan, ranked 2nd in the nation, if this examinee were to accidentally die during the martial arts examination. Not only would they lose their official hats, but Huaxiao would also become a laughingstock. Isn't it over there? Lu Yuan glanced at the Moon Extreme Bear's corpse on the ground. Xing Chongyi? Members of the patrol team? Did you kill it? Xing Chongyi was somewhat unsure, suspecting that the nearby patrol team arrived just before them and solved the Moon Extreme Bear quickly. After all, the martial arts examination was still ongoing, they couldn't delay Lu Yuan in hunting the beast.
Yes. With Lu Yuan's confirmation, Xing Chongyi's mouth twitched. Is there anything else? Lu Yuan asked. No, we're leaving now.
Xing Chongyi and the patrol team vanished, observing Lu Yuan's every move from the shadows.
In case Lu Yuan encountered another breakthrough beast, they could intervene in time.
It turned out to be a rare situation. Besides the Moon Extreme Bear, all the beasts in the Science Park were in the Qi Refinement realm. Captain, how many points does a Shingang Realm beast give? A team member asked curiously. Not sure, Lu Yuan is the first examinee to hunt a Shingang Realm beast, there have been no previous cases. Xing Chongyi said, he was also very curious. Wow, Lu Yuan can also control monsters with spiritual power, is this guy going to surpass Chu Wuxia? A team member expressed with rich emotion. If he remembered correctly, Lu Yuan had been fighting continuously for 2 days and nights, not to mention whether he was tired or not, his spiritual energy reserve was simply outrageous. Even as a patrol team, they didn't know the specific score of the examinee. Try to secure 2nd place and fight for 1st, it all depends on whether Lu Yuan can grab this first.
Xing Chongyi speculated. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Tianjin Alliance. Watching Lu Yuan's score instantly rise from 780,000 to 900,000, and still hunting beasts without stopping, the leader of the Qi Yan Alliance, Yan Finyue, leaned back in his chair. Lord Chu, it seems Wuxia has missed out on being first in the nation. Yan Finyue looked at the leader of the Thunder Alliance. Although Chu Wuxia was also working hard to hunt beasts like Lu Yuan, the speed difference between the two was too great. At this moment, Lu Yuan had completely overtaken him. He will never amount to anything in this life. The indifferent expression of Chu Yongsheng waved his sleeve and left. Chu Wuxia was his most valued son. As the leader of the Thunder Alliance, Chu Yongsheng could not harbor resentment because Lu Yuan took away his son's chance to be first in the nation. Master Chu is too harsh on Wu Sha. A middle-aged noblewoman in a white dress said. In fact, Chu Wuxia worked very hard, enduring the martial arts exam for 7 days and 6 nights without a break, always in a fighting state. Who could have thought that in the last few hours, Lu Yuan suddenly rose up? 950,000 points, 1 million points, 1,100,000 points. Lu Yuan squeezed every drop of spiritual power from within, feeling the handring violently shake as he hunted the last fierce beast. This meant that the martial arts exam had officially come to an end. Chapter 21 The Nation is Boiling. At 12 o'clock on the dot, Chinese time. In Tian City, candidates who felt the hand ring vibrate cheered aloud. It's over, it's finally over. After enduring 7 days and 6 nights, the annual grand event of martial arts in China was officially announced to be over. In this city destroyed by fierce beasts, countless candidates breathed heavily, relaxing and cheering under the sunlight. A gentle breeze passed, many candidates lay on the ground and chose to sleep peacefully. The reason they dared to do this was because they saw the fully armed patrol teams. Black battle cars sped around Tian City, distributing water and steaming hot-boxed lunches to the candidates. Eat well and we'll send you home. Candidates who had long been munching on compressed rations sparkled with excitement, devouring the boxed lunches. In the technology park, Gu Yanping, ranked 5th in the nation, looked quite disheveled. His school uniform was torn, and his body had injuries of varying degrees. Dude, I really burned out. Gu Yanping's eyelids were fighting, and he struggled to raise his wrist to check the hand ring score. What rank am I exactly? Bang. Bare-handed, Zhang Tianxia took down the last fierce beast, her 2-meter-long black giant sword already broken and unusable. 830,000 points. Zhang Tianxia shook her head. Although she knew it was difficult to surpass Lu Yuan's score, she still worked hard to hunt fierce beasts. That guy probably has around 900,000. Zhang Tianxia's mind brought up Lu Yuan's face, and she had a rough idea of the ranking in her heart. The first in the nation, Chu Wuxia; the second, Lu Yuan. As for the third, it was highly likely to be between her, Gu Yanping, and Wan Zichen. Though Zhang Tianxia was confident she could reach third place, her goal was to secure second and compete for first, getting the top 2 rewards of the martial arts exam. Monster. Zhang Tianxia murmured to herself. In her eyes, both Chu Wuxia and Lu Yuan were monsters. Despite all 3 having SSS-level talents, there was still a gap. In the technology park, filled with fierce beasts, Chu Wuxia in a black gold school uniform absorbed the blood of the beasts. In the astonished eyes of the patrol team, his realm broke from 7 stars in chi refining to 8 stars. 1 million points. Chu Wuxia's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. The highest score in the martial arts exam in China's history was 850,000. He not only became number 1 in the nation but also broke the historical record for the highest score. So Chu Wuxia can also break through without absorbing monster crystals? The patrol team member responsible for picking up Chu Wuxia felt amazed. Over there, Lu Yuan also broke through to 8 stars in chi refining. However, compared to Chu Wuxia, Lu Yuan stood next to a fierce beast nearly 60 or 70 meters tall, emanating immense pressure. To be precise, it was a whole army of 8-star chi refining monsters. 1,150,000 points. Lu Yuan checked his score. His frenzied hunting of fierce beasts was not only for the score but also more importantly, to elevate his realm and evolve the star-eating soldiers. 3 battle cars drove out of the technology park, splitting off into 3 different directions. Chu Wuxia and Gu Yanping rode to the Imperial Capital Spatial Formation, while Zhang Tianxia and Wan Zichen headed to the Demon Capital Spatial Formation. As for Lu Yuan, he enjoyed a battle car all to himself. Inside the car sat 4 patrol team members, sizing up Lu Yuan across from them. Lu Yuan, what's your score? A combat profession member, around 30 years old, asked. This was also what the teammates wanted to know. 1,150,000 points. Lu Yuan replied. Impressive, your score is enough for 1,800 people to get into a top university. The patrol team member exclaimed. Hearing 1,150,000 points, the driver, the captain, twitched his mouth. He had just heard through his headset that Chu Wuxia had scored 1 million points. This means Lu Yuan is the first place in this year's martial arts exam, surpassing second place Chu Wuxia by a full 150,000 points. 1,150,000 points, the first in the nation. When the martial arts exam officially announced its end, the country erupted when Lu Yuan's score overtook Chu Wuxia in the last few hours. They witnessed the whole process of Lu Yuan's rise. Before the martial arts exam began, Chu Wuxia was the favored candidate for first place in the nation. Lu Yuan's name was particularly unfamiliar. If it were Zhang Tianxia or Gu Yanping, 2 similarly well-known candidates, overtaking Chu Wuxia, they wouldn't be this excited. But Lu Yuan is the strongest dark horse in the history of the martial arts exam, without exception. In Tianhua City, over 3 million residents spontaneously gathered in squares, parks, and other open areas. On the big screen, Lu Yuan's ranking and score captured everyone's attention. National ranking first, Lu Yuan, 1,150,000 points, Hailan Province Tianhua City Yunhai High School. National ranking second, Chu Wuxia, 1 million points, Imperial Capital Thunder Alliance. National ranking third, Zhang Tianxia, 830,000 points, Magic Capital University Affiliated High School. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Cheers rose higher and higher, residents shouted Lu Yuan's name loudly. He sprinted from the top 3 of Tianhua City to the top 20 of the province, then pushed to the top 3 in the nation, finally ascending to the national first. They saw all of this with their own eyes. At this moment, Lu Yuan was the glory of Hailan Province, and even more so, the glory of Tianhua City. It's so amazing, our Tianhua City actually produced the national first student. The highest we ever had was only in the top 50 of the province. Without that beast breaking into the Xian gang realm, Lu Yuan's score exceeded Chu Wuxia. 150,000 points. Lu Yuan's score is a full 150,000 points higher than the second place, and he grows stronger and stronger. First in the martial arts exam. In the city government hall, Yun Weihua's excited face turned red as he waved his fist hard. Everyone in the conference room was very excited, whether from Yunhai High School or the other 2 high schools. Just as the residents said, Lu Yuan had become the honor of Tianhua City. Principal Zhang Zhenghong and homeroom teacher Zhou Wenbin hugged each other, grinning from ear to ear. For Principal Zhang Zhenghong, Yunhai High School needed to make a name for itself in Tianhua City's history. He was getting old and could not improve his own realm anymore. At this age, what mattered was fame. For homeroom teacher Zhou Wenbin, the first line of his resume would forever be this sentence. Had taught Lu Yuan, the national first in the martial arts exam. Creak. Just as everyone was extremely excited, the conference room door opened. An old man, around 60, dressed in an administrative jacket, walked in. The old man was in good spirits, and more importantly, he possessed unfathomable strength. Governor. Yun Weihua spoke respectfully. The old man in front was the governor of Hailan Province, Qi Hongchang, and also his former boss. Governor. The people in the conference room said in unison. The atmosphere was serious, they had never encountered a leader of this level, at most city-level leaders. Managing a vast province, Qi Hongchang's presence was immense, making it hard for them to breathe just by standing there. Presence is important, but more importantly, Qi Hongchang is a strong warrior in the domain realm. Qi Hongchang stood in front of the LCD screen, looking at Lu Yuan, who was about to return to Tianhua City in a battle vehicle. What are you all dawdling about? Go welcome our nation's top student from the martial arts exam in Tianhua City. Qi Hongchang said, and the secretary beside him smiled. Don't let the governor look so calm. During the journey to Tianhua City, the laughter never stopped. During this time, he even received a phone call from the elder of the Tianjian Alliance. Though the secretary did not hear the content, Qi Hongchang hung up the phone with an even brighter smile, mentioning Lu Yuan every 3 sentences. Yes, let's go welcome the martial arts scholar of Hailan Province from Tianhua City. Yun Weihua reacted, and a group of them took a special vehicle to Yunhai High School. It won't be long before the martial arts exam candidates from Tianhua City will arrive at Yunhai High School via the teleportation array. Chapter 22, Welcoming the National First Lu Yuan. The candidates returned one after another via the teleportation array to their respective cities. Outside the teleportation array, parents waited anxiously for their children. Mom! Candidates rushed into their parents' embrace. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Only scored 330 points, do you know this score can only get you into a second-rate university? Don't listen to your dad, darling. Getting into university is already great. This scene unfolded at teleportation array points in different cities across China. In the Magic City, at the affiliated high school of Magic City University. Zhang Tianxia was the first to step out of the high school, looking at the banner welcoming her second brother in the 3rd place in the martial arts exam. As expected. Zhang Tianxia had no surprise on her face. Chu Wuxia first, Lu Yuan second, right? Zhang Tianxia asked her second brother Zhang Qiwen. Zhang Qiwen, with a scholarly aura and gold-rimmed glasses, shook his head. Lu Yuan first, Chu Wuxia second. What? Zhang Tianxia's beautiful eyes flickered. During the martial arts exam, she had only exchanged scores with Lu Yuan twice. Knowing how terrifying Chu Wuxia was, Zhang Tianxia had a rough guess about Lu Yuan's ranking. The result was that Lu Yuan ranked first in the country, and Chu Wuxia, who awakened 4 attributes of combat profession, ranked second. Brother, are you saying that with 12 hours left, Lu Yuan surpassed me first, then surpassed Chu Wuxia? How did he do it? Zhang Tianxia was puzzled. This is the recorded video of Lu Yuan I downloaded, you can watch it yourself. Zhang Qiwen opened his briefcase and handed a tablet to Zhang Tianxia. I've highlighted the exciting parts. On the way home, Zhang Tianxia stared at the tablet without blinking.
When she saw the Beast Moon Extreme Bear break through to the Xuanqi realm and become a monster tribe, she couldn't help but worry for Lu Yuan. However, seeing Lu Yuan defeat the Moon Extreme Bear solely with spiritual skills without controlling the monster, Jiang Tianxia widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Qiwen. Anyway, father is very satisfied with your martial arts exam results.
Lu Yuan is even more impressive than Chu Wuxia.
In the imperial capital, Chu Wuxia walked out with his head held high. He radiated a strong smell of blood, all from the blood of beasts. Over the 7 days of the martial arts exam, he had broken through to the 8th star of the Qi refining stage with the characteristics of his blood attribute combat profession. He would break through to the Xuanqi realm within 2 months at the latest. Just as Chu Wuxia expected, he was met with waves of cheers and applause as he stepped out of the teleportation array. However, upon seeing the banner that read, "Congratulations, Chu Wuxia, national ranking 2nd, Chu Wuxia felt as if struck by lightning.
Who? Chu Wuxia's expression remained cold, but inside he roared out loud. Who robbed him of the national first title? Candidates from the imperial capital continued to emerge, staring blankly upon seeing Chu Wuxia's ranking. Chu Wuxia wasn't first in the country? Lu Yuan.
Chu Wuxia looked at Lu Yuan, who surpassed him by 150,000 points and ranked first nationwide in the martial arts exam.
Who is he?
Chu Wuxia's head throbbed. Candidates embraced their parents, excitedly sharing their martial arts exam experiences. Seeing only his mother waiting for him and the person he most wanted to see not appearing, Chu Wuxia lowered his head and refused the interview from reporters, taking a taxi to leave alone. He was eager to know who Lu Yuan was and how he had surpassed him in scores. In Tianhua City, a large number of red banners with "Congratulations to Lu Yuan for becoming first in the nation" floated in the sky.
Crackling.
Firecracker sounds were continuous, and the atmosphere was comparable to the new year. Residents came spontaneously outside Tianhua High School, waiting for the top scorer of the martial arts exam, Lu Yuan, who came from their Tianhua City. The high school principal, school leaders, municipal government officials, and the mayor all came to the scene. In front of them, an elderly man in an administrative jacket, Qi Hanchang, stood straight. A large number of reporters with cameras had long started recording, smiling in front of the camera as they read the prepared script. The content of the script was not much altered. Lu Yuan went from being in the top 4 nationally to the top 3, and finally became first.
Hello, audience friends. I am currently at Tianhua High School.
The camera shifted from the reporter to capture the interior of the school.
As you can see, many candidates have already come out. Next, I will randomly interview some candidates to ask about their reactions upon learning that Lu Yuan is first in the nation.
The reporter stood in front of a candidate. Although it was said to be random, the candidates the reporter interviewed all wore smiles, clearly having done well on the exam. As for the candidates in low spirits, they were automatically ignored. "Wow, Lu Yuan is number 1 in the country," exclaimed a student from Yunhai High School, expressing his shock.
He had a deep impression of Lu Yuan. On the awakening day, Lu Yuan had awakened an SSS-level talent. But isn't it said that the job of a spirit odd master does not inherit spirit skills? How did he hunt down the ferocious beasts without spirit techniques? With a single ponytail and an ethereal grace, Li Jinxue stepped out from the teleportation array. 220,000 points. Li Jinxue was very satisfied with her score. She ranked 2nd in Tianhua City and 70th in Hailan Province. Looking at the sky filled with banners congratulating Lu Yuan for being number 1 in the country, Li Jinxue blinked. She remembered Lu Yuan. When she learned he was from Tianhua City in Taiyan, she had used her spirit skill to trap the diamond bear for 5 seconds. Compared to her surprise, Lin Shuang, who was being interviewed, stood frozen in place. Lu Yuan is number 1 in the country, and he participated in the martial arts exam? Lin Shuang couldn't believe it. She was ranked 4th in Tianhua City and hadn't made it onto the provincial ranking. Looking at the many residents outside waiting for Lu Yuan's appearance, and the festive atmosphere comparable to the new year, Lin Shuang suddenly didn't know how to answer the reporter's questions. Lin Shuang recalled the day of the awakening ceremony when she actively sent Lu Yuan a text saying breakup. "I'm happy for my boyfriend," Lin Shuang smiled and said to the reporter. "Boyfriend? This girl is actually Lu Yuan's girlfriend."
The reporter seemed to have discovered a big scoop and started asking Lin Shuang various questions about Lu Yuan. Lin Shuang answered one by one, making the reporter feel that she and Lu Yuan were very affectionate.
"Aren't you broken up?" Watching the live broadcast at home, Lu Yeli smiled playfully. This woman had some deep tricks. There were too many people on site, and Lu Yeli was too lazy to run over. Anyway, Lu Yuan would return home first.
The top 10 candidates in Tianhua City stepped out of Tianhua High School, with the mayor and their respective principals nodding to congratulate them on their good results. However, compared to the top 10 candidates in the city, they were even more looking forward to the number 1 in the country, Lu Yuan. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Under the gaze of countless people, a boy dressed in a blue school uniform walked out. The boy's clothes were clean and stood in stark contrast to the tattered outfits of the other candidates around him. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by resounding applause, the boy stopped in his tracks and turned to look back. Who is making such a fuss? Lu Yuan was puzzled and raised an eyebrow upon seeing the banner congratulating him for being number 1 in the country.
I'm the number 1 in the martial arts exam?
The applause continued, along with shouts of his name rising higher and higher.
Welcome home, number 1 Lu Yuan. Welcome home, number 1 Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I am a reporter from Tianhua Daily.
Congratulations on scoring 1,150,000 points, exceeding the second place by 150,000 points to become the number 1 in the martial arts exam.
I am a reporter from Hailan Province News. What are your thoughts now?
A large group of reporters surrounded Lu Yuan, eager to ask various questions.
After answering a few questions, Lu Yuan waved his hand.
I just want to take a shower and lie in bed for a good sleep now, Lu Yuan said. Hearing this, several sturdy men in black suits walked over to fend off the reporters' questions for Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan looked at the group of people approaching him. There were many people, including his homeroom teacher Zhou Wenbin and Principal Zhang Zhenghong. At the front was clearly the mayor of Tianhua City.
A black sedan stopped by the street, the window rolled down, and an old man smiled at Lu Yuan. The old man seemed familiar to Lu Yuan, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. The mayor Yuan, who stood in the seat position at the school gate just now, was actually the old man smiling and clapping in the car. Lu Yuan, I won't say much in congratulations, you're probably tired of hearing it, Yuan patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. The more he looked at Lu Yuan, the more satisfied he became. Go, there are people waiting for you, Yuan said.
Who? Yuan lowered his voice. Our Hailan Province's Governor Qi. Chapter 23, The 5 Top Universities. Governor? The crowd was bustling, and Lu Yuan looked at the old man, understanding why the old man was standing in the center just now.
Go ahead, the governor has something to tell you, Yuan said.
As Lu Yuan took the first step towards the black car, the door on the driver's side opened, and a middle-aged man dressed as a secretary jogged to the back door. Click.
The back door opened, and the secretary smiled and nodded at Lu Yuan.
Bang. The black car gradually moved away from everyone's sight. Hello, Lu Yuan.
Governor Qi Hongchang smiled as he looked at Lu Yuan.
Hello, Governor Qi. Lu Yuan politely greeted him.
There were 3 people in the car, himself, Governor Qi Hongchang, and the driving secretary. Compared to the serious-looking secretary in a suit, he felt quite relaxed around Governor Qi Hongchang. He neither worked within the system nor had committed any crime, and he had no requests for the governor.
You are about the same age as my grandson. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Qi, Governor Qi Hongchang said kindly, not at all pretending to be a governor. Grandpa Qi. Lu Yuan cleverly addressed him.
The next things I say are very important, and you must listen carefully, Governor Qi Hongchang said, closing the car window, his expression turning serious. You are this year's national champion of the martial arts exam, and you can choose any of the 5 top universities according to your preference.
Governor Qi Hongchang looked directly at Lu Yuan, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of the seat. China has 5 super first-tier cities, and the 5 top universities are located in these cities.
At that moment, Lu Yuan hadn't thought about which university to choose, but it was highly likely one of these 5 top universities. Next, many powerful forces will come to find you. They claim to offer all the training resources you want, free of charge. I suggest you refuse them, Governor Qi Hongchang said seriously.
They say it's free, but it actually isn't? Lu Yuan asked.
You could say that, there's no such thing as a free lunch. They invest in you to wait for you to succeed and then ask for favors in return, Governor Qi Hongchang explained. Over the years, the top 10 martial arts exam students, as long as they don't perish early, have achieved great things. As the saying goes, repaying favors is the hardest. Those powerful forces are eyeing the top 100 candidates in the martial arts exam, especially those with no background, to invest in. Years later, if you become a regional overlord or an elder of the 7 Alliance and Hall, or even the leader, if they want something from you, will you agree or refuse?
Governor Qi Hongchang gave a vivid example. Lu Yuan fell into deep thought.
So, refuse them. With your title as the national champion of the martial arts exam, the officials and universities will provide the necessary training resources. They are the ones who truly do not seek anything in return.
The car stopped downstairs of Lu Yuan's residential building, and after sharing his advice, Governor Qi Hongchang waved at Lu Yuan.
He had said everything he needed to say. How Lu Yuan chose was up to him. Goodbye, Grandpa Qi. Lu Yuan watched as Governor Qi got into the black car, which then drove out of the community, and afterward, he took the elevator back home.
Our family's martial arts exam champion is back. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yuan smelled a rich aroma.
Lu Yeli sat on the living room sofa, with a dual pot on the table, one clear broth and one spicy oil.
The soup base bubbled, and Lu Yeli dipped the freshly cooked lamb rolls into the sauce. Before Lu Yeli could blow them cool, Lu Yuan snatched the lamb rolls and put them in his mouth.
He hadn't eaten meat for too long, while compressed food could fill his stomach, it tasted terrible. You stole my food again, Lu Yeli pouted. Actually, she prepared it for Lu Yuan, using brand new disposable chopsticks and bowls. Boil some more beef in the spicy pot, I'm going to take a shower, Lu Yuan said, not satisfied, throwing his blood-stained backpack filled with demon crystals on the sofa. He was busy killing fierce beasts for the martial arts exam, and although his clothes were clean, he hadn't bathed for 7 days. It was summer, and he had a bit of a smell. After taking a shower and changing into a clean outfit, Lu Yuan enjoyed his first big meal in 7 days. Impressive, you are the best in the country, Lu Yili said with a smile. When Lu Yuan rushed to be first in the province, Lu Yili had already received many calls from friends and family. As for Lu Yuan, his phone had long been bombarded, so Lu Yili simply turned it off.
It's okay, but what about you, sister? What was your national rank back then?
Lu Yuan asked, picking up a fishball and savoring it.
Sitting down to eat hot pot while enjoying the air conditioning and watching the latest variety show. This is life.
I didn't take the martial arts exam, I went straight to be accepted by the Imperial Capital University, Lu Yili said. But with her strength back then, even without a direct admission, she could still get in, just depending on the score.
I can't compare, I was at most in the top 30 nationally.
Lu Yili recalled her martial arts exam situation.
That's good enough, even if there's some gap with me. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yuan lay back on the sofa.
Look at you acting all proud just because you ranked first nationwide, Lu Yili rolled her eyes.
Have mom and dad contacted you?
The living room was filled with the smell of hot pot as Lu Yuan went to the balcony to open the window for some fresh air, then commanded his bloodthirsty soldiers to throw the trash outside. No, still the same, sending living expenses on time every month, you and I are used to it, Lu Yili observed the bloodthirsty soldiers cleaning the room. Lu Yuan gently waved his finger, and the bloodthirsty soldiers in red armor busily got to work.
Washing dishes, mopping the floor, wiping the furniture, and so on.
This is way more interesting than a time-based combat profession, Lu Yili said. After observing the bloodthirsty soldiers up close, she thought, no wonder Lu Yuan could kill it in the martial arts exam. With 700 or 800 8-star energy soldiers attacking at once, even a fierce beast from the Xian gang realm wouldn't stand a chance.
Not to mention Lu Yuan also had 4 unique monsters. Have you thought about which university to go to? How about the Imperial Capital University?
Then we can meet every day, Lu Yili suggested.
Lu Yuan had many choices, there are 5 top universities in China. Like the Imperial Capital University, the Magic City University, and the Linen University.
Pengcheng and Xincheng universities are also good, these 2 cities have beautiful scenery and famous food, Lu Yili said. She liked coastal cities like the super first-tier city Pengcheng.
Let's talk about it later, I haven't decided yet. Lu Yuan shook his head.
The 5 top universities are about the same, it's just that the Imperial Capital University is more famous due to its unique city.
I guess old Deng is already discussing you with the vice president. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan hadn't decided yet, Lu Yili didn't discuss this topic further.
When she referred to old Deng, she meant the president of the Imperial Capital University, who was also her teacher. 2 hours had passed since the end of the martial arts exam, and online discussions about Lu Yuan were everywhere, with 8 out of 10 hot searches about him. Every year at this time, netizens discuss which universities the top 10 national candidates will choose.
Discussions about the top 3 candidates are the most heated.
Hot Search 1, Vice President of Imperial Capital University, Mao Jiqiang, interviewed, the university will do anything to recruit Lu Yuan.
Hot Search 2, Lu Yuan awakened a special occupation, the Eerie Manipulator, how rare is it?
Hot Search 3, for vice presidents of top universities all stated that if Lu Yuan joins them, they will establish a dedicated research team for the Eerie Manipulator profession, serving only Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan dominated the hot search, while the searches for Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia had only a pitiful 2 or 3 entries. That's already amazing in 3 seconds. Wow, the 5 top universities are fighting tooth and nail to recruit Lu Yuan, even setting up a team just for him.
Don't compare, have you forgotten Lu Yuan's national ranking?
A talent of his level is incredibly rare, starting as a figure at the level of the 7 alliances and 1 hall elder. There's Maya climbing in Sakura Island, too exaggerated, just like my username. Which university will Lu Yuan join? Regarding this topic, online users are arguing nonstop, generally believing it's either the Capital University or the Magic City University. After all, compared to these 2 universities, the competitiveness of the other 3 top universities is gradually declining. Meanwhile, a more explosive topic arrives, which is the Martial Arts Examination Award ceremony officially held 2 days later.
Chapter 24, Pressure Mountain.
The Martial Arts Examination Award ceremony is a grand event for China aimed at the world. The martial arts examination is extremely important for any country on Blue Star, it's the most direct way to show a country's outstanding talents and deep-rooted foundation. Recently, the beautiful country's martial arts examination ended, and it held a grand award ceremony. Their martial arts examination's first awakening is a special profession, the Harbinger, ending at the 7th star of Qi refinement. China has two individuals who are ahead of the beautiful country's first martial arts examination, namely Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxian, both of whom have broken through to the 8th star of Qi refinement. Netizens know this year's award ceremony is bound to be very grand, and it's very likely that all the leaders of the 7 alliances in one hall will be present to award the top 100 examinees nationwide.
Discussions about which university Lu Yuan will join and the award ceremony topic are escalating. It seems this momentum will continue until the award ceremony in 2 days. Late at night, at Magic City University. A spacious conference room in the teaching building is filled with people, each desk stacked with thick materials. He Xingqian, national ranking 97, awakened lightning attribute combat profession with S-class talent, Qi refinement at the 4th star. The materials detail the examinees' information and their performance in the martial arts examination. 2 or more instructors are carefully reviewing He Xingqian's martial arts examination recording, scoring from various aspects including on-site response, personality, and talent. In the end, they determined to strive for He Xingqian to join Magic City University, with an effort rating of 3 stars. A middle-aged man in a suit pushes the door in, and all the instructors look up at him. Vice Principal. Everyone has worked hard, I'll treat you to snacks tonight, feel free to order, the middle-aged man gestures to one instructor. Bring up Lu Yuan's materials, no need to adjust the martial arts examination recording, I've watched it over a dozen times already. Zhuo Jingfu says, arms crossed as he looks at the screen displaying Lu Yuan's information. He is one of the 4 vice principals of Magic City University, a metal attribute combat profession, and broke through to the holy entry level many years ago. So this is the combat style of the puppet master? Zhuo Jingfu taps the document in his hand rhythmically against his right thigh. The document features materials on the puppet master's special profession, focusing on Xiao Xingyao and Shenjun, who died many years ago. Among them, Xiao Xingyao chose not to become a profession and lived to 88 before passing away. Shenjun, however, perished due to an explosion while self-creating a spiritual skill. It's somewhat similar to dark attribute combat professions, but there is an essential difference. Lu Yuan's control of monsters is far superior to dark attribute skeleton warriors, and moreover, Lu Yuan can also cast spiritual skills himself, another vice principal, Zhou Yaohui, says, recalling the scene of Lu Yuan using a spiritual skill to defeat the Xin Gang realm lunar bear. Discovering the combat style of the puppet master makes the subsequent training much simpler. If Lu Yuan joins Magic City University, we can have Old Bai teach him. Zhuo Jingfu says, referring to Bai Panshan, one of the 4 vice principals of Magic City University. Bai Panshan is a dark attribute, extraordinary level, 8 star strong. Will Lu Yuan consider Magic City University? Zhong Yaohui asks. This is the key. They have many competitors, with Capital University being the foremost. The principal just issued a strict order to me, to be precise, to us 4, we must find every possible way to get Lu Yuan to join Magic City University. Zhuo Jingfu declares firmly. We have struggled under Capital University for years, we desperately need a leading figure. Furthermore, the ruling hall's Master Shin is increasingly dissatisfied with our student training results. At this point, Zhuo Jingfu's voice lowers, quiet enough for only him and Zhong Yaohui to hear. The 5 top universities each have the support of the 7 alliances and one hall behind them. Behind Magic City University lies the Judgment Hall, where 80% of the outstanding students who graduate from this university join the Judgment Hall. The Judgment Hall does not only recruit light attribute combat professions, as long as the talent is high enough and the strength is strong enough, it doesn't matter what attribute is awakened. The pressure is great. Zhong Yaohui realized that it was urgent to get Lu Yuan to join Magic City University. I will personally go to Tianhua City tomorrow to have a good talk with Lu Yuan, Zhuo Jingfu made up his mind. As the vice president of Magic City University, his position is comparable to that of an elder in the 7 Alliance 1 Hall, and the elder's status is even higher than that of a provincial governor. This kind of sincerity goes without saying, Lu Yuan would surely be able to see it himself. At Shin City University, the 3 vice presidents were exchanging words. How about I personally go to Tianhua City to talk with Lu Yuan? One person is not enough, in my opinion, the 3 of us should go together to show our sincerity from Shin City University to Lu Yuan. No, 3 is too many, that would be bad. I will go, I am a woman. Vice President Sun Yuru said. What do you mean? Yuru, you are over 40, and Lu Yuan is still a child, said Lu Jingrui, who was tall and muscular. Are you stupid? What I mean is that I am a woman, which makes it easier for Lu Yuan to trust me compared to you guys. Sun Yuru said with annoyance. What's wrong with being over 40? I still have my charm that can outshine the moon and flowers, my skin is even softer than that of a 20-year-old girl. Sun Yuru said proudly, already planning how to talk to Lu Yuan tomorrow, hoping to win him over as quickly as possible. Imperial Capital University, Pengcheng University, Linin University. The vice presidents launched intense discussions, arranging for one or two vice presidents to personally visit Tianhua City to persuade Lu Yuan to join their universities. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for them. Lu Yuan slept soundly, so he slowly woke up the next noon. After washing up, Lu Yuan came to the living room, where Lu Yeli was, as usual, eating fruit and watching a variety show. "Make some space," Lu Yuan said. Lu Yeli pretended not to hear Lu Yuan's words. "What are you doing?" Seeing Lu Yuan sitting on her lap, Lu Yeli rolled her eyes. "You aren't moving." Lu Yuan crossed his legs and skillfully snatched the fruit plate from Lu Yeli's hands, eating it by himself. "So you have become capable now, our little star." Lu Yeli tossed her phone to Lu Yuan. "Old Deng said that Vice President Lu Hongxing of Imperial Capital University is waiting for you at the city stadium, wanting to talk to you about applying for university. He has been waiting for over 2 hours, Lu Yeli said. Vice President of Imperial Capital University? Lu Yuan perked up, thinking to himself how he deserved such a high-status person to wait for over 2 hours. "Why doesn't Principal Lu come to our house?" Lu Yuan asked. "Not sure, anyway, Principal Lu said he's not in a hurry, just wait for you to wake up and go to the city stadium to find him." Lu Yeli shrugged. "The city stadium is not far from home, about 1 kilometer away." "Got it." Lu Yuan stretched his body and then walked to the city stadium. On the way, many residents recognized Lu Yuan and eagerly asked for photos and autographs. Lu Yuan was happy to oblige such requests, and not long after arriving at the city stadium, he saw a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor, wearing a suit and glasses. The middle-aged man was about 45 or 46 years old. Notably, because of his presence, the originally hot winds turned into cool breezes. "Hello Lu Yuan, I am Lu Hongxing." Lu Hongxing smiled and actively extended his hand. "Hello, Principal Lu." Lu Yuan automatically ignored the vice and vice president. "The weather is nice today, shall we walk and talk around the track?" Lu Hongxing suggested. "Sure." Before the two could take a few steps, when Lu Hongxing wanted to find a topic through Lu Yeli, a middle-aged man with a square face and slicked-back hair blocked their way. "Hello Lu Yuan, I am Zhuo Jingfu, the vice president of Magic City University." Zhuo Jingfu quickly introduced himself. Upon seeing Zhuo Jingfu, Lu Hongxing thought to himself that it was bad. The reason he invited Lu Yuan to the city sports stadium was to keep the admissions heads from the other 4 top universities from finding Lu Yuan, but Zhuo Jingfu from Moda University actually found him here. "Hello, President Zhuo," Lu Yuan greeted politely. "Shall we go together?" Zhuo Jingfu said. Lu Yuan didn't mind, and Lu Hongxing felt awkward to say anything in that situation. Then the vice president of Pengcheng University and the vice president of Linen University also arrived at the city gymnasium. The 5 vice presidents of the top universities gathered, staring at Lu Yuan in surprise. "Lu Yuan, let's talk privately," the 5 said in unison. "Lu Yuan? Why does everyone want to talk to him? If it really comes to that, shouldn't the 5 big shots just fight it out, and whoever wins he goes with?" Chapter 25, The Beauty Trap has arrived? It was now noon, the perfect time for a meal. The city sports stadium was not crowded, with a few couples enjoying ice cream and a group of middle school students playing basketball. The 5 vice presidents of the top universities looked at each other. Eventually, Vice President Zhuo Jingfu from Moda University spoke first. "Old Lu, didn't you say Lu Yuan has a special career as a peculiar master, and that Imperial Capital University wouldn't place too much importance on him? Why did you come in person?" Zhuo Jingfu said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Everyone was familiar with each other, just not working at the same university. "It's just a distraction, meant to let you lower your guard. You're no different, right?" "We're all in the same boat," Lu Hongxing responded. "Someone has to be first. I was the one who sought out Lu Yuan first." Lu Hongxing adjusted his glasses. "There's no such reasoning, it's not like we're waiting in line to buy groceries," the vice president of Pengcheng University shook his head. The atmosphere gradually became tense as the 5 vice presidents subtly competed. "Lu Yuan, you must have heard of Imperial Capital University's reputation, the top school in Huaxia. Your sister chose Imperial Capital University, and she broke through to the 7th star in the miraculous realm while still a junior." Lu Hongxing brought up Lu Yeli, hoping to use her as an example to persuade Lu Yuan to apply to Imperial Capital University. "Don't flatter Imperial Capital University, Lu Yeli is fundamentally different from the average time a tribute combat profession. With Lu Yeli, you guys have had an edge over us for 3 whole years, and now you still want to take Lu Yuan?" Zhuo Jingfu replied. The vice president of Modu University also knew about his sister? Seeing the frustrated expressions of the vice presidents, it seemed they had fought very unhappily back in the day over his sister. "Lu Yuan, as long as you join Moda University, the school will specially set up a research team for peculiar masters for you. They will analyze every detail of your battles and gradually improve. Zhuo Jingfu offered terms. Promises are empty, only solid benefits will entice Lu Yuan.
Not bad, Lu Yuan felt somewhat tempted. He had heard of such teams online, serving combat professionals specifically. The team would have nutritionists, analysts, and auxiliary professions to help the employer practice better, and maintaining such a team costs unimaginable amounts of money each year.
The fact that Moda University was willing to offer such a team showed their sincerity. Lu Yuan, you need materials to create monsters, right? Imperial Capital University is willing to provide you with all the materials for monster creation for free. Lu Hongshang was digging deep. This condition is also quite good. Lu Yuan said. He would definitely need to produce a large number of peculiar soldiers later on, commanding an army of peculiar beings in battle. Joining Imperial Capital University would mean he wouldn't have to worry about the materials for creating peculiar soldiers in the future. Lu Yuan, let me introduce myself. I am Sun Yuru, Vice President of Xinjiang University.
In her 40s, with very well-maintained skin, Sun Yuru held Lu Yuan's hand.
She was the only female among the 5 vice presidents. Hello, President Sun. Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback.
Oh, no need to be so formal, just call me Auntie Sunday. Sun Yuru smiled kindly, taking the initiative to get closer to Lu Yuan.
Are you dating anyone? With your looks, there must be many girls who like you. I just broke up recently.
Lu Yuan thought of Lin Shuang. It was Lin Shuang who took the initiative to propose the breakup, and it was done via text message.
That's great. Sun Yuyang said. Lu Yuan? Why is Auntie Sun so happy about my breakup? Clap, clap.
Sun Yuyang clapped her hands, while the other 4 vice principals frowned, feeling a bad premonition. A faint fragrance filled the air, and a boy playing basketball whitened his eyes. Wow, beautiful girls, so many beautiful girls.
Lu Yuan, little brother, are you interested in getting to know me?
A tall woman, about 170 centimeters, dressed fashionably, came in front of Lu Yuan and winked at him.
Lu Yuan? The 4 vice principals?
Lu Yuan, you're amazing. I watched your martial arts exam live, so manly. I really like you. A girl around 23, with a tear mole by her left eye, looked at Lu Yuan with admiration. Lu Yuan, let's exchange contact information. My home is in the neighboring city, and my cat can do backflips. A girl dressed in black stockings with big waves in her hair said. In an instant, Lu Yuan was surrounded by 7 or 8 girls. Lowly, mature woman, cute girl, they had different qualities, but each was extraordinarily beautiful.
Too many, too many.
Lu Yuan felt like an ancient emperor surrounded by thousands of beauties, thinking about which concubine to favor tonight.
Sun Yuyang, you.
The 4 vice principals pointed at Sun Yuyang, feeling angry and disgusting for her despicable scheme.
To get Lu Yuan to join Xinjiang University, Sun Yuyang actually used the beauty trap. How did I not think of that?
The 4 vice principals felt regret in their hearts, just realizing this point.
No matter the gender, why do people go to college?
First to become stronger, second to find a boyfriend, girlfriend.
Introducing Lu Yuan to a girlfriend, and the girlfriend happens to be a student of their university, doesn't that work out perfectly?
I need to clarify this, these girls originally admired Lu Yuan, it's not that I forced them to come. Sun Yuyong said with a proud smile. Lu Yuan, this year's National Martial Arts Exam champion, has an unlimited future. Plus, he is handsome. Many female students at Xinjiang University have a huge crush on Lu Yuan, so Sun Yuyong carefully selected a group of female students to bring over.
The goal was to see if Lu Yuan could connect with a certain female student, spark a romantic flame, and then smoothly join Xinjiang University. Lu Yuan, little brother, do you like white stockings?
If you do, I'll wear them for you every day. A senior from Xinjiang University spoke softly. I like not only white stockings, but also black stockings, and colorful stockings.
Lu Yuan said honestly.
Then, do you like whips, candles, and these little props? The senior's tone became even gentler, as if she wanted to press her face close to Lu Yuan's.
Wait a moment to exchange contact information. Lu Yuan pulled out his phone.
Wait. Lost in a sweet dream, Lu Yuan shook his head to regain his clarity. Lu Yuan, Xinjiang University has many beautiful girls. There is a sea of roses in Xinjiang. Holding your girlfriend's hand while admiring the flowers and whispering sweet nothings, your girlfriend snuggling in your arms to act cute, tsk. Just talking about it makes my heart race. Sun Yuyong painted a beautiful scene.
Of course, she couldn't just use this trick to get Lu Yuan to join Xinjiang University. They would offer Lu Yuan a top-grade spiritual artifact as a condition. Lu Yuan, little brother, just join Xinjiang University, okay?
Let's go admire the flowers, the senior said playfully. We'll talk about it later. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, his smile turning to indifference as he seriously thought about which university to join.
It seems he is quite rational, not blinded by beauty.
A man sitting on the steps, wearing a thick down jacket in the hot summer, looked at Lu Yuan with increasing admiration. Sun Yuan, don't let your school's girls harass Lu Yuan, let him think for himself. Zhuo Jingfu said unhappily. Zhuo Jingfu, don't pretend to be so serious, Magic City University is just not as good as Imperial Capital University, whether in teaching quality or the conditions I offer Lu Yuan.
Lu Hongsheng said.
If it weren't for the fact that Dieta University is in the capital, your Dieta University is nothing. The smell of gunpowder grew stronger.
Let's have a fight.
Whoever wins can talk to Lu Yuan first, someone said.
I'm not afraid. Bring it on.
The 5 vice presidents flew into the sky, their terrifying auras of gold, thunder, fire, wind, and water enveloping the entire Tianhua city. Lu Yuan ignored the battle between the 5 vice presidents. No matter how fierce they fought, they could never affect the city that was an untouchable bottom line.
Which university should I join?
Lu Yuan was still hesitating. A man in a down jacket, wearing short sleeves and short season, stood up from the steps and slowly walked towards Lu Yuan.
Chapter 26, Superior Spirit Tool, Dragon Abyss Line.
At the city sports stadium, more residents began to take strolls after lunch. The 5 vice presidents of top universities were fighting intensely in the sky, too high for ordinary people to see them with the naked eye.
As a puppet master, what you control can't be called monsters, they are puppet soldiers.
Lu Yuan looked at the unusual man in front of him. He was in his early 40s, scruffy, wrapped in a thick down jacket.
Wearing a down jacket in summer.
This outfit was quite odd, and with his appearance, the temperature around suddenly dropped. I am Tang Jingwei, entrusted by an old friend to give you something.
Tang Jingwei touched the storage ring on his left index finger and took out an exquisitely designed wooden box. I don't know you. Lu Yuan kept a safe distance from Tang Jingwei.
Why would someone give me something for no reason? It was probably not that simple. A pie might fall from the sky, but Lu Yuan didn't believe it would happen to him. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I'm sure you've heard of my old friend, his name is Shinjun.
Tang Jingwei said.
Shinjun, awakened as a puppet master, B-level talent, created his own puppet master techniques but died accidentally in an explosion. Lu Yuan didn't expect to receive something from Shinjun, who passed away many years ago. Under Lu Yuan's gaze, Tang Jingwei opened the beautifully designed wooden box. Inside lay a neatly coiled dark red long line. This item is called Dragon Abyss Line, a superior spirit tool, crafted by Shinjun with great effort. It has 2 functions.
Tang Jingwei handed the wooden box to Lu Yuan.
First, it can help you better control puppet soldiers, and second, if in battle the enemy tries to destroy the Dragon Abyss Line, severing your link to the puppet soldiers, the Dragon Abyss Line will unleash a dragon roar to attack the enemy.
Tang Jingwei glanced at Lu Yuan, who was at the 8th star of Qi refining stage.
With your current strength, the dragon roar can instantly kill anyone below the 5 star in the Shingang stage.
A specialized superior spirit tool for puppet masters?
Lu Yuan felt the wooden box in his hand was heavy. Such a high-level spirit tool was too precious.
One should know that extraordinary and even domain stage professions might not even have superior spirit tools.
Hearing Tang Jingwei's words, Lu Yuan immediately thought of the proper usage of the Dragon Abyss Line.
In battle, I can deliberately let the enemy notice that I am using the Dragon Abyss Line to control puppet soldiers to lure them into cutting the line? Lu Yuan said.
Clever. Tang Jingwei had a look of a teachable child.
Why would Senior Shen give me such a valuable spirit tool? Lu Yuan asked.
The previous generation plants trees for the next to enjoy the shade. You are the only one in Huaxia who has awakened as a special profession of puppet master. Before Shinjun died, he entrusted me to give the Dragon Abyss Line to its suitable master.
Mentioning his old friend's last words, Tang Jingwei's tone was a bit sad.
I will not let down Senior Shen's expectations.
Lu Yuan said seriously, carefully putting away the superior spirit tool, Dragon Abyss Line.
In chatting with Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan realized that he was knowledgeable and extremely familiar with the puppet master profession. In just a short while, Lu Yuan felt he gained a lot and had a deeper understanding of the puppet master profession. When Shinjun was studying spirit techniques, I helped a bit on the side, Tang Jingwei explained.
Bang! 5 figures fell from the sky. No more fighting. It's hard to unleash our moves in the city. Vice President Zhuo Jingfu of Magic City University shook his head.
Their strengths are similar, all of them are powerful beings in the Holy Realm, and it's impossible to determine a winner in a short time.
Lu Yuan, you.
Seeing Tang Jingwei chatting happily with Lu Yuan, Vice President Zhang Shujing of Pengcheng University's face lit up. Lu Yuan, Jingwei is the most outstanding mentor at our Pengcheng University, and even in Huaxia, I believe Jingwei will be happy to teach you, Zhang Shujing said. As soon as these words came out, the 4 vice presidents' faces turned ugly, yet they did not refute Zhang Shujing. Before this, they had not paid attention to Tang Jingwei, but Zhang Shuzhen was speaking the truth. The students taught by Tang Jingwei are well known, many serving as elders in the 7 alliances, and even the youngest elder was taught by him.
Is Senior Tang a mentor at Pengcheng University? Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, no wonder he is so knowledgeable.
Yes, but don't let my position interfere with you. The Long Yuan line is a personal gift from me to you under the name of Xinjun, unrelated to Pengcheng University, Tang Jingwei said, bundled up in a thick down jacket. This guy still has such a bad temper, thought the four vice presidents. Even Zhang Shuzhang, who is Tang Jingwei's superior, shared this thought.
Pengcheng University.
Lu Yuan's mind raced. Pengcheng University, like Imperial Capital University, provides free materials for making strange puppet soldiers during the 4 years of college. Playing with the Long Yuan line in his hand, recalling the content of his conversation with Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan made a decision in his heart.
The five vice presidents looked at Lu Yuan with anticipation, waiting for his choice.
They had poured all their efforts into getting Lu Yuan to join their universities, especially Vice President Sun Yiruo of Xincheng University, who even used beauty tricks.
I choose. Lu Yuan's eyes were deep. Pengcheng University.
Zhang Shuzhan laughed heartily, while the other four vice presidents had bitter smiles on their faces.
They could not hold Lu Yuan accountable for not choosing their university, only feeling regret.
Alright, I wish you success in your studies at Pengcheng University, and Xincheng University always welcomes you to visit, Sun Yiruo said, holding Lu Yuan's hand.
I will.
Lu Yuan nodded. Xincheng University is full of beautiful people, he must go to enjoy the flowers in Xincheng sometimes.
Of course, first enjoy the beautiful women, then enjoy the flowers.
Imperial Capital University feels the same, Lu Hongsheng said, maintaining his elegant demeanor.
I should have attacked Zhang Shuzhang just now.
The four vice presidents looked at Zhang Shuzhang, whose smile resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Since Lu Yuan has made his choice, I won't disturb any longer, Lu Hongsheng said as he was the first to leave. He had many matters to attend to. If he couldn't get Lu Yuan, he would settle for Chu Wuxian and Zhang Tianxia instead. The vice presidents left one after another, leaving only Lu Yuan, Tang Jingwei, and Zhang Shuzhang. Lu Yuan, welcome to Pengcheng University, we'll see you at the new student welcome ceremony, Zhang Shuzhang said, contrasting sharply with Tang Jingwei. The two of them, one thin and fragile, the other strong and burly, like a powerful black bear. Write a list of materials needed for making the strange puppets for Principal Zhang. Once you join Pengcheng University, you can start production, Tang Jingwei said, looking at Lu Yuan.
Zhang Shuzhan? What are you talking about?
Lu Yuan had not formally joined Pengcheng University, yet the mentor Tang Jingwei had already started directing the resources. Alright, Lu Yuan orally listed the materials needed to create the Wangu army and the Laikong army to Zhang Shuzhan. These two strange puppet armies are very expensive to produce, and the materials are rare. Lu Yuan was worried about how to make them. Now with Pengcheng University's support, in the future, he could make as many of the 9 strange puppet armies as he wanted.
For both strange puppet armies, let's start with 1,000 copies each?
Zhang Shuzhang said.
That's enough.
Lu Yuan sighed at Pengcheng University's wealth. He initially wanted only 100 copies, and Zhang Shuzhang directly prepared 1,000 copies for each strange puppet army.
Controlling 1,000 Wangu soldiers and Laikong soldiers? Just thinking about it made Lu Yuan feel incredibly excited. See you at Pengcheng University. See you at Pengcheng University.
Zhang Shuzhang and Tang Jingwei nodded at Lu Yuan, then gradually walked away, disappearing from his sight.
At home, upon seeing Lu Yuan return, Lu Yeli muted the television. Have you thought about which university to go to? Lu Yeli asked. Pengcheng University. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa. Lu Yeli did not expect it to be Pengcheng University. She thought Lu Yuan would choose between the Imperial Capital and Magic City.
The 5 top universities, Pengcheng University ranks 3rd or 4th. The Imperial Capital and Magic City are the most famous, with Imperial Capital University located in the Imperial City of China, while Magic City boasts the highest economy in China, rooted in multiple powerful forces and famous families. In contrast, Pengcheng, although one of the 5 top first-tier cities, is slightly inferior compared to the Imperial Capital and Magic City.
Pengcheng University is no exception. Alright, it's your choice. Lu Yeli did not discuss the matter further. Not long after Lu Yuan confirmed applying to Pengcheng University, the 5 top universities released announcements that soared to trending topics. Trending number 1, Pengcheng University's official website announces, welcoming the nation's number 1 Lu Yuan to join. Trending number 2, Imperial Capital University's official website announces, welcoming the nation's number 2 Chu Wuxian to join. The top 10 students in the country have made their choices, with the 3rd-ranked Zhang Tianxia applying to Magic City University, and the 4th and 5th joining 2 other top universities. Netizens were not surprised that Chu Wuxian and Zhang Tianxia applied to Imperial Capital and Magic City Universities. One is the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, and the other hails from a prominent family in the Demon Clan. Instead, Lu Yuan came as a surprise. My female boss wants me to be dedicated. I thought Lu Yuan would apply to Imperial Capital University, but it turns out to be Pengcheng University. Who could have guessed that? The thief Han Buzhu, guessing that Pengcheng University offered the most benefits to Lu Yuan. I was hoping to run into him in Magic City, but it seems I won't. She said. I'm jabbering. Wow, the top 5 students each chose different top universities, this is a first. Netizens discussed the choice of the nation's number 1, Lu Yuan.
Meanwhile, the top 100 students nationwide received notices. Tomorrow they would go to the Seven Alliances Palace headquarters in the imperial capital to collect their respective martial arts exam rewards. Chapter 27, Attending the Martial Arts Exam Award Ceremony. The imperial capital, the capital city of China. The headquarters of the Seven Alliances Palace and Imperial Capital University are both located in the imperial capital, and Lu Yuan immediately took the teleportation array to the imperial capital upon receiving the notification. On the way, Lu Yuan recalled what Jiang Tianxia had said during the martial arts exam. This year's martial arts exam rewards are very enticing, especially for the top 3, so try to score as high as possible.
Don't think that just getting into a top university means you can relax. Martial arts exam rewards are very enticing?
Lu Yuan focused on that phrase, and he was receiving the award as the number 1 in the nation. Currently in China, as well as in all countries on Blue Star, there are 2 modes of transportation for residents, high-speed rail and the teleportation array. The former is cheap but takes a long time, while the latter is expensive but efficient. From Tianhua City to the imperial capital is about 1,000 kilometers. It took Lu Yuan less than 20 minutes from purchasing the teleportation ticket to reaching the imperial capital. 15 of those minutes were spent waiting for the teleportation array to start. As soon as he arrived in the imperial capital, Lu Yuan encountered Jiang Tianxia, who was also attending the award ceremony. I really didn't expect you to overtake me in Chu Wushan in the last 12 hours.
Jiang Tianxia was still reminiscing about the martial arts exam and took the initiative to speak.
She was dressed very casually, wearing a long white t-shirt and a blue skirt, paired with a pair of white sneakers. This outfit made Jiang Tianxia look youthful and vibrant, very suitable for her age and temperament. Hers was a lively ponytail, making her appear even more adorable, ignoring the fact that she was carrying a 2-meter-long, dark giant sword used to cut down fierce beasts.
I didn't expect to be number 1 in the nation either, Lu Yuan said.
After all, at that time he was already bloodthirsty, eager to hunt fierce beasts and break through to the 8th star of the Qi refining realm, as well as make the Star-Eating Legion evolve again.
I can accept it anyway, I estimate Chu Wushan is going crazy.
Jiang Tianxia walked side by side with Lu Yuan out of the teleportation array point.
At first, she couldn't accept it either, but after watching Lu Yuan's martial arts examination video, she was convinced.
Outside the teleportation array point, staff members were waiting for a long time to greet the top 100 candidates from the national rankings. They noticed Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia opening the car door and gesturing for them to enter. The car drove towards the center of the imperial city, and through the window, Lu Yuan admired this bustling metropolis. Tall buildings came into view, luxury cars were everywhere, and the streets were clean. Soon, the car stopped in front of 8 magnificent palaces, and Lu Yuan took the card handed to him by the staff member. This card allows free access to any place in the headquarters. Make sure to keep it safe and don't lose it, or triggering the alarm will be very troublesome, the smiling young lady in uniform said. Next, she would lead Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia to tour the headquarters. My name is Zhong Tongtong, and I am honored to be your guides, Zhong Tongtong said. In front of her were 2 people, one was the first place in the martial arts exam, and the other was the 3rd place. Both were outstanding talents with limitless futures.
Zhong Tongtong was very professional, answering any questions during the tour.
Lu Yuan found everything around him fresh and exciting. After all, it was his first time to the imperial city and the headquarters of the 7 alliances.
Jiang Tianxia, however, showed little interest, obviously not her first visit.
This is the headquarters of the Sky Sword Alliance, and on the left and right sides are the Judgment Palace and the Thunder Alliance headquarters, Zhong Tongtong said, looking at the magnificent palace with a giant sword sculpture reaching the clouds. The headquarters of the 7 alliances, each had distinctive features, each with a representative symbol. The Sky Sword Alliance is represented by a sword, the Thunder Alliance by a giant hammer, the Judgment Palace by a rainbow, and the Gale Alliance by a mighty eagle. Among them, the Sky Sword Palace is located at the center of the headquarters and is recognized as the strongest power among the 7 alliances. As it reached 9 a.m., Lu Yuan entered the Sky Sword Palace and saw many other candidates attending the award ceremony like him. These candidates gathered together chatting excitedly about something. When they saw Lu Yuan, their discussion halted abruptly.
He is Lu Yuan, the first in the nation's rankings.
That's right, it's him. I've watched the video of him defeating the Xiangang Realm Beast, the Moon Extreme Bear countless times. The candidates stared at Lu Yuan in unison, their eyes filled with awe. This is the first in the National Martial Arts Exam, and he set a record for the highest score in history. An astonishing 1.15 million points made them feel intimidated. Of course, there were exceptions. A few candidates were indifferent to Lu Yuan.
For instance, the 4th-ranked Wan Zichen and the 5th-ranked Gu Yanping.
Some people are not convinced by you, Jiang Tianxia said with a smile.
She could probably guess Wan Zichen and Gu Yanping's thoughts.
Lu Yuan, who awakened the special profession of puppeteer, fought similarly to dark attribute professions. He merely controlled a legion of puppets, skeletons, to attack fierce beasts, and although dark attribute fighters are strong, they have a noticeable flaw. That is, they rely too much on summon creatures. Once they lose the protection of their summons, they are nothing. He only relies on the dull-witted fierce beasts. If it came to a serious battle, Lu Yuan would not be my match. Yuan Zichen thought. He was confident he could quickly approach Lu Yuan to render him incapable of fighting. Not only he thought so, but Gu Yanping, who awakened the wind attribute, shared the same attitude. Standing at the front, Zhu Wuxian, dressed in a white tracksuit, coldly stared at Lu Yuan. His eyes were full of hostility, though they did not show disdain for Lu Yuan. Everyone, now at the Sky Sword Palace's martial arts arena, I believe there is something everyone is very interested in, the staff member acting as a guide, Zhong Tongtong, said, successfully capturing the candidate's attention. This object is called the Giant Sword Stone. Everyone must unleash their spiritual skills on the Giant Sword Stone within 3 seconds, and it will test the power of the skills. Zhong Tongtong smiled as she stood beside a giant sword statue covered in scars. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhong Tongtong's introduction, the candidates constantly observed the Giant Sword Stone circle. The spirit technique is the most important means of combat for professionals. Although the Giant Sword Stone cannot simulate a fight against fierce beasts, it can detect the power of spirit techniques and display it in the form of realms. Many elders also test using the Giant Sword Stone. Anyone interested can experience it, Zhong Tongtong said. It sounds very interesting. Zhang Tianxia was eager to try it, taking out a heavy sword from her storage ring. Aren't you going to give it a try? Zhang Tianxia asked Lu Yuan beside her. Lu Yuan looked around, stroking the thumb-sized 4 great disasters in his pocket. This place is a bit small for me to show off, Lu Yuan said. If he took out all the 4 great disasters and the army of bizarre soldiers, the square probably wouldn't be able to hold them all. I'll go first. A candidate raised his hand. His name was Hu Xiangfei, rank 70 in the country, awakened with wind attributes. He had already cultivated to the 5th star of the Qi refining stage. Swish, swish, swish. Countless wind blades struck the giant sword stone, and the candidate looked eagerly at the screen. Qi refining stage 6 stars. This meant that his spirit technique could instantly kill fierce beasts at the Qi refining stage 6 stars. Not bad, Hu Xiangfei said, feeling very satisfied. Although the giant sword stone is dead and the fierce beasts are alive, it proves he has the strength to fight above his level. I'll go. Many candidates began to test, ranked 4th and 5th, Yuan Zichen and Gu Yanping. Their realms were at Qi refining stage 6 stars, and their spirit techniques displayed Qi refining stage 8 stars on the screen. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. So far, the two showed the strongest power of spirit techniques. Hearing the applause, Yuan Zichen proudly fixed his hairstyle. Finally, as a youth, I enjoy this feeling of being the center of attention. In the 8th floor office of the Sky Sword Hall, several elders looked down at the giant sword stone. Being young is wonderful. Our Sky Sword Hall hasn't been so lively for a long time. An old man about 50 years old with a hooked nose said. His name is Qi Jihong, one of the elders of the Sky Sword Alliance. The elders of the Sky Sword Alliance are mostly battle professionals of the metal attribute, with the lowest realm being at the law realm. Indeed, the youthful energy is refreshing, another elder with a horse face said, watching with interest as the top 100 candidates tested the power of their spirit techniques. It's my turn, my turn. Zhang Tianxia ran up with the black giant sword. Advanced mysterious stage spirit technique, wild battle intent. As Zhang Tianxia unleashed her spirit technique, her momentum visibly surged, and she made a powerful horizontal slash against the giant sword stone. This scene made the elders of the Sky Sword Alliance frown. Is this how a sword is used? Boom. Qi refining stage 8 stars. Qi refining stage 9 stars. Mysterious stage 1 star. The screen froze at mysterious stage 2 stars, confirming that Zhang Tianxia's slash was enough to instantly kill a fierce beast at the mysterious stage 2 stars. Not bad, right, Lu Yuan? Zhang Tianxia said proudly. Lu Yuan nodded. A Qi refining stage 7 stars professional using a spirit technique could indeed kill a mysterious stage 2 stars fierce beast. Zhang Tianxia truly deserves to have awakened with metal attributes, being an SSS grade talent battle professional. The power is indeed impressive, but this child is more suitable for using a knife. She completely didn't showcase the sword's finesse, the elder with a horse face commented. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came again as Zhang Tianxia retreated to a safe spot. Zhu Wuxia first glanced at Lu Yuan, then stepped forward. The square instantly fell silent. Among all the candidates, Zhu Wuxia and Lu Yuan had the highest realms, reaching Qi refining stage 8 stars. And Zhu Wuxia was ranked 2nd in the country, sitting at number 1 for 6 out of 7 days in the martial arts exam. I'll give it a try. Zhu Wuxia's voice was hoarse as he stood before the giant sword stone. Rumble, rumble. The thunder rumbled. Advanced mysterious stage spirit technique, Thunder Festival.
Advanced Mysterious Stage Spirit Technique, Wind Control 1000 Feathers. Advanced Mysterious Stage Spirit Technique, Fracturing Strike. Chu Wuxia unleashed 3 advanced Mysterious Spirit Techniques in one breath, and the sounds of explosions rang out continuously. Mysterious Stage 2 stars. Mysterious Stage 3 stars. The screen froze at Mysterious Stage 4 stars. Everyone drew a cold breath. Refining Stage 8 stars. Chu Wuxia unleashed spirit techniques within 3 seconds, and he could actually kill a fierce beast at Mysterious Stage 4 stars. Even though fierce beasts wouldn't foolishly stand still to be hit, it proved that Chu Wuxia had the strength to fight across a major realm. Chu Wuxia had a fire burning in his heart. Elder Qi Jihong of the Heavenly Sword Alliance said. Is it because Lu Yuan stole his first place in the nation? Otherwise? There are differences among geniuses. Both are top geniuses, but unfortunately, they were born in the same era. Elder Qi Jihong sighed, astonished by the power of Chu Wuxia's spiritual technique. Chu Wuxia, who had tested the power of his spiritual technique, looked at Lu Yuan. Their eyes met. Why do I feel like he's not hitting the giant sword stone, but me? Lu Yuan's expression was strange. In the square, where even a pin drop could be heard, Chu Wuxia raised an eyebrow after staring at Lu Yuan for several seconds. Everyone, please make some space for Lu Yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the other candidates turned to look at Lu Yuan and instinctively stepped back several meters. Chu Wuxia, ranked second in the nation, had his test results out. What level would Lu Yuan, ranked first in the martial arts exam, show? Chapter 28, Visiting the Seven Alliances Headquarters. In the arena of the Heavenly Sword Hall, the candidates' eyes jumped back and forth between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. Hearing Chu Wuxia's words, Lu Yuan knew he was still brooding over having taken his first place in the nation. Let me give it a try. Lu Yuan said with a smile. The elders from the Holy Sword Alliance crossed their arms and observed the situation in the arena. Is Lu Yuan's spiritual technique more powerful than Chu Wuxia's? Elder Ma with the long face asked. Mainly, Lu Yuan's profession as a special puppet master was so unique that he couldn't be judged through conventional means. We'll know soon enough. An old voice rang out, causing the elders to stand respectfully. Grand Elder. Lu Ziyuan waved his hand to signal no need for formality. He was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Alliance, second only to the Alliance Leader in status. The Alliance Leader was busy every day, leaving many matters within the Alliance to be handled by Lu Ziyuan. Looking out at the various palaces of the Seven Alliances, Lu Ziyuan knew they weren't the only ones watching. Many elders and even the Alliance leaders were keeping an eye on the arena. Whoosh! Lu Yuan was the first to take out the 4 great calamities. Bloodslaughter, Corrupted Fiend, Song Ming, and Zhuosha stood in front. Even standing still, they emitted a pressure that made the candidates gasp for breath. Following them were hundreds of Blood Riot soldiers, Heavenly Punishment soldiers, and Golden Spear soldiers. Thousands of different types of puppet soldiers filled the square. The Star-Devourer soldier, towering at 60 to 70 meters tall, stood out especially, making the candidates gulp. So many 8-star monsters in the Qi refinement realm? Wan Zichen and Gu Yinping, who ranked 4th and 5th in the nation and had previously underestimated Lu Yuan, exchanged glances. They were unconvinced by Lu Yuan, believing they could defeat him. But seeing the 4 great calamities and the strongest Star-Devourer soldier, Wan Zichen was drenched in sweat. He feared that before he even got close to Lu Yuan, he would be crushed to death by the monsters controlled by him. Chu Wuxia's expression was neither happy nor sad, his mind replaying battle scenes with Lu Yuan. The red lines danced in the air. Lu Yuan used the superior spiritual artifact, Dragon Abyss Line, to control the puppet soldiers. Using the Dragon Abyss Line was a completely different experience from using spiritual power to manipulate puppet soldiers. The 4 great calamities and the puppet soldiers controlled by the Dragon Abyss Line seemed to have a life of their own. Lu Yuan could even feel their hearts beating, making it easier to control them. Red lines? Chu Wuxia's eyes narrowed. If I fight Lu Yuan, I must first destroy the red line so that he can't control those monsters. Chu Wuxia thought to himself. The 3-second countdown began. Z. The Heavenly Punishment soldiers gathered to condense Thunder Slash, the Blood Riot soldiers swung their long knives, and the other types of soldiers attacked the giant sword stone in various ways. The 4 great calamities unleashed their spiritual techniques crazily, while Lu Yuan, controlling the puppet soldiers, wasn't idle either, casting the special high-level spiritual technique of Puppet Master, Sorrowful Puppet. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions rose higher and higher, leaving the candidates in stunned disbelief. Is this the number 1 in the martial arts exam? Wow, so awesome. Luckily there are barriers blocking Lu Yuan's spiritual techniques, otherwise, I'd feel like I might just ascend on the spot. Damn it, who can withstand this? Over 1,000 8-star monsters in the Qi refinement realm and 5 incredibly terrifying special monsters. They could probably instantly kill peak Xian Gang realm fierce beasts.
Dust swirled up, making it hard to see the surrounding environment. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and the 4 great disasters and the strange puppet soldiers disappeared without a trace. The candidates all rushed to check the screen in front of the giant sword stone. 6 stars of the Xian Gang realm. 7 stars of the Xian Gang realm. 8 stars of the Xian Gang realm. Wow, with a 1 star in the Divine Power realm, Lu Yuan can unleash a spiritual technique powerful enough to instantly defeat a 1-star fierce beast of the Divine Power realm. Seeing the 1 star of the Divine Power realm displayed on the screen, the candidates let out bursts of traditional exclamations. It's important to note that Lu Yuan is only at the 8 stars of the Qi Refinement realm, which is 2 major realms below the Divine Power realm. Something is not right. Where does he get so much spiritual power? Elder Qi Jihong of the Celestial Sword Alliance spoke with confusion. With so many 8-star Qi Refinement monsters gathering their strength, it made sense for their combined effort to unleash a power capable of defeating a 1-star fierce beast of the Divine Power realm, but as an elder, Qi Jihong was not surprised. What surprised him was Lu Yuan's absurd reserve of spiritual power. To be able to control over 1,000 monsters at once, this was unthinkable. For an 8-star Qi Refinement Dark Attribute combat profession, the maximum he could summon was 800 ordinary skeleton soldiers. The limit for summoning skeleton warriors was 80, and these skeleton warriors were like dust compared to Lu Yuan's strange puppet soldiers. Is it the effect of a spiritual artifact? Elder Lu Ziyuan of the Celestial Sword Alliance remarked, noticing the red long line in Lu Yuan's hand was a spiritual artifact and of high quality. 1 star of the Divine Power realm. Chu Wuxia's face twitched, his pupils turned red. Even though he hid his strength and did not use blood attribute spiritual techniques, Lu Yuan had showcased no less than 5 strange puppet master techniques during the martial arts exam, yet he only revealed 1. Awesome! Zhang Tianxia gave a thumbs up, truly feeling the huge gap between her and Lu Yuan. Faced with candidates so astonished that they forgot to applaud, Lu Yuan continued to visit the Celestial Sword Hall, led by Zhong Tongtong. Why is everyone in the Celestial Sword Hall? Come visit our Judgment Hall. A group of professionals, about 30 years old, dressed in pure white luxurious clothing, arrived at the martial arts square. The leading female professional, with a gentle demeanor, smiled. I am Nan Lingwen from the Judgment Hall. There is a spiritual artifact in our martial arts square that can help purify your soul. If you have any worries, you can come and experience it. Nan Lingwen said, her gaze lingering on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, are you interested? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Now that he was here, it was a free experience anyway. Wait a minute. A group of professionals dressed in blue luxurious clothing appeared. Lu Yuan and all candidates, we from the Thunder Alliance have a spiritual artifact at our martial arts square that can help strengthen your body. Want to come and try? The leading professional said. Lu Yuan nodded. Strengthening the body sounded more interesting than purifying the soul. Wait a minute. It's almost mealtime. The food at our Wind Split Alliance cafeteria is unique. The head chef is an Awakened Iron Pot, a 3 stars of the Xian Gang living class professional. Everyone come and taste it. Dressed in blue clothing, with the words Wind Split Alliance printed on their chest, someone came to the square. And we from the Wood Alliance, Lu Yuan, many people from the Wood Alliance want to take photos with you. Lu Yuan. If you put it that way, then I might go to the Wood Alliance. The Wood Alliance mainly consists of awakened wood attribute and assisting professions, with many female practitioners. Come to our Judgment Hall. No, go to the Thunder Alliance. What's so great about that broken place in the Thunder Alliance? It's better to come to our Wind Split Alliance. The scene was chaotic. The young elders from the 7 alliances in one hall were all trying to pull the candidates to their own alliance hall. Although the candidates had already determined the universities they would apply to, they wouldn't stay there for life. They would surely join some force after graduation. Especially these top 100 candidates nationwide. The young elders from each alliance had simple tasks: to leave a good impression on the candidates so they would join their alliance after graduation. Among the candidates, Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia were the most popular. Chu Wuxia, as the son of the Thunder Alliance Master, had his identity at play, which made him less noticed compared to Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia. Lu Yuan, come to the Judgment Hall. Young elders from the 7 alliances in one hall all specially sent an elder to persuade Lu Yuan. The Judgment Hall is boring, the Extreme Cold Alliance is interesting, all filled with charming young ladies. Lu Yuan. Why do I feel like I'm in an ancient red light district, with a girl on the 2nd floor calling for a gentleman to come and play? Ahem, I'm planning to visit the Wood Alliance first, then go to the Extreme Cold Alliance, Lu Yuan said. Don't get me wrong, I am mainly interested in the environments of these 2 alliances. As Lu Yuan basked in the spotlight, Chu Wuxia clenched his fists. Night fell. After spending an entire day touring the headquarters of the 7 alliances in one hall, Lu Yuan was exhausted and lay in the hotel room provided for students. What could he do? The young ladies from the Wood Alliance and the Water Cold Alliance were too enthusiastic and insisted on having him experience the unique features of their alliances. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Lu Yuan, who was just starting to feel drowsy, opened the door. Mr. Lu Yuan, this is the outfit you'll be wearing tomorrow. If you're not satisfied with anything, feel free to contact me. The waiter held a black and gold robe embroidered with a fierce tiger. Tomorrow, Lu Yuan would wear this outfit to attend the award ceremony as the top student in the National Martial Arts Examination. Chapter 29, Ultimate Spirit Tool. As night fell, the vibrant city of the imperial capital was just beginning its nightlife. Lu Yuan stroked the black and gold robe tailored for him, with a fierce tiger embroidered on it. Wearing the robe, Lu Yuan looked at himself in the mirror. Indeed, only a dragon among men can wear this outfit, praised a staff member from the Sky Sword Alliance. Lu Yuan stood 180 centimeters tall with handsome looks. His physique and aura matched the black and gold robe perfectly, adding a touch of authority while diminishing some childishness. The award ceremony of the National Martial Arts Examination would start at precisely 10 o'clock tomorrow. This year's award ceremony was grand, with the leaders of the 7 alliances in one hall present, along with all the elders and 5 top university presidents. For them, this was not just an ordinary award ceremony. It was a moment for China to showcase its heritage to all countries on planet Blue, including the 2 demon tribes. In the early morning, the venue for the award ceremony could hold millions. Thousands of reporters with cameras were adjusting their equipment. At 5 in the morning, audiences gradually filled their seats, waiting for the ceremony to begin. At 8 in the morning, 1 million spectators held their breaths, gazing at the gigantic clock hanging high above. 2 hours left, 50 minutes left. So many people. Under the staff's arrangement, Lu Yuan and the top 100 candidates sat near the edge of the stage. Zhang Tianxia remarked while looking at the crowd. Some candidates appeared nervous, fearing their legs would tremble when they walked onto the stage. After all, this scene was too massive, over 1 million spectators watching them receive awards, not including those watching the live broadcast. 5 billion? 10 billion? In fact, it wasn't just the Chinese people watching the live broadcast, over 300 countries globally, more than 100 billion people were watching at the same time. Seated at the front, Lu Yuan observed the grandeur of the award ceremony. Countless spectators' gazes were fixed on Lu Yuan. As the number 1 in the nation, Lu Yuan stood out in a black and gold robe, while other candidates wore plain black attire. Additionally, his robe featured an embroidered tiger, while Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia, although wearing similar robes, had no patterns. This was the exclusive honor of being the top student in the National Martial Arts Examination. Counting down, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. The National Martial Arts Examination Awards ceremony officially began. The sunlight was blinding as 8 distinct colored factions slowly approached the stage under the gaze of the audience both on-site and online. All the elders from the 7 alliances in one hall wore serious expressions and collectively stopped in the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of swords ringing was pleasant. A melodious dragon's roar echoed, and a middle-aged man stood before the elder group, unknown when he had appeared. He wore simple clothes, his eyes deep, his expression expressionless, leaving no emotional trace on his face. In that moment, as the middle-aged man appeared, a roar like a tidal wave surged forth. See the Grand Alliance Master. In front of him stood a middle-aged man named Li Qingsong, the leader of China's Heavenly Sword Alliance, also the master of the Grand Alliance overseeing the 5 alliances. A rainbow appeared out of nowhere, and a kind-looking middle-aged man stood beside Li Qingsong. See Lord Shen. Shen Duanhong, the master of the Judgment Hall, the second most powerful force in China after the Heavenly Sword Alliance. Thunder rolled and fierce winds blew, terrifying phenomena enveloped the area for 100 miles. The masters of the Thunder Alliance, the Cracked Wind Alliance, the Scarlet Flame Alliance. The 7 alliance masters and 1 hall master stood in front of the elder group, with Li Qingsong in the center, and Shen Duanhong and Chu Yongqing on either side. The 7 masters and 1 hall master walked towards the stage, closely followed by the elder group. Watching the live broadcast, the leaders of the Blue Star Strong countries wore serious expressions. This award ceremony for the martial arts examination in China was far more than just an award, it was more important to showcase the overall strength of China. At the same time, the 9 demon lords of the demon race and the 12 demon emperors of the monster race were also watching together. Thunderous applause and cheers echoed like a tsunami. After 7 days of martial arts testing, Lu Yuan has claimed the crown as the national champion, Chu Wuxing secured the 2nd place, and Jiang Tianxia the 3rd. Let's congratulate them. Now, let's invite the top 100 candidates from the National Martial Arts exam to the stage. The voice of the Heavenly Sword Alliance's elder Lu Ziyuan resounded like a bell. Under the gaze of the 7 masters and hall master, as well as over 1 million spectators, Lu Yuan was the first to stand at the far right of the stage, followed by Chu Wuxing, Jiang Tianxia, and other candidates one by one. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. As the candidates stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The audience shouted Lu Yuan's name in unison. Every year China holds the martial arts award ceremony. And this year was the most grand. Many have held the title of national champion, but only Lu Yuan broke the score record to become the national champion.
What is the reward for being the national champion?
Lu Yuan felt excitement in his heart. The awards for the top 3 were given by the Grand Alliance Master Li Qingsong, followed by the ranking order, Judgment Hall Master Shen Duanhong, the Thunder Alliance Master, Cracked Wind Alliance Master.
Do the candidates ranked from 90 to 100 get a medium-grade spirit weapon?
Seeing the Muxing Alliance Master unveil the black cloth covering the medium-grade spirit weapon, the live audience was flooded with question marks. The medium-grade spirit weapon, worth tens of millions, has historically been awarded to candidates ranked 80 to 89. Yet this year, it was directly given to the top 90 candidates. Wow, a storage ring worth 80 million, with a volume of 400 cubic meters. The audience was stunned as they saw the Extreme Cold Alliance Master award the top 60 candidates. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. This year's prizes were 2 to 3 times better compared to the past.
Medium-grade spirit weapons, medium-grade spirit treasures, high-grade spirit treasures.
The rewards for ranks 10 to 19 were even high-level Earth-grade spirit techniques, which cannot be measured with money.
It's almost my turn. Lu Yuan watched as Grand Alliance Master Li Qingsong unveiled the black cloth.
I have seen your performance in the martial arts examination. It was very impressive, Li Qingsong said to Jiang Tianxia, who ranked 3rd nationally.
Thank you for the praise, Grand Alliance Master.
Jiang Tianxia was taken aback. Her reward was a high-grade spirit treasure and a high-grade spirit weapon sword.
Keep it up, your father has high hopes for you.
Li Qingsong looked at Chu Wuxing and took out a pair of boxing gloves flashing with lightning.
As the national 2nd place, Chu Wuxing received one high-grade spirit weapon. It was a custom-made high-grade spirit weapon.
When it was Lu Yuan's turn, Li Qingsong didn't speak. Instead, Shen Duanhong, the master of the Judgment Hall, walked over with a smile.
Little guy, do you know you disrupted our plans? Shen Duanhong said. Lu Yuan was taken aback.
Compared to the serious Grand Alliance Master, he preferred the amiable master of the Judgment Hall, who always wore a cheerful smile. He felt like a highly respected elder who was very kind to the younger generation. Originally, we planned to award you with a medium-level Earth-grade spirit technique for the national champion.
Shen Duanhong explained. Lu Yuan.
Upon hearing the medium-level Earth-grade spirit technique, Lu Yuan's first reaction was that it was impossible. This was a heavenly-level spirit technique, a treasured secret held by major families and forces. Even the low-level spirit techniques of the heavenly rank can cover a radius of 10 miles, let alone the intermediate level. But Lu Yuan thought about it. He was a special profession, a strange puppet master.
He didn't even have Earth-level spirit techniques in Blue Star. No wonder Master Shen said he disrupted their plans.
In response to your profession, we held an overnight discussion and decided to reward you with a spirit tool worth the same as a mid-tier heavenly rank spirit technique.
What spirit tool?
Lu Yuan had a guess in his heart. As Shen Duanhong spoke, the alliance leader, Li Qingsong, lifted the black cloth held by the first staff member standing in front.
Top-grade spirit tool. Chapter 30, Top-grade spirit tool, silence. Top-grade spirit tool. These 4 words, spoken from the mouth of the Judgment Hall Master Shen Duanhong, made Chu Wuxing and Jiang Tianxia's pupils shrink. The number 1 national reward is actually a top-grade spirit tool?
They knew that this year's martial arts exam had a rich reward for the top 3, especially for the first place, but this was simply too generous. Looking across the entire Blue Star, there were no more than 100 top-grade spirit tools, all controlled by the leaders of various countries and top-tier powerhouses. This item is named Silence. It is a top-grade spirit tool that can accompany you for a lifetime, Shen Duanhong said, nodding to the alliance leader Li Qingsong, and seriously handed the ancient-style necklace from the wooden box to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan examined the necklace named Silence. It felt icy to the touch, and the connecting beads were carved into 4 different, vividly lifelike ferocious beasts. One had a sheep's head and a human body, with its eyes located under its armpits. One looked like a tiger with wings on its back, showing a hunting posture. One had a tiger's head and a long tail. The last one looked like a meatball with no specific appearance and had 6 legs and 4 wings.
Seeing Lu Yuan toying with Silence, Shen Duanhong began to explain the effects of this top-grade spirit tool. Silence has 2 effects. The first is to block 3 attacks from professional practitioners below the godly domain.
The number of blocks and power will increase as your realm rises, Shen Duanhong said. Next to him, Chu Wuxing and Jiang Tianxia perked up their ears, yet they couldn't hear what Master Shen was saying to Lu Yuan at all. Especially Chu Wuxing, he stood right next to them.
Block 3 attacks from practitioners below the godly domain? Lu Yuan understood the good intentions of the leaders.
As a strange puppet master, he was similar to dark attribute combat professions, and he feared close combat during fights the most.
The top-grade spirit tool Silence would trigger defense automatically without him needing to control it.
The second effect is that it can store spirit techniques. I have already stored a light attribute Earth-level spirit technique in silence. You can use it when you are in danger, and after using it, come to the Judgment Hall to recharge it, Shin Duanhong explained the second, and most important, effect of silence.
Storing spirit techniques, and Master Shin had already stored an Earth-level technique? Lu Yuan's heart shook.
Though it was an Earth-level spirit technique, the one who stored it was the current Judgment Hall Master, Shin Duanhong.
Shin Duanhong's strength and control over power ranked only after the alliance leader in China.
The Earth-level spirit techniques performed by such a powerhouse, Lu Yuan didn't dare to imagine how strong they were. Moreover, Shin Duanhong personally mentioned that he could recharge at any time, which meant that he could freely use the spirit techniques stored in silence without worrying about the recharging issue.
Are you satisfied, little guy? Shin Duanhong asked with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded.
This was a top-grade spirit tool, and the effects of silence were very suitable for him.
That's good. Shin Duanhong retreated behind Li Qingsong.
No one knew what Shin Duanhong had said to Lu Yuan, including this year's national first prize. Netizens speculated that Lu Yuan's reward was 2 pieces of superior spirit treasures and 1 piece of superior spirit tool, or maybe 2 pieces of superior spirit tools.
As for a top-grade spirit tool, they didn't even consider it. In fact, many people didn't even know the concept of a top-grade spirit tool.
The award ceremony continued, with the leaders shaking hands with the candidates, occasionally chatting a few words. Child, your proficiency in spirit techniques needs improvement, and your mental quality as well. You seemed a bit flustered when facing that thousand-eyed spider. Raytheon Alliance leader Chu Yongsheng said to the candidate in front of him. Chu Yongsheng had a strong physique, exuding a rich aura of thunder attribute, with a striking scar on his face that extended from his forehead all the way to his chin. Due to the scar, Chu Yongsheng's appearance was fierce, and when he smiled, he looked even more intimidating. However, his tone was gentle, and the candidates talking to him were surprised, not expecting the leader to pay attention to his martial arts exam livestream. Every time he shook hands with a candidate, Chu Yongsheng would chat a bit, more or less.
I am an old friend of your father.
The last time we met, you were only 7 or 8 years old, and now you are getting more beautiful, Chu Yongsheng remarked as he stood in front of Jiang Tianxia.
Dad often says you are too busy and don't have time to drink with him.
Jiang Tianxia replied with a smile. Next time for sure, please send my regards to your father when you go back, Chu Yongsheng said, then directly bypassed Chu Wuxian and changed his expression skillfully. The smile on his face disappeared, turning extremely indifferent, until he stood in front of Lu Yuan, where a smile appeared again. Seeing the scene, several leaders shook their heads. In their eyes, Chu Yongsheng was too harsh on his son. Achieving second place in the National Martial Arts exam was already a great accomplishment, yet on that day when the dust settled, Chu Yongsheng left the Sword Heaven Hall in disappointment. As a guile master, the top profession in the martial arts exam over the years varies widely.
Not only is your score the brightest, but so is your profession, Chu Yongsheng said, patting Lu Yuan's shoulder while glancing at Chu Wuxian.
No one knows a child like their father. The reason Chu Yongsheng treated Chu Wuxian this way was that this son was too arrogant, too proud, so reckless that he looked down on everyone. If he continued to indulge Chu Wuxian like family members or the elder of the Thunder Alliance, that would ruin Chu Wuxian. Watching his father chatting and laughing with Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxian lowered his head even deeper, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood.
No storage ring?
Chu Yongsheng noticed Lu Yuan's empty hands.
No.
Lu Yuan replied neither humble nor pushy, not expecting Chu Yongsheng to be so friendly to him. After all, his son's number 1 position was taken away by him. Storage rings, as the name suggests, can store items, but they are expensive, costing 3 to 4 million huaxia coins, not something an ordinary person can afford. Recently, Lu Yuan planned to buy a storage ring, hesitating over how many cubic meters to purchase.
How could the National Martial Arts exam's first place not have a storage ring?
If the word gets out, people will think we huaxia are too stingy, Chu Yongsheng said, taking out a storage ring inscribed with the word thunder. This storage ring can hold 1,000 cubic meters of items. I had it specially made for you. Chu Yongsheng handed the storage ring to Lu Yuan.
This is not appropriate, Lu Yuan shook his head.
A storage ring that could hold 1,000 cubic meters of items was too precious, double the space of the reward for the top 60 in the martial arts exam. Take it, I still want to thank you, Chu Yongsheng placed the storage ring into Lu Yuan's pocket.
Lu Yuan didn't understand this sentence. Thank what? Thank me for taking your son's top position in the martial arts exam?
Since Chu Yongsheng said so, Lu Yuan comfortably wore the storage ring on his right index finger. The awards ceremony began at 10 o'clock, and amidst warm applause, the ceremony was announced to have concluded perfectly at 12 o'clock. Lu Yuan didn't stay much longer in the capital and returned to Tianhua City that afternoon.
Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. As soon as he returned home, Lu Yuan saw Lu Yeli acting up again.
She was bouncing around on the sofa in a pink bunny-printed pajamas, mimicking the audience shouting her name during the award ceremony.
Didn't take your medicine or took the wrong one again? Lu Yuan said irritably. You have no sense of fun at all. Lu Yeli pouted, and upon seeing Lu Yuan wearing a storage ring inscribed with the word thunder, her eyes lit up. So extravagant. The reward for the National Martial Arts Exam's top place is a 1,000 cubic meter storage ring. This should only be one of the rewards? Lu Yeli said. The storage ring's capacity is determined by its size. Lu Yeli also had one, but it could only hold 300 cubic meters. Let's consider it that way. Lu Yuan stroked the top-quality spiritual weapon, Oblivion. He received the admission notice from Pengcheng University, and tomorrow he would go to Peng City. Each university has different start dates. The 5 top universities usually notify new students within a week after the martial arts exam. If you go back home in Peng City, there will be no one there. Lu Yeli's tone was melancholic. She would also have to return to school soon. There is a teleportation array. You can come to Peng City to find me anytime, or I can go to the imperial capital to find you, Lu Yuan said. Using the teleportation array is convenient and quick. It only takes a blink to travel between cities. Besides, it's not a matter of life and death. Then I will go to Peng City to find you in a while, just as a vacation. Lu Yeli's face was full of joy. Peng City's seafood is particularly famous, and she had long wanted to try it. Lu Yuan? Did my sister's mood change so quickly? She was just sad, and the next moment she was excited. Chapter 31, New Student Enrollment. Peng City, a coastal city. Here, the seafood industry is developed, and various seafood restaurants are everywhere, with all kinds of scallops, sea fish, and lobsters available. Today is the new student enrollment day at Pengcheng University. Pengcheng University, one of the 5 top universities in China, covers an area of about 38,000 hectares, comparable to a small city. This year, Pengcheng University admitted more than 4,000 new students, and they walked in through multiple gates to explore. What a spectacular beast corpse! It must be a beast at the Holy Realm. A new student entering from the east gate saw a beast corpse wrapped in pure ice. The beast stood 100 meters tall, looking neither like a snake nor like a snake, its thick body covered in black scales and having 3 slender heads. Even in death, it exuded a sense of oppression that made them tremble. Some new students recognized this beast, the 3-headed flood dragon, which can cultivate to the divine emperor realm. This 3-headed flood dragon was slain by Principal Lao Chi Yuan. Before its death, it was at the peak of the holy realm, and afterward, it became a trophy, sealed in ice for people to view. This grilled oyster tastes really good. Lu Yuan ate grilled oysters while touring Pengcheng University. An oyster that costs 20 or 30 yuan inland can be bought for 10 yuan here, and it tastes delicious with excellent texture. Following their mentor, Lu Yuan and other new students arrived at an open area. Under the blue sky and white clouds, with a gentle breeze blowing, the new students looked forward to their future university life. Bang! 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 A faint smell of blood wafted through the air as a senior student with a shaved head, about 22 or 23 years old, walked by. Seeing the beast resting on the senior's shoulder, the new students displayed a variety of expressions. Wow, are the seniors this fierce? Carrying a beast in school. That is a bloodthirsty wolf at the mystical realm. It is said that bloodthirsty wolves have an IQ of 130 and are very cunning beasts. Senior, does it hurt? More seniors from Pengcheng University walked by, making the air smell increasingly bloody. They carried the corpses of different beasts with expressionless faces. Some had ragged clothes, and blood flowed from their arms, shoulders, and even chests. Seeing the incoming new students, the seniors smiled mysteriously. Another group of unlucky ones just try to pass the entrance exam of Pengcheng University. Once you're in, you won't say a word, one senior said. It's not that Pengcheng University is bad, there are other reasons. It won't be long before these new students will be just like them, running around the school carrying beast corpses. What does that mean? Some new students were puzzled, and the senior who spoke didn't answer and left on his own. He had no time to chat with this group of new students. He was busy handling his wounds before heading back to the no man's land. Watching the seniors play riddles, the new students felt a bit panicked. I've eaten enough. Lu Yuan tossed the disposable tableware into the garbage bin. Just at that moment, Principal Lao Chi Yuan and 3 vice principals arrived. Welcome everyone to Pengcheng University. Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng said. The scene instantly fell silent as the new students all looked at Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng and Principal Lao Chi Yuan. Lao Chi Yuan. This is a powerful figure included in the textbooks of Huaxia. In his youth, he led an army of 1 million professionals to battle against the monster race, continuously reclaiming lost territories and achieving great military exploits, and once served as the Grand Elder of the Tianjin Alliance. Later, due to his old age, he stepped back to a secondary role and became the president of Pengcheng University. Seeing President Lao Chi Yuan, the new students felt excited, their eyes filled with awe. Here, I wish you all a relaxed and pleasant 4 years of university life in advance. Zhang Shouzheng scanned the new students present with a smile on his face.
Hearing this, a passing senior rolled his eyes, wearing a look that clearly said, "I don't believe you." Listening to Vice President Zhang Shouzheng recount the history of Pengcheng University, Lu Yuan felt utterly bored and noticed a familiar figure standing in front to the right.
Li Jinxue also applied to Pengcheng University? Lu Yuan thought. Li Jinxue, 2nd in Tianhua City, 70th in Hailan Province.
If he remembered correctly, she awakened a time attribute combat profession and had already reached the 6-star Qi refinement stage. Unlike Lu Yuan, Li Jinxue listened attentively to the vice president's speech. Pengcheng University has not too many rules for students, but whether you can graduate depends on your credits. Zhang Shouzheng spoke to the point. Credits are widely useful, everything about living your life is tied to credits. For example, accommodation can be divided into 3 levels: ordinary dormitory, 3-bedroom apartment, and independent villa.
Zhang Shouzheng cleared his throat.
Of course, one would definitely choose the independent villa, a new student said, as if it were obvious.
Who would want to squeeze into a cramped dormitory? If you happen to have a roommate who snores, wouldn't that be a disaster?
The ordinary dormitory is provided for free, a 3-bedroom apartment costs 1,000 credits a month, and an independent villa costs 10,000 credits a month. Zhang Shouzheng's words stunned the new students on the spot. Vice President, how can we earn credits? A new student in the front row asked.
Go to the uninhabited area and hunt ferocious beasts.
Zhang Shouzheng answered concisely.
Pengcheng University grants credit rewards based on students' abilities to hunt ferocious beasts.
Of course, credits are not limited to that. There are high-tech battle simulations against ferocious beasts, specially created training environments at great costs according to various combat professions' awakened attributes, etc. Things like spiritual skills, spiritual tools, and monster crystals can all be purchased with credits, and you can even become the president.
The prerequisite is that you have enough credits. It is no exaggeration to say that credits have replaced money at Pengcheng University.
No wonder the seniors are in such a rush.
Lu Yuan realized the importance of credits.
Although the school does not force students to earn credits, to become stronger, one must hunt ferocious beasts to earn credits, and then exchange them for corresponding cultivation resources.
Indeed, every university is different. Lu Yuan thought of his older sister.
Imperial Capital University conducts strict tests for students every 3 months to allocate cultivation resources based on test scores, which is essentially quite similar.
After finishing the discussion on the use of credits, Zhang Shouzheng signaled the mentors to take attendance. Lang Ruilian, Awakened Gold Attribute Combat Profession, assigned to Freshman Class 1.
Yi Shixuan, Awakened Water Attribute Combat Profession, assigned to Freshman Class 3. According to the attributes of the new students, the mentors began to assign them to different classes. Among them, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth correspond to 5 classes, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, while rare attributes like ice, time, space, and darkness also have corresponding classes. As one new student after another was called, there were only a few left in the crowd.
Which class will I be assigned to?
Lu Yuan wondered. He was a special profession, the illusionist, and surely they wouldn't create a class just for him.
Scoundrel, you just love it like this, don't you?
Hearing the words from the person next to him, Lu Yuan turned his head to look. The one who spoke was a new student with dyed white hair, wearing a white tracksuit. At this moment, he was holding a bottle of drink in each hand, talking to the drinks as if self-conversing.
Oh, baby, I'm about to open it, really about to open it.
The white-haired student looked intoxicated, opening the carbonated drink in his left hand and placing the juice in his right hand on the ground.
You also want me to drink, don't you? Impossible, you can only watch.
The white-haired man pointed at the juice on the ground and then started drinking carbonated drinks noisily.
Lu Yuan.
You might not believe it, but in just a few seconds, I actually saw a familiar movie scene from 2 bottles of drinks, and it was the Minotaur plot.
Crazy. Lu Yuan was speechless, thinking there would be something interesting, but it turned out just this?
People standing beside the white-haired freshman instinctively moved away.
They, like Lu Yuan, thought the white-haired freshman was mentally unstable, doubting how he got into Pengcheng University.
There were still 5 freshmen remaining on the field.
Lu Yuan, Xiao Haotian, Zhai Zizi, Xiangyu.
Aside from that white-haired one I haven't heard of, the other 4 are all in the top 20 of the National Martial Arts exam. The freshman looked towards Lu Yuan. The number 1 in the nation, Lu Yuan, applied to Pengcheng University, and the news quickly reached trending status, sparking widespread discussion. The reason why these 5 people were not assigned to classes could very likely be because the principals wanted to teach them individually. Sure enough, Principal Lao Chi Yuan and 3 vice principals stood before the remaining 5 freshmen, asking if they were willing to let him be their exclusive mentor for 4 years of university.
Chapter 32, Heading to the Uninhabited Area.
Under the collective gaze of the freshmen, Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng stood before Qiu Haotian, who ranked 8th nationwide in the martial arts exam.
Do you agree to let me be your exclusive mentor? Zhang Shouzheng asked.
Qiu Haotian, like him, had awakened to an earth element combat profession. An exclusive mentor is just another way of saying to take on a master, and of course, he needed Qiu Haotian's consent first. Once they became master and disciple, their relationship would be different. After all, once a master, forever a father.
I agree. Qiu Haotian was eager for this.
Zhang Xiuzheng was the vice principal of Pengcheng University, a position comparable to an elder in the Seven Alliances. Any normal thinking person would want someone of such status and strength to be their teacher. The three vice principals successfully took on apprentices, leaving only Lu Yuan and the white-haired freshman on the field. The principal should take Lu Yuan as his disciple. Lu Yuan is the number one in the National Martial Arts exam.
Definitely, are they going to take that weird guy?
I seriously suspect there's something wrong with his mind. The freshmen whispered among themselves, believing the principal would choose Lu Yuan as his disciple.
What surprised them was that Lao Yuan walked up to the white-haired freshman.
Han Juncheng, how about you? Lao Yuan said in a deep voice, dressed in a black training outfit, his square-faced expression serious. Han Juncheng, ranked 101st nationwide. It is worth mentioning that from the first day to the end of the martial arts exam, Han Juncheng maintained his position at 101 without moving.
I am a Deluo gene.
The white-haired Han Juncheng had just started to speak when Lu Yuan felt that this guy was about to go crazy.
Lu Yuan sensed it, and Principal Lao Yuan sensed it too. Try to babble again?
Lao Yuan said coldly.
I agree. Han Juncheng said obediently. MHM.
Lao Yuan turned away. Han Juncheng was also a metal element combat profession. And Han Juncheng had an SS-level talent, currently practicing at the 5th level of Qi refining.
Only Lu Yuan was left standing there alone. What about me?
Lu Yuan was confused. Even if no one wanted to take him as a disciple, at least they could tell him which class he would be assigned to.
What's going on?
Why did the principal leave? The freshmen scratched their heads. They were surprised the principal took an unknown freshman as a disciple, even more surprised that the number one in the National Martial Arts exam, Lu Yuan, went unnoticed. This was the National Martial Arts exam number one and the one who broke the exam score record.
Do you remember me?
A middle-aged man, wearing a thick down jacket and wrapped tightly, looked at Lu Yuan.
Senior Tang. Lu Yuan greeted him. Tang Jingwei, the one who gave him the high-quality spiritual weapon Dragon Abyss line.
The main reason he applied to Pengcheng University was the deep insights Tang Jingwei had on the profession of occultist during their chats.
So? Tang Jingwei's eyes shone brightly. Teacher. Lu Yuan said.
Very good, you are my fourth disciple.
Tang Jingwei said with a pleased tone. Seeing Lu Yuan become Tang Jingwei's disciple.
The three vice principals had long anticipated this, leaving the new students even more puzzled.
He is also a mentor at our school? Tang Jingwei is the most outstanding mentor at our school and even in Huaxia. Fu Jingjie is one of his disciples.
Someone recognized Tang Jingwei.
Hearing the name Tang Jingwei, the new students felt unfamiliar.
But Fu Jingjie was too familiar, an elder of the Rift Wind Alliance, and the youngest elder of the 7 alliances in one hall, breaking into the realm of laws at just 26 years old. At the centennial celebration of Pengcheng University, Fu Jingjie was invited to attend, while other guests were at the level of great elders from various alliances.
There are more experts?
So that means Mentor Tang is very good at teaching students. Every student he teaches excels. There is a difference between students and disciples. I guess only Lu Yuan can inspire Mentor Tang to take on a disciple. The new students looked at the two departing figures, feeling envious of Lu Yuan upon learning that Tang Jingwei's disciple had achieved such high accomplishments.
In the dormitory building for mentors at Pengcheng University. Make yourself at home, don't be shy.
Tang Jingwei opened the door. He lived in a 3-room apartment. The room was very clean, but the living room TV and sofa were covered with dustproof cloths, indicating that Tang Jingwei rarely came to the living room.
Teacher, is this person in the photo you?
Lu Yuan picked up the album on the table and opened the first page. It was a group photo of 3 people. Tang Jingwei stood in the center with a beaming smile, holding up a fierce beast's head. From the appearance of the fierce beast's head, Lu Yuan deduced it was a white-scaled earth dragon at the domain level. Being able to hunt such a fierce beast proved that Tang Jingwei's strength began at the domain level.
Back then, I was in great shape.
Tang Jingwei said, pouring a cup of tea for Lu Yuan and sitting opposite him. Sunlight filtered through the window into the living room, warming up the people inside, making them unable to resist yawning.
The person on the far left in the photo is Shinjun. Tang Jingwei took a sip of hot tea. Lu Yuan looked at Shinjun, one of the masters on Long Yuan line, who had awakened the same eerie puppeteer profession as him.
From his appearance, Shinjun was in his 30s during the photo, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, very handsome.
Do you know why I want to take you as my disciple? Tang Jingwei suddenly asked. Lu Yuan lifted his head. Because Shinjun is the one I caused to die. Tang Jingwei's expression was painful as he recounted that part of his life he never wanted to remember. The Xinjun that the teacher caused to die? Lu Yuan was puzzled. From the group photo, they seemed to have a good relationship. At that time, Xinjun, Xingwenan, and I enlisted in the army, and the long years of fighting side by side made us as close as brothers. But as we successively broke through to the extraordinary realm, due to Xinjun's special profession, he could not learn earth-level spiritual techniques, which caused the gap in strength to gradually widen. Tang Jingwei rubbed his face hard. He found it hard to control his emotions. Lu Yuan listened quietly. At that time, I helped Xinjun continuously research for mysterious-level spiritual techniques. I was confident we could develop Earth-level spiritual techniques, and I began to suspect that the combat method of a puppeteer should control puppet soldiers, rather than just be used for assistance. That's right, I always believed that puppeteers are not combat professions, but support professions. Tang Jingwei looked directly at Lu Yuan, his expression complex. Pain, annoyance, regret. But there is simply too little reference material. You are the third person on Blue Star to awaken the puppeteer profession. Xinjun was the second, and Xiao Xingyo had long since passed away and had directly given up on becoming a professional. Tang Jingwei closed his eyes. I remember that day when I excitedly found Xinjun, asking him to use the advanced Earth-level spiritual technique, Mirage Puppet. He died. Exploded to death. I watched helplessly as his body inflated like a balloon and exploded. I, indirectly killed my good brother. Tang Jingwei's throat moved, taking a deep breath to control his emotions. He didn't want to lose face in front of his newly accepted disciple. Lu Yuan remained silent, unsure how to comfort the teacher for a moment. The atmosphere grew heavy. Your talent is the highest among the 4 disciples I have taught, and so I will try my best to train you. Tang Jingwei said, then took out a lot of materials from the storage ring. These are the materials you asked Vice Principal Zhan to prepare. Each of the 2 types of puppet soldiers has 1,000 pieces. So quickly prepared? Lu Yuan looked at the materials for making the bone soldiers and the wind crack soldiers. He thought it would take some time. Before hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness to earn credits, first assemble the 2,000 puppet soldiers. The wilderness is not like the martial examination city of Tian, where the strength of fierce beasts is clearly divided into different areas. Tang Jingwei helped Lu Yuan organize the materials. There, a Shin Gang realm or even a divine ability realm fierce beast could jump out at any time, catching you off guard. Lu Yuan nodded. He thought the same. His current spiritual power reserve is sufficient to control 2,000 puppet soldiers. Plus the 4 great disasters, he is confident to face fierce beasts below the divine ability realm in the wilderness. Click, click. The first bone soldier was completed. Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, who had already made 10 wind crack soldiers. Lu Yuan. Who is really the puppet master? By the way, teacher, what profession did you awaken? Lu Yuan asked. Fire attribute combat profession. Tang Jingwei focused on making wind crack soldiers. The method of making it was taught by Lu Yuan. Even if he knows how to make it, without being a puppet master, he can't control the bone and wind crack soldier legions. Doesn't seem like it. Lu Yuan looked at the serious Tang Jingwei, who was explaining the precautions for the wilderness. What do you mean? Fire attribute combat professionals should be very hot-tempered, just like a powder keg exploding with a little spark. Lu Yuan said. Since the birth of professionals, there have been divisions in personality and temper for combat attribute professionals, somewhat similar to zodiac signs. Earth attribute professionals are honest and simple, water attribute professionals are gentle, metal attribute professionals are steady. It's just a stereotype. It's also possible that I'm an exception. Tang Jingwei's smile stiffened. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed and cheerful. Because Tang Jingwei was there, the original 2-day completion of the 2,000 puppet soldiers was finished in just 1 day. As dawn broke, Lu Yuan, temporarily residing in Tang Jingwei's dormitory, arrived at the school playground. Soon, he would go to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts, but before that, he wanted to review his puppet army. Especially the 2,000 newly made bone and wind crack soldier legions. Chapter 33, My name is Lu Yuan, welcome to seek revenge. In Peng City, dawn was just breaking. Streetlights emitted a weak glow, and Peng University covered a vast area, with 5 or 6 playgrounds alone. Each playground can accommodate thousands of people at the same time, and Lu Yuan was at the playground closest to the teacher's dormitory. The surroundings were open, occasionally seeing a few scattered students. Swish, swish. Taking out the puppet soldiers from the storage ring, red lines intertwined in the sky, a legion unique to Lu Yuan descended. The 4 great disasters, Blood Butcher, Corruption, Sangming, and Cliffslash stood at the front. 200 Bloodslaughter soldiers clad in crimson armor raised their long swords and shields, the Punishment soldiers gathered lightning to illuminate the night sky, and the Golden Spear soldiers in golden armor stood ready.
After multiple evolutions, the Star-Eating Legion reached a height of 10 meters, with the strongest Star-Eating soldier reaching 70 meters.
The number of all Puppet Legions filled up to 200. So many people this early? A student who stayed up late to prepare for breakfast looked at the playground.
After all, it was not even 5 o'clock yet, and at this time, most students were still asleep. What surprised that student was that the number of people in the playground was increasing.
The Bone Legion appeared. The Windcrack Legion appeared.
1,000 bone soldiers stood tall, waiting for Lu Yuan to control. They had no body, just a skeleton frame, with pupils flashing ghostly blue light.
Each bone soldier rode on a skeleton warhorse, equipped with various weapons.
Short knives, long bows, ropes, and so on.
Heavy cavalry? Lu Yuan pondered thoughtfully.
Puppet soldiers are on par with the controller's strength, and
this 1,000-member Wangu Bone army is at the 8th star level of Qi refining realm.
The Wangu Bone army is very suitable for charging into battle, trampling the enemies to death, just like a beast tide. Clearing up the idea of this army, Lu Yuan looked up at the sky. In the air, 1,000 Liling armies spread their wings to block the full moon. They resemble human-shaped bats, with sharp fangs and claws, flapping their wings, making whoosh sounds as they cut through the air.
Flying ghost soldiers?
Lu Yuan realized that the Liling army is very suitable for reconnaissance. Apart from wind attribute combat professions, other practitioners need to reach the divine ability realm to fly. And their speed is very slow. The Liling army flies as fast as a shadow, far beyond what divine ability realm practitioners can compare to. The 9 great ghost armies are gathered.
Lu Yuan's fingers danced. Over 3,000 ghost soldiers moved in unison, arranged in different formations according to Lu Yuan's control. The sky brightened. Watching the ghost army on the playground, the teachers who came out of the dormitory exclaimed in amazement.
This is much better than dark attribute combat practitioners summoning skeletal monsters, both in strength and number. Lu Yuan is ahead of dark attribute combat practitioners of the same level. No wonder he ranked first in the national military exam. It is said that the principal spent a lot to ensure Lu Yuan apply to our school.
The teachers stopped to admire Lu Yuan's ghost army.
The 9 great ghost armies each have their unique styles, playing different roles in battle.
Storing the ghost army back into his storage ring, Lu Yuan walked towards the teleportation array.
He didn't like squeezing into a small dormitory, but staying at the teacher's house was also not ideal. The urgent thing is to hunt fierce beasts in the wilderness area to earn more credits to exchange for a 3-bedroom apartment or an independent villa.
Peng City has 2 large teleportation points, one at the high-speed train station and another inside Peng City University.
The one inside the university is provided for students to use, making it convenient for them to hunt fierce beasts in the wilderness area. The moon sets and the sun rises, and the empty streets gradually become bustling with traffic. At this time, the teleportation point is very lively, with older students shouting loudly to attract the attention of freshmen.
Is there anyone going to the wilderness area? Full protection, only 500 credits for the day.
I have a spot for 600 credits a day. I am a 6-star Xuanqi Realm Thunder attribute combat practitioner. Hearing the older students shouting their sales pitches, the freshmen preparing to go to the wilderness area looked hesitant. The wilderness area is very dangerous, and most of them are going for the first time. Having seniors accompany them would be great. But they don't have that many credits. The school only provides each freshman with 300 basic credits, just enough to eat in the cafeteria for a month.
No credits?
That's fine, you can owe it and pay later when you have it, said the seniors. Hearing this, the freshmen felt relieved and hurriedly chose to join the team to go to the wilderness area in this safer way.
Is there anyone else? We need to leave in half an hour.
Watching the teleportation point resembling a vegetable market, Lu Yuan ignored the older students looking to earn credits and bought a teleportation ticket to Baiyang City. Baiyang City is one of China's border cities resisting the invasion of demons. The reason for choosing this city to go to the wilderness area is because of the recommendation from teacher Tang Jingwei.
The reason for the recommendation is very simple.
There are mostly ferocious beasts inhabiting the wilderness outside Baiyang City, and as a ghost master, the last thing Lu Yuan fears is a pack of ferocious beasts. The teleportation ticket bought does not cost money but credits.
Going to the wilderness area alone?
2 people standing nearby caught everyone's attention, Lu Yuan and the principal's newly accepted disciple, Han Junchang. Both are going to the wilderness area alone, choosing not to spend credits to hire seniors or team up with other freshmen.
Lu Yuan sat in a chair, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the teleportation array to activate.
The white-haired Han Junchang was acting crazy, talking to a brick on the ground.
You have been sealed by me for 5,000 years, are you still not yielding?
As long as you say you are not as good as me, I will lift your seal.
Han Junchang's expression was serious, pointing at that brick.
Humph, I knew you couldn't stand this kind of loneliness, but I am not a soft-hearted person.
Bang!
Han Junchang crushed the brick with his bare hands, a smile 3 parts proud, 2 parts ruthless, and 1 part sorrowful.
Everyone! The principal took a fool as a disciple, I am not joking. Lu Yuan glanced at the mentally unstable Han Junchen and stood up upon hearing the announcement, walking into the teleportation array. The world spun around, and Lu Yuan's vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported from Peng City to Baiyang City, 1,000 miles away on China's frontier. Baiyang City was once a living city for ancient nomadic people, who worshipped sheep, believing they brought good luck. With the invasion of monsters, Baiyang City lost its former prosperity, and all residents moved to safer cities in the rear. The air was filled with a killing atmosphere as Lu Yuan walked along the empty streets. Booming sounds. Occasionally, war chariots rushed by, with soldiers fully armed sitting neatly inside, their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings out of professional instinct. This city had no residents, only the Chinese army guarding against monsters. Dust rolled up. At the east gate of Baiyang City, a group of professionals was lining up for inspection. Lu Yuan followed the line and took out his Peng City University student ID. Name, age, registered residence, any criminal record, purpose of going to the wilderness. The soldier interrogated the professionals leaving Baiyang City carefully. The wilderness, as the name suggests, was filled with fierce beasts. The soldiers conducted such strict checks mainly because they were worried about fugitives heading to the wilderness. After all, the wilderness was also known as a lawless place. The reasons given by the professionals were mostly to support their families. They made a living by hunting fierce beasts and selling monster crystals, living a life on the edge. So young and daring to venture into the wilderness. Someone looked at Lu Yuan. Among the line, Lu Yuan was the youngest, his clothes clean and neat, unlike them, who were scruffy and dressed casually. He, looking so tender, he'll probably be scared silly when he reaches the wilderness. A professional with a strong smell, obviously someone who hadn't bathed in a long time, said as he licked his lips while looking at Lu Yuan, his eyes narrowed. He seemed to have a peculiar hobby. Hao Zhishang, this person is a Peng City University student. A professional recognized Lu Yuan's student ID. They all knew each other through hunting fierce beasts and selling monster crystals. So what if he's from Peng City University? In the wilderness, even the King of Heaven is useless. Besides, I haven't done anything to him. Hao Zhishang said dismissively. Just an 8-star Qi refining professional, he was a 2-star Xian Gang Realm, Earth attribute combat professional. The soldier's expression turned disdainful upon hearing Hao Zhishang's words, covering his nose as he continued questioning. Let him pass. The city gate opened. After finishing the interrogation, Hao Zhishang swaggered out of the city, not forgetting to whistle at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, handing his student ID to the soldier. After confirming that the student ID's material and photo were fine, the soldier raised his hand. Let's. Before he could finish, 2 cold lights flashed, shooting towards Hao Zhishang, who had just stepped out of the city gate. Puff. The spear accurately pierced through Hao Zhishang's knee, embedding into the ground, as blood flowed from the wound, accompanied by a wailing scream. Under Lu Yuan's control, 2 celestial punishment soldiers stood in front of Hao Zhishang. Can I leave now? Lu Yuan asked the soldier. The soldier's expression was strange, then he nodded. The leading officer, wearing boots, crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Starting to act before talking? The professionals waiting in line turned to look at Lu Yuan, surprised that the young man was so decisive. Captain, this. The soldier pointed to Hao Zhishang, who was kneeling on the ground with a spear through his knee. The guy said, even the King of Heaven is useless in the wilderness, I'm neither his father nor the king. The officer patted his clothes. He could manage this type of matter but also choose not to. After all, Hao Zhishang was now in the wilderness, not inside Baiyang City. 1 step, 2 steps. Lu Yuan looked down at Hao Zhishang from above. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Hao Zhishang's face was pale. So fast. He didn't even react before being stabbed by the spear. Is this the strength of an 8-star Qi refining realm? Looking at the 2 Punisher soldiers in blue armor beside Lu Yuan, Hao Zhishang knelt and begged for mercy. My name is Lu Yuan, a freshman at Pengcheng University. You are welcome to seek revenge any time. Lu Yuan said, then ignored Hao Zhishang and walked forward. Cut. 2 streams of hot blood slid down Hao Zhishang's cheeks as he covered his face, letting out another heart-wrenching scream. My eyes, my eyes. The professionals in the city looked at Lu Yuan, who was walking further away, then at the wailing Hao Zhishang at the city gate, speechless. Lu Yuan, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. The name that topped the National Martial Arts exam this year is Lu Yuan. He applied to Pengcheng University too. No wonder he strikes first at the slightest disagreement. I can only say Hao Zhishang is unlucky, picking a fight with someone like that. Lu Yuan's figure disappeared, and the professionals in the city stared at the fainted Hao Zhishang. That's really ruthless. Chapter 34 Silver Moon Wolfpack. A vulture circled in the sky, and the air rippled layer upon layer. Lu Yuan walked alone on the vast plain. The no man's land was vast, and occasionally, white bones could be seen on the ground.
Some of these bones were human, while others were fierce beasts. The long wolf howl rang out, and Lu Yuan encountered the first fierce beast in no man's land, to be precise, a group.
Bite him to death.
Under the blazing sun, a giant wolf, completely snow-white with a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, spoke human words. Silver moon wolves can reach the peak of the Xiangang realm.
Lu Yuan looked at the silver moon wolf not far away. 1, 2, 3.
Before long, over 300 pack members appeared behind that silver moon wolf, baring their teeth and staring at Lu Yuan.
Woo. With the 8-star Silver Moon Wolf King leading the charge, the Silver Moon Wolf Pack launched a collective charge. The teacher was right, there are many pack beasts living outside Ares City.
Faced with more than 300 fierce beasts at the Xiangang realm rushing towards him, Lu Yuan's expression was calm, even a bit excited.
The most fearless thing about a Weird Odd Master is a group attack.
Don't look, that guy is dead for sure. In the distance, a team of professionals, who lived by hunting fierce beasts, lay on the ground, fearing that the Silver Moon Wolf Pack would discover them. A man aged about 27 or 28 with a beard said. His name was Kong Honi, a 6-star Xiangang realm fire attribute combat professional.
What a pity, he looks so young. A capable-looking female professional in the team side. This was a plain area, and facing so many Silver Moon Wolves at the Xiangang realm, the surrounded young man had only one way to die. If it were a dense forest, there might still be a chance, though the chances of survival would still be slim. No man's land is like that, you never know what will happen next second. Kong Honi said indifferently.
He now only hoped the Silver Moon Wolves would kill that young man and leave, and that he and his teammates wouldn't be discovered.
Even 8 Xiangang realm combat professionals couldn't withstand a single charge from the Silver Moon Wolf Pack. Brother Kong, that young man seems to be an attribute combat professional of darkness.
Hearing his teammates' words, Kong Honi shook his head.
What use is a darkness attribute combat professional? He can still. Damn it. The warhorses neighed.
1,000 soldiers riding skeleton warhorses from the 10,000 Bone Legion appeared.
Charge! Lu Yuan commanded the 10,000 Bone Legion to clash head-on with the Silver Moon Wolf Pack.
Just the sheer numbers of the 10,000 Bone Legion surpassed that of the Silver Moon Wolves.
Whoosh!
Hooves kicked up huge clouds of dust, and over 1,000 bone soldiers took out bone chains equipped for their warhorses, swiftly linking the chains together.
Bang!
The sound of bones shattering echoed as they collided with the bone chain, and many Silver Moon Wolves were seriously injured or killed when crashing against the skeleton warhorses. Blood soaked the ground, and the Silver Moon Wolf King's pupils widened as it watched the tragedy of its kin. Some wolves were stamped into mush by the skeleton warhorses. Some collisions flattened half of the skulls on the bone chains. In just one charge, more than 300 Silver Moon Howling Wolves were reduced to less than 100.
Is this still trying to bite me to death? Lu Yuan looked at the Silver Moon Howling Wolf King. Is the skeletal warrior he summoned so tough? Kong Honi, who witnessed everything from afar, widened his eyes.
As a dark attribute professional known for controlling skeletal warriors, he knew a dark attribute practitioner at the mystical realm, and their skeletal warriors were nowhere near as tough as Lu Yuan's Bone Legion.
You have to know, Lu Yuan was only an 8-star Qi refining realm practitioner.
The result is still the same, that young man will still be bitten to death, Kong Honi said after his shock. At this moment, Lu Yuan's Bone Legion exchanged positions with the Silver Moon Howling Wolves, and Lu Yuan found himself surrounded by the pack.
Ah, he can still fly.
Teammates excitedly pointed at Lu Yuan, completely unaware that doing so would expose their location. Under the gaze of Kong Honi and others, a group of black shadows blocked the blazing sun. The Riftwind Legion appeared. Standing on the Riftwind soldiers, Lu Yuan looked down from the sky at the furious Silver Moon Howling Wolf King.
Bang bang bang. After adjusting their direction, the Bone Legion charged again.
Thousands of Riftwind soldiers swooped down like eagles catching chicks, their sharp claws piercing the bodies of the Silver Moon Howling Wolves, then lifting them into the air and dropping them to death. The battle continued, the number of Silver Moon Howling Wolves gradually decreased, while Lu Yuan's strange Puppet Legion visibly grew.
Brother Kong, isn't this wrong? A Qi refining realm dark attribute practitioner can summon so many skeletal monsters? You ask me, who do I ask? Have you ever seen a Qi refining realm practitioner take down over 300 mystical realm beasts?
Kong Honi's face twitched, he had never seen such a fierce practitioner in his life.
With a blood-red long line, Lu Yuan skillfully controlled the strange Puppet Legion to slaughter the Silver Moon Howling Wolf Pack. Watching his kin fall one after another, the Silver Moon Howling Wolf King was frantic.
It was not that it couldn't use its spiritual skills, but Lu Yuan was flying too high, far beyond the attack range of such skills. Seeing the blood-red long line, the Silver Moon Howling Wolf King had a sudden thought. Is it possible that this human was controlling the strange Puppet Legion with the blood-red long line? I've found your flaw. The Silvermoon Howling Wolf King was overjoyed, leaping into the air with its claws slashing towards the top-quality spirit artifact, Dragon Abyss Line.
A dragon's roar came.
The Silvermoon Howling Wolf King landed steadily, slowly raising its head. Its 5-meter-tall wolf body was cut into neat tofu-like blocks, leaving only a demon crystal lying on the ground.
Only 30 Silvermoon Howling Wolves remained?
Their strongest leader was killed just like that?
5 minutes later, Yuan inspected the spoils.
A total of 345 Mystic Realm Demon Crystals, among which was one 8-star Mystic Realm Crystal. The market starting price for a Mystic Realm Demon Crystal is 100,000 each, so many of them were enough to make him financially free. Additionally, his credits soared to over 80,000, with a month of use for an independent villa at Pengcheng University costing 10,000 credits. What a big harvest! Yuan did not expect to be so lucky, achieving over 80,000 credits in less than an hour in the no man's land. Brother Kong, so many demon crystals can ensure we won't have to worry about food and drink for 5 or 6 years. A teammate looked at the demon crystals in Yuan's hand with a greedy expression. Yes, that young man probably has little spiritual energy left,
Another teammate was eager to try. Kong Hongyi hesitated inwardly.
Killing deceased treasures was common in no man's land, but he hadn't done such a thing in many years.
Where did the mountains come from in the plain area? A female professional who disagreed frowned. Bang bang bang. The ground shook.
Kong Hongyi and his teammates were horrified to see that the mountain was actually moving.
No, it's not a mountain, it's a monster controlled by that young man. Kong Hongyi's legs trembled, swallowing hard.
This was a monster over 80 meters tall, with fists as big as bags. Sorry, we'll leave right away. Kong Hongyi raised his hands high above his head and shouted loudly toward Yuan in the distance.
Hurry up, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to.
Kong Hongyi shouted at his teammate beside him. They were still fantasizing about snatching Yuan's demon crystal, not knowing that he had even stronger monsters under his control. If the star-swallowing soldiers had just joined the battlefield, even with 100 times more courage, they wouldn't dare to entertain such thoughts.
Peak of the Qi Refining Realm. After absorbing the Silver Moon Song Wolfpack, Yuan opened his eyes.
In fact, after awakening his profession, he hadn't spent much time on cultivation, he had entirely improved his realm through the Bloodslaughter's spiritual technique, Blood's Flavor.
Break through to the Xiangang realm before returning to school.
Yuan looked at the hurriedly fleeing Kong Hongyi and the others, setting a goal for his first trip to the Unmanned Zone.
Chapter 35, Supreme Quality Forging Material, Undying Stone. Under the moonlight, a battle-scarred Gale Lion panted heavily, its face showing human-like fear.
As a 7-star fierce beast in the Xiangang realm, the Gale Lion ruled over 10 miles.
Until... boom!
A battle knife accurately pierced into the Gale Lion's left eye, and then a large number of bloodthirsty soldiers in red armor began to gang up.
380,000 credits.
After killing another 7-star fierce beast in the Xiangang realm, Yuan checked his student ID to see his credits.
This was his 3rd day in the Unmanned Zone. In 3 days, Yuan had only done 2 things, find fierce beasts and then kill fierce beasts. Repetitive cycles, over and over. His realm had advanced from the peak of the Qi Refining Realm to the Xiangang realm, just a step away.
According to the map, he was over 100 miles away from Baiyang City, even the nearest border city was more than 50 miles away.
Is someone fighting?
Yuan raised an eyebrow, discovering that there were professionals fighting not far from him through the patrolling Windbreaker Legion. They were not hunting fierce beasts, but rather, a group of professionals robbing another group of professionals.
Moreover, Yuan noticed that the robbing side had 3 Peak Xiangang realm professionals, their strength formidable. Touching the exquisite spiritual weapon, Silence, Yuan thought for a moment and decided to take a look.
Silence stored the Earth-level spiritual technique of the Hall Master from the Judgment Hall, a devastating skill executed by such strong beings.
Let alone Peak Xiangang realm professionals, what did it matter against those in the Divine Ability realm?
The campfire echoed the moonlight, revealing a group of young people in school uniforms, with Pengcheng University printed boldly on their chests, in a greatly distressed state. They all bled to some extent, and one of them had been injured in the abdomen, his face pale and breathing weak.
Why are you robbing us? We risk our lives to get this.
Su Ruiqing, with a buzz cut and a dust-covered face, said indignantly. He was a freshman from Pengcheng University, a soil attribute, and a 4-star professional in the Qi Refining realm. Including his 5 teammates beside him, all were freshmen from Pengcheng University, teaming up to hunt fierce beasts in the Unmanned Zone to earn credits.
What a bunch of naive little kids, this is the Unmanned Zone, and I intend not only to rob you.
A thin, middle-aged man in his 30s smiled sinisterly.
But also to kill you.
Hearing this, Su Ruiqing's face changed.
We are students from Pengcheng University, don't you fear the school taking revenge on you? Su Ruiqing invoked Pengcheng University in an attempt to stop the actions of the 5 robbers.
They were all Qi Refining realm professionals, the strongest among them was only a 6-star Qi Refining professional.
Yet these 5 robbers were all in the Xian Gang realm, with 3 even at the peak of the Xian Gang realm. There was no way to beat them, they could only find ways to survive. It's no use. Li Jinxue shook her head. Because they came from Pengcheng University, these robbers must eliminate all witnesses. Looking at the supreme quality forging material, undying stone in her hand, Li Jinxue felt unwilling. Even if they handed over the undying stone at this moment, they would still meet a gruesome end. Jinxue, what should we do? A freshman partnering with Li Jinxue, Yu Ningmeng, looked pale. She was still young and didn't want to die. Li Jinxue wore a helpless expression, remaining silent, only gripping the undying stone in her hand tighter. Undying stone, supreme quality forging material. 1 gram is worth 100,000 huaxia coins. This immortal stone weighs almost a pound and can sell for over 50 million. We will give you the immortal stone if you let us go back to school. We promise we won't tell the teacher, Li Jinxue promised, trying to secure one last chance to survive. Only the dead can keep silent. Feng Jinsong, at the peak of the Xian Gang's realm and awakened with the wind attribute combat profession, refused. Hand over the immortal stone, and I'll leave you all intact. Feng Jinsong's eyes fixed on the high-quality forging material in Li Jinxue's hand. This was a treasure worth 50 million. Although he was a peak professional in the Xian Gang's realm, he was very short on money. If he got this immortal stone, he could afford high-level monster crystals and break through to the divine power realm within 6 months. Damn it, I will bite a piece off you even if I die. Knowing that death was inevitable, Su Ruiqing's expression hardened as he unleashed the earth attribute Xian-level intermediate skill, Crush Rockstorm. However, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great. Su Ruiqing was stabbed in the chest by Feng Jinsong's dagger the moment he opened his mouth. Among this group of youngsters, you are the most naive. Feng Jinsong laughed. Give up struggling, dying this way won't be so painful. Despair filled the hearts of the 6, watching Feng Jinsong approach them, Li Jinxue clenched her teeth and unleashed her time attribute skill. It was useless. It didn't help at all. At most, it made the 5 Xian Gang's bandits dazed for less than half a second. Is this how it ends? Li Jinxue felt reluctant. As the leader of the 6-person team, Li Jinxue thought she had done a decent job. After entering the wilderness, she had been cautious, and in 3 days, they hunted vicious beasts and earned 100,000 credits. Before encountering these 5 bandits, none of them had been injured. Desperate, Li Jinxue still sought a glimmer of hope and decisively threw the immortal stone away. Hee, you're not only beautiful but also smart, Feng Jinsong praised. Even at this moment, Li Jinxue was still thinking about using the immortal stone to attract their attention, trying to escape for her life. Who is so immoral as to throw things around? Just as Feng Jinsong and his companions were about to act, a lazy voice rang out. Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan appear in her sight, Li Jinxue's heart lightened, but her smile quickly faded. In just 3 days, Lu Yuan had broken through to the peak of the Qi training realm. That speed was shocking. Meanwhile, she and all the freshmen from Pengcheng University had barely reached the 7-star Qi training realm. The immortal stone, a high-quality forging material, was also one of the main materials for making the Wangu army. Lu Yuan weighed the immortal stone in his hand and directly put it into his storage ring. It's mine. Lu Yuan thought. You scared me, I thought some strong person was here. The peak of the Qi training realm thinks to be a hero to save the beauty? Feng Jinsong relaxed after checking Lu Yuan's realm. Run, don't mind us. Li Jinxue said. Too many people had already died, she didn't want Lu Yuan to die at the hands of this group of bandits. Hearing this, the 5 freshmen did not hesitate. Lu Yuan, run back to school and have the teacher take revenge for us, chop this group of scum into pieces. Yeah, chop these filthy scoundrels into pieces. Damn it, I want to curse before I die. Just seriously injured, Su Ruiqing's face was red, and his mouth was spitting fire with wild curses. Since they couldn't fight back, they might as well curse to their heart's content. Hand over the immortal stone. Feng Jinsong gradually lost his patience and spoke to Lu Yuan in a commanding tone. I picked this up, why should I give it to you? Lu Yuan replied as if it were natural. Seeking death. Feng Jinsong's veins bulged as he struck decisively, sending several wind blades towards Lu Yuan. Clang clang clang. The Earth Calamity shield easily blocked the wind blade attack in front of Lu Yuan. A peak Xian Gang's realm professional is nothing special. Lu Yuan's fingers twitched, and the strongest Devourer soldier moved, shaking the ground violently with every step as he punched towards the 5 Xian Gang's bandits. Looking at the enormous creature before him, Feng Jinsong felt a sense of awe he couldn't quite understand. Is this the aura emitted by a peak Qi refinement stage monster? Why does it feel like the peak of the Xian Gang realm? More than 3,000 puppet soldiers surged forward, with the 4 great disasters charging toward the 3 strongest professionals first. Lu Yuan was also busy, controlling the puppet army while unleashing his exclusive puppet master spirit techniques. Mystic Intermediate Spirit Technique, Curse Puppet. Mystic Intermediate Spirit Technique, Thousand-Eyed Puppet. A chilling, eerie laughter filled the area within 100 meters, and Lu Yuan's body burst with a crimson glow. Earth High-Level Spirit Technique, Suppress Puppet. When the Suppress Puppet appeared, the three Peak Xiangang Realm professionals felt a sense of foreboding as their levels rapidly dropped to Xiangang 6 star. What kind of spirit technique is this? Feng Jinsong's heart twinged violently as he found his companion's levels were also being suppressed. This kid is up to something strange, hurry up and take him down. Feng Jinsong said. A blinding light illuminated the night, and Feng Jinsong instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. When he saw 200 punishment soldiers collectively gathering thundercuts, and the thundercuts growing larger, sweat appeared on Feng Jinsong's forehead. As a Peak Xiangang Realm fighter, facing the thundercuts condensed by the Qi Refinement Realm, he actually felt a life-threatening danger. Chapter 36, Rendezvous. A meteor streaked across the sky. In the no man's land, a battle was erupting. Lightning flickered as 200 punishment soldiers gathered thundercuts and charged toward the Xiangang 6-star wind attribute professional, Feng Jinsong. Just seconds ago, Feng Jinsong was a Peak Xiangang Realm fighter. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Feng Jinsong, covered in dirt, avoided it, no longer strolling casually, with blood trickling from his mouth. He was injured. Injured by a Qi Refinement Realm professional. What the hell, the monsters controlled by Lu Yuan are this strong? Su Ruiqing, lying on the ground and unable to move, was stunned. A Peak Qi Refinement Realm fighter facing a Peak Xiangang Realm fighter, there was a whole major realm difference. Every student who could get into the 5 top universities was, without exception, a well-known genius in their respective cities. Su Ruiqing, who awakened with the Earth attribute and was at Qi Refinement 4-star, could defeat Qi Refinement 6-star professionals with his strength. But anything stronger than that was impossible. In contrast, Lu Yuan was fighting back fiercely against 5 Xiangang Realm professionals, including 3 Peak Xiangang fighters. What are you all staring at? Come and help quickly! Feng Jinsong shouted angrily at his companions. He was desperately fleeing from the thundercuts condensed by the punishment soldiers, unable to approach Lu Yuan, and his companions just watched? Brother Feng, we can't even protect ourselves. Chang Junxian, with fire attribute and his realm suppressed to Xiangang 6-star, had no words for his suffering. He faced an onslaught from thousands of bone soldiers. What made Chang Junxian feel despair was when he used his fire attribute mystic spirit technique, trying to burn the bone soldiers to death. The bone soldiers ignored his fire attribute techniques, even when shattered into bones, they stood up wobbling the next second. These were not skeleton warriors at all, they were simply an undead army. Brother Feng, save me! Chang Junxian cried out loudly. Feng Jinsong. On the other side, the Flying Wind Battalion unleashed wind blades, teaming up with the 70-meter-tall star-eating soldiers and the other 5 battalions to pressure the 3 Xiangang Realm professionals. Could it be? Su Ruiqing struggled to stand up from the ground. Could Lu Yuan really take down these 5 bandits? The other 5 students from Pengcheng University felt a flicker of hope ignite in their hearts. Seeing Feng Jinsong take a direct hit from a thunder cut and appear behind Lu Yuan with a raised dagger, Li Jinxue panicked. Be careful! Die! With a pierced chest and heavily wounded, Feng Jinsong's expression twisted as he stabbed Lu Yuan in the heart from behind. Wind attribute fighters are known for their speed, yet Feng Jinsong still paid a heavy price. But it was all worth it. If Lu Yuan died, he could obtain a pound of high-quality forging material, the Undying Stone. Li Jinxue was in a panic, wanting to help, but it was too late. The 5 Pengcheng University freshmen beside her closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing this bloody scene. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Lu Yuan wore the top-grade spirit tool, Silence, which automatically triggered its protective effect. From behind, Feng Jinsong attacked by surprise and was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily into a tree. Are you okay? Li Jinxue let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan looked at Feng Jinsong, who had tried to steal but ended up losing instead. In the Qi Refinement realm, he was able to intervene in this matter, and naturally, he had his confidence when facing 5 practitioners in the Xuanguang realm. Not to mention the top-grade spirit tool, Silence, triggered its protective effect, and using the Earth-rank intermediate technique, Substitute Avatar, he wouldn't be caught off guard by Feng Jinsong's surprise attack. Don't kill me! Su Ruiqing, surrounded by the Bone Army, pleaded for mercy. No one answered him, and a bone soldier dismounted from a skeletal warhorse and directly ripped him in half with brute force. A rain of blood fell as screams rang out, and only Feng Jinsong remained among the 5 bandits. Watching his companions die one by one, severely wounded Feng Jinsong kept retreating. I don't want the Undying Stone anymore, spare my life. Feng Jinsong said. He never dreamed that 5 Xuanguang realm practitioners couldn't defeat a Qi Refinement realm practitioner. Who exactly is this young man in front of him? How can he be so strong? I hate it most when others steal my things, and of course, I love to take other people's things. Lu Yuan said. As soon as he finished speaking, 200 Sky Punishment soldiers collectively threw their spears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Feng Jinsong was turned into a porcupine and died on the spot. Controlling the Bloodslaughter, Lu Yuan took out the storage rings of the 5 and put them in his pocket. The 6 freshmen from Pengcheng University. So skilled. Did Lu Yuan do this kind of thing often? Su Ruiqing whispered. They had killed fierce beasts before, but in all their lives, they had never killed a person. After killing, Lu Yuan took out the storage rings and put them in his pocket, a fluid operation that seemed as if he often did things like killing and looting. These people deserve to die, said a girl with double ponytails. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Yuan looked at the other freshmen from Pengcheng University. How did you provoke them? The bonfire was lit, and Li Jinxue commanded her teammates to rest in place, taking out water and compressed food to replenish their strength. The 2 injured teammates were carried on a stretcher, their wounds alleviated, and there was no immediate danger to their lives. After doing all this, Li Jinxue sat by the bonfire and detailed the whole story to Lu Yuan. We 6 teamed up to hunt fierce beasts in the no man's land for academic credits and encountered a multi-headed beast in the divine transformation realm competing for high-quality forging materials, the Undying Stone. Li Jinshue's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared intently at Lu Yuan. You have enough guts. Lu Yuan said. Beasts in the divine transformation realm had already completely gained intelligence, their thinking was no different from that of humans, and some had even higher IQs. The fierce beasts also craved cultivation resources, so Lu Yuan was not surprised that they competed for the high-quality forging material, the Undying Stone. While they were fighting, I quietly took the Undying Stone, but then the mantis caught the cicada unaware. Those practitioners you just killed were also eyeing the Undying Stone. Li Jinxue said, with lingering fear. Without Lu Yuan, the 6 of them would have died at Feng Jinsong's hands. As for that 1-pound Undying Stone, Li Jinxue and her teammates had never thought of asking it from Lu Yuan. Living was already a blessing, they considered the Undying Stone as Lu Yuan's reward for saving them. Lu Yuan, you're really fierce, just now my buddies were all dumbfounded. Su Ruiqing, lying on the stretcher and wrapped in bandages, babbled. Wait, you broke through to the Xuanguang realm? Su Ruiqing discovered he couldn't see through Lu Yuan's strength. Yeah, just broke through. Lu Yuan nodded. Su Ruiqing. He hadn't even seen Lu Yuan cultivate, how did he break through? A Xuanguang realm battle practitioner. Su Ruiqing and his teammates felt envious. Lu Yuan was probably the first among the 5 top academies to break through to a Xuanguang realm battle practitioner. Before they headed to the no man's land, they had seen news that Chu Wuxing had just broken through to the 8-star Qi refinement realm. After a brief rest, Lu Yuan controlled the Wind Rift army to patrol in the air, preventing nearby fierce beasts from approaching. At first, Li Jinxue and the others were a bit restrained around Lu Yuan, speaking politely. As time passed, they gradually became more familiar with each other. After all, they were all the same age, and their topics were the same. Lu Yuan, wanna go out? While chatting, the slender and charming Du Lingxian threw Lu Yuan a flirtatious look. Lu Yuan? This is so direct, it caught me completely off guard. Chapter 37, How could there be demons in the wilderness? Wanna go out? As soon as these words left her mouth, Lu Yuan was stunned. Li Jinxue and the other 4 all had a nothing surprising here expression. Lu Yuan looked at Du Lingxian. She was charming, with an attractive figure, and her eyes were practically undressing him. What attribute? Qi refining stage, level 5 combat professional. Lu Yuan checked Du Lingxian's awakened attributes and realm. The woman dared to say such things, showing her confidence in her appearance and figure. And indeed, of the 6 people in the team, 4 were girls. Among them, Du Lingxian's looks and figure were second only to Li Jinxue's. This isn't appropriate, Lu Yuan said, feeling the strong desire in Du Lingxian's tone. If he agreed, they'd probably end up in a secluded grove soon. Do you have a girlfriend? Du Lingxian asked. No. We can be together, and when you find a girlfriend, we'll cut off contact. Du Lingxian twirled her hair. Isn't that just a fling? Lu Yuan didn't say the last word. Lu Yuan, be careful, you might not be able to handle it. Du Lingxian just broke up recently, her ex-boyfriend was in the urology hospital for a week. Su Ruiqing, full after eating, winked at Lu Yuan. Don't forget, Du Lingxian is a what attribute combat professional. Heh, you know what that means. Su Ruiqing flashed a smile. What attribute combat professionals can improve their strength by cooking, so this profession tends to be quite open-minded. Of course, this is true for most people, but some what attribute professionals are quite conservative. Clearly, Du Lingxian didn't belong to the conservative group. She straightforwardly asked Lu Yuan if he wanted to go out.
In her eyes, Lu Yuan was the #1 in the national martial arts exam, handsome with a good personality.
Would she rather go out with someone ugly? I'm really amazing, you know. Du Lingxuan's eyes were full of charm. Ahem. Lu Yuan touched his waist, wondering if he could handle Du Lingxuan's aggressive approach.
He didn't want to end up like Du Lingxuan's ex-boyfriend, running to the urology hospital every few days.
I'm not planning on finding a girlfriend recently.
In the end, Lu Yuan rejected Du Lingxian, not because she wasn't pretty, but because her charm was overwhelming, almost like a siren. Compared to Du Lingxian, Lu Yuan preferred the pure and refreshing vibe of Li Jinxue, who tied her hair in a ponytail.
All right. Du Lingxian said regretfully, not continuing to press Lu Yuan.
She had originally wanted to experience cooking with an occult master.
Among her many ex-boyfriends, Du Lingxian liked those with awakened earth or metal attributes the most. After the brief interruption, the atmosphere remained cheerful. By the way, Lu Yuan, how many credits do you have now? Su Ruiqing asked curiously.
The team had been in the wilderness for 3 days and earned over 100,000 credits. They were very satisfied with the 100,000 credits, which meant about 16,000 credits per person, enough to exchange for many good items at school.
380,000. Lu Yuan glanced at his student ID. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 380,000 credits, how many fierce beasts did Lu Yuan have to kill in the wilderness?
He was worth more than all 6 of them combined, plus an extra 280,000 credits. Just good luck. Lu Yuan said. The group of Silver Moon Wolves contributed a lot of credits to him.
Are you planning to stay in the wilderness longer? Li Jinxue asked. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's confirmation, Li Jinxue fell silent.
They were about to leave anyway, and 2 members of the team were seriously injured and needed treatment.
Traveling at night was too risky.
The nearest border city was more than 50 miles away, so they would have to wait until morning to leave. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the Xian Gang realm. Reward: Metal Disaster Devour Army, Fire Disaster Red Skeleton, Wind Disaster Wind Xiaoxuan.
Lu Yuan's heart stirred, but he didn't act immediately.
After all, they were in the dangerous wilderness, especially in the plains where fierce beasts could attack at any moment.
We need to find a safe place. The night was deep.
Lu Yuan sat cross-legged outside the tent, taking out the demon crystal to cultivate, while the wind-breaking legion circled overhead, scouting the situation within a kilometer radius.
You take a break. I'll keep watch. Li Jinxue walked out of the tent.
Among the 6 of them, 4 still had combat abilities, taking turns at night to guard against beast attacks.
No need. Lu Yuan shook his head. Trusting anyone is not as good as trusting yourself. He was already used to keeping watch alone.
Seeing Lu Yuan refuse, Li Jinxue did not speak. She sat beside him, surveying the surroundings.
In the desolate area shrouded by the night, a great escape was underway. Bang bang bang. Flames roared to life, engulfing a dense forest.
Damn it, if it comes to worst, let's go all out.
The mountains shook, and towering trees crashed down.
Many professionals rushed out of the forest, their clothes tattered, fear in their hearts as they glanced back. They were in their 30s, wearing outfits with different insignias on their chests. A hammer, an eagle, a golden sword, and more. A man wielding dual blades, with one eye stabbed blind, cursed as he gritted his teeth, pulling out a long arrow shot into his waist.
Dying is less important, sending out the message is the priority.
With a broken arm, his right hand holding a long sword, Wasuyo said. They belong to the 7 alliances, all combat professionals at the Celestial Realm. A day ago, under the Elder's orders, they came to the desolate area to hunt the beast Thunder Tiger. The mission had gone smoothly, but on their way back, they encountered the Demon King discussing an attack on White Sheep City with the Demon Clan. The attack was set for 3 days later at dawn. At that time, more than 10,000 fierce beasts would launch a disciplined and organized night raid on White Sheep City, along with a 5,000-strong demon army for cooperation. This was of great significance. Wasuyo decided to return to the imperial capital immediately to convey this message, but they were discovered. At this moment, over 100 demons were chasing them, with 30 of them at the celestial realm level.
Kill them all, don't let them return to Huaxia.
The demonic energy was overwhelming as the leading demon pointed at Wasuyo, who was at the 8-star celestial realm.
Especially him. Old you, it's up to you.
You are a wind attribute combat professional, only you have the chance to escape.
Guasuyo said to Yu Hongba. Yu Hongba shook his head. We leave together.
At this point, don't hesitate, run quickly, we'll cover you. Guasuyo yelled, hoarse. To deal with so many demons, they needed a law realm expert, preferably a light attribute law realm expert, otherwise, anyone else would be useless. Yu Hongba's throat moved as he gritted his teeth, using his flying spirit skills to dash towards White Sheep City.
Puff. Metal attribute high-level earth spirit skill soaring ambition.
Watching Yu Hongba disappear from sight, was Suyo nodded to his companions, swinging his broken arm while holding the long sword, unleashing his strongest spirit skill. In the raging flames, one after another, professionals from the 7 alliances fell down.
There are powerful beings fighting.
Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and Li Jinxue looked confused.
It's far away, they are rushing towards us. Lu Yuan lifted the tent, and the 5 resting newcomers were left stunned.
Swish swish swish. 7 wind-breaking soldiers seized Lu Yuan and the others and flew to the sky.
What's going on? Su Ruiqing was even more confused.
He had been sleeping, suddenly brought to the sky by the wind-breaking soldiers. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows, looking toward a quickly flying wind attribute combat professional, covered in blood.
Run quickly, behind us are demons.
Yu Hongba shouted loudly, urging Lu Yuan to run quickly.
Demons? Hearing these 2 words, Lu Yuan's frown deepened further, and Li Jinxue and the others were horrified. How could demons appear in the desolate area? Chapter 38, Striking It Rich. 1,000 years ago, when spiritual energy revived, demons invaded, and fierce beasts rose. For all the countries on Blue Star, the threat of demons far exceeded that of fierce beasts. After all, fierce beasts at the celestial realm would gain intelligence, while demons are not much different from humans, just a different race. Demons appearing in the desolate area?
This news was too explosive, leaving Li Jinxue and the others in shock. Especially with over 100 demon clans, each one at the Xiangang realm, and more than 20 at the Divine Power realm.
Damn, this is hopeless?
Su Ruiqing wanted to cry without tears. They had just escaped with their lives, and now they encountered the demon clan again.
Even the strong Lu Yuan at the Xiangang realm could not possibly defeat so many demons. Run, split up and run.
If we survive, tell the defenders of Baiyang City that the beast tide will arrive at dawn in 3 days, and there are also 5,000 demon troops joining in. Yu Hongba said, hoping to have Lu Yuan convey the message. In the distance, Wu Shuyao, caught in a fierce battle, was in a daze. There were 10 companions who had come to carry out the mission, and now only 4 remained. The strong demons had gone to chase Yu Hongba, they could still hang on for a little while. Don't let any of them escape, kill them all. A demon at the Divine Power realm, named Hong Yunfan, ordered. Hong Yunfan, this name was translated from the demon language, the demon clan had its own culture.
With Hong Yunfan's command, dozens of wind attribute warrior demons surrounded Lu Yuan tightly.
All of them were at the Divine Power realm. The powerful sense of oppression made Li Jinxue feel breathless, unable to resist the urge to kneel in submission.
Accept your fate. Li Jinxue spoke calmly.
If she could still seek a glimmer of hope in facing Feng Jingsong at the Xiangang realm, upon encountering so many demons at the Divine Power realm, she had no desire to resist.
Hearing Li Jinxue's words, Su Ruiqing and the others quietly accepted their deaths. Lu Yuan, why did it have to be you? Yu Hongba looked at Lu Yuan, who was controlling the Tornado Legion.
You? Yu Hongba spat out a mouthful of blood. The national champion of the martial arts examination, Lu Yuan, actually showed up here. The consequences if he died at the hands of the demon clan would be unimaginable. China had been established for 400 years, and the martial arts examination had been held for 390 years. Each national champion of the martial arts examination was an incredibly precious asset. Over the years, 14 among the 7 alliances and a palace master were national champions.
Go, tell the highest commander of Baiyang City. Yu Hongba decisively said, dragging his weary body to shield Lu Yuan.
He could die, but Lu Yuan, the national champion of the martial arts examination, absolutely could not.
Demon Clan.
Lu Yuan ripped off the supreme spirit tool, Annihilation. It was carved to depict a lifelike sheep-headed, human-bodied figure, with eyes located under its armpits, emanating a purple glow, as if it had come to life.
Light attribute warriors were naturally restrained by the Demon Clan.
And the supreme spirit tool, Annihilation, happened to store the earth-level spiritual skill of the Judgment Palace Master.
Shall the Judgment Palace Master cast an earth-level spiritual skill to eliminate them? Lu Yuan asked.
On high alert, Yu Hongba, who had decided to fight to the death to protect Lu Yuan, was stunned.
Of course. Don't say the Judgment Palace Master, even any Judgment Palace Elder-level strong being could eliminate them.
Yu Hongba didn't grasp Lu Yuan's words. The key was that the Judgment Palace Master or even the Elders were not here.
If they were, would he and his companions need to flee? Step back. Lu Yuan said. Ha? Yu Hongba turned to look at Lu Yuan. I will solve them. Lu Yuan's tone was calm.
This is not the time for jokes, Lu Yuan, you may not know how important you are to China.
Yu Hongba spoke rapidly.
A genius of your level will serve as a Grand Elder or even the Master of the 7 Alliances in the future.
Run, don't look back, run fast.
This. Yu Hongba looked at Lu Yuan, who radiated holy light, as sacred and inviolable as a god.
Lu Yuan, the number one in the national rankings of China?
The demon leader Hong Yunfan was ecstatic. He never expected to kill this group belonging to the Seven Alliances and also to kill China's future pillar, Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan's name had already spread across Blue Star. A grand award ceremony was held in China for him. Even as a member of the demon clan, Hong Yunfan had heard tales of him. Light attribute warrior. Realizing Lu Yuan was emanating holy light, Hong Yunfan widened his eyes and knelt directly on the ground. He saw a face that made the entire demon clan tremble in fear. The master of the judgment hall, Shen Duanhong.
Master Shen.
Yu Hongba rubbed his eyes hard, making sure he wasn't mistaken. The shadow standing above Lu Yuan was indeed the master of the judgment hall, Shen Duanhong.
Master Shen is here?
Gritting his teeth, Guo Shuyo was overjoyed, trying to buy time for Yu Hongba to escape. As soon as they spotted Shen Duanhong, the demon clan surrounding Guo Shuyo trembled, as if they had seen a ghost.
Dressed in pure white luxurious clothing, with a gentle smile, Shen Duanhong loomed over Lu Yuan's head.
This was not his true form descending but rather the shadow stored in the supreme spirit artifact, silence.
Lu Yuan pointed at the demon clan's Hong Yunfan, who was at the 8th star of the divine ability realm, and the shadow of Shen Duanhong raised a finger too.
Explode. A high-level Earth-tier light skill, condensed light beam.
The sky brightened.
A radius of 10 miles was bathed in holy light, illuminating all creatures. A massive beam of light erupted from Shen Duanhong's hand, causing over 100 demon clan members at the Xin Gang and divine ability realms to kneel down and scream.
Thick black smoke rose from their bodies.
Although this was just an Earth-tier skill, it was executed by a God Emperor-level powerhouse, capable of destroying both heaven and earth.
Brother Yuan, you. What the hell? Su Ruiqing's heart stopped. He wanted to say many things. But in the end, it condensed into just 2 words, what the hell? Bang. Bang. Bang.
In a 10-mile radius, not a single blade of grass remained, as giant holes appeared with red magma spewing forth. In just one strike, it shattered the crust and released the magma.
No.
The strongest, Hong Yunfan of the 8th star of the divine ability realm, screamed hoarsely while helplessly watching himself melt from head to toe.
Why can Lu Yuan summon Shen Duanhong?
Hong Yunfan thought before his death. Under the holy light, hundreds of demons collectively evaporated. In the distance, the barely surviving Guo Shuyao stood still, accepting the bath of holy light. His broken arm quickly grew back, his spiritual power restored to its peak state, and the injuries of his 3 companions healed instantly.
What the hell, that's amazing.
Even Lu Yuan didn't expect that the skill stored in the supreme spirit artifact, silence, would be so powerful. To be clear, this was still an Earth-tier skill, if it were a Heaven-tier skill.
Lu Yuan didn't dare to think further.
We pay our respects to Master Shen. We pay our respects to Master Shen. Guo Shuyo and the others knelt on one knee respectfully.
Master Shen did not come. Lu Yuan said. Guo Shuyao? Lu Yuan, how are you here? A member of the Split Wind Alliance recognized Lu Yuan.
During the martial exam ceremony, he was responsible for maintaining order and had chatted with Lu Yuan for a few words. Killing fierce beasts to earn credits, of course.
Lu Yuan answered as if it was obvious.
All right, credits at Pengcheng University are gained by hunting fierce beasts. The speaking member nodded.
Now the question arises, since Master Shen didn't come, who unleashed such terrifying light attribute skill?
Lu Yuan, controlling the split wind soldiers, landed steadily, looking at the ground filled with storage rings. 3 words appeared in his mind.
Striking it rich. Chapter 39, Returning to School.
Hundreds of demons, over 70 storage rings, and demon cores scattered everywhere.
Lu Yuan picked up a demon core the size of a pigeon egg and examined it closely.
Killing fierce beasts yields monster crystals, while killing demons provides demon cores, which can also be absorbed for cultivation, even better than monster crystals. The market price for demon cores of the same level is 2 to 3 times more expensive than monster crystals, which is why Lu Yuan said he was striking it rich.
Are you saying that Lu Yuan summoned Master Shen?
Guo Shuyo was confused but slightly understood the situation. Lu Yuan summoned Master Shen, and Master Shen unleashed an Earth-tier skill that directly killed all the demons. Talented individuals like this generally have saving measures. I guess this is a protective measure given to Lu Yuan by Master Shen. Guo Shuyo speculated, feeling grateful that they met Lu Yuan and escaped a disaster. More importantly, the news of the monster and demon clan's night attack on Baiyang City could be relayed.
Killing demons doesn't give credits? Lu Yuan looked at the student identification card, still showing 380,000 credits.
The student card calculates credits by scanning the corpses of fierce beasts, similar to the martial exam wristbands. Demons are not included. Li Jinxue stepped forward, enviously looking at the pile of magic cores in Lu Yuan's hands. So many magic cores are worth at least 50 to 60 million, not to mention that 1 pound high-quality forging material, undying stone.
Lu Yuan is young, yet his wealth exceeds 100 million. But professionals need to absorb monster crystal magic boxes to enhance their strength, so Lu Yuan is unlikely to sell but will keep them for himself. What a waste. Lu Yuan shrugged. 380,000 credits look like a lot, but they only cover 3 years in a standalone villa, while college lasts 4 years. It's not a waste, as long as there are magic cores, you'll still earn credits back at school. Li Jinxue explained. With their provided witness statements, plus the magic cores, it can conservatively be estimated that these over 100 Demon Clan members could bring Lu Yuan about 300,000 credits. After all, there are 20 Demon Clan members at the Divine level, killing a 1-star Fierce Beast at that level is 2,000 credits, the Demon Clan will surely be higher. 680,000 credits, Brother Yuan's credits are so ridiculous, Su Ruiqing said, envy making his back teeth nearly grind to dust, knowing he only had 16,000 credits. Students of Pengcheng University, Fierce Beasts, and Demon Clans are chasing us right now, shall we head to Baiyang City immediately? Guo Shuyao, affiliated with the Tiandao Alliance and at the 8-star Divine level, proposed, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Logically speaking, his level is higher than Lu Yuan's, including his age. But due to Lu Yuan's recent display, Guo Shuyao involuntarily regarded him as a senior. Let's go. Lu Yuan nodded. He was very satisfied with this trip to the uninhabited area. Firstly, he broke through to the Xiangang level, secondly, he earned nearly 700,000 credits and a large number of monster crystal magic cores. Most importantly, he also obtained a piece of undying stone, a key material for making the Bone Soldier core. It was a great haul. The group returned to Baiyang City under the cover of night. As Guo Shuyao spoke, the highest commander of Baiyang City wore a serious expression and immediately declared a state of maximum alert. The piercing sirens blared. The city gates were tightly closed, professionals were only allowed in, not out. The defense array activated, and the number of soldiers on the walls increased 5-fold. That group of Demon Clan members was wiped out by Brother Yuan. Will the Beast Tide still night attack Baiyang City? Asked Su Ruiqing, who was slightly plump, with curiosity, forgetting when he started calling Lu Yuan Brother Yuan. Whether the Beast Tide night attacks Baiyang City is not important, the important thing is that we know the monster and demon clans are making big moves recently. Guo Shuyao said. Oh. Su Ruiqing replied, somewhat understanding. Lu Yuan, this time you made a great contribution, I will report it to headquarters when I return. Guo Shuyao said seriously. Whether it was saving the lives of the 5 of them or relaying information about the monster clan's night attack on Baiyang City, Lu Yuan was the most deserving. Lu Yuan waved his hand, indicating it was a small matter, and used the teleportation array to return to Pengcheng University. Brother Yuan, let's find time to go to the internet cafe to play games together. Before parting, Su Ruiqing said. Sure. Lu Yuan nodded. I live in the girls' dormitory 208, my roommates have all gone to the uninhabited area to hunt fierce beasts, so I'm all alone in the dorm. Du Lingxian said, playfully flicking her hair, sending a clear hint. All right. Lu Yuan understood Du Lingxuan's hint. Li Jinxue remained silent and turned to leave. After 3 days and nights of fierce battles, everyone was already exhausted and eager to have a good long sleep. Click. Lu Yuan quietly opened the door to his teacher's house. At this hour, Tang Jingwei had long been asleep, and since he had poor health, his sleep was shallow. Lu Yuan often heard his coughing from the main bedroom. Wait until dawn to go to the mission hall to exchange for the rights to a standalone villa. Lu Yuan thought while lying on the sofa in the living room. This was also one of the reasons he earned credits by hunting fierce beasts in the uninhabited area. Although the teacher didn't mind, claiming he was single and could stay as long as he liked, Lu Yuan was still thinking about living in a standalone villa, finding 5 or 6 female roommates to sing and relax at night. Soon Lu Yuan fell asleep, and when he woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. Why don't you go to your bedroom to sleep? Tang Jingwei, wearing his usual down jacket and with a thin face, sat at the table. I'm not afraid of disturbing the teacher's rest. Lu Yuan smiled and said, noticing Tang Jingwei had prepared a hearty breakfast for him. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought a bit of everything. Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. The breakfast on the table was a colorful sight, with steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and small bowls of pickled vegetables. Pengcheng is by the sea, and seafood porridge is a must-order breakfast for the locals. Delicious. Lu Yuan wolfed down the food and finished all the breakfast in no time. In the wild areas, he could only eat compressed rations, which filled his stomach but tasted like chewing wax, nothing compared to the aroma of seafood porridge. Xiangang Realm, I remember just 3 days ago you were still at the 8th star of the Qi refining realm. It seems this trip to the wild area has been quite fruitful. Tang Jingwei said. Not bad, I killed quite a few fierce beasts and demons. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yuan lay on the sofa. Demons? Tang Jingwei frowned. How could there be demons in the wild area? Aren't they supposed to stay in the demon domain?
Lu Yuan smiled faintly and took out a large number of magic cores from his storage ring. Clatter. Looking at the hundreds of Xiangang realm and even Shintong realm magic cores on the table, Tang Jingwei was stunned for a long time.
Don't tell me that with your Xiangang realm strength, you could cross a whole realm to kill Shintong realm demons, and even so many of them. Tang Jingwei said. Lu Yuan nodded. Tang Jingwei?
After listening to Lu Yuan's story, Tang Jingwei expressed his admiration for the powerful top-notch spirit weapon, which could even store techniques of the Emperor realm experts.
You're really lucky.
The demons you encountered just happened to have their techniques stored by the Judgment Hall's Master Shen.
Tang Jingwei couldn't help but feel a little sweat for Lu Yuan.
It was truly too dangerous, he almost lost this apprentice.
Teacher, why are light attribute practitioners born to restrain demons? Lu Yuan asked.
It is common knowledge among children that light attribute practitioners naturally restrain demons, but not many know the specific reason.
Because of demonic energy. Demons also have practitioners.
No matter what attributes they awaken, their techniques are mixed with demonic energy. Tang Jingwei explained slowly, organizing the magic cores on the table into different boxes according to their realms, making it easier for Lu Yuan to use. Heaven is fair, due to demonic energy, demons are a bit stronger than human practitioners of the same realm, but light attribute techniques restrain all demons, irrespective of the attributes awakened in those demons.
Tang Jingwei explained succinctly. Lu Yuan suddenly understood, and a problem that had troubled him for many years finally had an answer.
Looking at his apprentice, Tang Jingwei said something that shocked Lu Yuan immensely. Your bone army is actually a demon, and it employs techniques that are exclusive to the demon profession, which are demonic attribute techniques.
Chapter 40, Terrifying Credits. The Bone Army is a demon, and its awakened profession is a demon-exclusive demonic attribute?
The amount of information was too much, causing Lu Yuan to not react for a moment. Out of the 9 types of lethal puppeteer soldiers, excluding the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the Thunder Punishment Army is for lightning, the Bloodlust Army is for blood, and the Wind Rending Army is for wind attributes. As for the Bone Army, Lu Yuan always thought it was an enhanced version of a skeleton warrior, but it turned out to be demonic attribute. The Undying Body is a high-level spirit technique of the demonic attribute. I am quite interested in rare attribute practitioners and have specially studied a lot of data.
Tang Jingwei said.
He was knowledgeable, familiar with all the weaknesses of fierce beasts, calling him a walking encyclopedia would not be an exaggeration. If you skillfully use your puppeteer army, with your current strength, you have a chance to defeat a 5-star Xiangang realm practitioner, or even higher.
Tang Jingwei stood up and pushed the organized magic cores to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded, aware that the Bone Army was of demonic attribute.
After taking a shower and changing into a clean set of clothes, Lu Yuan headed to the school's task hall.
Pengcheng University not only allows students to earn credits by hunting fierce beasts but also to take up tasks.
The difficulty of the tasks depends on the rewards of the credits. Additionally, students can also post tasks, such as finding a temporary boyfriend to take home to face their parents, or hunting fierce beasts for specific body parts, and so on. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and a light rain began to fall, with students streaming in and out of the task hall.
Hello, senior, I want to rent a 3-bedroom apartment.
Many new students returned from the wilderness area, ready to spend 1,000 credits to rent a 3-bedroom apartment for living. After all, living in a 6-person dormitory was too uncomfortable and very inconvenient. A 3-bedroom apartment would be much more comfortable, and generally, new students would share it with 2 others, totaling about 330 credits a month.
How about an independent villa? New students and even seniors instinctively looked towards the one who spoke.
An independent villa, costing 10,000 credits a month, was so high that even many seniors could not afford it. And the one who spoke was a new student.
Isn't that Han Juncheng, the principal's new disciple? Someone recognized Han Juncheng.
His striking white hair was too eye-catching, and Han Juncheng acted a little crazy like someone with a mental illness, often saying all kinds of unbelievable things.
Including but not limited to. Is cramming for the exam a foot fetish? When a pornography reviewer finishes work and watches short videos, is that overtime or illegal? They say there are golden houses in books, so why are people using ebooks now and no one is buying physical books? Crazy.
The people in the task hall instinctively moved away from Han Juncheng, only to find his student ID showed he had an astounding 300,000 credits.
Ah, he earned 300,000 credits in the wilderness in just 4 days?
This guy is quite impressive, no wonder he is the principal's personally recruited student. Except for having some mental issues, he is indeed a top student among this year's freshmen. Seeing Han Juncheng awaken a gold-type battle profession and break through to the 8-star Qi refining realm with 300,000 credits, other new students looked on with envy.
This was an independent villa.
There were over 1,000 independent villas at Pengcheng University, only 3rd and 4th year students could live in one. For a new student like Han Juncheng to live in an independent villa put him far ahead of both new students and even most second-year students.
Are you sick? Stop asking me stupid questions. The senior handling Han Juncheng's business was going crazy.
She admitted that Han Juncheng was very talented but also had serious mental issues. In the short 3 or 4 minutes of processing, he had asked her more than 10 silly questions.
Hello, senior, I am here to handle the independent villa business. Lu Yuan walked to the window next to Han Juncheng. Lu Yuan? Compared to Han Juncheng, the nationally ranked first in martial arts examinations, Lu Yuan was clearly more famous.
Even many seniors recognized him.
How much did Lu Yuan earn while Han Juncheng made 300,000 credits in the wilderness?
Someone instinctively compared Han Juncheng with Lu Yuan. Originally, it should have been Chu Wuxing, but Chu Wuxing applied to Emperor Capital University. 1 star in the Xiangang realm, Lu Yuan has broken through to the Xiangang realm.
So fast? I saw the news this morning that Chu Wuxing just broke through to the peak of Qi refining realm, and Lu Yuan has already broken through to the Xiangang realm. 380,000 credits. Just as the students were surprised about Lu Yuan breaking through to the Xiangang realm, the small screen at the window showed Lu Yuan's credits. Not a bit more, just exactly 380,000. Here comes another wealthy person living in an independent villa. To be precise, it's someone with credits acting willfully. If I had 380,000 credits, I'd live in an independent villa too. I've never lived in one in my life. While waiting for the senior to process his business, Lu Yuan heard Han Juncheng's words from the side. Buddy, can I ask you a question?
Lu Yuan looked at Han Juncheng, whose white hair was making the window senior blush. Since Han Juncheng was taken in as a disciple by the principal and earned 300,000 credits in 4 days in the wilderness, it proved he was far from being as simple as he appeared. But what puzzled Lu Yuan was, why was Han Juncheng acting foolish? Sure. With nothing better to do, Lu Yuan didn't mind chatting with Han Juncheng. If the Bible was written by God, does that count as being crazy? Han Juncheng sincerely asked, looking eager to learn.
I don't know, but I want to ask you a question. Lu Yuan shook his head. Please go ahead. If a person has a forearm amputation, is fighting categorized as elbow strikes or punches?
Hiss. Han Juncheng sharply inhaled a breath of cold air, thinking that he had encountered a rival.
In front of him, Lu Yuan actually asked such a sharp question that even he couldn't answer. Take your time to think.
Lu Yuan did not pay attention to Han Juncheng and took a card from the senior sister's hand.
Lu Yuan, your randomly drawn independent villa number is very auspicious, it's number 66, the senior sister said with a smile. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Yuan looked at the card printed with the number 66. Senior sister, where can I exchange credits for killing demons? Lu Yuan asked.
The senior sister named Wang Manman, who worked part-time in the task hall, felt a deep respect for the mention of demon killing.
Lu Yuan, are you going to the army? Wang Manman looked puzzled. Killing demons could exchange for credits, and they are much higher than those of the same rank fierce beasts. Usually, places to kill demons are frontier cities, right at the front line.
The army allows students from the 5 top universities to join, even without completing their studies, so Wang Manman instinctively thought Lu Yuan was going to the army. No, I killed demons in the no man's land.
Lu Yuan said. Impressive. What level of demon did you kill? Give me the demon core. Wang Manman looked at Lu Yuan with admiration.
She was a third-year student, a 4-star practitioner in the spiritual phase, and so far had not killed any demons. I have quite a few, but my teacher helped me organize them.
Lu Yuan took out the demon cores from his storage ring. Instantly, the task hall was filled with a dense demonic aura. Wang Manman? The surrounding students? Wait a moment.
Wang Manman took the demon cores arranged in different boxes and called a few colleagues to calculate the credits.
That is a spiritual phase demon core?
A third-year senior looked at the pigeon egg-sized demon core, estimating that the demon's strength before dying was at the 8-star spiritual phase. Seeing Lu Yuan take out so many demon cores, Han Juncheng beside him twitched his face violently.
How did he kill spiritual phase demons?
Han Juncheng thought, instinctively stroking the bracelet on his wrist, the bracelet intricately carved in the shape of 4 different fierce beasts, looking rather docile.
After a long wait of more than 10 minutes, Wang Manman returned the demon cores to Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan, these demon cores are worth a total of 400,000 credits, which means you have a total of 780,000 credits now.
780,000. Hearing this terrifying number, even the senior students couldn't help but swallow hard, staring at Lu Yuan's student ID. Chapter 41, Rising the Rankings. 780,000 credits. The task hall fell silent, watching the small screen display the credits. Damn. A second-year senior was shocked, realizing that the credits he had saved up for a year were less than Lu Yuan earned in 3 days in the no man's land. Senior sister, I want to pay for a year's residency right to the independent villa in one go. Lu Yuan said. Okay. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Yuan left the task hall, heading for the independent villa area. Independent villa number 66. Lu Yuan looked at his own villa, which had 4 floors in total. The first floor was the living room, the second floor had the master bedroom and 5 secondary bedrooms. The third and fourth floors were vacant, allowing Lu Yuan to ask the staff for free renovations according to his ideas. The refrigerator, color TV, and large sofa were all present, even the kitchen was neatly arranged with various unopened kitchenware and tableware, and the bathroom had unopened bathrobes and toiletries. But living alone is too lonely. Lu Yuan was quite satisfied with the independent villa provided by the school, wishing he could live with a few girls. It's quite luxurious, moving into a villa not long after entering school. Tang Jingwei walked in and said, "Teacher." Lu Yuan stood up. He respected this teacher very much, not only because of his vast knowledge but also because he took care of him. Don't waste such a lot of credits, find time to go to the simulation room. Tang Jingwei placed the good tea leaves he brought on the table. Simulation room? Yes, the simulation room can simulate practitioners fighting fierce beasts. Every fierce beast has a fatal weakness, even an ordinary person without any weapons can hunt a Qi refinement realm fierce beast. Tang Jingwei skillfully began to brew tea. Of course, the premise is to find the weakness. Lu Yuan quietly remembered this simulation room. Pengcheng University has many places that provide support for students' training. Professionals of the fire element cultivate effortlessly in the artificial volcano. However, staying in the artificial volcano for a day costs tens of thousands of credits. The simulation room is just one of many assisted cultivation places, many areas are waiting for Lu Yuan to explore. This is my summary of the different weaknesses of fierce beasts, you can take a look when you have time. Tang Jingwei took a sip of hot tea and pulled out a thick notebook. The notebook records different species of demon beasts, starting with classifications, and some places are specially marked in red. Nightblade leopard, a fierce beast at the spirit realm, can reach the pinnacle of the spirit realm, and the thickness of the spots on its fur determines its level. The Nightblade leopard loves to prey on the bloodfawn wild boar, a fierce beast at the Qi realm. After killing the bloodfawn wild boar, it can inject poison into it, thus luring the Nightblade leopard to consume it. Looking at the content recorded in the notebook, Lu Yuan realized the preciousness of this notebook. However, he did not hesitate to receive it and remembered Tang Jingwei's teachings in his heart. You can get busy, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Tang Jingwei did not linger, he still had many things to do. For instance, perfecting the advanced spirit art exclusive to the tricky puppeteers, the Mirage Puppet, so that Lu Yuan could learn to use it. This time, there won't be any mistakes. Tang Jingwei clenched his fists, and the image of his good brother Shinjun exploding to death flashed in his mind. With Lu Yuan providing a large number of spirit arts as references, he was confident he could completely refine the Mirage Puppet. After Tang Jingwei left, Lu Yuan closed the door and sat in the living room. 3 main disaster materials were neatly arranged. Lu Yuan pictured the wind disaster's wind weapon and began to create it in an orderly manner. Time quietly flowed by, and before he knew it, half an hour had passed. Zzzzz. A monster wearing blue armor with huge wings on its back appeared before Lu Yuan. It was ugly, with a neck about half a meter long and a face covered with scarred lines. Snap. The wind swept fiercely, and Lu Yuan knelt on one knee. My blood is the contract, my bones are the inscription, wherever the king flag points, I shall not retreat a step even if all is burned. Wind Thrust Master. The newly created disaster spoke human words of loyalty, and Lu Yuan was already used to it. Then he began to make the gold disaster's devouring army and the fire disaster's red core. Unknowingly, it was afternoon, and the villa was filled with 3 different attributes, wind, gold, and fire. Lu Yuan looked at the newly created devouring army and red core. One disaster wore shining golden armor, and the other was as red as blood. Compared to the ugly wind disaster, both the gold disaster's devouring army and the fire disaster's red core looked handsome, resembling normal human beings. They were tall and mighty, much like ancient generals commanding thousands of troops. If I recognize a master, even if mountains and seas collapse in front of me, I will not change my path, even the thunder will not break my will. Devouring army, red core, greets the master. Very good. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and 7 disasters stood neatly in front of him, along with over 3,000 puppeteer soldiers. This force was enough to annihilate any practitioner at the profound strength realm. Practitioners at the spirit realm could also fight. Wind disaster, Wind Shao. SSS class puppet. Realm, profound strength realm 1 star. Spirit arts, Gale Pursuit, Eagle Eye, Divine Feather Turn, tear apart the sky. Remarks, a well-behaved and gentle canary was resurrected and contaminated by disaster, loving to disembowel enemies.
Lu Yuan checked Winxiao and found that its strongest spirit arts reached the advanced Earth stage and it could cast over 20 Earth stage spirit arts. The Devouring Army and Red Corps were similar, with their combined spirit arts totaling over 100.
Let me see your strength. Lu Yuan cracked his knuckles. Since becoming a practitioner, he had not known where his limits lay.
And encountering the demon race in the wasteland was a special situation. After learning about the existence of the simulation room from his teacher in the morning, Lu Yuan planned to go and experience it. He walked out of the villa, and with the help of an enthusiastic senior sister, Lu Yuan arrived at the southwest of Pengcheng University, standing at the entrance of an elliptical building.
This was the simulation hall for battling fierce beasts.
There are many students heading to the simulation room, all swiping their student IDs to earn credits as they enter.
Are you a freshman?
Freshmen get a month of free access, no charges required. Seeing Lu Yuan take out his student ID, the sweet-smiling senior reminded him.
Free?
Lu Yuan decisively put his student ID back into his pocket. Although he had plenty of credits, he would definitely take advantage of the free offer. Pengcheng University has a simple purpose for doing this: to let freshmen experience the benefits of the training area, encouraging them to hunt fierce beasts in the wilderness to earn credits.
Let me briefly introduce you to the simulation room, Junior, said the senior.
The simulation room has 3 levels, targeting students in the Qi training realm, the Xian Gang realm, and the divine ability realm.
You are a Xian Gang realm practitioner, so you can only go to the 2nd level. The sweet-smiling senior discerned Lu Yuan's realm. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded. By the way, the simulation room has rankings, and the top 10 will be rewarded with credits.
However, Junior, your realm is too low. Wait until you break through to the 8th star or peak of the Xian Gang realm to try for the rankings.
As long as you manage to hold your position, you can earn credits every month.
Reward credits?
Senior, how many credits does the first place in the Xian Gang realm simulation room get? 20,000 credits per month. I'll give it a try.
Lu Yuan was intrigued, wondering if he could earn those 20,000 credits with the 7 great calamities plus over 3,000 strange soldiers.
Chapter 42, Breaking the Record.
The drizzling rain lingered. It was a perfect day to sleep in at home.
Thanks to the freshman's free month-long experience policy, Lu Yuan entered the simulation hall without spending any credits. Roar. In the quiet corridor, beast roars echoed as first-year students in the Qi training realm simulated battles against fierce beasts.
And the freshmen, other than Lu Yuan, had not yet broken through to the Xian Gang realm. Second-year students were generally practitioners of the Xian Gang realm, while those in the divine ability realm were rare. Brother Yuan, you're also here at the simulation room. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped onto the first floor, he bumped into Su Ruicheng. His injuries had mostly healed, and he was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. This was a sign of exhausted spiritual energy.
Just here to experience it. Lu Yuan said. Did Brother Yuan go find Du Lingxian last night?
Su Ruicheng chuckled. He remembered the hint Du Lingxian dropped when they parted at dawn, suggesting that there was no one else in her dorm. When their 6-person team went to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts, Su Ruicheng found Du Lingxian quite open-minded and had some thoughts about her. Unfortunately, she wasn't interested in him.
Not in the mood.
Lu Yuan shook his head. He had returned to his teacher's house and collapsed onto the living room sofa, sleeping deeply until 10 in the morning.
Realizing that Lu Yuan hadn't gone, Su Ruicheng discreetly bypassed the topic.
Brother Yuan, you should break through to the Xian Gang realm soon. When you reach the peak of the Qi training realm, try to push for the rankings. First place on the first floor gives 100,000 credits per month.
Su Ruicheng lamented. Lu Yuan was unable to practice fighting fierce beasts on the first floor and had to head to the 2nd floor.
Not long ago, the principal's new disciple Han Juncheng had broken the record on the first floor. Although he wasn't first, he was second, earning 80,000 credits every month. The rewards for the Xian Gang realm are greater.
Lu Yuan dismissed, knowing he couldn't deliberately suppress his realm for credits.
That may be true, but I reckon Brother Yuan won't break through to the 8th star or peak of the Xian Gang realm until next year. Su Ruicheng thought Lu Yuan was just comforting himself. On both sides of the corridor, there were transparent glass installations that allowed clear viewing of the movements in the simulation room. This was to facilitate students for observational learning, especially observing battles of the same profession. In the first floor simulation room, Lu Yuan saw Li Jinxue, who he had parted with not long ago. Using time attributes, she was a 6-star practitioner in the Qi training realm, currently simulating a battle against an 8-star fierce beast. Upon taking the elevator to the 2nd floor, he found the 2nd floor didn't differ much from the first, except that students there were at least at the Xian Gang realm. They were mostly 2nd-year students, with some 3rd-year students among them.
Can Fu Mingcheng break Senior Fu's record? It's hard to say.
But it feels like the opportunity is great. Fu Mingcheng has already killed 50 peak-level ferocious beasts of the Xian Gang realm.
There are only 5 minutes left. On the second floor corridor, students are watching practitioners of the same attributes simulate battles against ferocious beasts. The occupational attributes are diverse. Watching battles of the same attributes helps to better improve strength and find weaknesses. Simulation room number 8 is packed with students, all discussing something excitedly. It seems someone is pushing for the rankings. Su Ruiqing, who came to the second floor with Lu Yuan, said. Listening to the upperclassmen, it seems the students in simulation room number 8 have a high ranking, or else they wouldn't attract so many onlookers. Seeing this, Lu Yuan walked over and looked through the transparent glass to check the situation inside the simulation room. Crash, crash. Lightning and fire intertwine. A young man in his early 20s with a buzz cut is frantically using spirit techniques. Mid-level Xian stage spirit technique, explosive flame strike. High-level Xian stage spirit technique, lightning avatar. Low-level earth stage spirit technique, thunder warfire. Standing outside the simulation room, Lu Yuan cannot feel the power of these spirit techniques. But as the young man casts one lightning and fire attribute spirit technique after another, the simulated peak-level ferocious beast of the Xiangang realm quickly evaporates. A dual attribute battle practitioner of thunder and fire? Lu Yuan looked at Fu Mingcheng, the sophomore senior, who has now killed 55 peak-level ferocious beasts of the Xiangang realm. Thunder dominates slaughter, fire dominates destruction. These two attributes of spirit techniques are recognized for their immense power. Lu Yuan has seen single attribute practitioners of thunder and fire, but this is the first time he has seen someone awaken both attributes. So it's Senior Fu pushing for the rankings, no wonder so many upperclassmen are watching. Su Ruiqing understood now. Fu Mingcheng, ranked among the top 3 in strength at Pengcheng University, is about to break through to the divine ability realm. Being in the top 3 does not mean Fu Mingcheng is third in strength, he hasn't sparred with the other two for a long time. Senior Fu probably wants to break Senior Fu's record before his breakthrough, then earn 200,000 credits every month. Su Ruiqing speculated. 200,000 credits is very appealing. Living in an independent villa area for a year costs 120,000 credits, earning 3 months is enough to live for 4 years. The Senior Fu he referred to was the idol of all students at Pengcheng University. Fu Jingjie, an elder of the Cracked Wind Alliance, is also the youngest elder among the 7 alliances, having broken through to the rule realm at a young age. And Fu Jingjie was taught by Tang Jingwei, so Lu Yuan has to call him senior brother. He's done it. Fu Mingcheng has broken Senior Fu's record. Wow, amazing. After so many years, someone finally broke Senior Fu's record. 70 peak-level ferocious beasts of the Xiangang realm, 5 more than the first place. The watching upperclassmen spoke excitedly, watching the changes on the ranking list. Xiangang realm simulation ranking list. First place, Fu Mingcheng, killed 70 peak-level ferocious beasts of the Xiangang realm, monthly reward of 200,000 credits. Second place, Fu Jingjie, killed 65 peak-level ferocious beasts of the Xiangang realm, graduated. Third place, Tang Xingyu, killed 58 peak-level ferocious beasts of the Xiangang realm, monthly reward of 150,000 credits. From 1st to 100th place, everyone earns varying amounts of credits monthly. As for the already graduated Fu Jingjie, he only keeps his ranking. Click. Fu Mingcheng walked out of the simulation room, stretching his muscles, looking at his first place ranking with no emotional fluctuations. Before the challenge, he had a premonition that he could break Fu Jingjie's record. As expected, he killed 5 more peak-level ferocious beasts of the Xiangang realm than Fu Jingjie. Congratulations, Fu Mingcheng, finally climbed from 2nd to 1st. The thunder and fire attribute spirit techniques are too fierce. A low-level earth technique can directly kill beasts of the same realm. 200,000 credits, enough to stay in special training places for half a month. Facing the congratulations of the onlookers, Fu Mingcheng remained expressionless, taking out a demon crystal to restore his spirit power. For him, this is nothing major, just breaking the record of a graduate senior. After watching Fu Mingcheng simulate battles with ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan walked into the nearby simulation room number 9. How many stars of Xiangang realm can Bro Yuan kill? Su Ruiqing muttered to himself outside the transparent glass. Lu Yuan, the number 1 in the national martial examination? An old student, hearing Su Ruiqing's words, couldn't help but curiously stand outside simulation room number 9. Being the number 1 in the national martial examination, this title is very impressive. What interests the old students even more is Lu Yuan's awakened profession. The special profession of doll master. This profession is incredibly rare, and Lu Yuan is the only living doll master on the entire Blue Star. Hearing the words Lu Yuan and doll master, even Fu Mingcheng, who restored his spiritual power through demon crystals, slowly opened his eyes. He and the other old students present all wanted to see up close how a doll master fights. Chapter 43, Challenge Mode. In the second floor simulation room, more and more students gathered around simulation room number 9. Do you think Lu Yuan can defeat a multi-star beast in the Xiangang realm? 2 stars, at most 3 stars. After all, Lu Yuan just broke through to the Xiangang realm. Defeating a 3-star beast in that realm would be impressive. That said, I've never seen a doll master fight. Today is my lucky day. The students fixed their eyes on Lu Yuan's every move. Walking into the simulation room, Lu Yuan realized it was larger than he had imagined. The simulation room, which looked about 100 square meters from the outside, was actually 500 or 600 square meters inside. Could it be a spatial artifact? Lu Yuan boldly guessed. And of high quality too. Only a spatial artifact could have effects like compressing or expanding space. The simulation room was empty, with only a liquid crystal screen embedded in the wall. By operating the screen, various Xiangang realm beasts could be simulated. Besides that, there was a challenge mode, where the system would simulate numerous peak Xiangang realm beasts within 30 minutes. Based on the number of beasts killed, rankings would be determined. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan decisively activated challenge mode. Buzz buzz buzz. A harsh alarm sounded. Challenge mode activated, countdown 10, 9, 8. Why did Lu Yuan activate challenge mode? The crowd outside the simulation room was puzzled, as Fu Mingcheng, who restored his spiritual power with demon crystals, frowned. Lu Yuan had just broken through to the Xiangang realm, isn't activating challenge mode a bit too reckless? Don't think that fighting simulated beasts is without danger, it still involves risks. Of course, this doesn't refer to physical danger, but rather to the mental aspect. The simulated beasts are not much different from the real ones. If the strength gap is too great and one gets killed quickly, the intense visual shock could cause one to be frightened, or worse, lead to a mental breakdown. Did he click wrong? This is his first simulation, Su Ruiqing said. Impossible. Challenge mode gives 3 warnings, could he really make a mistake 3 times in a row? Someone retorted. I bet Lu Yuan will fail the challenge quickly, said a second-year-old student. As the number 1 in the national martial examination, Lu Yuan's mental endurance should be fine, he shouldn't be scared to the point of mental collapse. But thinking about how Lu Yuan would end up embarrassed, the spectators showed expressions of anticipation. Roar. The countdown ended, and challenge mode officially began. The roar of a beast was deafening, and Lu Yuan looked at the simulated peak Xiangang realm 2-headed wolf in front of him. With its 2 wolf heads bearing teeth, it was rubbing its claws, ready to pounce. Lu Yuan remembered his teacher's words. Copper head, iron bone, tofu waist, for most wolf-mutated beasts, their waist is their fatal weakness. Crash. His storage ring glimmered with a barely noticeable light, and dark red chains danced in the air. Lu Yuan summoned all 7 calamities, all the doll legion. Blood Butcher, Wind Rage Iron, Decay, Crimson Corpse. The 7 calamities brandished their weapons, and Blood Butcher charged ahead towards the 2-headed wolf. Thousands of sky-ripping soldiers flapped their wings, while Wind New Persimmon and thousands of soldiers riding skeletal warhorses readied their bows, the bone arrows exuding a rich demonic aura. And there were the Heavenly Punishment Corps, Golden Spear Corps, Star Eater Corps. The crowd outside the simulation room? Can Lu Yuan control so many monsters at once? There must be 3,000 or 4,000 inside. Ridiculous, I'm a dark attribute practitioner. In the Xiangang realm, I can only summon 500 skeletal cavalry. Lu Yuan's summon numbers are 6 or 7 times mine. Is this the fighting style of a puppet master? Directly beating the peak 2-headed demon wolf to death. No fancy skills, the bloodthirsty soldiers simply chopped the 2-headed demon wolf until it vanished. 1-on-1? Not a chance. Why fight 1-on-1 when you can gang up? As the 2-headed demon wolf disappeared, the system simulated 2 more peak-tier ferocious beasts. Bang! The strongest Star Eater soldier smashed with a punch, immediately followed by the 9 puppet corps raising their weapons again. So easy? Not only did Su Ruiqing, who came with Lu Yuan, stare blankly, but even the curious older students watching the puppet master's fighting style were dumbfounded. The shock level even surpassed when they learned that Fu Mingcheng broke the record. You have to know that Lu Yuan just broke through to the peak realm and directly beat up peak ferocious beasts, this is simply too exaggerated. The challenge mode will get harder and harder, constantly increasing the number of ferocious beasts. Fu Mingcheng, who had just broken the record, spoke hoarsely. Killing 1 ferocious beast means the system will simulate 2 next time, until the challenger fails. At this moment, 5 peak-tier ferocious beasts appeared in the simulation room. Looking at the 5 variously shaped, imposing ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan's fingertips vibrated, controlling the 7 disasters. The Wind Disaster's Wind Fiend unleashed a sharp howl from its giant wings. Earth-tier Advanced Spirit Skill Furious Wind Howl. Several thick, blue tornadoes as wide as barrels came rushing from all directions, causing the 5 ferocious beasts to show painful expressions as they shook their heads ceaselessly. The Fire Disaster's Red Flesh's pupils shrank. Earth-tier Advanced Spirit Skill Ash's Bite. Roar. 5 black flaming tigers emerged, charging fearlessly toward the ferocious beasts.
Blood Disasters Blood Butcher, Gold Disasters Army Devourer, Earth Disasters Mountain Quake.
Spirit skills swarmed in. Spirit skills, and they are advanced Earth tier spirit skills. Not my buddy, why can he summon monsters and use spirit skills? You can do that too, show me.
And Dark Attribute students summoned a Skeleton Warrior, excitedly pointing at the Skeleton Warrior and saying,
Skeleton Warrior?
Hurry and use it, I beg you. However, no matter how much he shook or begged, the Skeleton Warrior showed no response at all.
7 different attribute advanced Earth tier spirit skills. Fu Mingqing's face twitched. Besides the 5 elements, there are also the rare blood attribute and wind attribute.
Especially the blood attribute, whose awakening probability is 1 in 10,000. The so-called 1 in 10,000 means the prerequisite to awaken a combat profession. If you count all 3 major types of professions, it's far beyond this probability.
24th place, Lu Yuan has killed 20 ferocious beasts.
The power of Earth tier spirit skills is too strong, and its 7 different attribute advanced Earth tier spirit skills, enough to instantly kill multiple peak tier ferocious beasts.
Wow, Lu Yuan just broke through to the peak realm and might rush into the top 10.
Someone looked at him strangely. The focus isn't on ranking in the top 10, but that he just broke through to the peak realm. Looking at the top 100 students on the list, who isn't at least an 8-star peak realm to get on the list? Since the simulation room was established, a 1-star peak realm student has never made the list. Simulating 8 ferocious beasts at once. Su Ruiqing said excitedly, as if it were he, not Lu Yuan, in the simulation room. These simulated ferocious beasts are very smart, they know the one controlling them is Lu Yuan, and if they take him down, everything will end, said the earlier lamenting Dark Attribute Senior. 8 ferocious beasts, and they are peak-tier ferocious beasts attacking Lu Yuan from different directions. Under the gaze of the crowd, a thick-skinned, muscled mammoth charged at Lu Yuan, its trunk smashing violently against Lu Yuan's back. It's over, Lu Yuan has failed the challenge, someone said. In reality, being smashed by a mammoth's trunk would bend even steel, not to mention a person.
Not over, the challenge is still continuing.
Su Ruiqing said in confusion.
Everyone?
In the simulation room, Lu Yuan, who was hit hard by the elephant's trunk, remained unharmed as a strange puppet appeared before the mammoth.
Chapter 44, Warning, Warning. Advanced Earth Grade Spirit Skill, Substitute Phantom.
Lu Yuan looked at the equally confused, somewhat dazed mammoth. Since it was a test of his limits, before the challenge mode began, Lu Yuan put the top-grade spirit weapon, Silence, into his storage ring.
As soon as the mammoth swung its trunk, Lu Yuan preemptively used Substitute Phantom to dodge this lethal blow. The challenge mode was still being activated. Standing on the shoulder of the Star Eater soldier, Lu Yuan skillfully controlled the Phantom army. Wow, wow. Wow, wow.
From time to time, the corridor erupted with exclamations, and more students gathered around Simulation Room 9.
Wow, what's going on?
Everyone, keep it down and don't disturb others from studying and observing. A serious-looking instructor, around 40 years old, approached. The simulation corridor prohibited loud noise, and he had heard the shouts from far away.
The instructor's name was Zhou Mingqian, mainly responsible for teaching second-year students who had awakened their fire attributes. Instructor Zhou, come quickly.
Lu Yuan has gone mad with kills, a student recognized Zhou Mingqian and exclaimed.
Lu Yuan has gone mad? Zhou Mingqian raised an eyebrow. Have you all never seen the world?
Lu Yuan is the top of the National Martial Arts exam. Defeating a 3-star monster with a 1-star in the Xian Gang realm is very normal. Zhou Mingqian replied, speechless. He thought these kids were too surprised to see Lu Yuan kill a 3-star monster in the Xian Gang realm. Even among geniuses, there were differences. It was very normal for a talent like Lu Yuan to defeat 2 or 3 opponents of lower levels. Seeing the situation in the simulation room, Zhou Mingqian's eyes widened.
Wow.
Suddenly realizing he was the instructor, Zhou Mingqian changed his words.
I'm going.
Not even noticing how loud his voice was.
Challenging 10 peak monsters in the Xian Gang realm at once? Zhou Mingqian blinked, understanding why these kids were so excited. Xian Gang realm simulation ranking list.
First, Fu Mingcheng, killed 70 peak Xian Gang realm monsters, monthly reward, 200,000 credits.
Second, Fu Jingjie, killed 65 peak Xian Gang realm monsters, already graduated.
Third, Tang Xingyu, killed 58 peak Xian Gang realm monsters, monthly reward, 150,000 credits. Seventh, Lu Yuan, killed 55 peak Xian Gang realm monsters, monthly reward, 100,000 credits.
Has he killed 55 already? Zhou Mingqian looked at Lu Yuan, currently ranked 7th, and then looked at the remaining time.
There was plenty of time, with 18 minutes remaining.
I'm going. Zhou Mingqian gasped again.
Fu Mingcheng, who had just broken the record, stared intensely at Lu Yuan in the simulation room without his previous calmness.
He should be out of spirit power by now.
Fu Mingcheng spoke a little stammering.
However, before he could finish, Lu Yuan controlled the 7 major calamities to unleash 7 different advanced Earth-grade spirit skills again. Onlookers? Fu Mingchang? Zhou Mingqian? Now I know how Lu Yuan is killing the peak Xiangang realm monsters, Zhou Mingqian's mouth twitched. With so many advanced Earth-grade skills being thrown around, even divine beasts couldn't handle it. Everyone, pay attention and learn well, especially those with dark attribute professions present. Observe Lu Yuan's fighting process seriously. Zhou Mingqian said sternly. Instructor Zhou, what is there to learn? Lu Yuan's control of monsters is too abnormal, it's completely different from the skeleton monsters, a student who had awakened dark attributes said. Open your eyes and take a good look. Zhou Mingqian pointed at the simulation room. Lu Yuan's control of monsters in battle is very methodical, and he always finds the monster's vital points accurately to deliver lethal strikes. Zhou Mingqian tapped the glass. For example, those soldiers in earth yellow armor, they are obviously very strong in defense but quite heavy, so Lu Yuan chooses to let them take the front to block the beast's attacks. The flying phantom soldiers create distractions, while the soldiers riding skeletal war horses charge forward, encircling and breaking the beasts one by one. The simulation room was heating up with intense fighting, while outside, students focused on listening to Zhou Mingqian's explanation, especially the dark attribute students who were particularly serious. From what teacher Zhou said, Lu Yuan seems to understand the weaknesses of the beasts very well. No need to think, it must be mentor Tang teaching him. I envy Lu Yuan for having such a good mentor. The students sighed. The new students didn't know how amazing Tang Jingwei was, they were very clear. The students he taught were all famous. But before this, all the students begged Tang Jingwei to be their teacher. Take Fu Jingjie, who has already graduated and is now a council elder of the Wind Severing Alliance, for example. Back then, he knelt at Tang Jingwei's door for an entire day and night before Tang Jingwei finally agreed. Lu Yuan was asked by Tang Jingwei himself if he wanted to be his disciple. Don't make excuses, the weaknesses of fierce beasts have long been compiled into books, easy to find online. Zhou Mingqian said. It's 66 now. Lu Yuan has broken Fu's record and is second place. Someone noticed the ranking and found out that Lu Yuan had defeated another 10 fierce beasts. Then the crowd in the hallway turned to look at the current record holder, Fu Mingchang. Fu Mingchang's face turned ugly. No way. I just broke the record, and it's not even warm yet. Fu Mingchang clenched his fists, feeling threatened. Lu Yuan, who had just broken through to the Xiangang realm, was already powerful enough to kill peak fierce beasts of the same realm, which was incredible. What's even more incredible is that his kill count was about to surpass him, becoming the top in the Xiangang realm simulation. What are all of you shouting about? Students can shout, but you, old Zhou, why are you joining in? Vice President Zhan Shoujing scolded. Hello, Vice President Zhan. Zhan Shoujing waved his hand. Vice President Zhan, Lu Yuan is fast, no. He is already the first in the Xiangang realm simulation. Zhou Mingqian looked at the rankings. First place, Lu Yuan, killed 78 peak fierce beasts of the Xiangang realm, monthly reward of 200,000 credits. Second place, Fu Mingchang, killed 70 peak fierce beasts of the Xiangang realm, monthly reward of 150,000 credits. Seeing the ranking being surpassed, Fu Mingchang's heart finally sank. Damn! Fu Mingchang slumped to the ground, looking lifeless. Ha! Zhan Shoujing rubbed his face hard, realizing that the first place was indeed Lu Yuan. Inside the simulation room, Lu Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is this my limit? Lu Yuan looked at the number of fierce beasts killed on the screen. 82 heads. There were only 5 minutes left in the challenge mode. He was drained, not a drop of spiritual power left. Just as Lu Yuan was about to actively end it, the flying disaster wind crab in the sky chirped crisply. Can you merge with the Void Skycore? Lu Yuan understood the wind machine's call. As his realm improved, the 7 disasters seemed to gain wisdom, this feeling was becoming more and more obvious. With the wind machine's help, Lu Yuan controlled thousands of soldiers from the Void Skycore to merge with the wind. Buzz. A crisp phoenix cry sounded. Advanced Earth-level spirit technique, winds rising and clouds roiling. Instantly, it killed all the fierce beasts in front of him. Not only that, the entire simulation room shook violently, and a rushed alert sounded. Warning, warning. A Divine Ability Realm practitioner is using the Xiangang Realm simulation room. Please, staff members, quickly take him away for processing. Please, staff members, quickly take him away for processing. Divine Ability Realm practitioner? Lu Yuan smiled. The power of the wind power merging with the Void Skycore was so strong that the system mistakenly thought he was a Divine Ability Realm practitioner fighting on the second floor. Chapter 45, Did Fu Mingchang get so mad he broke through? An ear-piercing whistle sounded, and the warnings filled the corridor in repetition. Seeing the situation in the simulation room, everyone looked at each other, speechless. The system mistakenly thinks Lu Yuan is a divine ability realm practitioner, and the alarm went off?
In the end, Lu Yuan controlling the monsters to unleash spirit techniques was too explosive. It was something no Xian Gang realm practitioner could do.
This is outrageous.
I've been in the second floor simulation room for more than 2 years, and this is the first time I've encountered a system judgment error.
The onlooking students swallowed hard.
Lu Yuan set off the system alarm, but the most outrageous thing was that he had just broken through to the Xian Gang realm.
Is this reasonable? Just when Fu Mingcheng, who had broken the record, took a deep breath. Impressive. Fu Mingcheng said.
This sentence came from the heart, filled with genuine emotion.
Lu Yuan was so impressive that Fu Mingcheng wanted to cry. I just broke the record.
Lu Yuan wanted to cry but had no tears.
Mentor Zhou Mingqian and Vice Principal Zhang Shoujing exchanged glances. Is the position of a puppet master really that strong?
Zhou Mingqian frowned. It's not the puppet master who is strong, it's Lu Yuan who is strong. His spiritual power reserve is terrifyingly high, allowing him to control so many puppet troops at once.
Zhang Shoujing said solemnly.
Vice Principal, Brother Yuan triggered the system alarm, but there are still 3 minutes left in challenge mode.
Su Ruiqing said cautiously. 120 heads.
Lu Yuan killed 120 fierce beasts at the Xian Gang stage, firmly holding the top spot on the second floor, and only took 27 minutes. If it were 30 minutes, the number of beasts he could kill would only be more.
Zhang Shoujing frowned. This was also the question he was currently considering. Creak.
The door to the simulation room opened, and Lu Yuan walked out under the watchful eyes of everyone.
Hello, Principal Zhang. Seeing Zhang Shoujing, Lu Yuan greeted him.
Next time go directly to the third floor to simulate fighting against beasts of the divine ability stage. Zhang Shoujing said. The second floor was no longer suitable for Lu Yuan. Even though Lu Yuan had just broken through to the Xian Gang stage.
Got it. Lu Yuan nodded. As for the number of beasts killed,
Zhang Shoujing rubbed his forehead, considered again, and decided to add 20 more to give Lu Yuan a total of 140, ranking first for killing peak fierce beasts at the Xian Gang stage.
Lao Zhou, do you think this is reasonable? Zhang Shoujing asked. Zhou Mingqian shook his head. It's still low.
Based on his many years of teaching experience, Lu Yuan's final unleashing of wind attribute spiritual skills could kill hundreds of beasts below the divine ability stage.
Zhang Shoujing.
But 140 can work. This record has never been set before and will never be set again. Lu Yuan himself cannot break it.
Zhou Mingqian said. As Lu Yuan's realm increased, his strength would only become stronger.
By that time, he would probably set off the system alarm as soon as he started challenge mode on the second floor.
Clap clap clap. Congratulations, Junior Lu Yuan, you truly deserve to be the top of the National Martial Arts exam. Junior Lu Yuan is amazing. The onlookers applauded and cheered. Facing the cheers from classmates, Lu Yuan smiled and gestured.
As long as the record is not broken, he can receive 200,000 credits every month on the 15th.
It shouldn't be broken, right? Lu Yuan said. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Vice Principal Zhang Shoujing's mouth twitched.
Don't worry, if someone breaks your record, I'll compensate you with 200,000 credits.
Zhang Shoujing assured. Just as Zhou Mingqian said, Lu Yuan's record has never been set before and will never be broken. Look at how angry you've made Fu Mingcheng, you've even made him break through. Zhou Mingqian said.
Lu Yuan looked at Fu Mingcheng. He was red-faced from holding back, having broken through from the peak of the Xian Gang stage to the divine ability stage.
Hello, Junior Lu Yuan.
Fu Mingcheng smiled bitterly. He was originally close to breaking through and had been intentionally repressing his realm to compete.
Hello, Senior Fu.
Lu Yuan said, not expecting that he was so good that he made Senior Fu break through. Next time someone else breaks through because of him, he would happily collect 2,000 to 3,000 credits from them. After visiting the simulation room without spending any credits, Lu Yuan returned home happily, having earned 200,000 credits.
In the villa's living room, a faint aroma of tea wafted through the air.
Wearing black-rimmed glasses, and often frowning to the point where his brows resembled a river, Tang Jingwei was focused on reading.
The book was titled Autobiography of a Blood Attribute Professional. Teacher. Lu Yuan picked up the milk tea on the table. As the two spent more time together, Tang Jingwei knew Lu Yuan did not like drinking tea but enjoyed milk tea. So every time he came to the villa, Tang Jingwei would always bring a cup of milk tea with him. How do you feel coming back from the simulation room? Tang Jingwei closed his book. It was fine, quite thrilling. Lu Yuan said, especially when facing several peak fierce beasts at the Xian Gang stage up close. Hearing that Lu Yuan killed 140 fierce beasts and became number 1 on the second floor, Tang Jingwei fell silent for a long time. It seems I underestimated your strength. Lu Yuan drank his milk tea while Tang Jingwei also drank tea.
The villa was spacious, the windows open, a comfortable breeze blew in. A month later is the competition of the 5 top universities, and the champion can choose any high-quality spirit weapon from the treasure house of the 5 universities. Tang Jingwei explained his purpose for finding Lu Yuan while blowing on the hot tea in his hand. It's pointless to talk about fighting for the honor of Pengcheng University, just win the championship and then choose a high-quality spirit weapon from the treasure house of the Beijing University.
Tang Jingwei looked straight at Lu Yuan. What high-quality spirit weapon? Lu Yuan asked.
It's suitable for dark attribute professionals, called the Heavenly Punishment Order, a high-quality spirit weapon. Tang Jingwei articulated each word clearly. The Heavenly Punishment Order has only one effect. Tang Jingwei maintained eye contact with Lu Yuan. Dark attribute professionals can summon skeleton monsters that have the same spiritual power reserves as the user.
Then wouldn't my controlled Eerie Doll army? Upon receiving the teacher's confirmation, Lu Yuan realized that the Heavenly Punishment Order was simply tailor-made for him. His spiritual power reserve had already expanded to 50 times, so if the 7 calamities had the same spiritual power as him, wouldn't their spirit techniques fill the skies? The other 9 Eerie Doll armies would also be able to use spirit techniques. Possessing the Heavenly Punishment Order was equivalent to having a professional army. Are you excited? Tang Jingwei asked with a smile. He knew Lu Yuan would surely be excited.
The Heavenly Punishment Order is not exclusive to dark attribute professionals, it is a high-quality spirit weapon exclusive to Eerie Doll masters. Lu Yuan declared emphatically, his tone filled with desire for the Heavenly Punishment Order. Dark attribute professionals can also summon skeleton monsters to use spirit techniques, but their realm must break through to the law realm. As for the power of the spirit techniques they can use, it's generally weak, nowhere near as powerful as the Eerie Doll army. It only starts making sense at the extraordinary realm. All of this was told to Lu Yuan by Tang Jingwei. He knew all professions like the back of his hand. You should know who your opponents are in your quest for the championship, Tang Jingwei said, tapping on the book titled Autobiography of Blood Attribute Practitioners on the table. Based on the video I watched of Chu Wuxi's martial exam, he awakened a 4th attribute that hasn't been publicly announced.
Tang Jingwei raised his head. It is very likely to be the blood attribute. Blood attribute? Hearing this attribute, Lu Yuan thought of his calamity, the Blood Butcher. Chapter 46, 9,000 Eerie Doll Armies. Chu Wuxi, son of the leader of the Thunder Alliance, awakened as a 4-attribute combat professional. Currently, the known attributes are lightning, wind, and earth. What surprised Lu Yuan was that Chu Wuxi's last attribute turned out to be blood. The blood attribute is extremely difficult to awaken, with a probability of 1 in 10,000 under the premise of awakening as a combat professional. Didn't expect that, right? To be honest, I didn't expect it either. Tang Jingwei sat upright.
Blood attribute professionals were killed on sight in ancient times once discovered. After all, this attribute can not only enhance strength by killing monsters from the 2 clans but also from people.
That might be the reason why Alliance leader Chu hasn't announced Chu Wuxi's blood attribute, or is it holding back? Tang Jingwei spoke uncertainly. In any case, it's clear that Chu Wuxi has awakened 4 attributes: blood, lightning, wind, and earth. It's certain that Chu Wuxi will enroll in the Beijing University, as the university has the support of the Thunder Alliance, so Tang Jingwei hasn't paid much attention to him. Besides him, there are 2 other people worth your attention. Tang Jingwei held a cup of hot tea in his hands. Zhang Tianxia and the new apprentice of the principal, Han Junshan. Han Junshan? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Tianxia was an SSS-level talent, a gold attribute combat professional.
The teacher had no problem pointing her out, but Han Junshan was neither as talented as Zhang Tianxia nor did he rank high in the martial exam.
Why pay attention to him?
Don't underestimate Han Junshan, he has maintained a steady national rank of 101 from the beginning to the end of the martial exam.
Tang Jingwei recalled his conversation with the principal.
The principal originally wanted me to teach Han Junshan, but due to you, I rejected him.
There's such a thing.
Images of a crazed, white-haired Han Junshan flashed in Lu Yuan's mind. The other first-year students from the 5 top universities, including those ranked in the top 4 or 5 nationally, are all weak. They are not worth mentioning.
Tang Jingwei didn't care and focused on the 3 people, Chu Wuxi.
From Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan learned that the competition among the 5 top universities would be held this year at Pengcheng University.
It was divided into 4 groups: freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Each group champion would receive corresponding rewards.
Unlike the martial arts exam, this time it would be students fighting on the arena, and only the champion would receive a reward. At that time, many leaders will attend, remember, win the championship and directly ask the president of the Imperial Capital University for the Heavenly Punishment Order.
Tang Jingwei reiterated.
He wanted to perfectly refine the high-level spirit skill, Mirage Puppet, before the competition, to increase Lu Yuan's chances of winning.
The competition among the 5 top universities was held at Pengcheng University. Wouldn't that mean his sister would come over? Lu Yuan thought of Lu Yeli, who was currently a junior at the Imperial Capital University.
I've asked Vice Principal Jean to purchase a large amount of materials to create puppet soldiers, striving to expand your 9 puppet soldier types to 1,000 within a month, Tang Jingwei said.
Next month, train and then create puppet soldiers. Lu Yuan organized his thoughts to prepare for the upcoming competition. At the Imperial Capital University, on the back mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Purple thunder fell from the sky.
Chu Wuxia's expression was grim, enduring the intense pain of the thunder striking him. A middle-aged man with a bald head, arms crossed, coldly watched Chu Wuxia.
What's wrong, can't handle it already?
The burly man said sarcastically.
The National Martial Arts exam first place is Lu Yuan, you are second. Lu Yuan broke through to the Xian Gang realm and you fell behind him again. Do you like being the eternal second place? Provocation doesn't work on me.
Chu Wuxia's pupils flickered with red light.
Lu, don't mention those 2 words in front of me.
Chu Wuxia roared with veins bulging on his forehead. The burly man smiled silently, just quietly increasing the electrical current.
Tang Jingwei, let's see whose disciple is better, Lu Yuan or my student Chu Wuxia. At Pengcheng University, number 88 Independent Villa.
With white hair, Han Juncheng was in a trance, humming a tune. Oh baby, shake together, let's get high, everyone get hyped up. The principal of Pengcheng University, Lao Yuan, sitting across from him.
Bang.
He directly gave Han Juncheng a nut slap. I said not to act foolish in front of me.
Lao Yuan said.
Holding his head, Han Juncheng looked aggrieved. Break through to Xian Gang realm within a month, this way you have a chance to defeat Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, and Jiang Tianxia.
Lao Yuan's tone was calm.
If you win the championship, you can choose from the treasure house of Magic Capital University, and ask the president for a top-grade spirit weapon, the Nirvana Sword.
Lao Yuan looked at Han Juncheng.
Break through to Xian Gang realm within a month, old dang, are you making it hard for this handsome, world-shocking, god-stunning guy? Han Juncheng, an 8-star chi refining realm cultivator, said.
Bang.
Han Juncheng fell to the ground, as if crushed by a 1,000-pound weight on his back. In this state, train, and when you break through to Xian Gang realm, you can leave the villa.
Lao Yuan said as he got up to leave. Old dang, you are imprisoning me, this is illegal. Oh wow, why is the pressure getting bigger?
Han Juncheng gritted his teeth, taking out a monster crystal to cultivate. He then happily discovered that the absorption speed was 10 times faster than under normal conditions, but the pain he bore was beyond description.
Cultivate, then create puppet soldiers. The phrase appeared in Lu Yuan's mind, and he immediately took out a magic core of the divine power realm.
Under his SSS-level talent's terrifying absorption speed, soon the magic core emitted a glow that faded from blinding to faint, eventually turning to dust scattered by the wind.
Crack, crack.
One new blood soldier was born after another, followed by the heavenly punishment soldier, and then the golden spear soldier. Lu Yuan's life became dull and boring, training during the day and creating puppet soldiers at night. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Heavy rain poured down, and the sky flashed with lightning. Students hurriedly walked with umbrellas, complaining that Pengcheng's weather changed faster than a girlfriend's mood.
It was sunny in the morning, and by the afternoon there was a downpour.
On the playground of Pengcheng University, an army of 9,000 soldiers stood neatly, waiting for the inspection of their master. Rainwater slid down their armor as the bone soldier, riding a skeletal warhorse, pounded its chest.
Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang!
The warhorse neighed, and the bone soldier gazed ahead. The heavenly punishment soldier tightly gripped his spear, lightning flickered, and thunder roared in the sky.
Ziz! Ziz!
White smoke rolled,
and the rainwater dripping on the armor of the burning world soldiers quickly evaporated.
Standing before the 7 great calamities, Lu Yuan admired his army of strange puppets. Without exception, all 9,000 strange puppet soldiers and the 7 great calamities had reached the 3rd star of the Profound Vigor realm. In just half a month, Lu Yuan broke through from the Profound Vigor realm to the 3rd star and replenished the number of 9 strange puppet legions to 1,000. So cool, just like an ancient commander leading 1,000 troops and horses.
Jiang Tianxia looked at Lu Yuan on the playground.
Captain, are you sure we can defeat Lu Yuan in the competition? A student from the Demon City University accompanying Jiang Tianxia asked. At the peak of the Qi refining realm, he felt that without the 7 great calamities intervening, any random strange puppet soldier could take him down in an instant.
Let's give it a try, what if we win?
Jiang Tianxia replied with a weak tone, waving at Lu Yuan.
Jiang Tianxia? Lu Yuan looked at his opponent in the upcoming competition in half a month. Why did she come to Pengcheng to find him instead of focusing on her training at Demon City University? Chapter 47, How about we rob them?
The heavy rain continued to pour, and Shuetu stood under an umbrella beside Lu Yuan.
Is there something you need? Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Tianxia.
Her outfit followed the cute style she always chose: twin ponytails, a white t-shirt paired with a bright blue skirt printed with cartoon characters, and a pair of little white shoes. This simple yet exquisite outfit made up for Jiang Tianxiao's small stature, emphasizing her charm. Why act cool in this pouring rain? Though it really does look cool, Jiang Tianxia said. At first, she had been somewhat aloof towards Lu Yuan when they were not familiar with each other. Now Jiang Tianxia felt that she was friends with Lu Yuan, gradually revealing her true personality. Let's talk at my place. Lu Yuan stored the strange Puppet Legion and led Jiang Tianxia to his villa. Along with Jiang Tianxia came 6 other students from Demon City University. They seemed to be a team. A villa. Wow, is it really that great for students at Pengcheng University? They even provide villas to live in. Compared to Demon City University, it's just garbage. Jiang Tianxia complained. Despite being a freshman at Demon City University herself. Taking drinks and mineral water from the fridge, Lu Yuan placed snacks he had bought for his sister on the table, signaling Jiang Tianxia and the others to make themselves comfortable. Lu Yuan, can you do me a favor? Jiang Tianxia looked at him with hopeful eyes. What do you need? Come with us to the unmapped area to hunt the Profound Vigor Realm cloud-striding beasts. I need a large number of their skulls to make a high-grade spirit weapon. Jiang Tianxia explained her purpose for seeking Lu Yuan. And then? Lu Yuan asked. And then, during the competition, I'll defeat you. Jiang Tianxia answered as if it were a matter of course. Lu Yuan. So you're saying, after I help you hunt the cloud-striding beasts to make a high-grade spirit weapon, you'll use this weapon to defeat me in the competition? Lu Yuan laughed in anger. Jiang Tianxia should have put quotation marks around defeat. To be precise, she meant to beat. Yeah. Yeah? Do you think I'm as crazy as Han Junchen? Lu Yuan replied, speechless. Who is Han Junchen? Jiang Tianxia had never heard of this person. Not important. Lu Yuan said. After half a month, Jiang Tianxia also broke through to the Profound Vigor Realm, but just to the first star. Her 7-person team had 2 members in the Profound Vigor Realm, and the rest were at the peak of the Qi Refining Realm. The captain is really bold. This is no way to chat with someone. The team's vice-captain, long-haired Fan Shueyao thought. At least be a bit more polite, you could trick Lu Yuan too. It's not like I'm not offering you any reward. Jiang Tianxia looked at Lu Yuan, who was laughing in anger. What reward? A supersized magical core. Jiang Tianxia held out a magical core the size of an adult male's fist, flat in her palm. A supersized magical core. Lu Yuan stood up. This level of magic core cannot be bought with money, it must be exchanged with something of equal value. Jiang Tianxia, from the Jiang family of the Demon City, truly spends generously, directly offering an extraordinary 8-star magic core as payment. Even though we are not from the same university, and we will be competitors in the big competition in half a month, the more we should help each other in times like this. Lu Yuan casually put the magic core Jiang Tianxia held into his pocket. Cloud-stepping beasts, right? How about killing a few? Is 100 enough? Lu Yuan spoke with righteousness. Whether it is a demon crystal or a magic core, the better the quality, the faster the absorption. This extraordinary 8-star magic core is enough for him to cultivate to the divine ability realm. Lu Yuan, you're quite good at changing your face, huh? Jiang Tianxia pouted, thinking this guy doesn't show his hand until he sees the rabbit. So, shall we set off now? Jiang Tianxia suggested. She was still a bit anxious. Breaking through to the 2nd star of the Xiangang realm in half a month was unrealistic, so she could only find another way to quickly increase her strength. Let's go. Lu Yuan agreed, ready to set off at any time. Wait a minute, didn't the martial exam reward you with a top-quality spiritual tool sword? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. The first reward of the martial exam is a superior spiritual weapon, the second is a special superior spiritual weapon for Chu Wuxia. As for Jiang Tianxia, who ranked 3rd, she would receive a random superior spiritual tool and a superior spiritual treasure. Don't mention it, that sword is so light it's like holding nothing. Jiang Tianxia said with frustration. A real man should use a heavy sword, the heavier the better. But Captain, you're not a man. Fan Shueyao said quietly. Strong warriors should use heavy swords. Jiang Tianxia corrected herself. If you're not familiar, that's fine, but once you get familiar, she seems not very clever. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Tianxia, who had a lowly face and demeanor but fought like a strong man. Cloud-stepping beasts, ferocious beasts that live in groups, can cultivate up to the 6th star of Xiangang realm. These ferocious beasts are not very strong in combat, but they are extremely fast and good at escaping, as can be seen from their name. Hello, Lu Yuan, I am Fan Shueyao, a support class. I just broke through to the Xiangang realm yesterday. The long-haired girl dressed in black introduced herself actively. Hello. Lu Yuan nodded.
This woman is the vice captain of Zhang Tianxia's team, mainly assisting teammates and commanding in battle. Lu Yuan, I am Qi Canhong, a ground attribute combat profession, Xian Gang Realm 1 star.
The honest-looking Qi Canhong said.
Lu Yuan remembered this name. Qi Canhong ranked 8th in the national martial exam.
The others also introduced themselves one by one, and Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement.
At the teleportation array point of Pengcheng University, Lu Yuan spent credits to buy 8 tickets to Hongya City.
Hongya City is one of the border cities in Huaxia that resist the invasion of demons. It has a spring-like climate all year round, which cloud-stepping beasts prefer for living.
Lu Yuan brother, can you control those tens of thousands of monsters on the playground at the same time?
Waiting for the teleportation array to activate, Fan Shuiyao looked at Lu Yuan. Her words were sweet, and she addressed Lu Yuan as brother right away.
What did you just call me? Lu Yuan brother. Fan Shuiyao didn't realize the weight of her words, thinking there was nothing wrong with the title. Could she really call Lu Yuan brother? Say it again. Lu Yuan brother. Good sister. Lu Yuan said with a smile. Fan Shuiyao. You scared me.
I thought Lu Yuan was angry, turns out he simply likes to be called brother by others. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the teleportation array, arriving in Hongya City and smoothly entering the wilderness area with their student IDs.
Alert!
Yin Xiao, fly up and check the situation, report to me immediately if you find any ferocious beasts. Qi Canhong and Xuemuyang are in front to scout the way, keep the distance within 50 meters, the captain is on the right.
As the team commander, Fan Shuiyao spoke methodically.
Don't underestimate that their team only has 7 members and 3 of them just broke through to the Xian Gang realm. With their tacit cooperation, even encountering peak ferocious beasts of the Xian Gang realm is not a problem.
What about me? Lu Yuan asked.
Lu Yuan brother stays together with me, as a guy's master you should be protected,
said Fan Shuiyao, who was in the support role. In her understanding, a guy's master equals to a dark attribute practitioner. During a battle, the scariest thing is a close-range attack.
Okay. Lu Yuan accepted gladly, as he was mainly helping Zhang Tianxia hunt the Cloud Strider beast.
It would be even better if the task could be completed without him having to take action. Of course, that magic core was absolutely not going to be returned.
There's a group of professionals robbing another group about 2 miles ahead, the strongest one is at the 2nd star of the Xian Gang realm.
The wind attribute professional Yin Ziyao returned and said.
Hearing this, Fan Shuiyao looked at Zhang Tianxia, who in turn looked at Lu Yuan. This is an uninhabited area, robbing, killing, and stealing treasures is very common, Lu Yuan said. Zhang Tianxia sensed that Lu Yuan didn't want to get involved and decided to bypass this group and head straight for the Cloud Strider beast's lair.
What if we rob them while they are robbing? Lu Yuan surprised everyone with his bold suggestion. Zhang Tianxia? Team members? Is it really possible to play like this? Chapter 48, No One Can Escape. In Peng City, the heavy rain poured, but the uninhabited area was sunny. Robbing them?
Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhang Tianxia was excited, while the expressions of the team members varied. This doesn't seem appropriate, robbing is a criminal act, Fan Shuiyao hesitated. She was a law-abiding person, just like the team Lu Jinxue met before. Having killed fierce beasts, but never people.
Criminal? Lu Yuan laughed. This is a lawless place, an uninhabited area. Besides, aren't they robbing criminals? Lu Yuan retorted. I agree with Lu Yuan's suggestion, evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. Who agrees and who disagrees? Zhang Tianxia said. I follow the captain. Me too.
The team members quickly reached a consensus, choosing to rob the group that was robbing. The bumpy ground, with a foul smell from the swamp nearby. Both parties were nervously facing each other, a proud smile on the face of a 2-star Xian Gang realm professional. Hand over everything valuable on you, or die. Song Wentao said harshly. However, before he finished speaking, a voice that sounded friendly yet arrogant broke through.
We're robbing.
Yin Xiao, at the peak of the Qi refining realm, stammered.
The robbed people? The robbers? You dare to rob me as a Qi refining realm? Song Wentao's eyes glinted with ferocity as he suddenly felt a piercing light.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 shiny long spears precisely shot towards Song Wentao's limbs, and a large amount of blood flowed out, his shriek piercing the sky.
Hand over everything valuable on you, or die.
Lu Yuan slowly walked over, glancing at the inexperienced Yin Xiao, who was robbing for the first time.
To deal with professionals stronger than you must first show that you are stronger than them, only then will you have deterrence, understood? Lu Yuan imparted his experience, while the judgment soldiers stood ready behind him.
Yin Xiao scratched his head.
Understood, brother Yuan. As the strongest Song Wentao lost his fighting capability, this robbery went very smoothly. However, this group of professionals had nothing valuable on them, just some worthless trinkets, not even a storage ring. Do we have to hand over anything? One of the robbed people asked cautiously. You don't have to, Lu Yuan waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly. So thrilling. Zhang Tianxiao's face flushed red with excitement at her first robbery, and the team members were reflective in their expressions. Isn't it Brother Yuan's first time too? Yin Ziyao asked. Lu Yuan looked at Yin Ziyao, revealing an intriguing smile. This smile made Zhang Tianxiao's scalp tingle and goosebumps appear on her skin. After the small episode, everyone continued their journey to find the Cloud Strider beast. Crossing this low mountain leads to a valley where many Cloud Strider beasts live, Fan Shuiyao pointed at the map. Roar. The bear's roar was deafening. A giant bear, 5 meters tall and muscular, blocked the way of the group. The giant bear emitted flames all over its body and instantly shot out several fireballs. The crimson flame sky bear at the peak of the Xian Gang realm. Fan Shuiyao's expression tightened, then she began to command her teammates to fight. Captain on the offense, Ji Canhong on defense, and Yin Ziyao harassing in the air. Be careful of the fireball attacks from the crimson flame sky bear, its skills have a maximum range of no more than 20 meters. Fan Shuiyao methodically issued command after command. Lu Yuan observed from the side. It was clear that Fan Shuiyao was very calm, and this 7-person team worked together quite well. 3 first-star Xian Gang realm practitioners and 4 peak Qi refining realm professionals fought back and forth with the peak Xian Gang realm Qi Yan Tianxiong. Brother Lu Yuan, you don't need to make a move, we're just here to practice. Fan Shuiyao turned to Lu Yuan and said. Lu Yuan became a spectator. It's quite common for 5 top academies to form teams, after all, there's strength in numbers. Under the premise that different attribute practitioners cooperate, they often achieve results like 1 + 1 greater than 2. Zhang Tianxia's team had just been formed not long ago, so their cooperation was not so high, but even so, it was still acceptable. After an hour of fierce battle, the peak Xian Gang realm Qi Yan Tianxiong fell to the ground with a thud. Oh, we actually managed to take down a beast of this level. The Earth attribute practitioner, Ji Canhong, who had just broken through to Xian Gang realm, spoke excitedly. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing. Lu Yuan, our team's strength is pretty good, right? Zhang Tianxia said proudly, having contributed the most to hunting the Qi Yan Tianxiong. Unfortunately, the spiritual device in hand wasn't very handy. If it had been, the battle would have ended in 40 minutes. Not bad, Lu Yuan replied. Brother Yuan, in a one-on-one fight, we are not your opponents, but if we team up to surround you. Yin Ziyao gradually became complacent. Surround? How embarrassing. Lu Yuan is the same age as us, defeating him in a one-on-one fight would be impressive. Zhang Tianxia retorted angrily. Who could win against Brother Yuan in a one-on-one fight? Only the captain has a bit of a chance. Besides, team combat itself is a way of fighting, Yin Ziyao mumbled. He remembered that Lu Yuan had not formed or joined any team at Peng City University. Alright, enough with the nonsense. It will be dark soon. Fan Shuiyao looked at Lu Yuan and found that he was not angry about Yin Ziyao's words. Hunting fierce beasts at night is not advisable due to visibility and other factors, and the Tanyun beast is known for its speed. According to Fan Shuiyao's thinking, it would be best to hunt the Tanyun beast during the day. The uninhabited area outside Hongye City is like spring all year round. After dealing with the Qi Yan Tianxiong, the group came to a valley. Inside the valley lived a large number of beasts that looked partly like sheep and partly like cattle. They had 2 pairs of meaty wings on their backs, occasionally flapping to drive away eagles, and sometimes yawning wide with their mouths full of sharp teeth. This is the Tanyun beast. They can't fly but are incredibly fast. Fan Shuiyao looked at the Tanyun beasts in the valley, which numbered at least 200 or 300. Most of them were at the 3-star or 4-star Xian Gang realm. That's too many, we can't fight them, Yin Ziyao whispered. 200 or 300 Xian Gang realm Tanyun beasts, and their team only had 7 people in total. Even with Lu Yuan, there were only 4 Xian Gang realm professionals. How could they fight against a group of Tanyun beasts? We will have to stay here for a few more days. Fan Shuiyao made a plan. Xian Gang realm beasts are in a semi-sentient state, they have intelligence but not much. Fan Shuiyao's plan was for the wind attribute Yin Ziyao to first attract a batch of Tanyun beasts, eliminate one batch, and then attract more. This is the safest and most reliable method. There's no need to go through such trouble, Lu Yuan said. What does Brother Lu Yuan mean? Fan Shuiyao and the team members looked at Lu Yuan. If you're getting paid, you have to do the job. Leave these 200 or 300 Tanyun beasts to me. The more Tanyun beast skulls, the better for refining high-quality spiritual devices, Lu Yuan asked Zhang Tianxia. That's right. The skulls of this kind of fierce beast are very hard and suitable for melting into the sword body, Zhang Tianxia said. Hearing this, Lu Yuan stood up, wearing a storage ring that sparkled with dazzling light. Crash! 9,000 puppet warriors appeared out of thin air.
charging into the valley under the command of the 7 great disasters.
Not a single one of them is getting away.
Dancing in the wind in the sky, Zhang Tianxia and others exclaimed elegance. Brother Yuan can really control over 10,000 mysterious puppet troops at once.
Yin Zhao's eyes widened.
Over 10,000 monsters at the Xiangang realm, who could withstand that? Thinking of just now hunting down the peak Xiangang realm Crimson Flame Skybear, he felt a bit lofty, claiming their team could defeat Lu Yuan. Yin Zhao felt deeply ashamed. Considering Lu Yuan's strength, even if their team members collectively broke through to the Xiangang realm, they probably still couldn't win. The beautiful eyes of the long-haired Shan Shuiyao sparkled.
Is this the strength of the National Martial Arts Exam champion? Shan Shuiyao's expression was complicated. When Lu Yuan suggested he could handle the cloud beasts in the valley alone, Shan Shuiyao's first reaction was disbelief.
There were at least 200 to 300 here, and their levels were at the Xiangang realm 3 or 4 stars. In her opinion, no matter how strong Lu Yuan was at the Xiangang realm 3 stars, he could only face 30 or 40 cloud beasts at most.
The captain is going to compete against such a monster in half a month? Thinking of this, Shan Shuiyao couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhang Tianxia.
The slaughter continued.
Boom boom boom.
The deafening sound of hooves approached. Facing this group of cloud beasts, the Wangu brigade charged on their skeletal warhorses. In an instant, the valley was filled with screams, as the cloud beasts were trampled, their flesh and blood splattered with heavy casualties. The Golden Spear brigade held long swords, each thrust precisely piercing the fatal spots of the cloud beasts. Their swordplay was exquisite, their aura fully unleashed, each one possessed the courage of 10,000 men. The Heavenly Punishment Brigade, the Bloodshed Brigade, the Eternal Drowning Brigade. Each brigade performed their duties and showcased their strengths. The 7 great calamities stood at 7 different positions to prevent the cloud beasts from escaping.
A torrential rain of blood fell.
Watching the cloud beasts, realizing they were outmatched and trying to flee, Lu Yuan's fingers twitched.
Want to run?
The valley was shrouded in shadow, as over 1,000 wingcutter soldiers coldly watched the fleeing cloud beasts. The cloud beasts were fast, but they were faster. Compared to other puppet troops, the Windcutter Brigade fought brutally, enjoying tearing enemies open or snapping their necks off to use their heads as balls to kick.
Done. Lu Yuan turned to look at Zhang Tianxia and the others. From the start to the end of the battle, it took no more than 5 minutes. Not a single one of the 200 to 300 cloud beasts at the Xiangang realm escaped, all dead in the hands of the puppet troops. The Bloodshed Brigade was busy collecting the heads of the cloud beasts, piling them next to Zhang Tianxia.
No, don't trouble Brother Yuan, we can collect them ourselves, Shan Shuiyao, coming back to her senses, said.
So brutal.
Lu Yuan turned the battle into an art form, the art of slaughter. 200 to 300 cloud beasts, believe it or not, didn't last 5 minutes against Lu Yuan's puppet troops. If it were their team members killing them, it would take at least more than a week, and in batches. I didn't expect it to be so easy, Yin Zhao scratched his head, thinking they would have to stay in the wilderness for 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, the team members looked at Lu Yuan with awe.
Zhang Tianxia's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Lu Yuan, you're so fierce, how am I going to fight you in half a month? Zhang Tianxia pouted.
The reason she sought out Lu Yuan and offered an extraordinary realm magic core as a reward was twofold. First, she wanted to see how much Lu Yuan's strength had improved. Second, that extraordinary realm magic core was given to her by her father. As the head of a top family in China, Zhang Zhantian greatly admired Lu Yuan. Zhang Zhantian knew that attracting a genius like Lu Yuan needed to be a gradual process, not rushed. So he instructed his daughter Zhang Tianxia to build a good relationship with Lu Yuan and spend more time with him.
Aren't you going to refine a high-grade spirit tool soon? Lu Yuan said.
Refining a high-grade spirit tool tailored for oneself is extremely costly, only someone from a top family like Zhang Tianxia could afford to commission it. But that won't help me defeat you, Zhang Tianxia shook her head. Thankfully she finally had a handy high-grade spirit tool now. When Brother Yuan beats the captain, I must record it all and watch it over and over again.
Yin Zhao's tone was filled with anticipation. Do you believe I will beat you up first? Zhang Tianxia sneered. Captain, I was wrong.
Yin Zhao shrank his head back. After successfully completing the task of hunting the cloud dancing beast, the group took a short rest and decided to return to Red Leaf City. On the way, they encountered 2 groups of robbers, the highest being at the 4-star level of the Xiangang realm. This time, Lu Yuan did not need to take action. Zhang Tianxia patted her chest.
Let me do it.
At 4 in the afternoon, Fan Shuiyao checked the map and found that they were still 2 kilometers away from Red Leaf City.
Bang. Bang bang. The ground shook rhythmically, and a monstrous evil aura surged into the sky. Beast. Beast.
Yin Zhao, responsible for scouting the surroundings for fierce beasts, turned back. His face was pale and his legs weak, speaking in stutters.
Beast tied. Lu Yuan's expression became serious as hundreds of wind-rending soldiers circled in the sky.
Hearing these two words, Zhang Tianxia's expression changed. There was a beast tide attacking Red Leaf City? A beast tide of this scale was not like the minor skirmishes in the martial examination, but gathered tens of thousands, even more, fierce beasts. The key point was that if Red Leaf City was attacked by the beast tide, how would they return to Huaxia? If they took a detour, it meant they would have to walk hundreds of kilometers to another border city that had a teleportation array. Red Leaf City, with its gates wide open. Hold steady, we must not let the fierce beasts break in. The highest commander of Red Leaf City, awakened with lightning attributes and at the peak of the divine phenomenon realm, Kang Zhenbang, shouted hoarsely to command the soldiers to resist the beast tide. Black clouds loomed, and before them was a dark mass of fierce beasts. The 4-star Shangang realm horned beast, the 6-star Shangang realm white-nosed elephant, the peak of the Shangang realm divine wind bear. Their pupils were shrouded in blood, letting out angry roars, madly charging toward the walls of Red Leaf City. Damn, so many fierce beasts. At a distance of over 1,000 meters from the beast tide, Lu Yuan witnessed this battle of offense and defense. Fierce beasts attacked, and the station Huaxia soldiers defended in Red Leaf City. Seeing this scene, Yin Zaya wiped the sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he could fly and discovered the beast tide in advance. Otherwise, if they had gone further, the squad would have been torn to shreds by the beast tide. What should we do now, take a detour to another border city, or wait for the beast tide to end? Yin Zaya asked. If Red Leaf City falls, even if the beast tide ends, we can't use the teleportation array. Fan Shueyo's long black hair trembled as her voice quivered. Red Leaf City was garrisoned by Huaxia soldiers, but over 4 million residents lived in the cities behind Red Leaf City. If Red Leaf City fell, it meant the beast tide would surge toward the cities behind, slaughtering the defenseless residents. Why don't we activate the defense array and wait for rescue? A team member asked in confusion. Every border city was equipped with a defense array to fend off fierce beast attacks. In contrast, the gates of Red Leaf City were wide open, and the highest commander was actively directing the soldiers to engage. There is only one possibility. After a long silence, Lu Yuan looked toward the dark mass ahead. The reason for taking the initiative to engage is that this is just the first wave of the beast tide. There will be a second wave and even a third wave. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. So, the highest commander of Red Leaf City does not want to activate the defense array early, but is preparing to save it for the critical moment. Chapter 50. One man can stand against thousands. The defense array, a special formation used to protect cities. Such a formation is expensive to create, and the maintenance cost is an astronomical figure. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhang Tianxia and the others understood the reason for not activating the defense array. This was just the first wave of the beast tide. There would be a second wave and even a third wave. You all stay here and do not run around, or hide further away. Lu Yuan instructed. What about you, brother Yuan? Yin Zaya asked. Me? Lu Yuan took out a magic core and held it in his palm to replenish his spiritual power at any time. I'm going to sneak attack the beast tide from behind. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped on the wind crab's silly shell and disappeared. The 7 members of the team fell into a long silence, not expecting Lu Yuan to be so bold, going to sneak attack the beast tide alone. We will also go help. Red Leaf City must not fall, as there are 4 million residents living in the cities behind. Zhang Tianxia spoke with a determined tone. The Zhang family is a military family, with many elders serving in the army. Some survived, but many more died on the battlefield. I agree with the captain's opinion, contributing a bit is better than nothing. Fan Shueyo said. Charge! 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 The 7 members of the team quickly reached an agreement. Unlike Lu Yuan, they bypassed the beast tide and came to Red Leaf City, choosing to fight shoulder to shoulder with the soldiers of Red Leaf City. Charge! Kill these beasts. Just because they evolved into fierce beasts with the recovery of spiritual energy does not mean they can do as they please. Beasts are still beasts. Red Leaf City absolutely must not fall. My whole family lives in the rear cities. Not only Zhang Tianxia, but also the hunters who make a living from hunting fierce beasts rushed to join this defensive battle. Lightning struck down, and the highest-ranking commander, Kang Zhenbang, raised his hand and annihilated dozens of fierce beasts in the Xiangang realm. Seeing more and more professionals join the battlefield, Kang Zhenbang felt pleased. Good job. When the beast tide ends, I'll treat you all to drinks. As expected of students from Magic Capital University, the coordination is truly excellent. They even heavily injured the 8 fierce Earthbear of the Xiangang realm. Kang Zhenbang praised the 7-member team, noticing that only 3 of them were professionals in the Xiangang realm, yet they displayed power at the peak of the Xiangang realm. He recognized they were students from Magic Capital University because 3 of them wore the university's uniform. When will the reinforcements arrive? Kang Zhenbang asked his deputy. In 40 minutes. The deputy provided an accurate time. So long? Kang Zhenbang frowned. This is an organized and premeditated beast tide. Unren City, Longbay City, and several border cities have all encountered beast tide attacks, the deputy explained. The higher-ups are urgently deploying troops for rescue, analyzing the main cities being attacked by this beast tide, and the teleportation formation can only transport 50 people at a time. 40 minutes is 40 minutes, remember, do not activate the defense formation until the very last moment.
With a wave of his hand, he killed more fierce beasts, and Kang Jinbang's expression was serious. We may die, but we must hold Red Leaf City. Just as Lu Yuan guessed. This was an organized and premeditated beast tide. Kang Jinbang suspected it was far from just one wave of beasts, so he chose to actively open the city gates to confront them. Damn it, the second wave is coming so soon?
Looking at the dark mass of figures ahead, Kang Jinbang's face twitched.
Hold the line, we must hold the line.
Pooh. A 3-star Thunder Eagle in the Xian Gang realm was shot through the belly by Foam Xin and fell heavily to the ground, losing its breath.
The beast tide naturally had flying fierce beasts.
Looking at the countless fierce beasts below, Lu Yuan summoned the 9 great phantasm troops and 7 great disasters. As long as he stayed vigilant against the flying fierce beasts from high above, the beasts below could not hurt him. After all, spiritual techniques have a limited range. The wind spears protected himself, while Lu Yuan focused on controlling the 8 great phantasm troops and launched an attack with the 6 great disasters against the beast tide.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After multiple absorptions, the most powerful soldier, the Star Eater, reached a height of 100 meters and let out a roar. Its appearance not only startled the beast tide but also shocked the soldiers of Red Leaf City.
What kind of fierce beast is this? Why is it so tall and magnificent? Kang Jinbang's expression was one of disbelief.
He had seen many battles and had heard of different kinds of fierce beasts. But a Star Eater soldier of the Xian Gang realm with such momentum and oppressive presence was unheard of among demigod realm beasts.
Wait, are the beasts fighting among themselves? Kang Jinbang said uncertainly. He saw the back of the beast tide inexplicably starting to fight. Brother Yuan's phantasm army has arrived. Fan Shuiyao's spirit lifted.
There were simply too many fierce beasts, they could not kill them all.
Sweat dripped from Fan Shuiyao's forehead. She was a support professional who could help teammates recover spiritual energy and heal quickly.
However, just after killing one beast, there would be another, leaving Fan Shuiyao feeling somewhat desperate. Seeing the intense commotion at the back of the beast tide, the team members knew Lu Yuan had made his move.
Brother Yuan? Kang Jinbang pondered upon hearing Fan Shuiyao's words.
The beast tide cannot infight, which means someone is sneaking an attack from behind the beast tide. Metal-type advanced spiritual skill of the earth level, War shaking heaven. Wood-type advanced spiritual skill of the earth level, Nether flower blooms. Water-type advanced spiritual skill of the earth level, Frost waterfall strike. 7 different attributes of advanced spiritual skills are in chaotic dance. The disaster army of gold unleashed a battle roar, and the 9,000 eerie soldiers fighting spirit sword, their strength and speed skyrocketed. Grey nether flowers bloom one after another, emitting deadly poison gas, making the fierce beasts that smell the gas weak and struggling on the ground.
Heavenly fire descends, and frosty cascades smash down on the dense beast tide.
Standing on the wind machine, Mu Jidu watched the scene, continuously recovering spiritual power through the blood of fierce beasts and magic cores. Charge! Lu Yuan controlled the 7 disasters to frantically unleash spiritual skills while commanding the eerie soldier group to initiate a charge. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, and under the 2-sided siege, the beast tide fell into a state of confusion. They did not know whether to continue attacking Hongye City or turn around to attack the nearly 10,000 eerie soldier group.
Lu Yuan, is your brother Yuan the Lu Yuan you mentioned? Kang Jinbang recalled.
The beast tide did not infight, instead, someone controlled monsters to sneak attack from behind. The profession that can cause such turmoil. Before this, Kang Jinbang would only consider it a dark-type profession. But now there is one more, and that is the eerie puppet master.
Yes, it's Lu Yuan, Zhang Tianxia nodded, confirming Kang Jinbang's guess. 3-star eerie puppet master of the Xiangang realm. Kang Jinbang looked at the thousands of eerie soldiers. One person can resist 10,000 troops. Kang Jinbang thought of the evaluation of high-level dark-type professionals. Now it seems this sentence is more suitable to describe Lu Yuan. Even under a 2-sided siege, the beast tide quickly adjusted, sending 1/3 of the fierce beasts to deal with the eerie soldier group. This undoubtedly greatly relieved the pressure on the defenders of Hongye City. Kill him, get rid of him for me. Hearing the beast tide, many fierce beasts spoke human words, and Lu Yuan recalled his teacher Tang Jingwei's words. A well-organized and disciplined beast tide is generally commanded by divine beasts, and their intelligence is not much different from that of normal humans. Therefore, the best way to dismantle the beast tide is to kill those commanding beasts. In this way, the beast tide will turn into headless flies, becoming beings with only killing instincts and no brains. Divine beast? Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto the heaven saber demon wolf that spoke human words. Splashing sounds. The 7 eerie soldier groups on the battlefield disappeared, and the corresponding 7 disasters strength soared. A crisp phoenix cry sounded, and the disaster of wind, Wen Xing, became a fierce blade. The disaster of fire, Qi Hai, loosened its bones, and the armored body grew even more dazzling. The disaster of blood, Blood Butcher, twirled the serrated chain blade in hand. First, let's take down the divine beast. Lu Yuan clarified his thoughts. Once these divine beasts die, the beast tide will crumble without attack. Chapter 51, Is the divine beast like this? Outside Hongye City, soldiers stood guard against the beast tide, never taking a step back. Kill him, kill that human. Lu Yuan looked at the angry Heaven Saber Demon Wolf speaking human words. The attacking beast tide on Hongye City had about 10,000 beasts, and every certain distance had a divine beast. According to Lu Yuan's judgment, these divine beasts did not attack him because they were afraid to leave their position. Once they left the beast tide, they would lose control. Can he hunt down divine beasts with his own strength? Lu Yuan decided to give it a try. The 7 disasters absorbed thousands of eerie soldiers under their command, and their strength advanced further. Each disaster underwent different degrees of evolution after absorption. The Blood Butcher's serrated chain blade shone brightly, the Wen Xing's power strengthened, the armor of Qi Hai emitted dazzling light. Kill. The evolved 7 disasters charged toward the Heaven Saber Demon Wolf. And this Heaven Saber Demon Wolf is a 2-star divine beast. Human boy, you seek death. The Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf spoke clearly, its wolf eyes fixed intensely on the sky's Lu Yuan. It never expected that Lu Yuan would dare to launch a surprise attack on the beast tide alone, and the destructive power was astonishing, completely disrupting the plans of the Demon King. Earth-level intermediate spirit skill, Shadow Demon Ball. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of demon balls the size of ping-pong balls were spat out from the Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf's mouth, aiming straight at Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Yuan controlled the ground calamity and jumped sharply, his earthy yellow armor flickering into view, easily fending off the demon ball attacks. A furious wolf eye echoed, as the Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf bared its teeth. A 3-star in the Mystic stage actually withstood its spirit skill from the Divine stage without any harm? Who exactly is this human boy in front of it, controlling some strange monster? All together. Lu Yuan's fingertips danced rapidly. Thousands of the Bone Legion and Punishment Legion opened the way, shielding the 7 calamities from surrounding ferocious beasts. The 7 calamities simultaneously unleashed advanced Earth-level spirit skills. For the first time battling a divine stage ferocious beast, Lu Yuan exerted all his effort, continuously unleashing multiple skills exclusive to a puppet master. Mystic level intermediate spirit skill, Cursed Puppet. Mystic level intermediate spirit skill, Thousand-Eyed Puppet. Advanced Earth level spirit skill, Suppressing Puppet. Upon seeing the overwhelming skills, the Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf displayed a human-like expression of fear, grabbing the nearby ferocious beast to shield itself. For a ferocious beast like it that had awakened intelligence, strictly speaking classified as a demon clan, the lives of low-level beasts were as trifling as grass. Even so, the Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf still felt unsafe, gathering spiritual power to form a black barrier around its body. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions rang out. Looking at the Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf that had been blown apart with not a shred left, a phrase appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. So simple? It's dead. The 2-star Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf just died at Lu Yuan's hands? In the distance, Kang Jinbang's expression was colorful as he witnessed everything. Even if Lu Yuan was the number 1 in the National Martial Arts exam, a top genius in China, this combat power was simply too terrifying. That was a 2-star Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf, a full 9 minor realms higher than Lu Yuan. Damn. Zhang Tianxia's teammate, Yin Ziyao, couldn't help but exclaim. In half a month's grand competition, if the captain faced Lu Yuan in a ring, he would definitely record the scene of the captain getting beaten up. Yin Ziyao remained true to his original intention. After the Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf died, the beast tide caused a violent stir, and a small number of mystic stage ferocious beasts, with clear eyes, turned away from the group. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the second divine stage ferocious beast. This time it was a 3-star ghostly panther. A panther's roar echoed as the ghostly panther looked at the evaporated Heaven Calamitous Demon Wolf, hesitating for a moment before issuing another panther's roar. Retreat! If they continued to be besieged from both sides, they would all die. Ferocious beasts below the divine stage could die, but the beasts above the divine stage were noble demons. They were the main force of the demon clan invading China. Amid the shouts of multiple demon clans, the beast tide scattered and fled. It's over. Kang Jinbang let out a long breath. The first wave of the beast tide was repelled, so there wouldn't be a second or third wave. As the sun set, the afterglow of the sunset shimmered on Lu Yuan in the distance. Looking at Lu Yuan descending from the sky, a smile appeared on Kang Jinbang's face. Good boy, really impressive. Your role in fending off the beast tide is greater than me, a peak divine stage warrior, said Kang Jinbang.
He spoke the truth. After all, a lightning attribute practitioner couldn't summon tens of thousands of puppet troops to fight.
Lu Yuan smiled.
In fact, he didn't have much spiritual power left. While absorbing blood and magic cores restored power quickly, the number and level of skills he could use were still limited. Having successfully repelled the beast tide, the soldiers of Red Leaf City gasped as they sat on the ground, some simply lying down. That was exhilarating. This battle was really thrilling. We didn't let down the trust of the 4 million residents behind us. We defended Red Leaf City.
Alas, old Lu is dead.
I watched helplessly as he was swallowed whole by a fierce beast. The soldiers huddled together, gazing at the sunset. Some sighed, mourning for their fallen comrades, while others were grateful to be alive. But more were excited and thrilled.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Looking at the 7 great disasters and the 100-meter-tall swallowing star soldiers, the soldiers stationed in Red Leaf City focused their eyes on the young man in front of them.
Is he the one controlling tens of thousands of monsters, causing chaos in the beast tide?
That's right, he is Lu Yuan, the top of the National Martial Arts exam this year. When I was on leave at home, my sister mentioned Lu Yuan every day, and it nearly gave me calluses on my ears.
You're lucky. My sister, my big sister, and even my mom are all fans of Lu Yuan.
They gazed at Lu Yuan, who had just awakened less than 2 months ago and had broken through to the 3-star Xiangang realm. The soldiers looked at him with respect. They were a bit older than Lu Yuan, generally around 22 or 23 years old.
Lu Yuan!
Someone shouted, and then a tide of voices followed.
Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan!
Seeing the soldiers shout in unison, Lu Yuan smiled and waved, signing autographs for a few soldiers. They said their sisters and mothers were fans of his.
My brother is too.
A soldier said.
Your brother is also a fan of my mom?
Lu Yuan was stunned, not knowing how to respond to that.
Alright, don't forget we are currently at the border.
The highest commander of Red Leaf City, Kang Jinbong, said sternly before issuing several military orders. Quickly send the injured soldiers to the rear city hospital for rescue. The soldiers still capable of fighting must rapidly absorb the monster crystals to restore their spiritual strength.
Reinforcements will arrive in 20 minutes.
Although I believe the beast tide will not return, we cannot let our guard down.
Activate the defense formation, and no one is allowed to go outside Red Leaf City.
After speaking, Kang Jinbang bowed to the professionals who helped fend off the beast tide.
Thank you all for your assistance. When I am on leave, I will treat everyone to drinks.
Also, don't forget to register the levels of the beasts you have hunted. The official will send the monster crystals to your homes.
Huaxiao will not treat any righteous hero who stands against evil lightly.
Hearing this, the professionals who helped resist the beast tide had bright eyes. After all, most of them made a living from hunting fierce beasts, and selling monster crystals was their main source of income.
Commander Kong, now that the beast tide has been repelled, we should also take our leave. Lu Yuan said to Kang Jinbong.
Find me for drinks when you have the time. Kang Jinbong did not retain him for long. He was busy, and Lu Yuan and the students from the 5 top universities were equally busy.
Peng City University, an independent villa area.
Lu Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room while Jiang Tianxia and the others directly used the teleportation formation to return to Magic City, without accompanying him to Peng City University. But it wouldn't be long before they met again, especially Jiang Tianxia.
Heaven Punishment Order.
Lu Yuan recalled what his teacher had said about this high-quality spiritual tools effects, and he returned to his boring life. Training, then creating eerie puppet soldiers, waiting for the grand competition to start in half a month.
Chapter 52, No, why should he?
Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The annual grand competition of the 5 top universities officially began. Peng City University was lively, with students wearing different uniforms everywhere. At 8 a.m., Lu Yuan followed Tang Jingwei to the freshman division's playground. The playground, large enough to hold tens of thousands, showcased thousands of arenas where the freshmen would draw lots and compete in elimination rounds to determine the final champion.
Wow, so handsome, that must be Bai Weiji from Xinsheng University, he really is so handsome.
A young man in his early 20s wearing a white uniform, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, appeared. Bai Weiji, the #1 person from Xinsheng University, a peak practitioner of wind attribute divine abilities.
Lu Yuan looked at the commotion caused by Bai Weiji.
He was 185 centimeters tall, with looks that fit the standard handsome type, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a righteous vibe. Soon, the first-place student from Linen University, Lu Zichuan, and the first-place student from Modi University, Tao Zicheng, made appearances one after another. They were all the center of attention, with titles of the top student in their respective universities. But when it came to the students of the Beijing University, their gaze did not turn to the senior class, but instead to the junior class.
Lu Yeli! Someone shouted loudly. Lu Yuan? Shouldn't they be calling a senior from Beijing University? Why call out the name of a junior sister?
Lu Yeli looked particularly beautiful today, wearing a white floral dress paired with black leather shoes, her every smile and frown capturing the attention of the boys around her.
With a good figure and high looks, any outfit looked beautiful on her. Lu Yeli was that kind of girl, able to pull off any style of clothing. Your sister is quite impressive. Since she entered Beijing University, it has been firmly ahead of the other top 4 universities. Tang Jingwei said.
Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, his sister had never told him this. Not long ago, a senior from Beijing University, Fei Mingyu, who awakened gold, earth, and fire attributes, and was at the peak of the divine realm, sparred with Lu Yeli.
Tang Jingwei held up 4 fingers. For seconds, Fei Mingyu only lasted 4 seconds before losing. So fast? Lu Yuan said. He remembered his sister had the time attribute and was a 7-star professional in the divine realm.
5 girls followed behind Lu Yeli, all of them beautiful, each with a different charm.
The awakened professions were either time attribute or space attribute. They are members of Lu Yeli's team. Your sister is the captain. Tang Jingwei seemed to know a lot about Lu Yeli and her team, accurately naming the team members.
As they were talking, Lu Yuan felt several hot gazes on him.
You are Lu Yuan, right? You're quite handsome. Xiang Xinyan, dressed in black stockings and stylishly, walked over, raised her hand, and casually touched Lu Yuan's abdomen. Nice abs you have. Space attribute, 5-star professional in the divine realm.
Lu Yuan looked at Xiang Xinyan, who was teasing him. She was one of his sister's teammates.
Xiang Xinyan, can you not get flirty every time you see a handsome guy?
Another girl, dressed in white stockings with a round, cute face, rolled her eyes.
The top 5 universities will hold a competition for 2 days. I heard you live in a villa, Lu Yuan. Let's sleep together at night. Lu Yuan? Sister, when you say sleep together, do you mean in the villa, or in the same bed? Lu Yuan asked. That's up to you. Hey, don't steal Lu Yuan from me.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Mingzi, your sister's teammate, and tonight I'll treat you to oysters.
Too many, too many. The aroma was overwhelming, and Lu Yuan was struggling to cope. Lu Yeli's team had a total of 6 people, and besides her, 4 teammates were surrounding him.
At first, the teasing was verbal, but then it escalated to physical touching. This sister, touching is fine, but don't go overboard.
Lu Yuan said to Zhou Mingzi, who just introduced herself. She had the time attribute and was a 5-star professional in the divine realm. Do you want to know if I should use time stop abilities while we sleep at your villa tonight? Zhou Mingzi winked playfully at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan.
Goodness, these members of Lu Yeli's team had all learned bad habits from her. They were all experienced flirts. They must have watched a lot of videos. Even the time stop series had come into play. Seeing Lu Yuan surrounded by beautiful girls, the surrounding students were dumbfounded.
Why does he get all this? I'm not uglier than Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan is not only handsome but also a key training target at Pengcheng University, a future leader of this top university. It's not just because of his looks.
Ah, this hurts more than being killed. Many envious and jealous gazes gathered on Lu Yuan, especially since the beautiful girls surrounding him were all top-notch and prominent figures at Beijing University.
What are you all doing? Aren't you ashamed? Lu Yeli walked over seriously. The 4 teammates lowered their heads. Make some space for me, I want to touch Lu Yuan's abs too. Lu Yeli said. Her 4 teammates were unbothered, even anticipating that their captain would say this. Everyone present? Did you miss me at Pengcheng University? Lu Yeli smiled brightly. Holding Lu Yuan's arm was like being a couple. Not at all.
Lu Yuan sneered coldly.
You're really a man without feelings. Lu Yeli pouted, looking as if she was heartbroken.
But compared to the heart you broke, there's a man whose heart you've wounded even deeper.
Lu Yeli said. Who?
Lu Yuan was surprised. He was a straight man who only broke women's hearts. Chu Wuxia, this guy has gone crazy, actually taking that pervert Zhuoruweifeng as his master, and has been struck by lightning for a whole month.
Lu Yeli whispered in Lu Yuan's ear.
Lu Yuan didn't know who Zhuoruweifeng was, but upon hearing that Chu Wuxia had been struck by lightning for a month, he raised an eyebrow. Chu Wuxia awakened the lightning attribute among his 4 attributes. Being struck by lightning was an extremely painful way of cultivation. This method can rapidly enhance one's skill, but every single moment feels like torture, a torment worse than death. Ordinary lightning attribute professionals could only hold on for 3 days at most, but Chu Wuxia managed to endure for a whole month. Be careful, if looks could kill, you would have been torn apart by Chu Wuxia already. Lu Yeli said with glee. Old Deng, the principal of the Imperial Capital University, along with several leaders and elders, all eagerly awaited Lu Yuan's battle with Chu Wuxia. Even she wanted to see who would be stronger after a month of hard study at the university. As if summoned, sensing the hostile aura behind him, Lu Yuan turned around. Chu Wuxia, wearing a black and gold school uniform, stared at Lu Yuan coldly. He had lost a lot of weight in a month, his eyes were bloodshot, and a blue-red lightning symbol was etched on his forehead.
Xiangang Realm, 2 stars. Lu Yuan checked Chu Wuxia's realm. Xiangang Realm, 3 stars.
Chu Wuxia responded dismissively. To defeat you, I've specially prepared quite a few trump cards. Chu Wuxia's smile stiffened, and the lightning symbol on his forehead turned blood red. It can be confirmed that his fourth attribute is blood, this is his trump card. You should also remember your trump card and not reveal it unless absolutely necessary.
Tang Jingwei said while drinking milk tea.
He was led astray by Lu Yuan, changing from a tea drinker to a milk tea drinker. As for the trump card he mentioned, it referred to Lu Yuan's perfected special spirit technique for the illusion puppet master. Earth-level high-grade spirit technique, Mirage Illusion Puppet.
Tang Jingwei, the most outstanding mentor in Pengcheng and even in Huaxia, bar none.
All the students he taught achieved great success, each gaining fame. Whether it's Fu Jingjie, who currently serves as an elder of the Riftwind Alliance, or Lu Yuan, who recently became #1 in the national martial examination. Not only that, Tang Jingwei masterfully understands all professions and all fierce beasts' weaknesses, essentially being a walking encyclopedia. Half a month ago, he thoroughly perfected the Earth-level high-grade spirit technique, Mirage Illusion Puppet.
Lu Yuan spent half a month studying and has now mastered this spirit technique proficiently. With your current strength, you can only force me to use it by battling Chu Wuxia in the arena. Tang Jingwei finished his milk tea and casually tossed the cup into the trash. Lu Yuan nodded.
He would never underestimate any opponent, even if it were a Qi refinement realm professional. This was both respect for himself and respect for his opponent. Spiritual power raced within his body. Lu Yuan condensed a body, with countless black swirling patterns on the face of the puppet.
Mirage Illusion Puppet. Earth-level high-grade spirit technique. Simulate the target, replicating the same attribute professional puppet. The target's quantity and strength are based on the user's realm, current quantity, 3.
Mirage, casting the spirit technique causes a terrifying phenomenon in the world, with the spirit technique's power remaining unchanged.
Note, want to defeat me?
First, fight yourself.
Once again, gained an Earth-level high-grade spirit technique. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the effect of Mirage Illusion Puppet, especially Mirage. As long as he was willing, casting yellow-level spirit techniques could trigger a phenomenon in the world, giving the illusion of a heavenly-level spirit technique. Perfect for scaring people, and it always worked. Simulate was also good. Under the same realm, Lu Yuan could simulate the target's strength to 100%. The competition among the 5 top universities hasn't started yet, as more and more students and mentors arrive at Pengcheng University. This school, covering 38,000 hectares and as large as a small city, is becoming increasingly lively. Chu Wuxia stands still, staring at Lu Yuan, as a bald, muscular man appears behind him. The strong man is in his 40s, with a fierce expression, noticing Lu Yuan and Tang Jingwei walking by. Tang Jingwei, you're still alive, huh? The strong man says. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes turn cold. Zhuo Ruweifeng, how can I die while you're not in prison? Tang Jingwei replies calmly. Zhuo Ruweifeng?
Lu Yuan remembers this name, his sister calls him a pervert.
Since Chu Wuxia took him as a mentor, he must be an outstanding instructor at Imperial Capital University.
Under the shining sun, Tang Jingwei and Zhuo Ruweifeng lock eyes.
Both are strong in their fields, one representing fire and the other lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. The atmosphere becomes tense and heavy. Students and mentors around witness this scene, and especially the mentors from Imperial Capital University shake their heads. They are starting again.
Tang Jingwei, this year I will prove your teaching philosophy is wrong, and Chu Wuxia defeating Lu Yuan is the best example, the bald Zhuo Ruweifeng announces sternly. Laughable, who wins and loses is not something you can decide with just your words. Usually speaking softly and calmly, Tang Jingwei raises his voice several decibels facing Zhuo Ruweifeng.
The two engage in a fierce argument. Is there a good show to watch? Lu Yeli asks as she approaches, resting her arm on Lu Yuan's shoulder. Does the teacher have a grudge against him? Lu Yuan asks. Yes, their teaching philosophies are completely opposite, and every year during the competition, they end up arguing. Lu Yeli replies, enjoying the show.
Zhuo Ruweifeng advocates pushing students to their limits, creating batches of cold-blooded fighting machines who only know how to battle. As for your teacher Tang Jingwei, he believes in teaching according to each student's abilities, treating students like his own children and guiding them on the right path.
Lu Yeli explains concisely.
By the way, 9 out of 10 students Zhuo Ruweifeng teaches end up mentally disturbed, suffering serious psychological trauma. Tang Jingwei thinks this is murder and continually reports it.
And then? Lu Yuan asks.
Imperial Capital University paid compensation for Zhuo Ruweifeng. From then on, anyone wanting to take Zhuo Ruweifeng as a mentor must sign a contract, which basically states that it is legal for Zhuo Ruweifeng to turn you into a cripple or even kill you.
This matter created a huge uproar 3 years ago, and Lu Yeli remembers it vividly.
Two top university representatives, with status comparable to the top mentors, are arguing fiercely, scaring surrounding students into silence. The threat of demons invading China is dire. We must quickly train a large number of war machines. Teaching a few students to failure is normal. If they can't withstand the pressure, others can, like Chu Wuxia, who persisted in thunder cultivation for a month. Zhua Ruifeng stares at Tang Jingwei, trying to prove himself right. There are very few children like Chu Wuxia with such strong will. Your type of teaching is murder, treating beasts under the realm of divine beasts like livestock, like the awakened demon kind.
Tang Jingwei retorts. Humph, ignorant and foolish.
Zhua Ruifeng scoffs coldly.
Humph, arrogant and conceited. Tang Jingwei's face turns red.
He hasn't lost his temper in a long time, but seeing Zhua Ruifeng and thinking of the students ruined by him makes him angry. Tensions are rising between students, and the atmosphere between the teachers is also intense. A lazy voice appears, from a man dressed in pure white, the master of the judgment hall, Xin Duanhong, smiling as he speaks. Seeing Xin Duanhong, both students and mentors present show respect in their expressions.
Salute to Master Xin.
No need to be formal, today you are the main characters, and the four masters and I are just spectators. Xin Duanhong says amiably, his gaze resting on Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. This year's competition among the 5 top universities is about to start. There were 4 leaders attending with him. The 4 alliances were the Thunder Alliance, the Wind Shredding Alliance, the Crimson Flame Alliance, and the Wood Element Alliance, plus him, the Lord of the Judgment Hall, making it a powerful gathering. The 3 other alliances' grand elders attended on behalf of their leaders, with the 7 alliances and 1 hall's main and secondary figures gathered at Pengcheng University.
I wish you all a great performance.
Xin Duanhong scanned the students present, led by the staff to the guest seats. The alliance leaders took their seats, and the 5 principals sat closely together, waiting for the competition to begin. Tang Jingwei stared hard at Zhua Ruifeng, the air thick with tension.
Lu Yuan glanced at Chu Wuxiang.
This competition was unlike the martial arts exam, only the champion could choose any university's treasury for high-quality spirit tools. This meant there could only be one person to gain this right. Lu Yuan wanted the high-quality spirit tool, Heavenly Punishment Order, from the Imperial Capital University Treasury. Chu Wuxiang and Jiang Tianxia also each had their desired high-quality spirit tools.
The freshman group was ready, the sophomore group was ready, the junior group was ready. Bang!
The heavy bell rang, and all students from the 5 top universities took a deep breath. There were only 4 champions, but each school had different policies. For instance, students from the Imperial Capital University underwent a rating every 3 months, determining their cultivation resources based on the ratings. This time, the rating was tied to the competition. Mentors would judge students based on their performances in the arena. The other 4 universities were similar, just with different forms of rating. I announce that the competition officially begins. The freshman group will draw lots first.
The host, Principal Lao Yuan of Pengcheng University, spoke loudly.
Lu Yuan walked toward the lottery box. The first round, including the following multiple rounds of drawing, was random, meaning he might meet Chu Wuxiang early on. Chapter 54, easily advancing to the top 8.
Arena 888, Shi Yafu, Imperial Capital University, Water Element Refining Chi Stage 8 stars. Lu Yuan looked at the information of his lottery opponent.
The 5 top universities had different admission quotas each year. For example, Pengcheng University admitted 4,000 new students this year. The other 4 top universities had between 2,000 to 3,000 students. There were about 12,000 students participating in just the freshman group, making the chance of drawing Chu Wuxiang extremely low.
Wrap up the fight quickly. Lu Yuan thought, as he promised his sister to go eat a seafood buffet in the afternoon.
He needed to finish his battle fast, he just didn't know if Lu Yeli and the junior group could finish quickly.
The freshman group finished drawing lots, just as Principal Lao Yuan announced the sophomore draw.
Ahem, everyone focus your attention on me, I have a few words to say. Clap, clap, clap. The playground fell completely silent as a young man with purple hair clapped to attract everyone's attention.
Little Lao, your Pengcheng University's environment is quite nice, worthy of praise.
The young man said to Lao Yuan.
But can't the cafeteria improve a little? The food is terrible, such good seafood is wasted. Little Lao? This person actually called Principal Lao Yuan Little Lao.
Students from the 5 top universities were collectively stunned and shocked, all thinking the same thing.
Who is he?
Lu Yuan's mouth twitched as he looked at Han Junshan, who had changed from white hair to purple hair. This guy is acting crazy again. Lu Yuan complained. After a month, Han Junshan had advanced from refining Chi Stage 8 stars to the Xiangang stage. Looking at Han Junshan, who looked serious and as if giving a leadership speech, Principal Lao Yuan was about to explode. The Grand Leader wouldn't dare call me Little Lao, you are even more impressive than the Grand Leader.
Bang, bang. Lao Yuan delivered 2 hard knocks to Han Junshan. Wait, don't kick me first. Han Junshin took a deep breath. I have an announcement, I am an idiot. I am a big idiot. Han Junshin shouted loudly. Students in the playground? Is he sick or something? Ha ha ha, he definitely has a problem, and it's a serious nerve issue. I'm dying of laughter. This guy is so thick-skinned to say he's an idiot in front of 40,000 people, and he looks proud of it. The entire playground erupted in laughter. The air is filled with a cheerful atmosphere. A guest seat. Watching the silly antics of Han Junshin, the four principals and the league leader, along with the Judgment Hall Master Shin Duanhong and a few elders, wore blank expressions. They all focused their attention on the bracelet on Han Junshin's right hand. Lao Chi Yuan, your new apprentice is quite something, isn't he putting on a performance, laughed Shin Yaozong, the principal of the Imperial University. He knew the reason behind Han Junshin's actions, but that didn't stop him from mocking Lao Chi Yuan. Lao Chi Yuan's mouth twitched as he kicked Han Junshin against the fence. If you don't win the championship this time, you can't leave your dwelling until you break through to the 3-star Xiangang stage. You kick me again, Han Junshin said with a wronged expression, patting his butt as he stood up. After a burst of laughter, the draw for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-year students took place as usual. They were headed to other playgrounds for the competition. On ring 888, Lu Yuan looked at the opponent before him, Shi Yafu from Imperial University. Each ring had a rule boundary mentor as a judge, allowing students to fight without worrying about hurting each other or themselves. Hello, Lu Yuan. Dressed in black and gold school uniform, with the words Imperial University printed on her chest, Shi Yafu said. Her skin was fair, and her voice gentle, fitting Lu Yuan's impression of a water attribute practitioner. Please. Lu Yuan summoned Blood Disaster and Blood Butcher, signaling Shi Yafu to attack whenever she wanted. Shi Yafu shook her head. I can't beat you, Shi Yafu said. Ridiculous, she was an 8-star refining energy stage opponent, how could she fight against Lu Yuan, who was a 3-star Xiangang stage? When Shi Yafu learned that her opponent was Lu Yuan, she decided to give up. Lu Yuan, let's exchange contact information, what type of girls do you like? Cute, sweet, or spicy? Shi Yafu asked. Lu Yuan. I'm 165 centimeters tall, my personality can be sweet or spicy, I can cook, my measurements are. Shi Yafu introduced herself, as if she were on a blind date. Bang! Blood Butcher appeared behind Shi Yafu in the blink of an eye and directly lifted her off the ring. You're too small, you might not develop well in the future, kid, Lu Yuan shook his head. The mentor standing in the center of the ring was in a mix of laughter and tears. Lu Yuan wins. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan came to ring 777 for another draw. This time he faced another student from Imperial University, named Su Zichuan. He was at the peak of the refining energy stage and was a fire attribute practitioner. Do you want to go down by yourself or should I help? Lu Yuan yawned. There were fewer than 10 students who had broken through to the Xiangang stage in the freshman group. His level was the highest at 3-star Xiangang stage, followed by Chu Wuxia at 2-star Xiangang stage. The others had just recently broken through to the Xiangang stage. Brother Yuan, Imperial University gets training resources based on ratings. I can concede, but can you let me show off my newly learned Xian-level spirit skill? Su Zichuan asked cautiously. Sure, fire restrains metal, you can fight with it. Lu Yuan summoned a golden spearman to battle against Su Zichuan. 2.5 minutes later, Su Zichuan happily raised his hand and conceded. Am I awesome? I held out for a full 2.5 minutes against Lu Yuan. Su Zichuan shouted excitedly. In the guest seats, the 4 league leaders and the Judgment Hall Master were chatting. Boring, said Yin Finyue, the leader of the Fire Alliance. Whether in the freshman group or the other 3 groups, there weren't any exciting matches. The first day is like this, tomorrow will be much better. Shin Duanhong, sitting in the central chair, said. The first day of the competition determines the top 8, and the second day is the real main event. They focused on the freshman group, as the other groups had already been seen last year. The freshman group was different, martial arts exams are martial arts exams, and ring battles are ring battles, they cannot be compared. As the afternoon arrived. Lu Yuan, congratulations on becoming a top 8 player in the freshman group, come for the draw tomorrow, the ring mentor said. What a dull day. Lu Yuan lazily stretched. Indeed. The mentor agreed. There was no way around it, Lu Yuan was practically an invincible presence in the freshman group. The students fighting him had not broken through to the Xiangang stage yet. Not a single student broke through the Xiangang realm. Mentor, who are the other 7? Lu Yuan asked. Chu Wuxia, Jiang Tianxia, Han Junshin. The mentor recalled the list. Besides these 3 and Lu Yuan, the remaining 4 were all in the top 10 of the National Martial Arts exam. Got it. Lu Yuan stepped down from the platform.
The top 8 list was exactly as the teacher had predicted, but it was unknown who would be drawn tomorrow.
Lu Yuan, don't take it lightly. Zhu Wuxia, like you, can defeat opponents in seconds. The mentor reminded him.
Lu Yuan at least chatted with his opponent for a bit and then let the opponent decide whether to step down or let him take action. But Zhu Wuxia was different. He injured all his opponents, and several times the mentor had to intervene to prevent serious injuries or even deaths.
Tomorrow will be a good show to watch,
the mentor thought to himself.
He decided to apply to be the referee for Lu Yuan and Zhu Wuxia, wanting to watch these two battle up close.
Chapter 55, You tease me, and I'll tease her. In the evening, the sunset was coming to an end.
You made it to the top 8?
Tang Jingwei, who had been waiting for a long time, asked.
Upon receiving Lu Yuan's confirmation, Tang Jingwei's expression showed no surprise.
Unless he encountered Zhu Wuxia early, Lu Yuan had no opponent in his freshman group.
Teacher, the vice principals seem to be quite nervous. Lu Yuan glanced at the 3 vice principals.
Their expressions were serious, their eyes fixed on the big screen showing live updates of other group matches. Of course they're nervous. For the students, this competition means earning credits and gaining valuable training resources.
Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-framed glasses. For the vice principals and the principal, this competition will determine the investment level of the 7 alliances and 1 hall in the school. Investment level? Lu Yuan looked at the teacher.
Simply put, the 7 alliances and 1 hall are the investors, representing China, while the 5 top universities are the companies being invested in.
Tang Jingwei used a vivid example.
Whichever school produces students of higher overall quality, the 7 alliances and 1 hall will invest in that school. For example, Pengcheng University has the support of the Li Feng Alliance, but that doesn't mean other alliances cannot support Pengcheng University. In recent years, because of your sister, Daido University must win at least 1, even 2 championships in the competition, and the Li Feng Alliance is increasingly dissatisfied with Pengcheng University. At this point, Tang Jingwei's expression turned serious. If this continues, it is very likely that Pengcheng University will be edged out of the 5 top universities.
That's so serious. Lu Yuan began to understand why the vice principals and the principal were so tense. It doesn't concern you. Even if Pengcheng University were to dissolve, you would still be the coveted gem. Is it over? A waft of light fragrance approached, and Lu Yueli appeared by Lu Yuan's side, having arrived unknowingly.
Along with her were 5 members of her small team.
Yes, it's over, Lu Yuan replied. Seeing Lu Yueli's expression, she must have also advanced to the top 8.
Bad luck drawing Yu Yao, otherwise, all 6 members of our team could have made it to the top 8, Xiang Xinyan, who had previously teased Lu Yuan and touched his abs, said with a tone of regret.
Lu Yuan.
This means that his sister and her 5 team members advanced to the top 8, but one of them faced a teammate and got eliminated.
Sorry.
A soft and tender voice rang out.
Lu Yuan looked at the speaker.
She seemed to be around 21 or 22 years old, standing 170 centimeters tall, with short hair, a pure-looking face, and big sparkling eyes.
Space attribute, 7 star in the divine transformation realm.
Lu Yuan checked the woman's awakened attributes and realm. She was at the same level as Lu Yueli.
Yu Yao didn't blame you, she just feels unlucky, Xiang Xinyan explained, worried that Ku Yu Yao might think too much.
Oh.
Ku Yu Yao nodded.
His sister has such a shy teammate, it seems not all of them are seasoned.
Lu Yuan thought. All top 8 from freshman to senior year were finalized. The eliminated students did not return to school immediately.
Embracing the mindset of having come this far, they chose to stay in Pengcheng for 2 days, treating it as a trip while also watching tomorrow's top 8 matches.
Blue skies, white clouds, a gentle breeze blowing. Lu Yuan glanced at the shy girl next to him.
Ku Yue,
who dared not look into her own eyes.
Let's go, to eat seafood buffet, I am starving,
Lu Yeli urged.
She found a seafood buffet that costs 800 per person, where all the seafood is freshly killed and prepared on the spot.
Salmon, Eastern Star Grouper, Australian lobsters, everything is available.
I want to ride in the same car as Lu Yuan, Xiang Xinyan said. You're not worthy. Lu Yuan has been staring at my white stockings for a long time. He likes me, Shuomengzi said, unwilling to back down. It was quite a distance to the seafood buffet restaurant, so Lu Yeli called 2 cars. The 4 team members had a heated discussion over who would sit in the same car as Lu Yuan. Damn, this was noticed too. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He had only caught a glimpse of Shuomengzi's white stockings by accident.
Among Lu Yeli's 5 team members, except for Ku Yue, all were experienced drivers.
Each one drove better than the last. The speed was so fast that Lu Yuan didn't notice the tire marks on his face. In the end, Lu Yuan, Lu Yeli, and Ku Yue shared 1 car, while the other 4 took another car. The 2 cars headed to the seafood buffet.
Sister Yue, you are 7th star in the spiritual realm, and so is Lu Yeli. Why can she be the captain? Lu Yuan opened the car window to breathe, enjoying the scenery along the way.
Ha! Ku Yue froze when she heard Lu Yuan's words. Because Sister Yeli is powerful, Ku Yue said softly. Lu Yuan, you're getting naughty again, right? Lu Yeli, sitting in the front seat, rolled her eyes. Lu Yeli just stays home every day, doing nothing but lying on the sofa watching cheesy romantic dramas, and... Lu Yuan let himself rant. Sister Yue, anyway, I cannot accept such a person as captain. Fighting with her, we're both 7-star in the spiritual realm, who is afraid of who? Lu Yuan stirred up trouble. I can't beat the captain. Ku Yue said truthfully. Just wait for tonight. Lu Yeli looked at Lu Yuan, who was trying to sow discord and expose his own dark secrets. Although Pengcheng University arranged dormitories and hotels for students, Lu Yeli decided to stay one night at Lu Yuan's villa. That's my villa, just don't expect to come in, Lu Yuan said. After a noisy 10 minutes, they arrived at the seafood buffet restaurant. When the guests saw 6 beautiful women with different vibes and top-notch looks surrounding Lu Yuan, jealous and envious glances came pouring in. Can his kidney handle this? Damn it, if my kidney's fine, can I bear this pain? Buddy, start a class to teach me how to pick up girls. I'm willing to pay a fortune for tuition. Keep it down, keep it down. With 6 beautiful women around him, Lu Yuan casually found a spot to enjoy royal treatment. Come on, I'll feed you. Xiang Xinyan, dressed in black stockings and exuding a mature vibe, brought the peeled lobster to Lu Yuan's mouth. Xiang Xinyan, don't act up, I'll feed Lu Yuan. Zhou Mengzi, in white stockings and long legs that caught the eye, vied for attention. One at a time, don't rush, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yeli, who was silently watching, smiled but said nothing. After eating and drinking enough, the 4 girls began teasing Lu Yuan again. Even Lu Yuan, the experienced driver from Akiyama Mountain, found it hard to cope. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. There were teasing with words, touching, and some both teased verbally and touched at the same time. If I'm not mistaken, Sister Yue is your team's favorite, right? Lu Yuan said. Suddenly called out, Ku Yue raised her head, having been focused on eating, not participating in teasing Lu Yuan. Very clever, Yue is the youngest in our team. What's wrong? 4 of us can't satisfy you, do you need 5 people to team up? Zhou Mengzi asked. Nothing, if you tease any more, don't blame me for teasing Sister Yue. Lu Yuan stood up and sat next to Ku Yue. Hearing this, Ku Yue? The 4 girls? Wow, is this strategy for saving Zhao by besieging Wei? Chapter 56, just begun, already ended? The seafood buffet was bustling with people, and guests were watching the chef preparing salmon live. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the 4 girls were speechless. If we tease you more, you'll tease our favorite, Ku Yue? How did Lu Yuan say that with a straight face? They really worry about Lu Yuan doing this. After all, Ku Yue is known for her social anxiety. Tisk, being blessed and not knowing it, Zhou Mengzi said. Their team members have a great bond, and Lu Yuan is the brother of the team captain, Lu Yeli. Finally meeting in person, they naturally want to tease him, but Lu Yuan accurately found their weakness. Stop messing around, conserve your energy for tomorrow's top 8 competition. Lu Yeli intervened. She didn't care much, it was mainly about Lu Yuan. Tomorrow, Lu Yuan is bound to have a fierce battle with Chu Wuxia. Whoever wins gets to choose a top-quality spiritual weapon from the treasures of the 5 top academies. After a satisfying meal, everyone returned to Pengcheng University. Lu Yeli and her 5 team members stayed at Lu Yuan's independent villa for the night, which Lu Yuan welcomed. The independent villa has many empty rooms, enough for each of them to have their own bedroom. I'll deal with you after the match. That night, Lu Yeli didn't bother Lu Yuan, she was also looking forward to who would win or lose between him and Chu Wuxia. With the first ray of sunlight shining on the playground, the top 8 competition of the 5 top academies began as scheduled. Who will win the championship in the senior group? I think Fei Mingyu from the Imperial Capital University will take it. His performance yesterday was incredible, giving me a strong sense of a law realm powerhouse. The sophomore group is also very exciting, and the freshman group, Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia, are advancing smoothly without encountering any opponents. The playground gathered a large number of students from the 5 top academies. They have already been eliminated, but that doesn't stop them from coming to watch the fun. There were many discussion topics, such as who from the freshman, sophomore, and senior groups would win the championship. But no one mentioned the junior year. Why? Because Lu Yeli was too strong to an appalling degree. And Lu Yeli has consecutively won 2 championships, so without a doubt, this year would be her 3rd. In the guest seats, the ruler of the Judgment Hall, Shin Duanhong, and 4 alliance leaders took their seats. Salute, Ruler Shin. Salute, 4 alliance leaders. The students on the playground said in unison. Shin Duanhong smiled and greeted the students, nodding to Pengcheng University President Lao Qiyuan beside him. The freshman group will draw lots first. Lao Qiyuan said.
The students, mentors, and guests in the leader and elder seats looked toward the front of the playground.
Lu Yuan attracted a lot of attention, followed by Chu Wuxia in a black and gold school uniform, and Zhang Tianxia.
Oh, it's finally starting. Will Lu Yuan meet Chu Wuxia ahead of time?
There's a 1 in 7 chance. I can only say there's a chance but not big. Yesterday, on the platform, Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia were on a different level. It's likely the champion of the freshman group will come from between the two of them. Students were discussing in excitement, especially those who had battled with Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia yesterday.
Seeing the names of these two, they knew they were doomed. Lu Yuan picked his opponent first.
Arena number 1, Gu Yanping, Linen University, Wind Attribute, Profound Realm, 1 star.
Gu Yanping, ranked 5th nationally. Lu Yuan remembered this person.
Upon learning that his opponent is Lu Yuan, Gu Yanping's face turned ugly. You and Lu Yuan are both Profound Realm professionals, you have a chance to defeat him.
Gu Yanping's mentor kept encouraging him. I will try my best. Gu Yanping thought about how to fight later.
Wan Zichen, ranked 4th nationally. Chu Wuxia glanced at the paper in his hand, walking onto the platform with a blank expression.
Anything but Lu Yuan.
Zhang Tianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Her opponent was ranked 6th nationally, Ho Haoshuan. On the platform, Lu Yuan looked at Gu Yanping, who appeared somewhat nervous opposite him.
Begin. The mentor acting as the referee announced. When the 2 words sounded, Gu Yanping flew into the air to create distance from Lu Yuan. Profound level high spirit technique, spiral air current.
Profound level high spirit technique, bewildering wind.
Gu Yanping used 2 profound level spirit techniques in one breath, trying for a quick victory. In an instant, a fierce wind rose, knocking the students around the platform.
Seeing this, Lu Yuan summoned the wind calamity and commanded the wind, ready to unleash a piercing wind. However, before the spirit technique could be executed, the mentor stepped in just in time to stop it.
You have lost. How can a profound level high spirit technique compare to an earth level high spirit technique? Even if it's just 2, it doesn't count. Gu Yanping's smile was bitter, knowing that the gap in strength between him and Lu Yuan was too great.
If it weren't for the mentor stepping in to stop him, he wouldn't be standing here now, but lying on the ground as a corpse.
Is it ending right at the start?
The students watching closely around the arena were dumbfounded.
They didn't even react before they heard the mentor announce Lu Yuan's victory. Has anyone ever pushed Lu Yuan to control more than 10 monsters at the same time? Everyone thought.
Even Gu Yanping, who broke into the Xiangang realm and has the wind attribute, was instantly killed by Lu Yuan, only controlling one special monster.
Bang! Just as everyone was reacting, a heavy thud sounded as someone fell to the ground.
Wan Zichen, the National Martial Arts Exam 4th place and a 1-star Xiangang realm practitioner, held his chest in pain.
Chu Wuxia wins. The mentor declared. Also an instant kill. Victorious, Chu Wuxia was neither happy nor sad, looking towards Lu Yuan on arena number 1.
The scene was silent, as everyone watched the 2 who had easily won fall into a long silence. It's worth noting that the draws for the 2nd year, 3rd year, and 4th year groups had not yet ended, and both entered the top 4 at the same time. This speed was too fast.
Do you need to replenish your spiritual energy? The auxiliary profession mentor asked Lu Yuan.
Before every contestant stepped onto the stage, they had to ensure they had enough spiritual energy and were in the best physical condition. Lu Yuan, having reached the top 4, was about to prepare for the next round.
No need.
Lu Yuan shook his head, the other 4 still needed to fight for a while. This time was enough for him to restore his spiritual energy to peak condition.
It's all up to who the top 4 draw. Tang Jingwei walked over to say.
According to his judgment, the top 4 would most likely be Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, Zhang Tianxia, and Han Junchen. The first 3 were easy guesses, as they had dominated the National Martial Arts Exam's top 3 before. But Han Junchen was different, he always battled hard to win against his opponents. I'm fine with whoever I draw. Lu Yuan looked towards the principal of the Imperial Capital University, Chen Yaozong, thinking of the high-grade spiritual weapon, Tianqing Ling, that his teacher mentioned.
Oh no, why is it Lu Yuan?
Why not that guy with purple hair?
Zhang Tianxia complained. Exactly, her opponent in the top 4 was Lu Yuan. Chu Wuxia would face Han Junchen to determine who would advance to the finals. Has it started recording? One of Zhang Tianxia's team members asked. It's recording.
Yin Ziyao raised his phone towards Lu Yuan, eagerly awaiting the moment when Lu Yuan would crush the captain.
It's a pity Chu Wuxia didn't encounter Lu Yuan in the top 4.
Zhuo Ruweifeng, who had quarreled fiercely with Tang Jingwei earlier due to conflicting teaching philosophies, sighed.
He hoped Chu Wuxia would defeat Lu Yuan in the top 4. Do you really think Han Junchen is a soft persimmon? Tang Jingwei sneered. What do you mean?
Zhuo Ruweifeng frowned.
Let me tell you, in my judgment, Han Junshin's strength among these four cannot be underestimated. Chu Wuxia might not necessarily win against him.
Tang Jingwei's eyes sparkled. Nonsense, Chu Wuxia is a 4 attribute, 2-star Shengang realm practitioner. Han Junshin just broke into the Shengang realm not long ago. How can you tell me he would lose? Let's wait and see. Tang Jingwei was too lazy to argue. This kid has a problem. Zhuo Ruifeng looked at Han Junshin, knowing Tang Jingwei was not one to boast. But what puzzled Zhuo Ruifeng was that in his domain realm, he couldn't figure out what problem Han Junshin had. Chapter 57, let's see whose sword is harder, yours or my fist. At Pengcheng University, the freshman group field, the top 4 contestants were born. The draw results were released, and over 10,000 students watching looked at the big screen. Pengcheng University Lu Yuan vs Moto University Zhang Tianxia.
Pengcheng University Han Junshin vs Imperial Capital University Chu Wuxia. In the competition of the 5 top universities, 2 of the top 4 came from Pengcheng University. At least Zhang Tianxia is 3rd in the National Martial Arts exam. She might have a chance against Lu Yuan, but Han Junshin is really unfortunate to draw Chu Wuxia. I bet a spicy strip that Lu Yuan will win. The final is a battle for the championship between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxuang. One spicy strip isn't enough, it makes it look like I can't afford to bet. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips. The scorching heat of summer, the sun blindingly fierce. Students gathered on the playground, eagerly anticipating the start of the semifinals. Many mentors also stood by the ring, wanting to see how the first-year group battles would unfold this year. In the guest seats, the 5 school principals had varied expressions. In a competition among the 5 top universities, none of the semifinals felt awkward for anyone. The principals of Xinjiang University and Linen University looked somewhat displeased, their eyes subtly glancing at their own school supporters or elders. They were more or less unsatisfied but didn't speak up due to the occasion. Youth is wonderful, the vigor of youth comes rushing at me, sighed Chu Yongsheng, the leader of the Thunder Alliance. Especially watching these kids chattering and discussing, he felt he was getting younger too. And the Thunder Alliance invested in the Imperial Capital University. Lu Yeli was certain to win a championship, and senior Fei Mingyu also had a great chance to claim victory. There's a reason why the 7 alliances invest in top universities, just take the Imperial Capital University as an example. After graduating, excellent students from Imperial Capital University are recommended to join the Thunder Alliance, thus expanding the overall strength of the Thunder Alliance. Let's see how these 4 competitors who recently took the martial arts exam perform, said Shinduan Hong, the leader of the judging hall.
Lu Yuan, take it easy.
Chu Wuxuang and Han Junsheng didn't know each other, and there wasn't much to chat about before fighting.
Zhang Tianxia took the initiative to find Lu Yuan. Go for it, brother Yuan.
Beat the captain hard, cheered Ying Zaya, a teammate of Zhang Tianxia, who started recording.
Zhang Tianxia shot a fierce glare at Ying Zaya.
If Lu Yuan beats me, I'll go down and beat you, Zhang Tianxia said.
Ying Zaya shrank his neck, raising the phone even higher.
Looking at the wildly feigning weakness Zhang Tianxia was exhibiting, Lu Yuan didn't take it lightly. She had just obtained a top-tier exclusive spiritual weapon, treating her like the previous opponents wouldn't do. Under the shining sun, Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia both walked onto the stage. The mentor in the center nodded, indicating that the competition would officially start after a 30-second countdown.
Bang!
Dressed like a lowly, with a delicate face, Zhang Tianxia looked serious as she drew a heavy black sword from her storage ring. Grandma once said, even if it's a weak person's sword, it must carve a piece of flesh from an unbeatable opponent. With tremendous battle intent, Zhang Tianxia resolved to give her all against Lu Yuan. The heavy black sword in her hand was named Juhu, a top-tier spiritual weapon, 1.8 meters long and weighing 1,000 pounds. Rather than calling it a sword, it was more like a giant ruler. Zhang Tianxia obtained Juhu at a huge cost, which included that top-tier spiritual weapon and top-tier spiritual treasure from the martial exam, as well as all the materials required to forge Juhu. This kid. Looking at the Juhu in Zhang Tianxia's hand, Lu Ziyuan, the elder of the Sky Sword Alliance, was both amused and helpless.
This kid may have an SSS-level talent, but she's an anomaly among gold element practitioners, Lu Ziyuan remarked. Gold element practitioners are calm, steady, and quick with a sword.
They are known for their agility and lightness.
In contrast, Zhang Tianxia was overly fierce, almost wanting to use the sword like a knife. Splash!
Watching Zhang Tianxia resolve to have a serious match, Lu Yuan raised his hand to summon 1,000 heavy silence soldiers. Skin the color of earth, the heavy silence soldiers stood 2 meters tall and muscular, attracting the attention of both students and mentors as they appeared.
Over 1,000 Xian Gang Realm 3-star monsters. Damn, how can Zhang Tianxia compete with Lu Yuan? Just a gang assault, and she can't hold up. I suddenly thought of something terrifying.
There are over 12,000 first-year students, and it seems like Lu Yuan alone could take on all of them.
Don't say anymore, if you keep going, I might break down.
The first-year students were feeling a mix of emotions.
So far, there have been fewer than 10 first-year students who have broken through to the Xiangang realm, and Lu Yuan controlled monsters that were all Xiangang realm 3-star.
With over 10,000 Xiangang realm 3-star monsters, Lu Yuan can really fight against 10,000, and he does it effortlessly.
What puzzled the students was that the Heavy Silence Legion had just been summoned and then collectively disappeared. On the platform, the Earth Disaster Zhaokan appeared, absorbing the Heavy Silence Legion. "Come, let's see if your sword is harder or my fist is." The red long line whirled out as Lu Yuan controlled Zhaokan to let out a battle roar.
The battle was about to ignite. Zhang Tianxia, holding the top-grade spirit weapon the Giant Crane, was the first to strike. Mystical Tier Intermediate Spirit Skill, Brave Battle Intent. Mystical Tier Advanced Spirit Skill, Dawn Strike.
A giant shadow loomed over the platform as Zhang Tianxia soared into the air, gripping the Giant Crane tightly and slashing towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, controlling Zhaokan, remained calm, with a yellow light covering Zhao Can's fist, decisively choosing to clash head-on.
Bang!
Cracks densely appeared on the platform floor, and the strong force emitted waves that made the surrounding students instinctively raise their hands to shield themselves.
Though they knew the platform was made of special materials and couldn't harm the spectators, this power was simply too overwhelming. Damn, is this the power of a mystical tier practitioner using a spirit skill? Scared me to death. I almost thought I was going to die.
The students turned pale, especially those around the platform.
Let's have a match on the platform, but don't accidentally hurt us bystanders.
On the platform, Zhang Tianxia and Lu Yuan, controlling the Earth Disaster Zhaokan, fought fiercely.
There were no fancy moves, they just went straight into it.
Zhang Tianxia swung her dark heavy sword fiercely at Zhaokan, while Zhaokan countered with explosive punches.
This is so satisfying to watch. The joy of every punch landing felt amazing, and the visual impact was at its peak.
As they fought, Zhang Tianxia started to breathe heavily, sweat dripping from her eyelashes.
One strike to decide the winner?
Zhang Tianxia suggested. She knew Lu Yuan wasn't using his full strength, only one of the 7 disasters was sent to fight her. But what made Zhang Tianxia happy was that she was enjoying the fight.
Okay. Lu Yuan agreed. He was also having a lot of fun.
Zhang Tianxia was already very strong, having a good back and forth with the Zhaokan that absorbed over 1,000 members of the Heavy Silence Legion. In contrast, Gu Yanping, who also broke through to the mystical tier, was defeated in one strike by the wind disaster Feng Xietai. "It's over," Tang Jingwei, who was watching, shook his head. After another collision, exhausted, Zhang Tianxia collapsed on the ground, lacking the strength to even hold her sword.
The Earth Disaster Zhaokan stood tall and proud. Lu Yuan wins and advances to the finals.
The instructor announced loudly.
Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. In the eyes of the audience, even though there was a gap in strength between Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia, they still delivered the most exciting match so far.
Zhang Tianxia truly deserves to be third in the National Martial Arts exam, pushing Lu Yuan to summon the evolved Earth Disaster Zhaokan.
Teacher. Lu Yuan took the chilled sour plum soup from Tang Jingwei's hand.
"Sit in the chair and enjoy the show," Tang Jingwei said.
He had a strong feeling that the match between Chu Wuxia and Han Junsheng wouldn't be so simple.
"Be careful of Han Junsheng, he's not right." The bald and fierce-looking Zhuo Ruifeng warned Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia looked towards Han Junsheng, who had purple-dyed hair and seemed a bit crazy.
He will definitely lose within 10 moves. Chu Wuxia was very confident.
Chapter 58, This Punch Pierced the Stars. The big screen flashed, Pengcheng University Han Junsheng vs Capital University Chu Wuxia. This match barely caught the interest of students and several mentors.
20 moves? At most, Han Junsheng will definitely lose. Hurry up and end it, I'm waiting to see the ultimate battle between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. It's pointless.
If it weren't for the principal of Pengcheng University taking Han Junsheng as a disciple, I wouldn't even know who he is. The 4 leaders and the master of the judgment hall in the guest seats perked up. They were not only paying attention to the freshman group but also to other group situations. Upon learning that Han Junsheng and Chu Wuxia were about to fight, Yan Fengyue, the leader of the Crimson Flame Alliance, had fire in his eyes.
Who will win between these two? Yan Fengyue said solemnly. He was only interested in 4 people in the freshman group. Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, Han Junsheng, and Zhang Tianxia. Lu Yuan easily won against Zhang Tianxia.
It's hard to say, both are practitioners at the Xiangang realm, only one small realm apart.
Dean Xin Yaozong of Imperial Capital University focused intently.
Only a few people knew Han Junsheng's situation was special, otherwise, Lao Qiyuan wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. Chao Yangsheng, the leader of the Thunder Alliance, interlocked his fingers and looked at his son, Chu Wuxia. Although he appeared indifferent to Chu Wuxia, how could a father not love his son? Chao Yangsheng knew every move Chu Wuxia made at Imperial Capital University. Don't let me down. Chao Yongxing's scarred face twisted, making him look quite fierce.
What's there to see? This is boring. Zhang Tianxia sat next to Lu Yuan, holding a yogurt fruit mix.
She was merely exhausted, resting for a moment would do. The yogurt fruit mix was prepared for Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia's finals.
Give me a piece. Lu Yuan said.
Here. Zhang Tianxia handed over a useless toothpick.
Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan finish the entire box of yogurt fruit mix in an instant, Zhang Tianxia's cheeks puffed up in anger. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Zhang Tianxia turned her back to Lu Yuan. It tastes good. Lu Yuan sat with his legs crossed, glancing at the two on the stage. Chu Wuxia, with a frail frame and bloodshot eyes, looked indifferent, the red lightning symbol on his forehead striking. His opponent, Han Junchen with dyed purple hair, laughed heartily, throwing soul-searching questions at the audience.
No way, is someone really drinking sweet tofu pudding? I love coriander, if you don't like coriander, don't watch me fight. Lu Yuan.
Wow, those two sentences immediately heated up the scene. The sweet tofu pudding faction and the salty tofu pudding faction argued fiercely, and those who liked coriander and those who didn't also debated endlessly.
Dude, fighting is too rough, how about we settle it with rock paper scissors?
Han Junchen looked at Chu Wuxia.
Start. As the countdown ended, the mentor commanded. Boom. Thunder roared.
Several purple lightning slashes shot from Chu Wuxia's palm, racing towards Han Junchen at light speed. Han Junchen stopped laughing, raising his hand to conjure a golden shield that completely blocked the purple lightning slashes. A huge explosion echoed, and seeing Han Junchen unharmed, Chu Wuxia's expression grew increasingly serious.
The teacher was right, this guy named Han Junchen was no ordinary opponent. He has some skill.
Watching Han Junchen and Chu Wuxia unleash their techniques without falling behind, Zhang Tianxia put down the strawberry cake she had just bought.
Lu Yuan focused intently on the situation in the arena. Bang bang bang.
Han Junchen, barehanded, radiated a dazzling golden light. Chu Wuxia, surrounded by purple lightning, continuously unleashed one thunder-type technique after another.
Medium-level Xian stage spirit technique Thunder Flash and Thunder Roar. Advanced level Xian stage spirit technique Thunderstorm 7 stars. Facing Chu Wuxia's fierce attack, Han Junchen did not back down and countered with his own spirit techniques. Crack crack.
Several Xian-level, even Earth-level spirit techniques made the arena shake violently, filling the area within 100 meters with golden and thunderous energy.
Watching students? Watching mentors? What is happening?
This guy named Han Junchen, suspected to have a mental illness, actually had the strength to fight Chu Wuxia. Looking at the two battling without clear victory, Lu Yuan imagined their fight in his mind.
They're both holding back. Tang Jingwei said.
Whether it was Han Junchen or Chu Wuxia, their goal was to win the championship. And the biggest obstacle on the road to victory, besides their opponent in front of them, was Lu Yuan. So neither wanted to reveal their trump cards, wanting to catch Lu Yuan off guard in the finals. As they unleashed spirit techniques again, Chu Wuxia's face twitched. He initially thought the only rival in this competition was Lu Yuan, but unexpectedly, Han Junchen suddenly appeared.
You've successfully angered me.
Chu Wuxia's face twisted as he actively revealed his fourth attribute. Medium-level Earth Stage Spirit Technique Blood Shadow Rift. A strong, thick smell of blood spread from the arena, causing the surrounding students to frown repeatedly. Chu Wuxia vanished, leaving only multiple bloodstains.
Put. Tightly gripping the blood blade in his hand, Chu Wuxia stabbed it into Han Junchen's lower abdomen. When did he get close to Han Junchen? The crowd was shocked.
Chu Wuxia did not use wind-based spiritual skills, but at some moment, everyone felt as if the blue sky and white clouds turned into a blood-red sky and blood clouds. Buzz buzz buzz. Han Junchen, whose abdomen had been stabbed, quickly reacted, his bracelet releasing 4 ferocious beasts, one of which glowed with a milky white light. With a sudden burst of force from his knee, Chu Wuxia was forced back violently, clutching his chest, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and even the instructor in the center of the arena was momentarily stunned.
Shou Zhang, you go be the referee. Principal Lao Chi Yuan of Pengcheng University said.
He was worried that the law-level instructor might not be able to make an accurate judgment and would rashly interrupt the two's match.
Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng stood up and flew onto the arena.
You go down, I'll watch over this. Zhang Shouzheng crossed his arms.
All right, so strong.
Zhang Tianxia swallowed, her perception of Han Junchen completely refreshed.
How can he be so strong? Why was he ranked 101st in the national martial exam? Shouldn't he be in the top 10 or even the top 5?
Zhang Tianxia looked puzzled.
Not sure. Lu Yuan shook his head.
Blood streamed from the wound, and Han Junchen, holding his abdomen, kept a close watch on Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia was also in pain, his chest throbbing with pain, making it hard for him to breathe. Seeing the spiritual skills that Chu Wuxia used, the words blood attribute echoed across the field.
Blood attribute. Chu Wuxia's fourth attribute is blood attribute.
Thunder, wind, earth, blood, 3 of these 4 attributes are rare, and the probability of awakening the blood attribute is 1 in 10,000. Gasps of astonishment echoed one after another, and as the blood attribute of Chu Wuxia was revealed, he hesitated no longer. Blood mist spread, enveloping the entire arena, and a terrifying aura emanated. This move is prepared for Lu Yuan, but before that, let you enjoy it first. Chu Wuxia spoke coldly. From Han Junshin's perspective, Chu Wuxia's voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to tell his location by sound. What a coincidence, this move is also prepared for Lu Yuan. Han Junshin stroked his bracelet. A beast with snow-white fur, looking like a lion but with 2 horns on its head, hovered above Han Junshin's head. As the spiritual beast appeared, blood mist spread quickly, and Han Junshin clenched his left hand tightly around his right arm, gathering his strength.
This punch. Han Junshin's pupils dilated.
Piercing the stars.
Chapter 59, Bitter Victory.
The arena, filled with blood mist, concealed everything happening inside. A clear, melodious beast's roar sounded, and 2 powerful, domineering forces were quietly gathering.
The entire field fell silent.
The students looked nervous, knowing that the battle for the final 4 in the qualifying rounds was about to reach its conclusion.
Teacher, who do you think will win? Lu Yuan asked.
It's hard to say. Tang Jingwei furrowed his brows into a tight frown, then realized his answer was too vague. It depends on whose willpower is stronger.
Tang Jingwei added.
On the guest seats, the 4 leaders and 1 palace master looked indifferently at the arena, shrouded in blood mist.
The twin suns hung in the sky.
As the blood mist dispersed, Chu Wuxia, floating in midair, appeared crazed, his arms raised high, a blood-red sun above him. The golden light was blinding, and Han Junshin, standing on the arena, trembled violently, his clenched right fist enveloped in golden light. Both of them were charging their strength, and both a golden and a red barrier appeared, preventing a sudden attack from the other. At this crucial moment in the match, thousands of students in the field held their breath, their eyes not daring to blink as they stared at the 2 on the arena. No one had expected that Han Junshin would force Chu Wuxia into this situation. Both the spiritual skills used by Han Junshin and Chu Wuxia made the martial artists in the Xian gang realm on the scene tremble with fear. The second-year group, the champion had already been decided.
The champion, In Zero, was in a good mood as he hummed a tune, preparing to attend the award ceremony.
Instructor, have the other groups finished?
In Zero asked.
He was from the Imperial Capital University, with a light attribute. A 1-star professional from the realm of divine abilities. The junior students of Desan Lu Yili won the championship, the 4th year is close, and the 1st year is still in the top 4, the mentor replied. The 1st years are so slow, I'm still waiting for the master to present the awards. Learning that the 1st year group was still battling for the top 4, In Jirue was speechless and prepared to go and see what was going on. What the hell? Seeing the blood sun above Chu Wuxian's head, Han Junshin emitted a terrifying aura. Having just won the 2nd year group championship, In Jirue was drenched in sweat. Is the 1st year this fierce these days? In Jirue's face twitched. He felt a strong impulse, he might not be a match for these 2 first-year students in the arena. In the center of the arena, Vice President Zhang Shoujing of Pengcheng University was focused. As the referee, his main responsibility was to ensure that competitors would not lose their lives in the case of fierce competition. For the competitors, this was a life-and-death battle. Die! Chu Wuxian was the first to build up energy, raising the blood sun high above and smashing it down onto the arena. You don't deserve to. Han Junshin suddenly opened his eyes and punched towards Chu Wuxian. Bang! A crack appeared in the ground within 100 meters, and the specially made arena collapsed with a loud crash. The students watching up close looked pained, the shockwave alone was unbearable for them. Seeing this, the mentor hurriedly intervened, preventing the students from being injured. Dust rolled up, blocking out the sun, and the massive explosion made the air visibly ripple in layers. Lu Yuan stood up, followed by the 4 leaders from the guest seats, the master of the judgment hall, and the 3 elders who stood up in unison. I can't believe it ended like this, said Yin Finyue, the leader of the Crimson Flame Alliance, somewhat surprised. Who won? After what felt like over 10 seconds, someone finally recovered from the shock. At the moment of determining the victor, they only remembered that Han Junshin withstood Chu Wuxian's blood sun, but then gave Chu Wuxian a direct punch to the face. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. 2 minutes later, as the dust settled, everyone gasped when they saw the state of the arena. Blood, everywhere there was blood. Beneath the sun, on the completely wrecked arena, Han Junshin lay on the ground gazing at the sky. Cough cough. Injured all over, Han Junshin was spitting out blood in large quantities, a wound on his lower abdomen revealed clear white bone. Lying on the ground, Chu Wuxian was breathing weakly, with his left cheek entirely caved in. Both were heavily injured.
Quick, save them. The assistant professional mentor quickly walked over, attempting to use spiritual techniques to heal the two. However, he was stopped by Vice President Zhang Shoujing. The winner has not yet been decided.
Zhang Shoujing shook his head, looking at Han Junchen and Chu Wuxian, who seemed on the verge of losing consciousness.
Whoever stands up first advances to the finals.
As this was said, the scene fell silent again, watching the two on the arena, one lying down, one gazing up.
This. Zhang Tianxia, standing next to Lu Yuan, was shocked into silence. Is this really a 1-star and 2-star professional from the Shangang realm?
Yin Jirue, who had just won the second-year group championship, was dumbfounded. The second-year group runner-up and third-place holders followed behind, looking confused, as a question popped into their minds.
Can Yin Jirue even beat the two of them? Lu Yuan observed the arena, wanting to see who would get up.
Damn it, crazy, you're also a crazy person. Han Junchen gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but after several attempts, all ended in failure.
It hurt too much.
He felt a fiery pain in his internal organs, even breathing fresh air felt luxurious.
Is it really necessary to fight so hard for just a sparring match?
Han Junchen knelt on the ground, and soon went down on one knee, then tremblingly tried to straighten his back.
Bang!
However, after the second step, he couldn't handle it anymore and knelt again. Chu Wuxian gasped for air, feeling like his left eye was about to explode.
In the audience, a 40-year-old noblewoman who somewhat resembled Chu Wuxian couldn't bear to watch. Why bother?
Chu Wuxian's mother turned away, unable to look at her son in such a terrible state.
Stand! Han Junchen is about to stand up. Someone shouted loudly.
Kneeling on the ground, then going down on one knee, this was Han Junchen's sixth attempt to stand up.
Stand up! Stand up!
The voices on the playground shook the sky, some cheered for Han Junchen, while others cheered for Chu Wuxia.
Just as Han Junchen was about to stand up, a roar echoed. Lu Yuan!
Under the watch of the crowd, bloody Chu Wuxia stood proudly, his blood-red eyes fixed fiercely on Lu Yuan sitting far away. Chu Wuxia wins, shouted Zhang Shoujing, quickly waving to the support profession mentors, urging them to treat Han Junchen and Chu Wuxia.
Hearing Chu Wuxia call his name, Lu Yuan remained expressionless, walking step by step towards Chu Wuxia. With the first step, thousands of blood warriors appeared. With the second step, thousands of heavenly punishment soldiers appeared. With the third and fourth steps, 9,000 strange puppet soldiers stood neatly on the playground, waiting for their master's command. Flames filled the sky, the 7 great calamities followed in Lu Yuan's footsteps. With the absorption of the strange puppet soldiers, they collectively gained evolution. Crazy, crazy. Knowing he had lost, Han Junchen lay back on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Everyone watched Lu Yuan, and the 7 great calamities behind him that had drastically increased in power. Standing 10 meters away from Chu Wuxia, Lu Yuan stopped his footsteps. The finals matchup list appeared on the big screen. Lu Yuan from Pengcheng University versus Chu Wuxia from the Imperial Capital University. Chapter 60 let everyone see who is the number 1 talent in Huaxia. The sun shone brightly on the senior year group playground. Fei Mingyu from Imperial Capital University wins. The mentor announced. Holding a long sword, the handsome Fei Mingyu smiled at the first-place student from Xinchun University, Bai Weiji, whom he had just defeated. Weiji, that high-level earth attribute spiritual skill of yours is no good, you still need practice, Fei Mingyu said arrogantly. There's nothing I can do, it's your turtle strategy that drained my spiritual power, Bai Weiji replied, annoyed. They, along with the first-place students from other 3 top universities, were old friends. They often sparred with each other in private, and this year, with his awakened 3 attributes and pinnacle of divine power realm, Fei Mingyu became the champion of the senior year group. Just say whether you won or not, Fei Mingyu became even prouder. The next moment, his smile froze. You never fought Lu Yeshi from the junior year, Bai Weiji said. Lies won't hurt, the truth is the sharp knife. Fei Mingyu won against Bai Weiji using the turtle strategy, and although it was somewhat shameful to spread, at least he won. Lu Yeshi had truly defeated Fei Mingyu, and it only took a mere 4 seconds. I'll say it again, I didn't lose to Lu Yeshi in a one-on-one but in a team spar against her. Fei Mingyu corrected. That makes it even more embarrassing, your team members are all around the 7 and 8 stars of Divine Power Realm, while Lu Yeshi is only at the 7-star level, and your team members are 5 stars in Divine Power Realm. Bai Weiji analyzed with reason and logic. I might not lose in a one-on-one against Lu Yeshi. Fei Mingyu retorted. You indeed lost. Can we not mention her? Fei Mingyu's face gradually flushed red. You lost to a student named Lu, a junior from Imperial Capital University. Bai Weiji said. Damn. Fei Mingyu broke down, wanting to tell Bai Weiji that losing to Lu Yeshi was not shameful, especially as she was from Lu Yeshi's team. But Bai Weiji was not a student from Imperial Capital University, so he wouldn't believe it even if he said it. Is the freshman group still not over? Fei Mingyu changed the topic. Besides the freshman group, the champions of the other three groups were born. The sophomore champion was the light attribute, 1-star divine power student Nien Zirwei from Imperial Capital University. The junior champion was the time attribute, 7-star divine power Lu Yeshi from Imperial Capital University. The senior champion was the 3 attribute, pinnacle divine power Fei Mingyu from Imperial Capital University. When learning that among the 4 groups, 3 champions were from Imperial Capital University, the 4 university presidents in the guest seats rubbed their foreheads. Their expressions were somewhat not good. Lord Chu, it's all up to your son now. If Wuxia beats Lu Yuan, Imperial Capital University will sweep all the champions this year. Chen Yaozong laughed non-stop. In previous years, Lu Yeli consistently claimed a championship, and this year, the students shined, winning 3 trophies in one go. Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia had not yet begun their match, perhaps there would be 4 trophies. Principal Chen's guidance is excellent. The Thunder Alliance has added many outstanding members in the last 2 years. Although Chu Yongqing was smiling, the long knife scar on his face made his smile seem quite unsettling. I heard Principal Chen wants to establish a teleportation array leading to the wasteland at the Imperial Capital University, aiming for completion in 2 months at the latest. Chu Yongsheng promised. Thank you, Alliance Leader Chu. Chen Yaozong clasped his hands together. At his age and status, he sought neither money nor power, he only desired fame. Chen Yaozong longed to leave his name in history, to become the most outstanding principal of Imperial Capital University ever. Principal Lao, the Alliance Leader is very dissatisfied with your management of Pengcheng University. For the past 3 years, Pengcheng University has garnered nothing in the great competition, said a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and a weak figure. He was clad in a luxurious blue outfit, with the words Crack Wind printed on his chest. I understand. Lao Qiyuan looked at the elder Qiu Chengxian of the Crack Wind Alliance, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. Principal Lao, the Alliance Leader respects you as an elder, as do I, but a matter is a matter. Qiu Chengxian changed his tone. Lao Qiyuan had once served as the elder of the Sky Sword Alliance, a marshal of China, enjoying a high status and great respect. Even the elder of the Crackwind Alliance, Qiu Chengxian, used a respectful tone when speaking with him. The Alliance Leader said that if this year is the same, the Crackwind Alliance will withdraw funding from Pengcheng University and invest instead in Demon City or Imperial Capital University. Qiu Chengxian stated, subtly implying the reason for the Alliance Leader's absence from the great competition. He was very dissatisfied with Lao Qiyuan's management of Pengcheng University. Withdraw funding? Lao Qiyuan never expected such severity. Could Pengcheng University, with a history of 120 years and ranked among the top 5 prestigious schools, be ruined under his watch? Lao Qiyuan wanted to explain, but he knew the Alliance Leaders only cared about results. He looked at Lu Yuan, who was about to compete for the freshman group championship against Chu Wuxia, and took a deep breath. Can he win? At the playground, a crowd of 5,000 or 6,000 students eagerly awaited the ultimate battle between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia, covered in blood and wounded all over, was receiving urgent medical treatment. Several extraordinary and even domain realm auxiliary instructors were using multiple spiritual techniques to restore Chu Wuxia's spiritual power and physical condition to its peak in the shortest time possible. Lu Yuan patiently waited, with the 7 great calamities towering behind him. Wow, something big is coming. I feel like Lu Yuan may not win against Chu Wuxia. The blood attribute spiritual technique he used last time was truly terrifying. I think Lu Yuan can win. Until now, no contestant has forced him to control 2 or more special monsters at the same time, including Jiang Tianxia, who has a gold attribute SSS-level talent and ranked 3rd in the National Martial Arts exam. Lu Yuan wins. Chu Wuxia wins. The students engaged in a heated discussion about who would win or lose, analyzing it thoroughly. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th group champions arrived at the playground, along with the runners-up and 3rd-place finishers who had lost to them. Captain, what do you think? Asked a member of Lu Yeli's team. Lu Yeli, who had easily won the 3rd-year championship, contemplated for a moment. Both have their advantages. Lu Yuan is a special profession of ghost puppeteer, and besides controlling monsters, he has not yet used his spiritual techniques. Lu Yeli did not favor him just because he was her brother. As for Chu Wuxia, he is a rare 4-attribute practitioner, mastering the attributes of blood, thunder, wind, and earth, with a combat power that is truly terrifying when he unleashes them. Lu Yeli said. Especially with blood and thunder. Blood attribute spiritual techniques are unpredictable, very few have fought against this kind of attribute practitioner. Thunder attribute spiritual techniques have strong power, excelling in both single target and group techniques among all attributes. Time passed second by second. Chu Wuxia completed his healing. The red thunder symbol on his forehead flickered, and Chu Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes wide.
First, a glance at the guest seat where the Thunder Alliance leader, his father Chu Yongsheng, sat, then his gaze landed on Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan, I have waited too long for this day. Chu Wuxia's excitement could not be contained in his tone.
The martial exam was about hunting fierce beasts for points, while the grand competition was between professionals. He had always been unconvinced of Lu Yuan's abilities. Staring at Chu Yongsheng sitting in the guest seat, Chu Wuxia tightly clenched his fists. Today, I will defeat you right in front of my father, letting everyone see who is truly the #1 genius of Huaxia.
Chapter 61, Eye to Eye. Chu Wuxia finished his healing, and the freshman group finals were about to begin. Under the watchful eyes of 50 to 60,000 top university students, both ascended the arena. I will act as the judge. Principal Lao Yuan of Pengcheng University said.
Principal Lao personally judging? This is quite a significant presence. After all, Lao Yuan is a powerful figure in the realm of the Divine Emperor. He had achieved great feats for Huaxia, his fame widespread. On the arena, Lu Yuan, who controlled 7 disasters, looked indifferently at his opponent, Chu Wuxia. Blood, thunder, wind, earth, 4 different attributes of energy erupted from Chu Wuxia's body.
Start. With Lao Yuan's command.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No wasted words. Hearing the start, Chu Wuxia immediately launched several wind blades. The sound of air breaking echoed as the leaf-shaped wind blades sped towards Lu Yuan, targeting his throat, heart, and brow, deadly points. A terrifying, eerie laughter came, and Lu Yuan controlled the zhuang shot a block before him, easily deflecting Chu Wuxia's probing attack. Between finger twitches, an airy jesting puppet floated in the air. Earth Stage Advanced Spirit Technique, Puppet Suppression. Students not far from the arena exclaimed. Damn, why did my realm drop from 5-star Xiangang to 2-star? I'm even more ridiculous, I dropped from 8-star to 5-star. Me too. Students were dumbfounded. Is this the exclusive spirit technique of the puppet master? In the guest seat, Principal Linen University praised in astonishment. Lu Yuan's technique could suppress realms, while no other combat profession had such a technique. Interesting. Even Shin Duanhong, the head of the Judgment Hall, could not help but observe the floating suppressed puppet.
Humph, Tang Jingwei, do you really think Lu Yuan can defeat Wuxia with this move?
The bald Zhuo Ruifeng crossed his arms.
Dream on.
I have been studying Lu Yuan for a long time. It's no exaggeration to say I understand him better than his parents do. Hearing Zhuo Ruifeng's words, Tang Jingwei looked at him with a gaze as if he were simple-minded. The suppressed puppet floated in the air, and Chu Wuxia's realm remained at 2-star Xiangang. A layer of blood condensed into a thin membrane covering Chu Wuxia's entire body. Just this. Chu Wuxia's smile was stiff as he unleashed a thunder attribute spirit technique towards Lu Yuan. You can hold on with your spirit power as long as you want. Having been a disciple of Tang Jingwei for some time, Lu Yuan saw at a glance that Chu Wuxia was constantly consuming spirit power to resist the puppet's erosion. His spirit power was permanently increased by 50 times, while Chu Wuxia had normal 2-star Xiangang spirit power reserve. At this rate, he would eventually run out of spirit power. Then I'll defeat you before you exhaust it. Chu Wuxia's voice was hoarse. Xian Stage Advanced Spirit Technique, Wind Feather Dance. Earth Stage Low-Level Spirit Technique, Lightning Incarnation. Successively unleashing 2 spirit techniques, one being an Earth Stage technique. Chu Wuxia moved like a ghost, suddenly appearing behind Lu Yuan, gathering the blood blade high above. Swish. Chu Wuxia was behind Lu Yuan, with the wind disaster lurking behind him. A giant claw rose, aiming for Chu Wuxia's heart. Damn. Feeling the threat to his life, Chu Wuxia abandoned his sneak attack. He was absolutely sure this was life and death for both of them. For Chu Wuxia, this was a battle of survival. Neither he nor Lu Yuan would hold back. Bang bang bang. Watching the two unleash their spirit techniques against each other, the crowd at the playground was dumbfounded. Starting with an Earth Stage level spirit technique, are they all this monstrous? So exhilarating, this is so thrilling. These two are evenly matched. Chu Wuxia's speed was too fast, leaving Lu Yuan with no choice but to control the monster with huge wings to fight him. A wave of gasps erupted again and again. Earth-level spirit skills. To obtain skills of this level, one must either join a certain power or a top academy. Even after acquiring an Earth-level spirit skill, it takes a lot of time to study it to master it proficiently. In contrast, Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia, from the profound level to the Earth level, the power of their spirit skills grew increasingly astonishing. Watching the two on the stage fight fiercely, the second-year group champion, Yin Jirue, was drenched in sweat after just breaking through to the divine transformation stage. What the heck, how can they be so fierce? Yin Jirue complained. He despairingly discovered that he was not a match for Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. Beside him, the runner-up of the second-year group and the third place wore serious expressions. It seems we can't beat either of them? The two exchanged glances. Their levels weren't as high as Yin Jirue, as they were peak Xiangang stage professionals.
His spirit power reserve? Lu Yuan looked at Chu Wuxia, who seemed to have aged a lot. He raised his hand and cast 2 exclusive spirit skills of the Trickster. Intermediate Profound Level Spirit Skill Curse Trickster. Advanced Profound Level Spirit Skill Sorrow Trickster. The Cursed Trickster appeared, and Chu Wuxia fell into greed, anger, and obsession, suffering in a place of inner demons, howling in pain. Taking advantage of the gap while Chu Wuxia struggled with his inner demons, Lu Yuan commanded the 7 disasters to rush forward. Bang bang bang. Blood thunder surged. Enduring the blow from the 7 disasters, Chu Wuxia, supported by the blood-red barrier, went completely mad. Lu Yuan, die! Chu Wuxia shouted fiercely. Throughout the battle, standing in the center of the stage as a referee, the president of Pengcheng University, Lao Chi Yuan, did not intervene, his expression cold as he watched the match. Crash! Flashes of lightning lit up the sky, rain pouring down like blood. Seeing this scene, Tang Jingwei frowned tightly. Are you crazy? Tang Jingwei pulled on Zhuo Ruweifeng's sleeve. Do you know that Chu Wuxia is the only son of the alliance leader Chu? How could you teach him this self-destructive spirit skill? Zhuo Ruweifeng sneered. This isn't what I taught him, he stole it from the Thunder Alliance's treasure vault. Just like me, Wuxia would give up everything to win. Zhuo Ruweifeng's smile turned mad. Tang Jingwei fell silent, then sighed. Why bother? This isn't a fight to the death. Tang Jingwei shook his head. The blood rain poured harder, and Chu Wuxia coughed up blood, the lightning symbol on his forehead glaring. A thick blood-red barrier wrapped around him to prevent Lu Yuan from launching a sneak attack. He visibly aged, condensing a blood-red thunder dragon soaring in the sky. Heaven-level spirit skill? Lu Yuan's expression became serious. Heaven-level spirit skills, the strongest level of spirit skills, can cover an area of 10 miles or even 50 miles with their power. This sense of pressure, only a heaven-level spirit skill could possess. With the 7 disasters before him, a gray barrier appeared in front of Lu Yuan, also revealing his trump card. Advanced Earth-level spirit skill Mirage Trickster. Damn it! In the guest seats, witnessing Chu Wuxia's increasingly aging appearance, the Thunder Alliance leader, Chu Yongsheng, became furious and slammed his hand on the table. A lion's roar echoed through the sky. Chu Yongsheng's veins bulged, like a raging lion, ready to stop Chu Wuxia immediately. Alliance leader Chu, please mind the occasion, this is the competition of the 5 top academies. The Hall Master of the Judgment Hall, Shen Duanhong, reminded. As leaders of the 7 alliances and halls, they represented China and must always be mindful of their words and actions in public. Shen Duanhong could understand Chu Yongsheng's anger and anxiety. At this moment, the spirit skill that Chu Wuxia was using came at the cost of burning his life essence. Blood essence, simply put, means lifespan. This is also a characteristic of blood attribute professionals. By absorbing blood, they can enhance their level, recover spirit power, and even cast 2 advanced Earth-level spirit skills at the cost of burning their blood essence. Alliance leader Chu, if you stop Wuxia now, he might hate you for the rest of his life. Shen Duanhong spoke again. Chu Yongsheng's eyes were bloodshot. In the end, he chose to sit back down in his chair. In the center of the stage, seeing Chu Wuxia unleash a blood-colored thunder dragon, comparable to a low-tier celestial spirit technique. Principal Lao Chi Yuan of Pengcheng University was ready to intervene at any moment to end this battle, then announced Chu Wuxia as the winner. Roar! Lao Chi Yuan frowned, looking towards the not-so-distant Lu Yuan. A person identical to Chu Wuxia appeared beside him, mimicking Chu Wuxia's actions to unleash the same spirit technique. The 2 blood-colored thunder dragons gazed at each other. Chapter 62, Upgradable High-Quality Spirit Weapons. The blood-colored thunder dragon soared in the sky, emanating a power that made anyone below the divine realm tremble in fear. Even practitioners below the 5-star divine realm continuously retreated, afraid of being caught in the aftermath. Professor Tang. What attribute spirit technique is Chu Wuxia using? Zhang Tianxia inquired. She thought that Chu Wuxing's blood sun was the limit, but unexpectedly, there were even more powerful spirit techniques. And Zhang Tianxia couldn't tell what the attribute was. It's an Earth-level high-tier spirit technique with both blood and thunder attributes. Tang Jingwei answered patiently. Different attribute spirit techniques can merge, and the merge technique is even stronger, like the 2 Earth-level techniques merged by Chu Wuxing, whose power is not inferior to low-tier celestial spirit techniques. Tang Jingwei explained patiently, then added. The premise is that there is no restraining relationship between the attributes, and that the practitioner awakens dual attributes. So that's how it is, Zhang Tianxia said, enlightened. When hearing that Chu Wuxing's spirit technique was not inferior to a low-tier celestial one, Zhang Tianxia was first shocked and then confused. But that doesn't make sense. At the same time, unleashing 2 Earth-level spirit techniques, where does Chu Wuxing get that much spirit power? He is using the cost of burning his own essence blood to unleash it. Upon hearing this, Tang Jingwei felt a bit pained for Chu Wuxing.
He viewed each student as his own child, which was also his teaching philosophy all along. During this time, Jiang Tianxia asked him all questions related to cultivation, which Tang Jingwei answered seriously.
You lost, Tang Jingwei. My teaching philosophy is the correct one, Zhuo Ruweifeng proclaimed.
His dream was to train batch after batch of war machines like Chu Wuxing, who only understood slaughter in battle, even indifferent to life.
Foolish. Tang Jingwei could not be bothered to respond to this madman.
Zhuo Ruweifeng wanted to say something else, but was dumbfounded as he looked at the blood-colored thunder dragons in the sky gazing at each other.
Wow, what spirit technique is this? Roar.
The two blood-colored thunder dragons emitted a melodious dragon roar, and the sky rained blood as if it would never end.
The entire venue was shocked. A Chu Wuxing standing next to Lu Yuan? Why are there two Chu Wuxings on the stage?
They look exactly the same and are unleashing the same spirit technique. No, the Chu Wuxing next to Lu Yuan is stronger than the original. He is a 3-star practitioner of the Xiangong realm.
Not only was the entire venue shocked, but the Chu Wuxing fighting Lu Yuan also narrowed his pupils. It's just an illusion.
Chu Wuxing shook his head. There can't possibly be such a strange spirit technique in the world, which means everything is an illusion created by Lu Yuan.
Die.
Chu Wuxing controlled the blood-colored thunder dragon and charged towards Lu Yuan. The two blood-colored thunder dragons collided, followed by the 7 major disasters unleashing 7 different attribute Earth-level high spirit techniques.
Is it about to end? Jiang Tianxia stared at the stage, afraid of missing any detail.
The students on the playground were nervously anxious, even able to hear their own heartbeats. The 4 alliance leaders, the headmaster of the tribunal hall, several elders, and the 4 principals all stood up.
Bang! The stage shattered, and a huge pit appeared. Everyone's gaze focused on the stage. This time, unlike the mutual destruction between Chu Wuxing and Han Juncheng, both Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxing were unharmed. Lu Yuan stood to the left, and Chu Wuxing stood to the right. Principal Lao Chi Yuan of Pengcheng University shook his head as he looked at Chu Wuxing. He had to take action. If he did not act, Chu Wuxing would evaporate in place.
Lu Yuan wins and becomes this year's freshman group champion,
Lao Chi Yuan announced.
Upon hearing this, Chu Wuxing looked up at Chu Yongsheng in the guest seats. A tear slipped down the corner of his eye. Plop. Chu Wuxia lay on the ground, looking at Lu Yuan across from him, his face showing a tragic smile. He was too tired, just like Jiang Tianxia before, utterly drained with no strength left. And at the cost of burning his own blood, the now adult Chu Wuxia had a hint of silver hair at his temples.
I still lost.
Chu Wuxia sighed. He didn't actually hate Lu Yuan, he just simply wanted to win against him once. Just like in the competition of the 5 top universities. In the guest seats, watching Chu Wuxia lying on the ring, Chu Yongsheng felt unbearable.
Help him up,
Chu Yongsheng said, and an elder from the Thunder League quickly walked over.
Wuxia, the leader has asked me to help you up.
Hearing the words of Elder Lu, who had watched him grow up since childhood, Chu Wuxia's eyes lit up. Lu Yuan wins, claiming this year's freshman group championship.
Lao Chi Yuan's voice was loud and clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. Clap, clap, clap.
The master of the judgment hall, Shin Duanhong, was the first to applaud, and soon thunderous applause followed.
Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! The entire crowd shouted Lu Yuan's name in unison, especially the students from Pengcheng University.
They had heard many rumors, such as the Lianfeng Alliance canceling their investment in the school, and that the school was facing dissolution.
Pengcheng University needed this championship desperately.
Not only to reignite hope in the Lianfeng Alliance, but also to boost morale. For Chu Wuxia, who lost to Lu Yuan, the students looked at him with respect. In terms of strength alone, Chu Wuxia was fully capable of becoming the sophomore group champion. Unfortunately, he encountered the more monstrous Lu Yuan, and their match was definitely among the top 3 in the history of competitions.
Born at the wrong time. President Chen Yaozong of the Imperial Capital University lamented. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia would surely be the brightest talent in China. But alas, there are no ifs.
The announcement of the freshman group champion was made, and the award ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner. Watching his proud student Chu Wuxia lose to Lu Yuan, Zhuo Ruweifeng found it hard to accept. It's just relying on his strong apprentice. If Lu Yuan were my apprentice, he could win too, Zhuo Ruweifeng said. What surprised Zhuo Ruweifeng was that his rival Tang Jingwei actually nodded in agreement.
You're right, Tang Jingwei said.
But if my apprentice were Chu Wuxia, I would never allow him to practice self-harming spirit techniques. I would tell him that losing is losing, and he could win back next time. Zhuo Ruweifeng fell silent. Paths are different, so don't work together. Rather than discuss this with me, why not care for your apprentice Chu Wuxia? Even comforting him with a few words would be good.
Tang Jingwei looked at Zhuo Ruweifeng. Otherwise, he will be completely ruined.
Zhua Ruweifeng remained silent, but he walked towards Chu Wuxia.
Clap, clap, clap. The applause was thunderous.
In front of the 4 leaders, the master of the judgment hall, and countless witnesses, the 4 champion students walked towards the award podium. The award was nothing, what mattered was the champion's prize. You can choose any one high-quality spirit tool from the treasury of the 5 top universities.
Shen Duanhong said.
Don't rush, make sure to choose one that suits you.
Shen Duanhong advised.
Why is the reward for second place a dedicated high-quality spirit tool, while third place gets a high-quality spirit tool and a high-quality spirit treasure? The focus is on the word exclusive. After all, what suits you is the most important.
Except for Lu Yuan and Lu Yeli, the sophomores and seniors champion were hesitant and had yet to make a choice.
I choose the high-quality spirit tool Dawn Bao from the treasury of Magic City University.
Lu Yeli said.
The president of Magic City University nodded, indicating that the Dawn Bao would be given to Lu Yeli by tomorrow at the latest.
Lu Yuan exchanged a glance with Tang Jingwei and looked towards President Chen Yaozong of Imperial Capital University.
I choose the high-quality spirit tool Heavenly Punishment Order from the treasury of Imperial Capital University. As the 3 characters Heavenly Punishment Order appeared, President Chen Yaozong, who had been smiling over their school's 3 championships, instantly lost his smile.
Lu Yuan, oh Lu Yuan, you really know how to choose, picking a high-quality spirit tool that can be upgraded. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was stunned.
The teacher only told him that the Heavenly Punishment Order's effect is to summon objects with the same spiritual energy reserve as the user.
He didn't tell him that the Heavenly Punishment Order could level up.
In other words, the Heavenly Punishment Order is a high-grade spiritual tool that can be upgraded to a top-notch one. Chapter 63, the reward for the champion of the grand competition is received.
A high-grade spiritual tool that can upgrade?
The words of the president of the Imperial University, Chen Yaozong, instantly attracted everyone's attention.
From Chen Yaozong's expression, it was clear that he was somewhat reluctant to give the Heavenly Punishment Order to Lu Yuan.
Old Deng, just give it to Lu Yuan.
Lu Yeli said. Hearing Lu Yeli's address to Chen Yaozong, the mentors of the Imperial University were not surprised.
Lu Yeli is Chen Yaozong's most outstanding disciple, without a doubt, and also his most spoiled disciple. Lu Yuan is the champion of the freshman group, so of course I'll give it to him, Chen Yaozong said, a bit annoyed.
Just slightly heartbroken.
What I mean is, since it can be upgraded, you should give Lu Yuan the materials needed to upgrade the Heavenly Punishment Order too.
Chen Yaozong? Are people crazy?
I am still your formal master, and you're turning your elbow outward, huh?
Lu Yuan is my younger brother. Lu Yeli said confidently. Don't even think about it.
The materials needed to upgrade the Heavenly Punishment Order are enough to craft 10 high-grade spiritual tools, and besides, top-notch spiritual tools aren't so easy to get.
Chen Yaozong decisively refused. Are top-notch spiritual tools hard to get? Lu Yuan looked at the weapon he wore, Desolation.
The effect of Desolation followed his realm's rise, now capable of withstanding 3 full-force blows from those in the Law Realm. By tomorrow at the latest, the Heavenly Punishment Order will be sent to you.
Chen Yaozong said.
The other 2 group champions also made their choices. The 2-day grand competition officially announced a successful end. The playground became empty, with several leaders and judgment hall masters chatting with the principals.
Lu Yuan saw this and walked over. Here to ask me to recharge Desolation, huh? Shin Duanhong smiled.
Lu Yuan heard of how he killed hundreds of demon clan members in a no man's land, using exactly the advanced earth-level spiritual technique stored in Desolation. This is a high-level earth technique that can be performed by a god-level strong person, with power enough to kill Law Realm professionals in seconds, and it is a group kill. You did well, the Desolation storage technique is used to save your life at crucial moments. Shin Duanhong spoke with appreciation. As he took Desolation from Lu Yuan to recharge it, Yan Fenyue, the leader of the Scarlet Flame Alliance, coughed once. Lu Yuan, although Dean Shin is a light attribute professional, his techniques cause several times the damage to the Demon Clan compared to other attributes. The probability of you encountering Demon Clan is actually very small given your current situation.
Wearing luxurious scarlet clothes, Yan Fenyue said.
What does Leader Yan mean?
Lu Yuan didn't quite understand.
Let me recharge you.
Fire attribute is recognized as the strongest attribute for spiritual techniques.
Yan Fenyue suggested, then showed a friendly smile.
The Alliance Masters and Hall Masters are fighting to recharge me? Lu Yuan was taken aback, then seriously considered Yan Fenyue's proposal. Leader Yin, can my son's burning essence be restored?
On the other side, Chu Yongqing anxiously asked Yin Yorua, the leader of the Wood Alliance. Yin Yorua is a dual profession, with combat skills in Wood attribute and auxiliary skills.
It's hard. Yin Yorua's answer made Chu Yongqing feel disappointed.
No matter how serious the injury to Wushai, as long as there's one breath left, I can save him, but the essence is the source of a person and cannot be repaired.
Leader Chu doesn't need to worry too much, Wushai is still very young. As his strength increases, his lifespan will also increase, the loss of this essence is not a problem. Yin Yorua spoke gently, then advised Chu Yongxing not to let Chu Wushai do such reckless things again in the future. Of course, except in life and death situations. I will remember. Learning that Chu Wushai was fine, the stone that had weighed heavily on Chu Yongxing's heart finally fell. Hearing Yan Feinua's words, a scar on Chu Yongxing's face that looked like a centipede wriggled. What do you mean fire attribute is recognized as the strongest attribute for spiritual techniques? Clearly, it is the lightning attribute. Lu Yuan, let me recharge you. Although Chu Wushai burned his essence because of Lu Yuan. At such a young age, Chu Wushai already had silver mixed in his hair. But Chu Yongxing never blamed Lu Yuan, all of this was Chu Wushai's own choice. Another leader has come? Lu Yuan looked at Chu Yongxing. Now, with 2 leaders and 1 hall master fighting to charge their ultimate spiritual weapon, the Annihilation. Old Chu, don't compete with me, the Thunder Alliance has so many excellent young people, let the Crimson Flame Alliance have a way to survive, Yan Feinua said. He, along with the Judgment Hall Shin Duanhong, admired Lu Yuan very much. Especially having witnessed Lu Yuan's contest with Chu Wushai throughout. Going to college is to go to college, it doesn't conflict with joining a certain power at all. Yan Feinua was actively charging Lu Yuan with spiritual skills, merely hinting for Lu Yuan to join the Crimson Flame Alliance. It would be best if he joined right now. Are you going to complain about too much money? Chu Yongxing countered. His son had just been beaten by Lu Yuan, so it was right for him to charge Lu Yuan with spiritual skills. In the end, Lu Yuan chose Thunder Alliance leader Chu Yongxing. Thunder attribute spiritual skills are still very appealing, especially those stored by a Divine Emperor level powerhouse. As for fire attributes, he had the Fire Calamity Red Corpse. Thank you, Alliance leader Chu, Lu Yuan said. Oh, by the way, Wushai has no objections to you, he just has a strong desire to win, so don't take what he said on the arena to heart, Chu Yongxing said. As both a father and Thunder Alliance leader, he hoped Lu Yuan and Chu Wushai could get along well, shouldering the burden of China together in the future. Lu Yuan expressed understanding. In fact, he had no issue with Chu Wushai, whether to interact in the future could be discussed later. With satisfaction, Lu Yuan left after charging the ultimate spiritual weapon, Annihilation. You have a sharp eye, you picked a high-quality spiritual weapon that can be upgraded. In the 66th Independent Villa, Lu Yeli casually sat on the sofa like she was at home, while the TV played a cheesy romance drama. Seeing Lu Yuan return, she stretched luxuriously and said. Among the 4 group champions, only Lu Yuan had the sharp insight to choose the Judgment Order. The other 3 chose high-quality spiritual weapons that couldn't be upgraded, and crucially, no one knew that high-quality spiritual weapons could be upgraded to ultimate quality. Do you understand an eye for a gem? Lu Yuan asked, crossing his legs as he sat next to Lu Yeli. Pfft, you're just pretending, it must have been Instructor Tang who made you choose. Lu Yeli scoffed. I'll leave soon, this time it's me coming to Peng City to find you. Next time, it will be you coming to the imperial capital to find me, Lu Yeli said, reluctantly. She still hoped to spend more time with Lu Yuan. Now that both of them were in college, it wasn't like the previous vacations where they could stick together all day. Got it, next time I'll go to the imperial capital to treat you to imperial capital roast duck, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yeli and the 5 team members left Peng City University, leaving Lu Yuan alone in the independent villa. Judgment Order. Lu Yuan thought of the words from the principal of the Imperial Capital University, Chen Yaozong. At the latest by tomorrow, this high-quality spiritual weapon would be delivered to him. Chen Yaozong was efficient. At noon the next day, someone knocked on the door of Lu Yuan's villa. The visitor was a mentor from Imperial Capital University, who exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Yuan before getting to the point and taking out a beautiful wooden box from a storage ring. This is what the principal instructed me to deliver to you. Upon opening the wooden box, an ancient-shaped token with old carvings appeared before him. And this was exactly the high-quality spiritual weapon, Judgment Order, that Lu Yuan had been longing for. Chapter 64, One person challenges 6 people in the Divine Power Realm. Judgment Order. High-quality spiritual weapon. Sharing, summon objects have the same reserve of spiritual power as the user. Note, the holder of this order commands the world. Lu Yuan caressed the Judgment Order, unable to let go. The item has been delivered, I won't stay, the mentor from Imperial Capital University said. High-quality spiritual weapons are not to be trifled with. Chen Yaozong specifically sent an extraordinary realm professional to escort it, illustrating his importance. Lu Yuan got up to see off the guest. The villa was empty, and holding the Judgment Order, Lu Yuan summoned the 7 calamities. Bloodslaughter led the 7 calamities, standing straight. They showed no surface change, but the reserves of spiritual power had expanded 50 times. What does 50 times mean? Take the Blood Butcher of the 3 stars in the Shangang realm,
it can now unleash 10 high-level Earth-rank spiritual techniques at once, including the other 6 calamities, plus the ability to evolve by absorbing the strange double formation, easily killing ferocious beasts of the Divine Path realm. Lu Yuan thought of the 2-star heavenly evil demon wolf of the Divine Path realm in Red Leaf City. If it fought against the 7 calamities backed by the Heavenly Punishment Order, there would be no need for all the calamities to attack together, just 3 would be enough. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was neither cold nor hot. Today was a perfect day for outdoor activities. Lu Yuan walked toward the simulation hall, wanting to see how many stars of ferocious beasts in the Divine Path realm the 7 calamities could kill in an instant with the backing of the Heavenly Punishment Order. When passing by the playground, Lu Yuan stopped. Spiritual techniques of different attributes were flying all over the sky, with students gathered in groups of 6 or 7, some were freshmen, and others were sophomores and juniors. What are they doing? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Didn't the competition among the top 5 academies already finish? Why were there still so many students on the playground? Besides students, Lu Yuan noticed quite a few instructors, including Tang Jingwei. Tang Jingwei was wearing a thick down jacket as usual, occasionally coughing, his expression serious as he instructed the student beside him. Ruan Junqi's speed in unleashing spiritual techniques has slowed down again. Jia Yuanan, don't you dare laugh. As the captain, you must bear the captain's responsibility. If Ruan Junqi is punished, you must be punished too. The earth element, Jia Yuanang of the 3-star Divine Path realm, saw that he would also be punished, and the smile on his face disappeared. Tang Jingwei had a very high reputation, and the 6 people couldn't lift their heads under his scolding. Teacher. Lu Yuan approached Tang Jingwei. Seeing Lu Yuan, the serious Tang Jingwei broke into a smile. He was quite satisfied with his disciple. Junior Lu Yuan. Jia Yuanang, who was scolded the hardest, greeted Lu Yuan, thinking that thankfully, Lu Yuan diverted attention, otherwise, Teacher Tang would have scolded them for at least 10 more minutes. Hello, senior. Lu Yuan nodded. He didn't know Jia Yuanang but guessed he was a junior student. In Pengcheng University, junior students generally had a realm at the Divine Path. Teacher, what's going on here? Lu Yuan asked. Preparing for the team competition of the top 5 academies. Tang Jingwei replied succinctly. The big competition included individual matches and team matches. Lu Yuan hadn't formed or joined any small team, so the team matches were not related to him. Compared to the individual matches, the team matches didn't attract as much attention, and the rewards weren't as generous as the individual champion. Hearing that the team competition champion's reward was 3 million credits, Lu Yuan became interested. Teacher, can I participate? Lu Yuan asked. 3 million credits weren't much compared to high-grade spiritual weapons, but a mosquito, no matter how small, was still meat. You? Tang Jingwei frowned. I can take on 6, or even 7. Lu Yuan was eager to try. It's not as simple as you think. Team competitions primarily focus on teamwork. Even if you win against 6 or 7, you still won't win the championship. Tang Jingwei shook his head and briefly explained the team competition rules to Lu Yuan. He personally highly valued team combat. As for why he didn't let Lu Yuan form or join a small team, it was because Lu Yuan was a one-man army. In other words, he could join but didn't need to. I see. Lu Yuan felt a bit regretful, then took a look at the 6 seniors in front of him. They all were Divine Path realm professionals with awakened earth attributes. Each was tall and strong, nearly 2 meters high, with well-developed muscles, resembling fitness coaches. Junior Lu Yuan, I watched your match against Chu Wushan. Incredible. Jia Yuanang, a 4-star in the Divine Path realm, gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Lu Yuan, who had won the freshman group championship, became famous again, becoming the pride of Pengcheng University. After all, out of the 4 group champions, 3 came from the Imperial Capital University, and only Lu Yuan was different. In this way, it calculated that Pengcheng University ranked 2nd among the top 5 academies. While Lu Yuan was chatting with Teacher Tang, Jia Yuanang and his team members could also take a break. Did you get the high-grade spiritual weapon, the Heavenly Punishment Order? Tang Jingwei asked. He guessed that Lu Yuan was preparing to go to the simulation hall, simulating the battle with fierce beasts in the Divine Passage realm, in order to test the power of the Heavenly Punishment Order. President Chen just sent someone over. Lu Yuan took out the Heavenly Punishment Order from his storage ring, looking at the 6 senior practitioners in the Divine Passage realm, a thoughtful expression on his face. The fierce beasts in the simulation hall were ultimately simulated. Battling a simulated beast was definitely less meaningful than fighting against actual practitioners. Tang Jingwei sensed Lu Yuan's thoughts. How about we have a match, Senior Jai? Lu Yuan asked. Jia Yuan's face showed some difficulty. To be honest, even though he was a 3-star practitioner in the Divine Passage realm, he might not be able to defeat Lu Yuan, who was a 3-star practitioner in the Profound Barrier realm.
Lu Yuan's battle with Chu Wuxia was witnessed by him the whole time.
If Lu Yuan controlled the 7 disasters using 7 advanced Earth-level techniques, then combined with the blood-colored Thunder Dragon, which rivaled Heaven-level techniques, he would be unstoppable. Let alone a practitioner in the Divine Passage realm, even one in the Law realm might not withstand it. Zhai Yuan scratched his head, while his teammates started to tease him.
Senior Zhai won't be scared, right? You're a whole realm above Lu Yuan.
Too bad I'm feeling unwell today, otherwise, I would fight Lu Yuan and let him know what seniority means.
Coincidentally, I have a bit of a cold today too.
Looking at his teammates causing a ruckus, Zhai Yuan was speechless. They kept calling him Senior Zhai, but they clearly wanted him to make a fool of himself.
Lu Yuan, my stomach.
Just as Zhai Yuan wanted to find a reason to refuse, Lu Yuan glanced at the 5 third-year seniors behind him. What I mean is, I will fight against all 6 seniors by myself.
Zhai Yuan? The 5 teammates behind him? Wait a minute, Junior Lu Yuan, did I hear you correctly? You want to challenge our 6-person team alone?
Zhai Yuan said uncertainly, getting a nod from Lu Yuan, which made his mouth twitch. Junior Lu Yuan, I admit you are strong, but we are a team that has worked together for 3 years, all in the Divine Passage realm.
Ruan Junqi said.
Their team was ranked among the top 5 in Pengcheng University, and with their cooperation, they were qualified to challenge practitioners in the Law realm.
And Lu Yuan was merely a 3-star practitioner in the Profound Barrier realm.
Let's give it a try. After all, Lu Yuan has obtained a high-quality spiritual weapon, and you all need practical training.
To everyone's surprise, Tang Jingwei actually agreed.
He wanted to see how much combat power Lu Yuan could unleash under the blessing of the high-quality spiritual weapon, the Heavenly Punishment Order.
Chapter 65, Never Enough, Simply Never Enough. Lu Yuan challenging Zhai Yuan's 6-person team alone?
The busy students, who were preparing for the upcoming team competition, stopped their actions.
So arrogant?
Just recently, in the simulation hall, Lu Yuan had just broken the record and then flipped over Fu Mingcheng.
Fu Mingcheng raised an eyebrow.
It was common for students to create or join teams in college, and Fu Mingcheng and his team were also actively increasing their practice. Fu Mingcheng knew that Lu Yuan had the ability to defeat fierce beasts in the Divine Passage realm. But this was a 6-person team in the Divine Passage realm, they had a strong and cohesive strategy.
Moreover, Zhai Yuan's team was among the top in Pengcheng University.
Now it was July, the heat was unbearable, and the blazing sun shone down on the land.
Zhai Yuan looked at the determined Lu Yuan. Since Mentor Tang has agreed, Junior Lu Yuan, please go ahead. Zhai Yuan said. If I can't win in a one-on-one, how can I win in a group fight? Zhai Yuan thought.
Lu Yuan, who was actively taken as a disciple by Mentor Tang, was indeed strong, it was known by everyone.
Strong enough to be unmatched in his freshman and even sophomore years. But they were in their 3rd year and were a team of 6 in the Divine Passage realm. No matter how strong Lu Yuan was, he shouldn't be able to defeat them. Feel free to make your moves, I will be keeping an eye on it. Tang Jingwei said. Can Lu Yuan win?
Even Tang Jingwei was unsure, he mainly wanted to see the effect of the high-quality spiritual weapon, the Heavenly Punishment Order.
Dark attribute practitioners must break through to the Law realm to summon skeleton monsters that can wield spiritual techniques.
Lu Yuan was different, his 7 disasters, including the 9 occasional puppets, could all wield spiritual techniques.
Moreover, the power of his spiritual techniques was fierce and unmatched by the skeleton monsters of dark attribute practitioners.
Clear a space, Lu Yuan stood on the right, while Zhai Yuan's 6-member team stood on the left.
Junior Lu Yuan, be careful.
As the team leader, Zhai Yuan reminded him.
With Mentor Tang, who was of the domain realm, watching closely, death was not a possibility.
However, during the fight, injuries were inevitable. Even with Mentor's healing assistance, the pain of injuries was still unpleasant.
Seniors, please. Lu Yuan summoned the 7 disasters of evolution. 1 against 6 instantly transformed into 8 against 6. Bang.
Zhai Yuan stepped forward, his whole body enveloped in a yellow-brown barrier. Ruan Junqi and Ding Xiaowei, trap Lu Yuan, the rest follow me.
Zhai Yuan said.
He decided to end it quickly, not wanting to waste too much time on Lu Yuan.
Earth-level low-grade spiritual technique, Shock of Chaos Stones.
Earth-level mid-grade spiritual technique, Gravity Magnetic Field. Hundreds of meteors rained down from the sky, smashing towards Lu Yuan, making the surrounding students tremble with fear.
Wouldn't he turn into meat paste if they hit him?
In addition, within a 50-meter radius, the magnetic field shifted, making those below the god realm feel as if their legs were filled with lead, unable to resist the urge to kneel or lie on the ground.
Junior Lu Yuan, you won't hold up against just these 2 spiritual techniques.
Zhai Yuan said with a smile. He and the remaining 3 team members surrounded Lu Yuan from 4 different directions to prevent his escape from the technique's range. According to Zhai Yuan's judgment, with the gravity magnetic field, Lu Yuan could only stand still and watch the meteors fall.
Bang bang bang.
A massive shadow cast over the playground as a 100-meter-tall Star-Devourer soldier appeared.
Using only its body to protect Lu Yuan, it easily withstood the meteor attacks.
This was the most powerful Star-Devourer soldier, its strength comparable to the 7 disasters. Lu Yuan certainly wouldn't let it absorb him.
Damn.
Seeing the Star-Devourer soldier that resembled a small mountain, Zhai Yuan's face twitched. Switch formations, I defend while you all attack, together use Earth Punch.
Zhai Yuan commanded.
Earth Punch, a high-grade spiritual technique of the Earth attribute. Though it was a high-grade technique, if 5 practitioners from the God realm used it together, its power would be comparable to a full-force strike from a law realm expert. With the Star-Devourer soldier present, Zhai Yuan did not dare to get close to Lu Yuan for hand-to-hand combat. With this punch, even he, a 4-star in the God realm, would find it somewhat difficult to handle.
It seems the special training is indeed effective.
Mentor Tang Jingwei took out a small notebook, meticulously recording the battle process between Zhai Yuan's team and Lu Yuan. He focused on how Zhai Yuan commanded, whether the command was reasonable, and how well the team members cooperated.
As for Lu Yuan,
looking at Lu Yuan fiercely fighting against the 6, Tang Jingwei's mouth curled into a faint smile. To take such a genius as my disciple is my honor.
No way, Lu Yuan really can take on 6.
Taking on 6 is one thing, but the key is that he fights back. That's the most ridiculous part. Those are 6 practitioners of the Earth attribute in the God realm. Dressed in a white, neat training outfit, with a ponytail, Li Jinxue looked at Lu Yuan with a complex gaze.
Has his strength already reached this level? I say, old Tang, this isn't right. Is this how you taught Lu Yuan?
A middle-aged mentor walked up beside Tang Jingwei.
His name was Yi Lingyue, a mentor at Pengcheng University.
Zhai Yuan's team had always been taught by him, and with the team competition about to begin, Yi Lingyue had entrusted Tang Jingwei to help guide them.
At this moment, Yi Lingyue was puzzled. The point of confusion was Lu Yuan wasting spiritual energy excessively.
Take the Blood Butcher, who was entangled with Zhai Yuan. Lu Yuan clearly could grapple with him but kept using blood attribute spiritual techniques. Although Lu Yuan's spiritual energy reserve was unusual, at this rate, he would soon run out.
For practitioners, having no spiritual energy was like an ordinary person. This is a truth even a 3-year-old knows. Do you think with my teaching level, I wouldn't teach Lu Yuan to calculate spiritual energy consumption in battle? Tang Jingwei asked. Of course not. Yi Lingyue shook his head.
Tang Jingwei was recognized as the top mentor at Pengcheng University, otherwise, he wouldn't have been approached to guide Zhai Yuan's team.
Do you mean to say? Yi Lingyue thought of Lu Yuan, who had just obtained the high-grade spiritual weapon, Heaven's Punishment Order. He was not as knowledgeable as Tang Jingwei and did not know the effects of the Heaven's Punishment Order. But when something is strange, there must be a demon.
Lu Yuan dared to waste spiritual energy like this, proving he had complete confidence.
Does this guy never run out of spiritual power?
The Earth attribute, the 2nd star of the divine ability realm, Ruan Junqi was sweating profusely. He was facing the Earth Calamity, Zhang Sha.
Due to the gap in realms, Ruan Junqi was stronger than Zhang Sha.
Both were Earth attributes. But what made Ruan Junqi feel despair was that he used a low-level spiritual technique of the mysterious rank, while Zhang Sha used a high-level spiritual technique of the mysterious rank. The power of the spiritual technique was always 2 levels higher than his. This was very uncomfortable, not just for him, but for his teammates and captain facing the disaster as well.
We can't drag this out anymore. Zhai Yuan roared.
As captain, he was facing 2 calamities, plus the strongest devouring star soldier attacking.
Lu Yuan gave him enough respect.
Let's unleash mountain cracking together.
Zhai Yuan said to his teammates.
Mountain cracking, a mid-level Earth rank spiritual technique, when 6 divine ability realm professionals used it together, was comparable to a low-level heaven rank spiritual technique. However, before Zhai Yuan could charge up, he saw the 7 calamities controlled by Lu Yuan glowing in different dazzling colors.
Zhai Yuan? 5 teammates? After such a long fight, does Lu Yuan still have enough spiritual energy to use high-level Earth rank techniques? Zhai Yuan was dumbfounded.
Even more explosive was yet to come, as the calamities successively unleashed spiritual techniques and then unleashed 7 different high-level Earth rank techniques again.
14 high-level Earth rank techniques?
Looking at Lu Yuan, who controlled the 7 calamities, everyone was shocked. Chapter 66, The Uniqueness of the Divine Ability Realm. High-level Earth rank spiritual technique, Spiral Raging Wind. High-level Earth rank spiritual technique, Heavenly Feather Flight Destruction. High-level Earth rank spiritual technique, Ash and Echo of Remnants. The howling wind roared, the air temperature sharply rose. The entire playground fell into tremendous chaos, blood, wind, and 5 elements, 7 different attribute auras surged wildly.
How many?
14 high-level Earth rank techniques. The students watched, dumbfounded, while the mentors frowned tightly. They were not only shocked by Lu Yuan's terrifying reserve of spiritual energy but also how Lu Yuan had learned so many high-level Earth rank techniques. Especially the blood attribute. There were indeed high-level Earth rank techniques at Pengcheng University, but they needed to be exchanged for credits. Not to mention, just these 14 different attribute high-level Earth rank techniques cost at least hundreds of millions of credits.
Damn, Lu Yuan's reserve of spiritual energy should be at the law realm.
That feels low, at least at the extraordinary realm. I am a 6-star professional of the Xian Gang realm, and using 2 low-level Earth rank techniques drains me completely. Damn it, comparing people can kill you, comparing goods can lead to throwing them away. Indeed, only Lu Yuan deserves the title of genius.
Due to Tang Jingwei's domain isolating the power of spiritual techniques, the surrounding students were not affected.
But seeing the scene of chaos and the terrifying number of high-level Earth rank techniques unleashed by Lu Yuan, the students turned pale.
Outside the playground, Principal Lao Yuan was chatting with a middle-aged man in a blue robe. The middle-aged man was in his 50s, slender, with bright eyes like a hawk. Although they walked side by side, it was evident that Lao Yuan held him in high regard, always keeping half a step back. Alliance leader Yuan, this year's competition. Lao Yuan wanted to say something but hesitated. The man he was talking to was named Yuan Hongyi, the current leader of the Tornado Alliance.
The 7 alliances of Huaxia have one temple, only the Judgment Temple, Thunder Alliance, and Tornado Alliance do not fall under the control of the Grand Alliance leader. These 2 alliances and 1 temple have their own autonomous management rights, and many things require the Grand Alliance leader to consult their opinions.
Principal Lao, investment and return must be proportional.
Over the years, although Pengcheng University has produced many outstanding students, compared to the other top 4 universities it seems a bit lacking.
Yuan Hongyi stopped walking.
Every year, the investment and expenditure of Pengcheng University accounts for 1/3 of the Tornado Alliance. You should thank Lu Yuan for making me reconsider canceling the investment.
Lao Yuan, being his elder.
But good is good. Even blood brothers settle accounts clearly. At the latest in 3 years, I will give guild leader Yuan a satisfactory answer.
Otherwise, I will voluntarily resign. Lao Yuan declared a military order.
He really should thank Lu Yuan, the champion of Group A in the big competition, who helped Pengcheng University not fall out of the top 5 prestigious universities. Otherwise, if the Liling Alliance withdrew its investment, Pengcheng University could barely survive, but it would only be a mediocre university at best. Hearing the noise on the playground, Lao Yuan and Yuan Hongyi both turned their heads. It seems that Lu Yuan has obtained the high-grade spirit tool, the Heavenly Punishment Order, Lao Yuan said. Only with this can he continuously display 14 high-level Earth stage spirit techniques. This is not his limit.
Yuan Hongyi looked at Lu Yuan, who was still as calm as ever, and could see that Lu Yuan still had ample spiritual energy within him. As everyone marveled at Lu Yuan's spiritual energy reserves and his possession of so many high-level Earth stage spirit techniques. The squad fighting Lu Yuan, led by Jia Yuan, was dripping with sweat. Especially the captain, Jia Yuan. Damn it, how do I fight Lu Yuan?
Jia Yuan couldn't help but curse, with yellow runes flashing on his forehead.
I will take on most of the spirit techniques.
Jia Yuan shouted hoarsely, his entire body wrapped in yellowish light, taking a step forward and letting out a battle roar.
Isn't the teacher going to make a move? Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, who was standing calmly in place. Bang! A huge explosion sounded.
14 Earth stage spirit techniques all blasted towards Jia Yuan and the 5 Earth attribute, Divine Realm professionals. Billowing white smoke swept in, and the burly Jia Yuan's legs trembled violently, his school uniform tattered, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The other 5 team members were also not feeling good. Although Jia Yuan had taken on most of the damage, they all suffered varying degrees of injury.
Damn it, that really hurts.
Jia Yuan gritted his teeth, completely losing his ability to fight.
We concede, we concede.
The team members said in unison.
They saw Lu Yuan controlling Blood Butcher, wanting to continue using a high-level Earth stage spirit technique. Again? Does Lu Yuan have endless spiritual energy? I concede.
Jia Yuan said reluctantly. What surprised him was that the watching students didn't burst into laughter. Especially those junior students, their expressions were serious, and some were constantly wiping the sweat from their faces with paper towels.
Is it disgraceful to lose to Lu Yuan, a freshman, and to lose 6-1? At first, Jia Yuan thought it was embarrassing, but now he didn't think so. Try fighting Lu Yuan and see how fierce he is. Teacher, Senior Jai endured most of the spirit technique damage alone. Lu Yuan stood beside Tang Jingwei, a bit astonished.
Although he was a 3-star professional in the Xian Gang realm, the power of high-level Earth stage spirit techniques was limited. But such a quantity of high-level Earth-stage spirit techniques was far more than what a 3-star Jia Yuan in the Divine Realm could withstand, even if Jia Yuan was a defensive Earth attribute professional. That is because Jia Yuan used the power of Divine Realm.
Tang Jingwei explained. Divine Realm?
Lu Yuan was not unfamiliar with this term. After all, the Divine Realm follows the Xiangang Realm. But he didn't understand the power of Divine Realm.
Every profession has its own talent. The higher the talent, the faster the absorption of demon crystals, magic cores.
For professionals who have reached the Divine Realm, there is a chance to comprehend divine powers.
Tang Jingwei said.
Only Divine Realm professionals with S-level talent or above can possibly comprehend divine powers. For example, Jia Yuan comprehended the divine power called Earth Defense. From the name, you can roughly guess that this divine power is related to defense.
Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-framed glasses.
At this moment, Lu Yuan was still far from breaking through to the Divine Realm, so he didn't teach about divine powers. You have an SSS-level talent, and comprehending divine powers is a sure thing. It just depends on what divine power you comprehend. Tang Jingwei said concisely, indicating for Lu Yuan to go with the flow.
According to the data, SSS-level talent will definitely comprehend divine powers. The difference between S-level and SS-level talent is significant.
Many practitioners in the realm of divine powers, no matter what, refuse to break through, just to comprehend divine powers.
Is there a difference between good and bad divine powers?
Hearing that he could certainly comprehend, Lu Yuan felt relieved. But everyone wants to understand the good divine powers. Jia Yuan's Earth Defense is not bad. He took on 7 or 8 high-level Earth skills and didn't die.
Tang Jingwei looked at Lu Yuan.
You are the first SSS-level talent trickster in history. Xiao Xingyou and Xinjun's talents are both below S-level, so no one knows what your comprehension of divine powers will be like, Tang Jingwei said.
That's true.
Lu Yuan didn't think too much about this problem. He would talk about it once he cultivated to the realm of divine powers. Leaving everyone with his back, Lu Yuan returned to his independent villa to prepare for the journey to the no man's land.
Outside the 66th independent villa, 2 men in suits, one with pointy ears and a monkey-like face, and the other a man with a severed arm, had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 67, Hengxing Company. At the independent villa, Lu Yuan saw 2 men in suits from a distance.
They were standing at the entrance of his 66th villa.
Is something wrong? Lu Yuan asked.
Hello, Mr. Lu Yuan, we are from Hengxing Company. The middle-aged man with a pointed face, around 30, said. His tone was superior, as if Hengxing Company was a significant presence. My name is Yuan Shouyong, and this is Tan Yongfeng. We are both supervisors from Hengxing Company. Yuan Shouyong introduced himself briefly.
Wind attribute, 2-star practitioner in the realm of divine powers.
Lu Yuan looked at Yuan Shouyong. As for the man beside him missing his left arm, he was a fire attribute, 3-star practitioner in the realm of divine powers.
Never heard of it, Lu Yuan shook his head.
The only big forces he knew were the Sanxiong Chamber of Commerce and the Jiang family's martial arts school. Besides, there was also the 7 alliances and 1 hall. As for Hengxing Company, he didn't know where they had popped up from, likely an insignificant company. Upon hearing this, Tan Yongfeng's expression turned displeased, and he was about to speak when Yuan Shouyong stopped him. Not having heard of us is just fine. I can properly introduce Hengxing to Mr. Lu Yuan, Yuan Shouyong said, looking at the closed villa door.
It's really hot, shall we go in and talk?
Seeing this, Lu Yuan invited them into the villa, thinking not to refuse a smiling face.
It's not easy to live in an independent villa at Pengcheng University.
Mr. Lu Yuan is truly impressive for being the national number 1 in the martial arts exam and winning the division championship of the 5 top universities. Very admirable. Yuan Shouyong flattered Lu Yuan crazily, while Tan Yongfeng next to him had a cold expression.
Get to the point, I'm busy.
Lu Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense.
He was indeed very busy, rushing to the no man's land to hunt fierce beasts. Not only for academic credits, but more importantly, to improve his realm by absorbing the blood of fierce beasts.
We would like to invite Mr. Lu Yuan to join Hengxing. The chairman thinks highly of you and promises that after you graduate, you will directly become the general manager of Hengxing. Also, take a look at this.
Yuan Shouyong took out a gem-embedded dagger from his storage ring.
This dagger is named Shenrun, a medium-grade spiritual weapon, small in shape and can easily cut through steel. It's very suitable for self-defense.
Yuan Shouyong was full of confidence. No one can refuse the temptation of a medium-grade spiritual weapon.
In Yuan Shouyong's eyes, even Lu Yuan, being the national number 1 in the martial arts exam, would willingly join Hengxing for a medium-grade spiritual weapon.
Are you dumbfounded? Yuan Shouyong was smug, thinking that Lu Yuan had never seen such a good spiritual weapon. A broken dagger wants me to join a company I've never heard of? Lu Yuan looked at the complacent Yuan Shouyong.
This guy must have had his head kicked by a donkey.
Do you not know that the reward for second place in the martial arts exam is a top-grade spiritual weapon? As the first place, my reward should be better than second.
Pick up that broken dagger and get lost,
Lu Yuan said.
He thought Yuan Xiaoyang could pull out something better, but it turned out to be this.
If he had taken out a top-grade spiritual weapon, Lu Yuan wouldn't have spoken this way. Of course, he still wouldn't agree.
Yuan Xiaoyang's face changed, and Tan Yongfeng beside him sneered.
I had already told you, if you want Lu Yuan to join the company, your attitude has to be strong.
The softer he is, the more arrogant he becomes. Tan Yongfeng stood up and stared at Lu Yuan sitting on the sofa, and invisible pressure began to spread.
If I don't soften my attitude, I won't even get through the villa door, Yuan Xiaoyang thought.
And now, he could only let Tan Yongfeng take action.
Lu Yuan, don't think you can ignore me, join Hengsheng. Tan Yongfeng's tone was unarguable. Threatening me? Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold. What kind of nonsense, Hengsheng?
With a power as strong as the Sangxiong Chamber of Commerce, the #1 Chamber of Commerce on Blue Star invited me to join with the utmost respect.
Even when I refused, they specially left a black gold membership card for me.
Holding this black gold membership card allows me to shop at the Sangxiong Chamber of Commerce, with any product at a 30% discount, enjoying top VIP treatment. The lords of the 7 alliances and 1 palace chatted with me amiably, treating me like a younger generation.
They occasionally hint to me to join their alliance and palace. In contrast, Hengsheng, with 2 supervisors being so arrogant?
A faint scent of blood filled the air, the Blood Butcher appeared.
Swish!
The serrated chain blade wrapped around Tan Yongfeng's neck, ready to make his head move out of identity.
When did you appear?
Tan Yongfeng's throat moved. Despite being a triple star of the divine ability realm, he did not even notice the Blood Butcher behind him.
The atmosphere grew heavier. You don't dare kill me, unless you want to go to jail. Tan Yongfeng's tone was firm. This is Pengcheng, one of the 5 super first-tier cities in Huaxia. If he dies at Lu Yuan's hands, Lu Yuan will spend the rest of his life in prison.
Oh, then let me try,
Lu Yuan said. Crack, crack.
The Blood Butcher gradually exerted force, about to cut Tan Yongfeng's artery, blood dripping from his skin onto the serrated chain blade. Tan Yongfeng was sweating profusely, his face turning red from holding back.
I'm in prison, but you are losing your life, Lu Yuan said with a smile. I was wrong.
Tan Yongfeng panicked and hurriedly softened his stance.
Just like Lu Yuan said, he didn't want to die here.
The villa door opened, and a passing senior student in his 4th year glanced at the situation inside the villa.
Lu Yuan, what happened?
The senior student asked.
Senior, he threatened me. Lu Yuan's slender fingers twitched.
The 4th year senior student was stunned, looking at Tan Yongfeng who was about to have his artery cut.
Who exactly is threatening whom? Why does it feel like Lu Yuan is threatening someone else? Damn, dare to threaten a student of Pengcheng University.
A powerful pressure surged, and all 4th year students living in independent villas were at least 8-star divine ability realm professionals.
Upon learning that Lu Yuan was threatened, the senior student's expression turned angry.
Pengcheng University students are known for their fierce personalities, accustomed to hunting fierce beasts in uninhabited areas, living lives that flirt with danger. It was hard to return to school, and seeing the junior bullied made their anger rise instantly.
You people in your 30s, only now cultivating to the divine ability realm, still relying on your power to bully others, do you have no shame?
The 8-star divine ability aura fully unleashed, and the 4th year senior student instantly suppressed the triple-star Tan Yongfeng.
A mentor passed by. What happened? The mentor asked. He threatened junior Lu Yuan. Whom?
The aura of the law realm fully opened. The passing vice principal, Zhang Shouzheng, didn't even ask and was fully imposing. The aura of the sage realm fully opened. Yuan Xiaoyang and Tan Yongfeng shivered. The first 2 were nothing, but the key figure was Zhang Shouzheng.
Even without using spiritual techniques, one glare could blow them apart.
The positions of the heads of the top 5 academies are equivalent to the leaders of the 7 alliances in 1 palace, and the vice principal's status is comparable to that of the Great Elder. Once Zhang Shouzheng appeared, Yuan Xiaoyang and Tan Yongfeng knew they were finished.
You have 3 minutes to get out of Pengcheng University, or you know the consequences, Zhang Shouzheng said, starting the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Yuan Xiaoyang? Wasn't it 3 minutes? Why is there a countdown already? The 2 turned and ran, fearing that the countdown would end, and they wouldn't even be able to escape. They dared to cause trouble at Pengcheng University, just this? Zhang Shouzheng snorted coldly, then looked at Lu Yuan.
Next time you encounter such a situation, just notify the security, they will handle it.
Whom? Lu Yuan nodded. Vice Principal, what company is Hengsheng? Lu Yuan asked, as he had never heard of this company. Hongxing?
Zhan Shoujing squinted his eyes, his first reaction being that Hongxing actually invited Lu Yuan to join, then he thought of Lu Yuan's mentor, Tang Jingwei. Chapter 68, Desire for Slaughterizing. Yuan Shouyong and Tan Yongfeng left in disgrace, especially Tan Yongfeng. He covered his neck, blood flowing through his fingers. Tell the chairman that Lu Yuan refused to join Hongxing.
Tan Yongfeng's face was dark.
As for him being injured by Lu Yuan, at most Lu Yuan would pay for some medical fees.
The most important thing right now is to report to the chairman. The tea is good.
Zhan Shoujing took a sip of the freshly brewed tea, thinking about how to explain Hongxing to Lu Yuan.
This is the Dahompo that Tang Jingwei placed in the villa. You know there are supply points in the wilderness, right?
Zhan Shoujing asked.
Lu Yuan nodded.
The wilderness is filled with fierce beasts, all of which have treasures. Demon crystals can be used for cultivation, and certain specific parts of fierce beasts are excellent materials for refining weapons. Professionals dedicated to hunting fierce beasts were born from this, and there are many supply points in the wilderness. Supply points are similar to hotels, providing rest places and food for professionals. But the prices are extremely high. A bowl of egg noodles costs over $10,000. Eggs are not made of gold, nor is the noodles. Street food usually costs at most $10 a bowl. Professionals who frequently go to the wilderness know how wonderful it is to be able to sleep comfortably for a night or eat a bowl of steaming hot noodles. This is also why a regular bowl of egg noodles at a supply point dares to sell at such a high price. The major shareholder of the supply points is Hongxing Company, which is not well known in China, but has been quietly making big money. Zhan Shoujing finished his cup of tea.
I didn't expect Hongxing to invite you to join.
Zhan Shoujing said seriously.
What do you mean? Lu Yuan asked.
Understanding that Hongxing is the major shareholder of the supply points, Lu Yuan realized that Hongxing is financially strong and not an unimportant small company. But having ranked first in the National Martial Arts exam, it seemed normal for them to pay attention to him. A senior executive of Hongxing has a grudge with your teacher Tang Jingwei, that's why I say this. Zhan Shoujing explained the reason.
A grudge with the teacher? Lu Yuan quietly noted this matter down.
In any case, you rejected Hongxing, so be careful when you go out, especially in the wilderness.
Zhan Shoujing reminded.
The wilderness is a place beyond the law, where there are no legal constraints. Killing and robbing treasures, as well as having lustful intentions, are very common in the wilderness, unlike in Peng City or other cities in China. Once in the wilderness, even the son of the alliance leader can perish. No one cares about your identity, only the strength of your fist is the truth.
I understand. Lu Yuan nodded, ready to pack up and go to the wilderness.
Zhan Shoujing was both amused and pained. He had just told Lu Yuan not to go to the wilderness recently, and Lu Yuan turned around and forgot it entirely.
But it's okay, one cannot always hide like a turtle in Peng City University.
That would never lead to success in life. However, thinking of how the supervisor from Hongxing dared to threaten Lu Yuan, Zhan Shoujing tightened his grip on the teacup, a hint of killing intent arising.
If they dare to trouble you again, what awaits them will not be my wrath but the wrath of the entire Peng City University. Hongye City, one of China's border defense cities.
Returning to Hongye City, many soldiers stationed here recognized Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan, here to hunt fierce beasts in the wilderness? Have you eaten?
There are still many lunchboxes left over there. The chicken leg tastes pretty good today.
I have a night off tonight, let's go to the rear city for drinks, it's on me.
Professionals waiting in line for inspection were puzzled, looking at Lu Yuan surrounded by soldiers, wondering who this divine being was. The highest commander of Hongye City, Kang Zhenbong, greeted him with a smile.
Lu Yuan was dragged forcefully by his companions to go drink. Drinking isn't my thing, you all are busy. I'll go to the no man's land to earn some credits, Lu Yuan gently declined.
There was no way out, these soldiers were too enthusiastic. There were at least 7 or 8 of them vying to treat him to drinks, and they lived right next to the back of Red Leaf City.
After refusing each one, Lu Yuan exited Red Leaf City using his student ID.
Once again, he felt the familiar sense of desolation and skeletal remains. The city and no man's land were completely different scenes. He took out a map, his gaze fixed on Sunset City, 60 kilometers away from Red Leaf City. Sunset City was once praised as the most suitable city for retirement in China. Before the beast tide breached its defenses, land in Sunset City was as precious as gold, with housing prices soaring to 20 or 30,000 per square meter. Fortunately, all the residents of Sunset City were safely evacuated, so only the land was lost.
But generally, in conquered cities, the number of beasts wouldn't be less.
Summoning over 10,000 puppet troops and the 7 disasters, Lu Yuan set off towards Sunset City. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and in the eastern housing area of Sunset City, a bloodthirsty ape at the 5th level of the supernatural realm was frantically fleeing, very familiar with the surrounding environment, weaving freely with its 2-meter-long arms.
The sunlight was blinding. The bloodthirsty ape occasionally turned its head, thinking it had successfully evaded its pursuers, only to find dozens of soldiers in scarlet armor, wielding battle knives, blocking its path ahead. Turning its head again, it found itself surrounded by bloodthirsty soldiers, shields in their left hands and knives in their right. A group beating unfolded in an orderly manner. The bloodthirsty ape was strong enough to take on dozens of bloodthirsty soldiers, but the beating it was receiving was from hundreds. Damn, this is too brutal. Professionals hiding in the ruins witnessed this one-sided slaughter. A man about 23 or 24 years old, with lightning attributes and at the third level of the supernatural realm, spoke. His name was Jia Ruishuan, a senior at Starlight University. Starlight University is a top university in China, at an upper-middle level. Watching Lu Yuan, who effortlessly controlled the puppet troops while standing on the shoulders of a devouring star soldier, Jia Ruishuan felt envious. At the same time, many heads of supernatural beasts fell at the hands of Lu Yuan's puppet troops. That bloodthirsty ape was just one of them. A practitioner at the Xiangang realm slaughtering supernatural beasts is truly ridiculous. Jia Ruishuan said. 7 days prior, the 7 of them entered Sunset City almost simultaneously with Lu Yuan. Jia Ruishuan and his group had approached Sunset City cautiously, fearing encountering unbeatable beasts. In contrast, Lu Yuan directly summoned over 10,000 puppet troops and carried out indiscriminate massacres with the aid of the 7 disasters. When encountering supernatural beasts in the Xiangang realm, they were instantly killed. Supernatural beasts would be ganged up on like bandits raiding a city. Feeling Jia Ruishuan's gaze on him, Lu Yuan glanced at him. Both sides were aware of each other's existence, but they maintained their distance. 7 stars in the Xiangang realm. After absorbing a large amount of beast blood, Lu Yuan checked his realm. In 7 days, he had slept for less than 30 hours, averaging 4 hours of sleep a day. During this time, he had only done 2 things. Finding beasts and then killing them. Repeating this over and over. With the blood of calamity technique that absorbed blood to enhance his realm, Lu Yuan directly broke through from the 3rd to the 7th star in the Xiangang realm. As dusk approached, after hunting the last beast within his sight range, a system prompt rang in Lu Yuan's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an S-level hidden mission. Killing Desire Surge, hunt 100 supernatural beasts within 3 days, reward Thunder Calamity, Thunder Erosion, Devil Calamity, Devil Burial. Completing the task rewards 2 great calamities? Lu Yuan assessed the task's content. He thought he would need to reach the 9th stage of the supernatural realm to gather all 9 calamities. It seems he could gather all 9 calamities even at the Xiangang realm. Hunting 100 supernatural beasts within 3 days was an impossible task for a practitioner in the Xiangang realm. But for Lu Yuan, as long as there were enough supernatural beasts, he could wipe them all out in just 1 day. Chapter 69. Want to kill me? You are not worthy. Sunset City, Northern Residential Area. Another night has passed. The fierce beast's mournful cries cut through the sky, as the distant sun is about to rise. Seeing Lu Yuan tirelessly hunting fierce beasts, Jia Ruishuan, resting in an abandoned building, yawned. Still killing? Asked his teammate, Lang Xing'an. Yeah, still killing. Jia Ruishuan nodded. Isn't Lu Yuan tired? Even if not tired, his spiritual power should be exhausted. Another teammate stretched comfortably. From yesterday afternoon until this morning at 5 o'clock, Lu Yuan has been awake and working for 16 hours, commanding the Puppet Legion to hunt fierce beasts. They have no interference with Lu Yuan, both sides know of each other's existence. And from when they discovered Lu Yuan, they recognized this top student who ranked first nationally in the martial arts exam and won the first group championship in 5 top universities. Puff. After killing another 4-star fierce beast of the divine realm, Lu Yuan checked his results from the night. Not a single one less, he had killed 30 beasts, with 70 left to complete the system's mission. During this time, he had killed countless fierce beasts of the profound realm, a simple task for Lu Yuan. The sun rises, daylight is here. Just as Lu Yuan was about to search other areas, a group of armored professionals blocked his way. Out of spiritual power, said a burly man with a scar on his face, wielding a giant axe with a grin. Who are they? Hiding in the abandoned building, the seniors of Starlight University frowned. 9 of them, all Divine Realm professionals, at least 7-star in the Divine Realm. Jia Ruishuan's expression turned serious, worry filling his heart for Lu Yuan. This is the no-man's land of the lawless zone, where killing for treasure is commonplace. What puzzled Jia Ruishuan was that this group of sudden professionals seemed directed at Lu Yuan, not a random encounter. Should we help Lu Yuan? Asked a teammate. During their recent hunting of a 4-star Divine Realm fierce beast, they had almost let it escape. It was Lu Yuan who delivered a fatal blow and brought the beast's body right to them. Hearing his teammate's words, Captain Jia Ruishuan hesitated, then shook his head. 9 professionals at 7 stars or above in the Divine Realm, all wearing armor, any one of them could wipe us out. Jia Ruishuan sighed. Certainly can't help, we can only. Jia Ruishuan didn't continue his thought. The teammates understood, they could only hope that the group of professionals sought treasure, not life, and that they might spare Lu Yuan. Watching the professionals surround him from different directions, Lu Yuan smiled. Do you really need to go to such great lengths to deal with a profound realm professional? Lu Yuan said. He was sure these people had been watching him since last night, otherwise, they wouldn't have mentioned being out of spiritual power. After all, they were professionals at 7 stars or above in the divine realm, yet they had a cowardly, weak attitude towards him. You are not an ordinary profound realm professional, of course we need to be cautious dealing with you, said the burly man wielding the giant axe, and then he made his move without a second thought. Earth attribute Earth level intermediate spiritual technique, breaking array force. The giant axe emitted a yellowish light as the man leaped high and struck down fiercely at Lu Yuan. Bang! The Earth Calamity barrier stood in front of Lu Yuan, his body bracing against the giant axe's strike. Not bad. The burly man was thrown back, though he said this, he couldn't help but be amazed by the barrier's terrifying defensive ability. To withstand an Earth-level intermediate spiritual technique unscathed, after all, the barrier was only at 7 stars in the profound realm. The battle officially began, and Lu Yuan stood on the shoulders of the Star-Devouring soldier. The high-grade spiritual weapon Long Yuan line was thrown out, accurately injecting into the 7 calamities, summoning tens of thousands of Puppet Legion, Bloodshed Legion, Rift Soul Legion, Golden Spear Legion. The 7 Puppet Legions collectively evaporated, and the 7 calamities achieved evolution. It's over, they are really here to take Lu Yuan's life. Realizing that the group of professionals were attacking Lu Yuan without saying a word, and each strike was deadly, Jia Ruishuan's teammates, hidden in the abandoned building, changed color. This means Lu Yuan has completely lost all ways to live. Jia Ruiro struggled with his expression, but in the end, chose to stand by and watch. It doesn't seem as terrible as I imagined, teammate Lang Xingyan said. Jia Ruiro looked up. In midair, Lu Yuan was fully focused on controlling the 7 great disasters. Bloodslaughter and Wind Fortune smashed without falling behind, and the remaining 5 disasters found one opponent each. No, it can't be, Lu Yuan is fighting 9 and not falling behind. Lang Xingyan's mouth fell open, stunned by the sight. Zhang Yaohui, didn't you say Lu Yuan exhausted his spiritual power, and we could easily take him down? Fire attribute, divine level 6 star Zhang Hongyi said angrily. His opponent was the Golden Disaster, Devouring Army. The Devouring Army held a golden sword, skilled in swordsmanship, with each strike aimed at deadly parts of his body. Forehead, throat, heart, spleen, and kidneys. Facing the highly skilled Devouring Army, Zhang Hongyi felt immense pressure. The key was that he wore battle armor, but the Devouring Army also wore battle armor. After evolving from the Jingu Legion, both the Devouring Army's armor and sword were upgraded. The battle armor was impervious to water and fire, and the sword was as sharp as a top-grade spirit weapon. How the hell was I supposed to know Lu Yuan still had spiritual power? Zhang Yaohui cursed, swinging a giant axe at Zhang Sha. He was the highest ranked among this group of professionals, already reaching divine level 8 star. Facing the same earth attribute Zhang Sha, Zhang Yaohui managed well, but couldn't spare a hand to help his companions. The situation was temporarily at a standstill. Hold on, everyone hold on, if Lu Yuan doesn't die, we're all finished. Zhang Yaohui said. He didn't believe Lu Yuan was this strong, able to turn the tide against 9 divine-level professionals. They came with a mission, if Lu Yuan didn't die, they would be the ones to die. Do you really think you can kill me? Lu Yuan mocked. Earth-level high-spirit technique mirage dummy. A person who looked exactly like Zhang Yaohui was simulated, using Earth attribute spirit techniques to join the battle. Zhang Yaohui? The secretly watching senior students from Starlight University? What is this spirit technique? Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the simulated Zhang Yaohui, who was shocked to find that although the version of himself that Lu Yuan created was lower ranked, only divine level 5 star. His combat experience and the rational application of spirit techniques were even stronger than his own. What exploded even more was what came next. After fighting for 16 hours without rest, Lu Yuan once again displayed multiple exclusive spirit techniques of the Dummy Master. Mystical level intermediate spirit technique Cursed Dummy. Mystical level advanced spirit technique Morning Dummy. Earth level high spirit technique Suppression Dummy. A piercing laugh echoed, as multiple dummies floated in the air. They each had different effects. Taking advantage of the 9 being influenced by the cursed dummy, Lu Yuan decisively controlled the 7 great disasters to unleash Earth-level high spirit techniques. Blood rain poured down, tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, the ground shook violently, and flames swept across the sky. Want to kill me? You are not worthy. Lu Yuan said loudly. Zhang Yaohui, just coming out from the greed, hatred, and confusion created by the cursed dummy, shook his head and looked at the incoming Earth-level high spirit techniques with his scalp numb, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 70 Supply Point Number 35. Bang! Bang bang. The abandoned skyscraper collapsed with a roar, explosions followed one after another. What is happening? Hiding and watching from Starlight University, senior student Lang Xing'an stuttered. Dust filled the area within 100 meters, obstructing Lang Xing'an's vision, making it hard to see exactly what was happening. He just remembered Lu Yuan first used multiple spirit techniques, then controlled a special monster to use 7 Earth-level high spirit techniques. Under the blazing sun, the dust gradually dispersed. Upon seeing the scene before him, Lang Xing'an's face twitched. Blood, there's blood everywhere. 7 corpses lay on the ground, their bodies shattered, wounds exposing ghastly white bones. Some were missing arms, some were missing legs, their bodies blown apart in chunks. The heart-wrenching screams echoed, Earth attribute. Zhang Yaohui, at the 8th star of the Divine Realm, continuously let out wails of despair. He was the strongest, and with his Earth attribute profession, he barely survived the explosion but was now covered in wounds, his breath becoming weaker. Trying to escape? Lu Yuan looked at the only wind attribute professional flying in the sky, wanting to kill him. Keep an eye on this person for me. Lu Yuan told the 6 people hiding in the abandoned building with Jia Ruishuan. Swish, swish, swish. 6 pieces of Divine Realm demon crystals were flung over. Looking at the demon crystals in his hand, Jia Ruishuan did not hesitate to come next to Zhang Yaohui. The blade of his battle knife pressed against Zhang Yaohui's neck, and after doing all this, Jia Ruishuan let out a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Yuan, who was chasing after the wind attribute professional. Not long after, a crisp and melodious phoenix cry sounded, and stepping on wind machinery, Mu Jiandong held a head in his hand. It was the wind attribute Divine Realm 7-star professional who had attempted to escape. Thanks. Lu Yuan said to Jia Ruishuan. He did not know Jia Ruishuan, but compared to this group of professionals, he had gotten along fairly well with Jia Ruishuan and the others during this time in Sunset City. Keeping an eye on Zhang Yaohui mainly avoided him getting bitten to death by passing beasts. Lu Yuan, I'm sorry, we didn't help you just now. Jia Ruishuan's expression was filled with apology. Why help me? Lu Yuan retorted. Your decision was correct. If I encountered an unbeatable enemy, I would also stand by and watch, but you should hurry and run. Lu Yuan expressed understanding towards Jia Ruishuan. In reality, this group of professionals had already noticed Jia Ruishuan, and would move to eliminate them once they dealt with him. Knowing that Lu Yuan did not blame him, Jia Ruishuan felt a sense of relief. Who sent you to kill me? Lu Yuan looked at the wounded Zhang Yaohui. These 9 Divine Realm professionals had clear goals, heading straight for Sunset City, not just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Lu Yuan recalled the 2 managers from Hongxing Company who he had turned down before leaving Pengcheng University. Victors and vanquished, go ahead and kill me. Zhang Yaohui refused to answer. Still quite tough. Lu Yuan said with a smile to Jia Ruishuan. Jia Ruishuan also smiled, though it was strained. He saw Lu Yuan controlling Blood Butcher standing next to Zhang Yaohui. The next scene may be a bit cruel, you can choose to turn away. Lu Yuan said. Splash. Blood Butcher swung the serrated chain blade in his hand. Damn it, damn it. Seeing Lu Yuan control Blood Butcher to torment Zhang Yaohui, Jia Ruishuan swallowed hard. The teammates beside him couldn't bear to look and closed their eyes, while the air filled with increasingly tragic screams. After a full 10 minutes, the sound came. Kill me, please just kill me. Zhang Yaohui, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, losing all senses while continuously shedding blood tears, begged for mercy. He did not know where Lu Yuan was, constantly banging his head on the ground, wishing for death. Who sent you to kill me? Lu Yuan asked again. Hongxing, I'm the captain of the defense team at Supply Point 35, the person in charge of Supply Point 35 sent us to kill you. Zhang Yaohui, who had been tough before, now answered every question. The person in charge said that after killing you, they would give us a generous reward and arrange for us to fly abroad immediately. Zhang Yaohui shouted loudly in the opposite direction of Lu Yuan, kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he could not see anything, even his hearing was fading. Lu Yuan had a significant status in Huaxia. Dying in the wilderness, especially at the hands of professionals, would undoubtedly enrage the high-ups of Huaxia and lead to an investigation into the killer. This was also the reason the person in charge promised to send them abroad after completing the task. Hongxing. Lu Yuan gave Zhang Yaohui a quick end. What kind of company is Hongxing? Jia Ruishuan, who had been listening throughout, asked in confusion. He knew about the supply point. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yuan shook his head, took out the map he carried, and focused on Supply Point 35. Hongxing had hundreds of supply points in the wilderness, each equipped with a complete Divine Realm team and Rule Realm professionals to guard them. There are multiple Divine Realm fierce beasts in the center of Sunset City. They have completely gained intelligence.